The final equation obtained in this way, in which the coefficient of the second term of the quadratic equation is equated with the double root or the unknown, is the same as is obtained by the method of differential calculus. The differentiation of gives the new equation, or gives. Of course, the point can be made here that it is not by any means self-evident that such a derivative equation is also correct. Only a ratio, as remarked above, results from an equation of two variables which, just because they are variables, do not lose their character as unknowns, for the simple reason that, by substituting the functions of power raising for the powers themselves, the value of the two terms of the equation are altered, and whether an equation still obtains between the two terms in their thus altered value is still per se unknown. All that the equation expresses is that p is a ratio, and there is no otherwise real meaning to ascribe to. But it is equally still unknown of this ratio to what other ratio it is equal. It is only the equation, the proportionality, that gives a value and meaning to it. Just as we said that this meaning, then a matter of application, is taken from elsewhere, empirically, so with respect to the equations now at issue which are derived by differentiation, it is from elsewhere that we must know whether they have equal roots in order to find out whether the equation obtained is still correct. This is a circumstance, however, which the textbooks fail to bring to explicit notice. It is of course eliminated when an equation of one unknown, reduced to zero, is straightaway equated with y, with the result, mind you, that by differentiation only a ratio, a, is obtained. Of course, the calculus of functions should deal with the functions of power raising while differential calculus with differentials, but it by no means follows from this as a matter of course that the magnitudes of which we take the differentials or functions of power raising would themselves also have to be only functions of other magnitudes. Besides, in the theoretical part, where it is shown how to derive the differentials, that is, the functions of power raising, there is still no indication that the magnitudes which we learn to manipulate in such a derivation are supposed to be themselves the functions of other magnitudes. Regarding the omission of the constant in differentiation, attention can further be drawn to the fact that the meaning of the omission here is that it makes no difference to the determination of the roots if these are equal, for this determination is exhausted by the coefficients of the second term of the equation. As in the cited example of Descartes, the constant is itself the square of the roots, which can therefore be determined by the constant as well as the coefficients, the constant being no less than the coefficients simply the function of the roots of the equation. In the usual exposition, the omission of the so-called constants which are linked to the other terms only by the plus and minus signs results from the mechanism of the procedure by which, in order to find the differential of a compound expression, an increment is assigned only to the variables, and the expression thereby formed is subtracted from the original. Nothing is said regarding the meaning of the constants and of their omission, the extent to which they are themselves functions and, as such, do or do not serve any purpose. In connection with the omission of the constants, a similar comment can be made regarding the names of differentiation and integration as was earlier made regarding the expressions finite and infinite, namely that the term says the opposite of what is intended. To differentiate indicates the positing of differences, whereas by being differentiated an equation is in fact reduced to fewer dimensions. With the omission of the constant a moment of determinateness is taken away. As we said, the roots of the variables are made equal, their difference therefore sublated. In integration, by contrast, the constant must be added back and again the equation is thereby integrated, but, note well, only in the sense that the previously sublated differentiation of the roots is restored, what was posited as equal is differentiated again. The ordinary expression contributes to the obfuscation of the essential nature of the matter by directing the focus of attention to what is in fact subordinate, even alien to it, on the one hand, to the infinitely small difference, the increment, and the like on the other hand, to the mere difference in general between the given and the derived function, without any indication of their specific, that is, qualitative, distinction. Another important area in which differential calculus is employed is mechanics. The meaning of the various power functions that result from the elementary equations of its subject matter, motion, has already been adumbrated in passing. I shall now take it up directly. The equation, that is, the mathematical expression, for plane uniform motion, or, where the spaces traversed are proportional to the elapsed times according to an empirical unit c, which is the magnitude of the velocity, offers no scope for differentiation. The coefficient c is already fully determined and known, and no further expansion of powers is admissible. We called attention earlier to how, the equation of the motion of a falling body, is analyzed. The first term of the analysis, is translated into language and accordingly into concrete existence to mean that we must suppose a term of a sum, a conception which we have long since abandoned, a term which is a part of the motion, specifically, that it falls on the side of the force of inertia, that is, of absolutely uniform velocity, with the result that in infinitely small parts of time the motion is uniform, but in the finite parts, that is, in those actually existent, it is uneven. To be sure, and the meaning of A and of t is known, and so, too, that the determination of the uniform velocity of a motion is thereby being posited, since at is simply equal to. But with that, absolutely nothing new is known. Only the false assumption that it is a part of the motion as a sum gives the false semblance of a physical proposition. The factor itself, A, the empirical unit, a quantum as such, is attributed to gravity. If the category of the force of gravity is used, then it ought rather to be said that the whole is the effect of gravity, or, better, the law of it. The same goes for the proposition derived from, that if gravity ceased to act, then the body would attain with the velocity reached at the end of its fall twice the distance it had traversed, in the same period of time as the fall. Here too we find an unsound metaphysics. The end of the fall, or the end of a time period in which the body has fallen, is itself still a period of time. If it were not a time period, then rest would be assumed, and therefore no velocity. Velocity can only be calculated according to the distance traversed in a period of time, not at its end. And if now finally an application of differential calculus is made in other physical fields where there is no motion, as for example in the behavior of light, apart from what is called its propagation in space, or in determining magnitudes with reference to colors, and the first function of a quadratic function is here also called a velocity, then this must be regarded an even more inadmissible formalism, a fiction of actual existence. We find the motion represented by the equation, says Lagrange. In the experience of falling bodies the next simplest motion would be one of the equation, but no such motion is found in nature. We do not know what the coefficient c might mean. Although that might well be so, there is a motion nevertheless of which the equation is. This is Kepler's law of the motion of the bodies of the solar system, and what the meaning here of the first derived function, etc., might be, and the further direct manipulation of this equation by differentiation, the development of the laws and the determinations of the absolute motion from the starting point. All this must on the contrary appear indeed as an interesting problem, an opportunity for analysis to display its worth at its most brilliant. Thus the application of differential calculus to the elementary equations of motion is not by itself of any real interest. The formal interest comes from the general mechanism of calculus. But this dissection of motion takes on another meaning in connection with the determination of its trajectory. If this trajectory is a curve and its equation contains higher powers, then there is need of transitions from the rectilinear functions, which are the functions of power raising, to the powers themselves, and since such functions are to be obtained by eliminating from the original equation of motion the factor of time which is contained in it, this factor is at the same time to be reduced to the lower functions of expansion from which those linear equations can be obtained. Here we are led to where the interest of the other part of calculus lies. The aim of the foregoing has been to highlight the simple, specific nature of differential calculus by defining it, and to demonstrate it in some elementary examples. Its nature has been found to consist in this, that the coefficient of the term of the expansion, the so-called first function, is obtained from an equation of power functions, and the relation which this first function represents is demonstrated in moments of the concrete subject matter, and these moments are themselves determined by the equation thereby obtained between the two relations. We must equally consider in brief, regarding integral calculus, what can be learned of its specific, concrete nature from the application of its principle. Taking stock of this calculus is already made simpler and more accurate by the fact that we no longer take it as the method of summation from which it got its name in opposition to differential calculus, in which the increment is taken to be the essential ingredient, and which gave to it the semblance of being essentially linked to the form of a series. The task of this calculus is on the face of it just as theoretical, or rather formalistic, as that of differential calculus, although, as is well known, it is the converse of the latter. Here we begin with a function considered as derived, as the coefficient of the first term resulting from the expansion of an equation as yet however unknown, and the original power function is to be derived from it. The function which in the natural order of expansion would have to be considered as original is here derived, and the one previously considered as derived is here the one given, or in general the one to start with. Now the formal details of this operation seem to have already been attended to by differential calculus, where the transition from the original to the expansion function, and the relation of the one to the other, is established in general. Here, although in order to set up the function which is the starting point, or again, in order to effect the transition from it to the original, recourse must necessarily be made in many cases to the serial form, it is important nevertheless to keep in mind that, as such, this form has nothing directly to do with the proper principle of integration. Now it is in view of the formalism of its operation that the other part of the task of calculus appears as the application of the operation. This is itself now the task, namely to find the meaning, in the above-mentioned sense, of the original function, the one considered as first by the given function, of a particular object. It might seem that this doctrine, too, was in principle already settled in differential calculus, except for a further circumstance that comes into the picture and will not let the matter rest so simply. For by finding out that in this calculus the linear relation is obtained through the first function of the equation, we also know that the integration of this relation yields the equation of the curve and the relation of abscissa and ordinator. If the equation for the area enclosed by the curve were given, then, regarding the meaning of the first function of this equation, we should have already learned from differential calculus that such a function displays the ordinate as a function of the abscissa, and therefore the equation of the curve. But now, all comes down to determining which of the moments of the object is given in the equation itself, for analytical manipulation can only start from what is given and then pass on to the determination of the rest of the object. For instance, what is given in the equation of the curve is not the equation of an area enclosed by that curve, nor of some supposed body arising from its rotation, nor again of an arc of the curve, but only the relation of the abscissa and ordinate. Consequently, the transitions from those determinations to this equation itself cannot yet be handled in differential calculus. It is reserved for integral calculus to find these relations. But further, it has been shown that the differentiation of an equation of several variables yields the expansion power or the differential coefficient not as an equation but only as a ratio. The problem then is to find in the moments of the given object a second ratio which is equal to this ratio, which is the derived function. By contrast, the object of integral calculus is the relation itself of the original function to the derived function, which is here presumed given, and the task is to assign in the object of the first given function the meaning of the original function yet to be found. Or rather, since this meaning, say, the area enclosed by a curve or the rectification of a curve represented as rectilinear, is already declared to be the problem, the task is to show that such a determination is found by an original function, also to show which of the moments of the object is the one that must be assumed for the present purpose, as the initial, derivative, function. Now the usual method makes things easy for itself by representing the difference as one of infinitely small elements. Thus for the squaring of curves, an infinitely small rectangle, a product of the ordinate and the element, that is, the infinitely small segment, of the abscissa, is taken for the trapezium which has as one of its sides the infinitely small arc opposite that infinitely small segment of the abscissa. The product is then integrated in the sense that the integral is said to give the sum of the infinitely small trapezia or the surface of which the determination is being sought, namely the finite magnitude of this element of the area. In the usual method, a right-angled triangle is likewise formed from the infinitely small elements of an arc and the corresponding ordinate and abscissa, a triangle in which the square of the arc is said to equal the sum of the squaring of both the other two elements, their integration yielding the arc as a finite quantity. This procedure presupposes the general discovery on which this field of analysis rests, in this case inasmuch as the squared curve, or the rectified curve, etc., stands to a certain function given by the equation of the curve and the relation of the so-called original function to the derivative. The point is to know, granted that a certain part of a mathematical object, say, a curve, is the derived function, which other part of the same object is expressed by the corresponding original function. It is known that when the function of the ordinate given by the equation of the curve is taken as the derived function, the corresponding original function is the quantitative expression of the area of the curve cut off by this ordinate, that when a certain tangential determination is considered the derivative function, its original function expresses the length of the arc that belongs to this tangential determination, etc. However, that these relations, the one, of an original function to the derived, the other, of the magnitudes of two parts or circumstances of the mathematical object, that these constitute a proportion. The method that employs the infinitely small and operates with it mechanically spares itself the trouble of recognizing and demonstrating it. The true merit of mathematical acumen is that, from results already known elsewhere, it has found that certain sides of a mathematical object stand to each other in the relationship of original and derived function, and it has found which sides these are. Of these two functions, the derivative, or, as has been defined, the function of power raising, is the one in this calculus which is the given, relative to the original which is to be found from it by integration. This derived function, however, is not immediately given, nor is it by itself already given which part or determination of the mathematical object should be considered as the derived function, in order that, by reducing it to the original, the other part or determination whose magnitude is being sought in the problem might be found. For the purpose of this problem, the usual method begins, as we said, simply by representing as infinitely small certain parts of the object, in the form of derived functions determinable by differentiation from the originally given equation of the object in general, like the infinitely small abscissa and ordinates in the rectification of a curve. From these parts it then takes those which can in some way be linked by elementary mathematics with the matter of the problem, likewise represented as infinitely small, in our example, the arc, and by virtue of this connection, once these parts are known, that part is also determined of which the problem was to find the magnitude. Thus, for the rectification of curves, the three mentioned infinitely small parts of the object are linked together in the equation of the right-angled triangle, while for the squaring of curves the ordinate is linked with the infinitely small abscissa to form a product, since in general arithmetic an area is assumed to be the product of lines. The transition from such so-called elements of the area, the arc, etc. to the magnitudes of the area, the arc, etc. as such, passes then only for the ascent from the infinite to the finite expression, or to the sum of the infinitely many elements of which the required magnitude is supposed to consist. It is therefore only superficially that one can say that the problem of integral calculus is only the albeit more difficult converse of the problem of differential calculus. The real interest of integral calculus is directed rather exclusively at the reciprocal relation in concrete objects of original and derivative function. Also in this part of calculus Lagrange did not try just to smooth over the difficulty of the problems at hand with direct assumptions. Here, too, it will help to elucidate the nature of the issue if we give the essence of his method with the help of a few examples. The task of this method is still the same: to prove that between particular elements of a mathematical whole, for example a curve, a relation of original to derived function obtains. But now, in this field the proof cannot go through directly simply by virtue of the nature of the relation at issue, for the latter connects elements within the mathematical object which are qualitatively different, curves with straight lines, linear dimensions and their functions with plane or plane dimensions and their functions, etc. The required determination can only be taken, therefore, as the mean between a greater and a lesser. With this, of course, the form of an increment with a plus or minus naturally comes into play again, and Lagrange's vigorous developments can be heard again, but we have already pointed out how the increments have here only arithmetical, finite meaning. From the expansion of that condition, that the magnitude to be determined be greater than the one easily determinable limit and smaller than the other, it is then deduced that, for example, the function of the ordinate is the derived first function with respect to the function of the area. Lagrange's exposition of the rectification of curves, since it proceeds from the principle of Archimedes, involves the translation of the Archimedean method into the principle of modern analysis, and this affords us an insight into the inner, the true meaning, of an endeavor which in the other method is carried out mechanically. The mode of procedure is necessarily analogous to the one just given. But Archimedes' principle, that the arc of a curve is greater than its chord and smaller than the sum of the two tangents drawn at the end points of the arc and contained between these 2 points and the point of their intersection, does not yield any direct equation. Its translation into modern analytical form consists in the invention of an expression which is per se a simple fundamental equation, whereas in the earlier form the principle simply postulates alternating ad infinitum between terms each time determined as too great and too small, the successive advance only yielding new terms which are still too great and too small, albeit between always narrowing limits. On the basis of this formalism of the infinitely small, the equation is formulated without further ado. Lagrange's exposition, on the contrary, starting from this same basis, demonstrates that the length of the arc is the original function with respect to a derived function, the characteristic term of which is itself a function coming from the relation of a derived function to the original function of the ordinate. The fact that the representation of the infinitely small occurs in the method of Archimedes, just as later in Kepler's treatment of stereometric objects, has been adduced as authority for the employment of the infinitely small in differential calculus, without any thought being given to its distinctive particularities. The infinitely small signifies in the first instance the negation of the quantum as such, that is, of the so-called finite expression, of the completed determinateness that quantum as such possesses. Similarly, in the subsequent renowned methods of Valerius and Cavalieri among others, methods which are based on the treatment of the relations of geometrical objects, the fundamental principle is that the quantum of the terms treated at the moment only in relation must, as such, be left out of account for this purpose, and the terms themselves be taken as non-quantitative. But, for one thing, these methods all fail to recognize, and to bring to notice, the affirmation that hides behind the merely negative determination. This is the affirmation which we saw earlier in abstract form as the qualitative determinateness of quantity and, in more determined form, as the qualitative determinateness found in the relation of powers. And also, Since this same relation of powers contains in turn an aggregate of more precisely determined relations such as that of a power and its expansion function, these relations also would have in turn to be based on, and derived from, the general and negative determination of still the same infinitesimal. Now, in Lagrange's exposition just cited, the determinate moment of affirmation implicit in Archimedes' method of developing the problem is made explicit, with the result that a procedure otherwise affected by a limitless progression is given its due limit. The greatness of the modern discovery in itself and in its capacity to solve hitherto intractable problems, and to handle in simpler fashion those previously soluble, is to be laid solely in the discovery of the relation of the original to the so-called derivative functions and of those parts of a mathematical whole which stand in such a relation. These excursions may suffice for the purpose of highlighting what is distinctive about the relation of magnitudes, which is the subject matter of the particular kind of calculus under discussion. It was possible to limit them to simple problems and the methods of solving them, nor would it have been expedient for the conceptual work which was our only concern here, or within this author's competency, to go over the whole compass of the so-called application of differential and integral calculus, to reduce all their problems and their solutions to the principle on which, as we have inductively shown, that application rests, and thereby to complete this inductive work itself. But what was said is sufficiently demonstrated that just as for each specific form of calculating there corresponds as subject matter a corresponding particular determinateness or relation of magnitude, such a relation as constitutes addition, multiplication, the raising to powers and the extraction of roots, the operations with logarithms, series, etc. The same is the case for differential and integral calculus for the object specific to the latter. The most suitable name might be that of the relation between a function of powers and the function of its expansion or potentiation, because it is the closest to what an insight into the nature of the subject matter suggests. Of course, calculus makes use quite in general of logarithms, of circular functions and series, especially in order to render more tractable expressions devised for the required operations of deriving the original functions from the functions of expansion, but it uses them in the same way as it uses the operations involved in the other relations of magnitude, such as addition, etc. Calculus, whether differential or integral, has indeed a more specialized interest in common with the form of series, namely that of determining the functions of expansion which in the series are called coefficients of the terms, but whereas the interest of calculus only extends to the relation of the original function to the closest coefficient of its expansion, the aim of the series is to display as a sum aggregates of terms ordered according to the powers fitted with those coefficients. The infinite of the infinite series, the indeterminate expression of the negativity of the quantum in general, has nothing in common with the affirmative determination present in the infinite of calculus. The same is the case for the infinitesimal, the increment by means of which the expansion happens in the form of a series. It is only an external means for that expansion, and its so-called infinity either has only the meaning of such a means or has none at all. The series, since in fact it is not what is being sought, brings with it a detroit which then creates the otherwise superfluous trouble of eliminating it. The method of Lagrange has again privileged this form of series, and is therefore burdened by that trouble, even though it is by virtue of that method that the true character of what is called the application is brought out in the latter, for it directly demonstrates, without imposing the forms of dx, die, etc., unto the objects, to which part of these objects the determinateness of the derived function of expansion, belongs. And it transpires thereby that the form of series is not what is truly at issue here. N. Remark. Further forms associated with the qualitative determinateness of magnitude. The affirmative meaning of the infinitesimal of differential calculus is that it is the qualitative determinateness of magnitude, and, regarding this determinateness, we have shown in particular that it is present in this calculus not only as a power determinateness in general, but as specifically determining the relation of a function of powers to the power of the expansion. This qualitative determinateness is also present, however, in another weaker form, so to speak, and this form, together with the use of the infinitesimal associated with it and the meaning that the latter has in this use, will be the subject of the present remark. Before we proceed, however, it should be recalled at this juncture that the different power determinations first come in from the analytical side, that they are there merely formal and totally homogeneous, that they signify numerical magnitudes which, as such, are not qualitatively differentiated from each other. It is in the application to spatial objects that the analytical relation fully shows itself in its qualitative determinateness as the transition from linear to plane determinations, from the determinations of straight line to those of curves, etc. This application also brings in train that the spatial objects which are given in the form of continuous magnitudes in accordance with their nature will be taken discretely, the plane as an aggregate of lines, the line is an aggregate of points, etc. The sole interest of this dissolution is to determine the points and the lines into which the lines and the planes have respectively been resolved in order to be able, starting from this determination, to proceed analytically, that is, in truly arithmetical fashion for the sought magnitude determinations. These starting points are the elements from which the function and the equation for the concrete, that is, the continuous, magnitude are to be derived. For the problems where the use of this procedure is of special interest, it is requisite that the element which is the starting point be self-determined, in contrast with the indirect procedure which can start only with limits and seek between them the self-determined element which is its goal. But if it is only the law of progressively determining magnitudes without however ever possibly attaining the required perfect, that is, the so-called finite, determination, then in both methods the result amounts to the same thing. To Kepler is ascribed the honor of first having thought of that reversal of procedure and of having made the discrete the starting point. His explanation of how he understands the first proposition of Archimedes' cyclometry conveys this quite simply. This proposition, as we know, is that the circle is equal to a right-angled triangle, one side of which enclosing the right angle equals the diameter of the circle and the other its circumference. Since Kepler takes this proposition to mean that the periphery of the circle has as many parts as it has points, that is, infinitely many, each of which can be regarded as the base of an isosceles triangle, he thereby gives expression to the resolution of the continuous into the form of the discrete. The expression infinite which occurs here is still far removed from the meaning which it is supposed to assume in differential calculus. Now when a determinateness, a function, has been found for such discrete elements, these should be summed up further, as essentially elements of the continuous. But since a sum of points will not yield a line, nor a sum of lines a surface, the points are straightway taken as already linear, just as the lines are taken as two-dimensional. But again, since linear elements ought not to be lines yet, which they would be if they were taken as quantum, they are represented as infinitely small. The discrete is only capable of an external combination in which the moments retain the meaning of discrete units. The only transition analytically made from these units is to their sum, nor is there a geometrical transition from point to line, or from line to surface, etc. Therefore the element which is determined as a point or a line is also given, together also with this determination, the quality of being as point linear as line two-dimensional, in order that their sum would indeed become, as the sum of tiny lines, a line, and, as the sum of tiny planes, a plane. It is the need to get hold of this moment of qualitative transition and for this reason to have recourse to the infinitely small that must be regarded as the source of all the representations which, though meant to smooth out every difficulty, are themselves the greatest difficulty. But to dispense with these aids, it would have had to be possible to show that contained even in the analytical procedure, which otherwise appears as a mere summation, there is in fact already a multiplication. But a fresh assumption is trotted out at this juncture which provides the basis for this application of arithmetical relations to geometrical figures. The assumption is that arithmetical multiplication is also for the geometrical determination a transition to a higher dimension, that the arithmetical multiplication of magnitudes spatially determined as lines is at the same time a promotion of the linear to the status of two-dimensional determination. 3 times 4 linear feet gives 12 linear feet, but 3 linear feet times 4 linear feet gives 12 plane feet, that is, square feet. Since the unit in both factors, as discrete quanta, is the same. The multiplication of lines by lines appears at first sight to make no sense, for multiplication has to do simply with numbers, that is, it is an alteration of elements totally homogeneous with that into which they are altered. With the product, only the quantity alters. In contrast to this alteration, what has been called the multiplication of a line is such by a line, it has been named ductus linei and lineum. Like the ductus plani and planum, there is also the ductus puncti and lineum, is an alteration not merely of magnitude, but of magnitude as a qualitative determination of spatiality, of dimensionality. The transition of the line into plane is to be understood as the self-externalization of the line, just as the self-externalization of the point is a line and the self-externalization of the plane a whole space. This is the same as representing the motion of the point as being the line, and so on. But since motion entails time determination, it is more likely to appear in this way of representing it as merely accidental, an external alteration of state, whereas what is to be captured is the conceptual determination as expressed by self-externalization, that is, the qualitative alteration which, arithmetically, is the multiplication of unit, the point, etc., by amount, the line, etc. It may also be remarked here that in the case of the self-externalization of the plane, which would appear as a multiplying of surface by surface, there seems to emerge a difference of arithmetical and geometrical products, for that self-externalization, as ductus plani and planum, would arithmetically give a multiplication of a two-dimensional factor by another factor equally two-dimensional, and hence a product of 4 dimensions which, however, is reduced to 3 in geometrical determination. For its part, since number has the 1 as its principal, it yields the fixed determination for the external, quantitative element, but the product of its operation is to that extent formal, taken as a numerical determination, when it reproduces itself, yields, however, the same magnitude, taken as the determination of a plane, in reproducing itself is held back at, because space, imagined as a movement of transcendence which starts from the point, the limit which is only abstract, attains its true limit as concrete determinateness in the third dimension, starting from the line. The difference just referred to could prove relevant in the context of free motion, where the one side, the spatial, is subject to geometrical determination, according to Kepler's law, and the other side, the temporal, to arithmetical determination. How the qualitative moment being considered here differs from the subject of the previous remark, should now be self-evident without further comment. In the earlier remark, the qualitative moment lay in the determinateness of the powers. Here it is the same as the infinitesimal, except only as a factor arithmetically related to product, or as point to line to plane, etc. The qualitative transition to be made from the discrete, into which the continuous magnitude is imagined to be resolved, to the continuous is now effected as a process of summing. But that in fact the alleged mere summation contains in itself a multiplication, therefore the transition from the linear to the two-dimensional determination, appears in the simplest form in the way in which, for instance, it is shown that the area of a trapezium is equal to the product of the sum of the two opposite parallel lines and half the height. This height is represented as being only the amount of an aggregate of discrete magnitudes which must be summed up. These magnitudes are lines lying parallel between the two parallels limiting them. There are infinitely many of them, for they are supposed to make up the plane. And yet they are lines, and therefore, in order to be two-dimensional, they must at the same time be posited with negation. In order to escape the difficulty of a sum of lines supposedly yielding a plane, the lines are assumed as planes from the start but also as infinitely thin, for they derive their determination solely from the linear character of the parallel limits of the trapezium. As parallel and bounded by the other pair of rectilinear sides of the trapezium, they can be represented as the terms of a uniformly differentiated but in principle indeterminate arithmetical progression whose first and last terms are the two limiting parallels. The sum of such a series, as we know, is the product of these parallels and half the amount of the terms. This last quantum is called amount simply and solely with reference to the representation of infinitely many lines. It is the determinateness as the magnitude in general of a continuous, the height. It is clear that what is called a sum is at the same time a ductus lineae and lineum, the multiplying of the linear by the linear, which is, according to the above determination, the emergence of two-dimensionality. In the simplest case now of any rectangle in general, a b, each of the two factors is a simple magnitude, but already in the other still elementary example of the trapezium, only one factor is simple as 1/2 of the height. The other factor is determined by a progression. It is still something linear, but its determinateness as magnitude is more complex in so far as it can be expressed by a series. The task of summing it is called analytical, that is, arithmetical, but the geometrical moment in it is the multiplication, and this is the qualitative moment of transition from the dimension of line to that of plane. The one factor has been taken as discrete only for the arithmetical determination of the other by itself. Like the other, it is the magnitude of something linear. But the method of representing planes as sums of lines is also commonly employed where no multiplication as such is being performed in view of the result. This is the case when the task is to give the magnitude in the equation not as quantum but as a proportion. There is, for instance, a well-known way of showing that the area of a circle bears the same relation to the area of an ellipse, the major axis of which is the diameter of the circle, as the major axis does to the minor axis. By taking each of these areas as the sum of the ordinates pertaining to it, each ordinate of the ellipse stands to the corresponding ordinate of the circle as the minor axis stands to the major. Therefore, it is concluded, also the sums of the ordinates, that is, the areas, stand in equal proportion. Those who would avoid in this connection the representation of areas or planes as a sum of lines resort to the usual, quite superfluous ad hoc aid of making the ordinates into trapezia of infinitely small width. Since the equation is only a proportion, only one of the two linear elements of the area enters the comparison. The other element, the abscissa axis, is assumed equal in the ellipse and the circle, therefore, as a factor of arithmetical magnitude determination, equal to, and the proportion is, consequently, totally dependent only on the relation of the one determining moment. The two dimensions are necessary to the representation of a plane. The determination of magnitude, however, as is to be given in this proportion, extends only to the one moment. Therefore, To yield to the representation, or to try to improve it by adding the representation of some to this one moment, is in truth a failure to recognize what mathematical determinateness is all about. The foregoing discussion contains also the criterion for Cavalieri's method of indivisibles referred to above, a method which the criterion also justifies and one that does not need the recourse to the infinitely small. These indivisibles are lines when Cavalieri considers a plane, or squares and circles when he considers a pyramid or a cone, etc. He calls the baseline or base plane assumed as determined the regule it is the constant and, with reference to a series, its first or last term the indivisibles are regarded as parallel to it, therefore in equal determination with respect to the figure. Now Cavalieri's general fundamental proposition is that, exerc. Geometry. Vi in the later work, exerc. I, P, all figures, plane as well as solid, are proportionate to all their indivisibles, these being compared with each other collectively and, if there happens to be in them some common proportion, distributively. For this purpose, he compares in figures of equal baseline and height the proportions between the lines drawn parallel to the base and equidistant from it. All such lines of a figure have one and the same determination and constitute its whole content. In this way Cavalieri proves, for example, also the elementary proposition that parallelograms of equal height are proportional to their base. Any two lines drawn in the two figures at equal distance from the base and parallel to it are in the same proportion as the bases, and so too, therefore, are the whole figures. In fact, the lines do not constitute the content of the figure as continuous but constitute it only insofar as they are arithmetically determinable. The linear figure is the element of the content and through it alone must the determinateness of the latter be grasped. With this we are led to reflect on a difference regarding where to place the determinateness of a figure, whether it is constructed, like the height of the figure here, or whether it is the external limit. Insofar as it is an external limit, then one concedes that the continuity of a figure follows upon, so to speak, the equality or the proportion of the limit. For example, the equality of congruent figures rests on the fact that the boundaries, the limiting lines, coincide. But in parallelograms of equal height and base, only this last determinateness is an external limit, the height on which the second main determination of the figures rests, the proportion of the two, and not the parallelism as such, brings a second principle of determination to the external limits. Euclid's proof of the equality of parallelograms that have the same height and base reduces them to triangles, to externally limited continuous figures. In Cavalieri's proof, first of all concerning the proportionality of parallelograms, the limit is simply a determinateness of magnitude as such, which is explicated as taken at every pair of lines drawn at the same distance from each other in both figures. These lines, equal or in equal proportion to the base, taken collectively, yield the figures that stand in equal proportion. The image of an aggregate of lines is incompatible with the continuity of the figure. Consideration of the lines alone fully exhausts the determinateness which is at issue. Cavalieri has a standard reply to the supposed difficulty, that the representation of indivisibles requires the comparison of lines or planes which are infinite in number, geom. Lib. 2, Prop. I, Scholl. He rightly points out that he is not comparing the number of such lines or planes, which we do not know, that is, it is rather an empty representation, as just remarked, introduced as prop, but only the magnitude, that is, the quantitative determinateness is such which is equal to the space occupied by these lines because this space is enclosed within limits, its magnitude is also enclosed within these limits. The continuous is nothing other than the indivisibles themselves, he says. If it were anything apart from them, it would not be comparable, but it would be absurd to say that bounded continuous figures are not comparable with each other. One can see that Cavalieri's intention is to distinguish what belongs to the external existence of the continuous from that in which its determinateness lies and which alone must be stressed when comparing it or devising theorems about it. The categories which he used for this purpose, namely the continuous as composed of, or consisting in, indivisibles, and the like, are admittedly not satisfactory, for implied in them is the claim to an intuition of the continuous or, as already said, of its external existence. Instead of saying that the continuous is nothing other than the indivisibles themselves, it would have been more correct to say, and consequently also self-explanatory, that the determinateness of the magnitude of the continuous is none other than that of the indivisibles themselves. Cavalieri is not comfortable with the dubious consequence drawn by the schools from the representation of the continuous as made up of indivisibles, namely that there is a greater and smaller infinite. He expressly states further in the treatise, Geom. Lib. 7, Pref. that he is in no way forced by his method of proof to represent the continuous as made up of indivisibles. Continuous figures only follow the proportion of the indivisibles. He says that he did not take up the aggregate of indivisibles in the way they seem to end up in the determination of the infinite, For the sake of an infinite heap of lines or planes he took them rather because of the way they are constituted, for the specific nature of limitedness that they have in them. Nevertheless, in order to remove this stumbling block, he does not spare himself the trouble of demonstrating the main propositions of his geometry, in the seventh book specially added for this purpose, in a way that remains free of any admixture of infinity. This way reduces the proofs to the just cited usual form of congruence of figures, that is, as we remarked, to the representation of determinateness as external spatial limit. A further remark that can be made here concerning this form of congruence is that it is no more than, so to speak, a childish aid for the intuition of the senses. In the elementary propositions concerning the triangles, two such triangles are represented side by side on the assumption that, of the 6 parts of each, 3 in the one triangle are equal to the corresponding 3 in the other. It is shown that the two triangles are congruent, that is, that in each the remaining 3 parts are equal to the corresponding remaining 3 in the other, because by virtue of the equality of the first 3 parts the two triangles cover each other. In more abstract terms, all that this equality of corresponding pairs of parts in the two triangles amounts to is that there is just one single triangle in which 3 parts are assumed as already determined, whence follows the determinateness of the remaining 3 parts. The determinateness of the one triangle is thus demonstrated to be completed with the 3 parts assumed for the determinateness as such. The remaining 3 parts are therefore a superfluity, the superfluity of sensible existence, that is, of the intuition of continuity. When the matter is expressed in these terms, the qualitative determinateness stands out in its distinction from what is given to intuition. From the whole as continuous in itself, congruity does not let this distinction show through. As we have observed, a new circumstance comes into play in the case of parallel lines and parallelograms. On the one hand the equality of the angles only, and on the other the height of the figures from which the external limits of the latter, the sides of the parallelograms, are distinct. There is an ambiguity here as to whether in these figures, besides the determinateness of the side which is one external limit, the base, we should take as the other external limit the other side of the parallelogram or the height instead. In the case of two parallelograms that have the same base and height, but one is rectangular whereas the other has two angles sharply acute and the opposite two very obtuse accordingly, intuitively the latter figure can easily appear greater than the former, for intuitively its given longer side is taken to be the determinate one and, as in Cavalieri's figurative method, the planes are compared according to the aggregate of parallel lines intersecting them. The longer side could be seen as offering the possibility of more lines than the vertical side of the rectangle does. This intuitive ambiguity, however, is no argument against Cavalieri's method, for the aggregate of parallel lines imagined in the two parallelograms for the purpose of comparison equally presupposes the equidistance of the lines from each other or from the base, from which it follows that the height, and not the other side of the parallelogram, is the other determining moment. The situation changes again, however, when the two parallelograms being compared are of equal height and equal base but do not lie on one plane and make different angles with the third plane. Here the parallel cross-sections that arise when the third plane is imagined cutting across the parallelograms in parallel motions are no longer equidistant from each other and the two planes are unequal. Cavalieri is very careful to call attention to this difference which he defines as one between transistus rectus and transistus obliquus of the indivisibles, in exercit I, N, XIF, and already in geometry. 2, thus staying at the source any superficial misunderstanding which could arise at this juncture. I remember Barrow citing in his above-mentioned work, Lect. Geom. 2, p. an objection of Takei, an astute geometer who was also working at this time on new methods, bearing on precisely this subject. This Barrow is the one who also used the method of the indivisibles, though already adulterated by the assumption, which he passed on to his pupil Newton and to other contemporary mathematicians, Leibniz included, that a curvilinear triangle, like the so-called characteristic triangle, and a rectilinear triangle can be said to be equal if both are infinite, that is, very small. The difficulty raised by Takei likewise concerns the question of which line, in the calculation of conic and spherical surfaces, should be taken as the determining factor in a method based on the application of the discrete. Takei's objection to the method of the indivisibles is that in the calculation of conic and spheric surfaces, the triangle of the cone is represented according to this atomistic method as made up of straight lines, parallel to the base and perpendicular to the axis, which are at the same time the radii of the circles of which the surface of the cone consists. If now this surface is defined as the sum of the circumferences, and this sum is determined from the number of the radii of these circumferences, that is, from the length of the axis and the height of the cone, then such a result would contradict the truth which Archimedes has taught and demonstrated. To this objection of Takei, Barrow's response is that, For determining the surface, it is not the axis but the side of the triangle of the cone that must be taken as the line the revolution of which generates the surface, and this line, not the axis, must therefore be taken as determining the magnitude for the aggregate of the circumferences. Objections or uncertainties of this kind have their origin solely in the vagueness of the representation used for the infinite aggregate of points of which the line, or of lines of which the plane, etc., supposedly consisted, as this representation which obscures the essence of the determinateness, whether of the lines or the planes. It was the aim of these remarks to bring attention to the affirmative determinations of the category of the infinitesimal which, in the various uses made of this category in mathematics, remain in the background so to speak, and to extract them from the nebulosity in which they are shrouded when that category is kept at a merely negative level of determination. In infinite series, as in Archimedes' cyclometry, the infinite means no more than that, if the law of the progression of the series is known, but the so-called finite, that is, the arithmetical expression, is not given, the reduction of the arc to the straight line cannot be carried out. This incommensurability is their qualitative difference. Likewise, the qualitative difference between the discrete and the continuous contains in general a negative determination which makes them appear incommensurable. It thus introduces the infinite, in the sense that the continuous which is now to be taken as discrete no longer is supposed to have, as continuous, any quantum. The continuous, which arithmetically is to be taken as product, is thereby posited as discrete in itself, that is to say, is broken down into the elements which are its factors. Its magnitude determinateness lies in these factors, and they, precisely by virtue of being factors or elements, are of a lower dimension and, as the determinateness of power goes, of a lower power than the magnitude of which they are the elements or factors. This difference appears arithmetically as merely quantitative, a difference of the root or the power, of whatever degree they might be. However, if the expression does not go further than just the quantitative sphere as such, for example, or for the law of gravity, T at, it then yields the ratios A at, which say nothing whatsoever as against their merely quantitative determination. The sides would have to be held apart by the qualitative meaning differentiating them, as S at, the magnitude being thereby spoken of as a quality, as a function of the magnitude of another quality. Here then, we are only conscious of the quantitative determinateness, and it is easy enough, in its own way, to operate with it. Nor is there anything terrible in multiplying the magnitude of a line by the magnitude of another line. However, the multiplication of these magnitudes yields at the same time the qualitative alteration of the transition of line into plane, and to this extent a negative determination comes into play. It is this determination that occasions the difficulty, a difficulty which can be resolved by an insight into its peculiarity and the simple nature of the matter, but which, when the attempt is made to eliminate it by the aid of the infinite, only degenerates unresolved into confusion. J. In the remark to the thesis of the first cosmological antinomy, in the Critique of Pure Reason. K. Both views are found simply side by side in the application by Lagrange of the theory of the function to mechanics in the chapter on rectilinear motion, Théorie des fonctions. Rode p. Ch. I. Art. The traversed space, considered as the function of the elapsed time, gives the equation. This equation, expanded as, gives. Therefore, the space traversed in the elapsed time is represented in the formula. The motion by means of which the space is traversed is, it is said, therefore, i.e. because the analytical development yields several, in fact infinitely many terms, composed of various partial motions, of which the spaces corresponding to the time will be. The first partial motion is, in known motion, the formally uniform motion with a velocity determined by the second, the uniformly accelerated velocity derived from an accelerated force which is proportional to. Now since the remaining terms do not refer to any known simple motion, it is not necessary to take them particularly into consideration, and we shall show that it is possible to abstract from them in determining the motion at the beginning of the point in time. This is now shown, but, of course, only by equating the series whose terms were all part of the determination of the magnitude of the space traversed in that time with the equation, given in art, of the motion of a falling body, in which only these two terms are present. But this equation has itself received the form that it has by presupposing the explanation given for the resulting terms by means of analysis. This presupposition is that the uniformly accelerating motion is composed of a formally uniform motion continued with the velocity attained in the preceding period of time, and of an increment, the a(n), i.e. the empirical coefficient, which is ascribed to the force of gravity, a distinction which has absolutely no concrete existence or foundation in the nature of the matter itself, but is only the expression, in false physical form, of the results of the assumed analytical treatment. The category of continuous or fluent magnitude comes in with the consideration of the external and empirical variation of the magnitudes which, in an equation, are referred to each other as each the function of the other. But in science, where the object of differential calculus is a certain relation, usually expressed by the differential coefficient, and its determinateness may just as well be called a law, the mere continuity of magnitude is something alien to this specific determinateness, and in any case an abstract and here empty category, for it says absolutely nothing concerning the law of continuity. The extreme of formalism into which one can be misled in these matters can be seen from the penetrating general exposition by my respected colleague, Professor Dirksen, of the fundamental determinations used in the deduction of differential calculus. This exposition is appended to his critique of a number of works concerning this science and can be found in Gerb. F. Wissensch. Critique, near. ff. The following definition is cited on p. A continuous magnitude, a continuum, is any magnitude thought of as in the state of becoming, so that this becoming occurs not by leaps but by an uninterrupted progression. But this is surely a tautology, the same as the definitum. It pertains to the formalism of the universality to which analysis necessarily lays claim that instead of taking a Bn for the expansion of powers, a BCD, n is the expression used, as is also done in many other places. Such a form is to be regarded as, so to speak, a coquettish show of universality, for the matter itself is exhausted in the binomial. It is through the expansion of the binomial that the law is found, and the law is the true universality, not the external, merely empty repetition of it, which is all that a BCD produces. And in the already cited critique, Gerb. For Wissensch. Crit. 2, volume, near, ff, are to be found interesting opinions of a learned specialist in the subject, Herr Speer. They are quoted from his Neue Prinzipien des fluenten Kalkuls, Braunschweig, and concern a matter which has contributed substantially to the issue of obscurities and unscientific claims in differential calculus. Moreover, they accord with what we have said concerning the general orientation of the theory of this calculus. To quote purely arithmetical investigations, admittedly those which more than all other have direct bearing on differential calculus, have not been separated from this calculus proper. Indeed, they have even been taken, as by Lagrange, for what is of the essence of the calculus, while calculus itself has been regarded as only the application of them. These arithmetical investigations include the rules of differentiation, the derivation of Taylor's theorems, and so on, even the various methods of integration. But the case is quite the reverse, for it is these applications that make up the subject matter of differential calculus proper, which presupposes all those arithmetical developments and operations from analysis. We have shown how, with Lagrange, the separation of the so-called application from the procedure of the general part which takes its start from the series serves precisely to bring to light the proper subject of differential calculus. However, it is strange that the author, despite entertaining the interesting view that it is precisely the so-called applications that constitute the subject matter of differential calculus proper, would then himself divagate, into the formalistic metaphysics of continuous magnitudes, becoming, flow, etc., and would want to add new ballast to old. These determinations are formal, in the sense that they are only general categories which fail to give precisely that which is specific to the subject matter. But this is what was to be recognized in, and be abstracted from, the concrete propositions, the applications. Chapter ratio or the quantitative relation. The infinity of quantum has been determined up to the point where it is the negative beyond of quantum, a beyond which quantum, however, has within it. This beyond is the qualitative moment in general. The infinite quantum, as the unity of the two moments, of the quantitative and the qualitative determinateness, is in the first instance ratio. In ratio, quantum no longer has a merely indifferent determinateness but is qualitatively determined as simply referring to its beyond. It continues in its beyond, and this beyond is at first just another quantum. Essentially, however, the two do not refer to each other as external quanta but each rather possesses its determinateness in this reference to the other. In their otherness, they have thus returned into themselves what each is, that it is in its other the other constitutes the determinateness of each. The quantum self-transcendence does not now mean, therefore, that quantum has simply changed either into some other or into its abstract other, into its abstract beyond, but that there, in the other, it has attained its determinateness in its other, which is another quantum, it finds itself. The quality of quantum, its conceptual determinateness, is its externality as such, and in ratio quantum is now posited as having its determinateness in this externality, in another quantum, as being in its beyond what it is. It is quanta that stand to each other in the connection that has now come on the scene. This connection is itself also a magnitude. Quantum is not only in relation, but is itself posited as relation. It is a quantum as such that has that qualitative determinateness in itself. So, as relation, as ratio, quantum gives expression to itself as self-enclosed totality and to its indifference to limit by containing the externality of its being determined in itself. In this externality it is only referred back to itself and is thus infinite within. Ratio in general is direct ratio. In this, the qualitative moment does not yet emerge explicitly as such in no other way except still as quantum posited as having its determinateness in its externality. In itself, however, the quantitative relation is the contradiction of externality and self-reference, the persistence of quanta and their negation. Such a contradiction next sublates itself. First, inasmuch as in indirect or inverse ratio the negation of each of the quanta is as such co-posited in the alteration of the other, and the variability of the direct ratio is itself posited. But in the ratio of powers, the unity, which in its difference refers back to itself, proves to be a simple self-production of the quantum. This qualitative moment itself, finally posited in a simple determination and as identical with the quantum, becomes measure. About the nature of the following ratios, much was anticipated in the preceding remarks concerning the infinity of quantity, that is, the qualitative moment in it. It only remains to analyze, therefore, the abstract concept of this ratio. A. The direct ratio. In the ratio which, as immediate, is direct, the determinateness of each quantum lies in the reciprocal determinateness of the other. There is only one determinateness or limit of both, one which is itself a quantum, namely the exponent of the ratio. The exponent is some quantum or other. However, in referring itself to itself and the otherness which it has within it, it is only a qualitatively determined quantum, for its difference, its beyond and otherness, is in it. This difference in the quantum is the difference of unit and amount, the unit, which is the being determined for itself, the amount, which is the indifferent fluctuation of determinateness, the external indifference of quantum. Unit and amount were at first the moments of quantum. Now, in the ratio, in quantum as realized so far, each of its moments appears as a quantum on its own and as determinations of the existence of the quantum, as delimitations against the otherwise external, indifferent determinateness of magnitude. The exponent is this difference as simple determinateness, that is, it has the meaning of both determinations immediately in it. First, it is a quantum and thus an amount. If the one side of the ratio which is taken as unit is expressed in a numerical 1, and has only the value of 1, then the other, the amount, is the quantum of the exponent itself. Second, it is simple determinateness as the qualitative moment of the sides of the ratio. When the quantum of the one side is determined, the other is also determined by the exponent, and it is a matter of total indifference how the first is determined. It no longer has any meaning as a quantum determined for itself, but can just as well be any other quantum without thereby altering the determinateness of the ratio, which rests solely on the exponent. The one side which is taken as unit always remains unit however great it becomes, and the other, however great it too thereby becomes, must remain the same amount of that unit. Accordingly, the two truly constitute only one quantum. The one side has only the value of unit with respect to the other, not of an amount, and the other only that of amount. According to their conceptual determinateness, therefore, they are themselves not complete quanta. But this incompleteness is in them a negation, and it is so not because of their general variability, according to which one of them, any of the two, can assume all possible magnitudes, but because they are so determined that, as one is altered, the other is increased or decreased in corresponding measure. This means that, as indicated, only one of them, the unit, is altered as quantum. The other side, the amount, remains the same quantum of units, and the first side too retains the value of a unit, however much it is altered as quantum. Each side is thus only one of the two moments of quantum, and the self-subsistence which is their proper characteristic is in principle negated in this qualitative combination. They are to be posited as negative with respect to each other. The exponent ought to be the complete quantum, since the determinations of both sides come together in it, but in fact, even as quotient the exponent only has the value of amount, or of unit. There is nothing available for determining which of the two sides of the relation would have to be taken as the unit or as the amount. If one side, quantum B, is measured against quantum A as unit, then the quotient C is the amount of such units. But if A is itself taken as amount, the quotient C is the unit which is required by the amount A for the quantum B. As exponent, therefore, this quotient is not posited for what it ought to be, namely the determinant of the ratio, or the ratio's qualitative unity. It is posited as such only to the extent that its value is that of the unity of the two moments, of unit and amount. And since these two sides, as quanta, are indeed present as they should be in the explicated quantum, in the ratio, but at the same time have the value, which is specific to them as the sides of the ratio, of being incomplete quanta and of counting only as one of those qualitative moments. They are to be posited with this negation qualifying them. Thus there arises a more real ratio, one more in accordance with its definition, one in which the exponent has the meaning of the product of the sides. In this determinateness, it is the inverse ratio. B. The inverse ratio. The ratio as now before us is the sublated direct ratio. It was an immediate relation and therefore not yet truly determinate. Henceforth, the newly introduced determinateness gives the exponent the value of a product, the unity of unit and amount. In immediacy, as we have just seen, it was possible for the exponent to be indifferently taken as unit or amount. Moreover, it also was only a quantum in general and therefore an amount by choice. One side was the unit, and this was to be taken as a numerical one with respect to which the other side would be a fixed amount and at the same time the exponent. The quality of the latter, therefore, was only that this quantum is taken as fixed, or rather that the constant only has the meaning of quantum. Now in the inverse ratio, the exponent is as quantum likewise immediate, a quantum or other which is assumed as fixed. But to the one of the other quantum in the ratio, this quantum is not a fixed amount. The ratio, previously taken as fixed, is now posited instead as alterable. If another quantum is taken as the unit of the one side, the other side now no longer remains the same amount of units of the first side. In direct ratio, this unit is only the common element of both sides. As such, it continues into the other side. The amount itself, or the exponent, is by itself indifferent to the unit. But as the determinateness of the ratio now is, the amount as such alters relative to the unit with respect to which it makes up the other side of the ratio. Whenever another quantum is taken as the unit, that amount alters. Consequently, although the exponent is still only an immediate quantum and only arbitrarily assumed as fixed, it does not remain fixed in the side of the ratio. Rather this side, and with it the direct ratio of the sides, is alterable. In the ratio now before us, the exponent as the determining quantum is thus posited as negative towards itself as a quantum of the ratio, and hence as qualitative, as limit. The result is that the qualitative moment distinctly comes to the fore for itself as against the quantitative moment. In the direct ratio, the alteration of the two sides is only the one alteration of the quantum from which the unity which is the common element is taken by as much. Therefore, as the one side is increased or decreased, so also as the other. The ratio itself is indifferent to this alteration and the alteration external to the ratio. In the indirect ratio, on the contrary, although still arbitrary according to the moment of quantitative indifference, the alteration is contained within the ratio, and its arbitrary quantitative extension is limited by the negative determinateness of the exponent as by a limit. We must now consider this qualitative nature of the indirect ratio more closely, as it is realized, and sort out the entanglement of the affirmative and the negative moments that are contained in it. Quantum is posited as being quantum qualitatively, that is, as self-determining, as displaying its limit within it. Accordingly, first, it is an immediate magnitude as simple determinateness. It is the whole as existent, an affirmative quantum. But, second, this immediate determinateness is at the same time limit. For that purpose it is distinguished into two quanta which are at first the other of each other but as the qualitative determinateness of these quanta, and as a determinateness which is moreover complete. Quantum is the unity of the unit and the amount, a product of which the two are the factors. Thus on the one hand the exponent of their ratio is in them identical with itself and is their affirmative moment by which they are quanta. On the other hand, as the negation posited in them, it is in them the unity according to which each, at first an immediate and limited quantum in general, is at the same time so limited as to be only implicitly in itself identical with its other. Third, the exponent as the simple determinateness is the negative unity of this differentiation of it into the two quanta, and the limit of their reciprocal limiting. In accordance with these determinations, the two moments limit themselves inside the exponent and each is the negative of the other. For the exponent is their determinate unity. The one moment becomes as many times smaller as the other becomes greater. Each possesses a magnitude of its own to the extent that this magnitude is in it that of their other, that is the magnitude that the other lacks. The magnitude of each in this way continues into the other negatively how much it is in amount, that much it sublates in the other as amount and as what it is only through this negation or limit which is posited in it by the other. In this way, each contains the other as well, and is proportion to it. For each is supposed to be only that quantum which the other is not. The magnitude of the other is indispensable to the value of each, and therefore inseparable from it. This continuity of each in the other constitutes the moment of unity through which the two magnitudes stand in relation, the moment of the one determinateness, of the simple limit which is the exponent. This unity, the whole, constitutes the in itself of each from which their given magnitude is distinct. This is the magnitude according to which each is only to the extent that it takes from the other a part of their common in itself which is the whole. But each can take from the other only as much as will make it equal to this in itself. It has its maximum in the exponent which, in accordance with the stated second determination, is the limit of the reciprocal delimitation. And since each is a moment of the ratio only to the extent that it limits the other and is thereby limited by it, it loses this, its determination, by making itself equal to its in itself. In this loss, the other magnitude will not only become a zero, but itself vanishes, for what it ought to be is not just a quantum but what it is such a quantum, namely only the moment of a ratio. Thus each side is the contradiction between the determination as its in itself, that is, as the unity of the whole which is the exponent, and the determination as the moment of a ratio. This contradiction is infinity again, in a new form peculiar to it. The exponent is the limit of the sides of its ratio, within which limit the sides increase and decrease proportionately to each other, but they cannot become equal to this exponent because of the latter's affirmative determinateness as quantum. Thus, as the limit of their reciprocal limiting, the exponent is there beyond which they infinitely approximate but can never attain. This infinity in which the sides approximate their beyond is the bad infinity of the infinite progression. It is an infinity which is itself finite, that finds its restriction in its opposite, in the finitude of each side and of the exponent itself, and for this reason is only approximation. But, the bad infinite is equally posited here as what it is in truth, namely the negative moment in general, in accordance with which the exponent is the simple limit as against the distinct quanta of the ratio. It is the in itself to which, as the absolutely alterable, the finitude of the quanta is referred, but which, as the quanta's negation, remains absolutely different from them. This infinite, which the quanta can only approximate, is then equally found affirmatively present on their side the simple quantum of the exponent. In it is attained the beyond with which the sides of the ratio are burdened. It is in itself the unity of the two, or, consequently, in itself the other side of each side, for each side has only as much value as the other does not have. Its whole determinateness thus rests in the other, and this, their being in itself, is as affirmative infinity simply the exponent. With this, however, we have the transition of the inverse ratio into a determination other than the one it had at first. This consisted in the fact that the quantum is immediate but at the same time so connected to another that the greater it is, the smaller is the other, that it is what it is by virtue of negatively relating to the other also. A third magnitude is the common restriction on this alteration in magnitude that the two quanta undergo. This reciprocal alteration, as contrasted to the fixed qualitative limit, is here their distinctive property. They have the determination of alterable magnitudes for which that fixed limit is an infinite beyond. But the determinations that have emerged and which we now have to sum up are not only that this infinite beyond is at the same time some present finite quantum or other, but that its fixity, which makes it with respect to the quantitative moment the infinite beyond that it is, and which is the qualitative moment of being only as abstract self-reference, has developed itself as a mediation of itself with itself and its other, the finite moments of the relation. The general point is that the whole is as such the limit of the reciprocal limiting of the two terms, and that the negation of the negation, and consequently infinity, the affirmative self-relation, is therefore posited. The more particular point is that, as product, the exponent already implicitly is already the unity of unit and amount, whereas each of these two terms is only one of two moments, and for this reason the exponent encloses them in itself and in them it implicitly refers itself to itself. But in the inverse ratio the difference has developed into the externality of quantitative being, and the qualitative being is not only something fixed, nor does it simply enclose the two moments of the ratio immediately in it, but in the externally existent otherness it rejoins itself. It is this determination that stands out as a result in the moments we have seen. The exponent, namely, is found to be the implicit being whose moments are realized in quanta and in their generalized alterability. The indifference of the magnitudes of these moments in the course of their alteration displays itself as an infinite progression, the basis of which is that in their indifference their determinateness is to have their value each in the value of the other. Thus, according to the affirmative side of their quantum, the determinateness of the moments is that each is in itself the whole of the exponent equally, they have the magnitude of the exponent for their negative moment, for their reciprocal limiting their limit is that of the exponent. The fact that such moments do not have any other immanent limit, any fixed immediacy, is posited in the infinite progression of their existence and in their limitation, in the negation of every particular value. This is, accordingly, the negation of the externality of the exponent which is displayed in them, and the exponent, itself equally a quantum as such and also expanded into quanta, is thereby posited as preserving itself in the negation of the indifferent subsistence of the moments, as rejoining itself, and thus as the determining factor in this movement of self-surpassing. The ratio is hereby determined as the ratio of powers. C. The ratio of powers. Quantum, in positing itself as self-identical in its otherness and in determining its own movement of self-surpassing, has come to be a being for itself. As such a qualitative totality, in positing itself as developed, it has for its moments the conceptual determinations of number, the unit, and the amount. This last, amount, is in the inverse ratio still an aggregate which is not determined as amount by the unit itself but from elsewhere, by a third determinate aggregate, but now it is posited as determined only by the unit. This is the case in the ratio of powers, where the unit, which in it is amount, is at the same time the amount as against itself as unit. The otherness, the amount of units, is the unit itself. The power is an aggregate of units, each of which is this aggregate itself. The quantum, as indifferent determinateness, changes but inasmuch as the alteration is the raising to a power, the otherness of the quantum is determined purely by itself. The quantum is thus posited in the power as having returned into itself. It is immediately itself and also its otherness. The exponent of this ratio is no longer an immediate quantum, as in the direct ratio and also in the inverse ratio. In the ratio of powers, the exponent is of an entirely qualitative nature. It is this simple determinateness that the amount is the unit itself, that the quantum is self-identical in its otherness. And the side of its quantitative nature is to be found in this, that the limit or negation is not an immediate existent, but that existence is posited rather as continuing in its otherness. For the truth of quality is precisely to be quantity, or immediate determinateness is sublated. The ratio of powers appears at first as an external alteration to which a given quantum is subjected, but it has a closer connection with the concept of quantum, namely, that in the existence into which the quantum has developed in the ratio of powers, quantum has attained that concept, has realized its concept to the fullest. The ratio of powers is the display of what the quantum is implicitly in itself. It expresses its determinateness of quantum, or the quality by which it is distinguished from another. Quantum is indifferent determinateness posited as sublated, that is to say, determinateness as limit, one which is just as much no determinateness, which continues in its otherness and in it, therefore, remains identical with itself. Thus is quantum posited in the ratio of powers its otherness, the surpassing of itself in another quantum, as determined through the quantum itself. If we compare the progressive realization of quantum in the preceding ratios, we find that quantum's quality of being the difference of itself from itself is simply this, that it is a ratio. As the direct ratio, quantum is this posited difference only in the first instance or immediately, so that the self-reference which it has as exponent, in contrast to its differences, counts only as the fixity of an amount of the unit. In the inverse ratio, as negatively determined, quantum is a relating of itself as to its negation, in which, however, it has its value, as an affirmative self-reference. It is an exponent which, as quantum, is only implicitly in itself the determinant of its moments. But in the ratio of powers, quantum is present in the difference as a difference of itself from itself. This externality of determinateness is the quality of quantum, and is thus posited, in conformity to the concept of quantum, as quantum's own determining, as its reference to itself, its quality. By being thus posited as it is in conformity to its concept, quantum has passed over into another determination, or, as we can also say, its determination is now also as the determinateness, the in itself also as existence. It is quantum in so far as the externality or the indifference of its determining, as we say, it is that which can be increased or decreased, is simply accepted and immediately posited. It has become the other of itself, namely quality, in so far as that same externality is now posited as mediated by quantum itself, and hence as a moment of quantum, so that in that very externality quantum refers itself to itself, is being as quality. At first quantity as such thus appears in opposition to quality, but quantity is itself a quality, self-referring determinateness as such, distinct from the determinateness which is its other, from quality as such. Except that quantity is not only a quality, but the truth of quality itself is quantity, and quality has demonstrated itself as passing over into it. Quantity, in its truth, is instead the externality which has returned into itself, which is no longer indifferent. Thus is quantity quality itself, in such a way that outside this determination quality as such would yet not be anything at all. For the totality to be posited, a double transition is required, not only the transition of one determinateness into the other, but equally the transition of this other into the first, its going back into it. Through the first transition, the identity of the two is present at first only in itself. Quality is contained in quantity, but the latter still is only a one-sided determinateness. Conversely, that quantity is equally contained in quality, that it is equally also only as sublated. This results in the second transition, the going back into the first determinateness. This remark regarding the necessity of the double transition is everywhere of great importance for scientific method. Quantum is henceforth no longer an indifferent or external determination but is sublated as such, and it is a quality and that by virtue of which anything is what it is. The truth of quantum is to be measured. Remark. We explained above, in the remarks concerning the quantitative infinite, that the difficulties associated with it have their origin in a qualitative moment that asserts itself in the sphere of the quantitative. We also explained how it is the qualitative moment of the ratio of powers which is particularly involved in a multitude of new starts and false starts, and we showed that the failure which chiefly stands in the way of a grasp of the concept of this infinite is that one stops short at just its negative determination as the negation of quantum, and fails to proceed to its simple affirmative determination as qualitative. We now have only one more remark left to make. It concerns the intrusion of quantitative forms into the pure qualitative forms of thought that has occurred in philosophy. The ratio of powers especially has recently been applied to conceptual determinations. Thus the concept has been called the first power in its immediacy, the second power in its otherness or difference, in the existence of its moments, and the third power in its turning back to itself or as totality. It immediately occurs against this usage that power, as so used, is a category that essentially belongs to quantum and has no conceptual connection to the potentia of Aristotle. The ratio of powers indeed expresses determinateness in the truth that it has attained as difference, but difference as found in the particular concept of quantum, not as it is in the concept as such. Quantum contains the negativity that belongs to the nature of the concept but not as in any way already posited in the determination which is specific to it so far as the concept is concerned. The differences of quantum are superficial determinations. They are still far from being determined as they are in the concept. It was in the infancy of philosophical thinking that numbers were used, as by Pythagoras, to designate universal essential differences, and for this purpose, first power, second power, etc., have no advantage over numbers. This was a preliminary stage in the process of comprehension by pure thought. Only after Pythagoras were the determinations of thought themselves discovered, that is, they were explicitly brought to consciousness. But to step back in this process to number determinations is the symptom of a thought that senses its incapacity and, in an effort to stand up to the contemporary philosophical culture which is accustomed to thought determinations, now adds the comedy of pretending that its weakness is something new and superior, a step forward. There is nothing much to be said against the symbolic use of the language of power, no more than there is against the use of numbers or any other kind of symbols for concepts. But there is also everything to be said against it as there is against any system of symbols that pretends to convey pure conceptual or philosophical determinations. Philosophy has no need of any such aid, either from the world of the senses, or from the representations of the imagination, or also from spheres which belong to its own realm but are subordinated and whose determinations are therefore unsuited to higher circles and to the whole. This last is universally the case when the categories of finitude are applied to the infinite. The common determinations of force, or substantiality, cause and effect, and so on, are likewise only symbols when expressing, for instance, living or spiritual relations. That is, they are to them untrue determinations, and all the less true to them, or to speculative relations in general, are the quantum powers or the numerical powers. If one is to use numbers, powers, the mathematical infinite, and the like, not as symbols but as forms of philosophical determinations and consequently as themselves philosophical forms, then one must start by defining their philosophical meaning, that is, their conceptual determinateness. But the moment this is done, they become superfluous designations, for the determinateness of the concept is its own designation, and this alone is the one which is both correct and fitting. The use of those forms is, therefore, nothing more than a convenient means for sparing oneself the task of grasping the determinations of the concept, of specifying and justifying them. Section 3. Measure. Abstractly expressed, quality and quantity are in measure united. Being as such is the immediate equality of determinateness with itself. This immediacy of determinateness has sublated itself. Quantity is being that has returned to itself in such a way that it is a simple self-equality indifferent to determinateness. But this indifference is only the externality of having the determinateness not in itself but in another. As third, we now have the externality that refers itself to itself as self-reference. It is at the same time sublated externality and carries the difference from itself in it, a difference which, as externality, is the quantitative moment, and, as taken back into itself, the qualitative. Since among the categories of transcendental idealism modality comes after quantity and quality, with relation inserted in between, this is an appropriate place to say something about it. In transcendental idealism, this category has the meaning that it is the connection of the subject matter to thought. As understood by that idealism, thought is as such essentially external to the thing in itself. Hence, inasmuch as the other categories have the transcendental determination of belonging only to consciousness, but is its subjective moment, so modality, which is the category of the connection to the subject, possesses the determination of reflection in itself in a relative sense, that is to say, the objectivity which is granted to the other categories is lacking in those of modality. These, according to Kant's words, do not add in the least to the concept as a determination of the object but only express its relation to the faculty of cognition, cr. Of pure R, nd ed. pp. The categories which Kant groups under modality whose determinations are therefore unsuited to higher circles and to the whole. This last is universally the case when the categories of finitude are applied to the infinite. The common determinations of force, or substantiality, cause and effect, and so on, are likewise only symbols when expressing, for instance, living or spiritual relations. That is, they are to them untrue determinations, and all the less true to them, or to speculative relations in general, are the quantum powers or the numerical powers. If one is to use numbers, powers, the mathematical infinite, and the like, not as symbols but as forms of philosophical determinations and consequently as themselves philosophical forms, then one must start by defining their philosophical meaning, that is, their conceptual determinateness. But the moment this is done, they become superfluous designations, for the determinateness of the concept is its own designation, and this alone is the one which is both correct and fitting. The use of those forms is, therefore, nothing more than a convenient means for sparing oneself the task of grasping the determinations of the concept, of specifying and justifying them. Section 3. Measure. Abstractly expressed, quality and quantity are in measure united. Being as such is the immediate equality of determinateness with itself. This immediacy of determinateness has sublated itself. Quantity is being that has returned to itself in such a way that it is a simple self-equality indifferent to determinateness. But this indifference is only the externality of having the determinateness not in itself but in another. As third, we now have the externality that refers itself to itself as self-reference. It is at the same time sublated externality and carries the difference from itself in it, a difference which, as externality, is the quantitative moment, and, as taken back into itself, the qualitative. Since among the categories of transcendental idealism modality comes after quantity and quality, with relation inserted in between, this is an appropriate place to say something about it. In transcendental idealism, this category has the meaning that it is the connection of the subject matter to thought. As understood by that idealism, thought is as such essentially external to the thing in itself. Hence, inasmuch as the other categories have the transcendental determination of belonging only to consciousness, but is its subjective moment, so modality, which is the category of the connection to the subject, possesses the determination of reflection in itself in a relative sense, that is to say, the objectivity which is granted to the other categories is lacking in those of modality. These, according to Kant's words, do not add in the least to the concept as a determination of the object but only express its relation to the faculty of cognition, cr. Of pure R, nd ed. pp. The categories which Kant groups under modality precisely the mode is as such untrue while substance alone is what truly is. Everything is supposed to be reduced to substance, and this is then a sinking of all content into an only formal unity void of content. As for Shiva, it too is again the great whole, not distinct from Brahma itself, that is, the distinction and the determinateness just disappear without being preserved, without being sublated, and the unity does not become concrete unity, nor is the direction reconciled. The supreme goal of the human being, relegated as he is to the sphere of coming to be and passing away, of modality in general, is to sink into unconsciousness, into unity with Brahma, annihilation. The Buddhist nirvana, nibbana, etc., is the same. Now although the mode is as such abstract externality, indifference to qualitative as well as quantitative determinations, and nothing in the essence should depend on the external, the unessential, it is nevertheless conceded that in the many all depends on the how. But this is to concede that the mode itself essentially belongs to the substance of a thing, a very indefinite connection but one which at least implies that the externality of the mode is not all that abstract an externality after all. Here the mode has the definite meaning of being measure. The Spinozistic mode, just like the Indian principle of alteration, is the measureless. The Greeks were aware that everything has a measure. Parmenides himself introduces necessity after abstract being, as the ancient limit which is imposed on all. And this awareness, although still vague, is the beginning of a much higher concept than is contained in substance and in the distinction of the mode from it. Measure in its more developed, more reflected form is necessity. Fate, Nemesis, ultimately comes down to a determination of measure. Whatever renders itself beyond the pale, becomes too great, too high, is brought down to the other extreme of being reduced to nothing, so that the mean of measure, the medium, is restored. That the absolute, God, is the measure of all things, is not a stronger statement of pantheism than the definition, the absolute, God, is being, but is infinitely truer. Measure is indeed an external way of things, a more or less, but one which is as at the same time reflected into itself, not merely an indifferent and external determinateness but one which exists in itself. Thus it is the concrete truth of being. For this reason the nations have revered in it the presence of something inviolable and sacred. Already present in measure is the idea of essence, namely of being self-identical in the immediacy of being determined, so that this immediacy is reduced through the self-identity to something mediated, just as the self-identity is equally mediated only through this externality, but the mediation is one with itself. This is reflection, the moments of which indeed are, but in this being are absolutely nothing but moments of their negative unity. In measure, the qualitative element is quantitative, the determinateness or the difference is indifferent and therefore a difference which is none. It is sublated in this quantitativeness, as an immanent turning back in which it is qualitative, constitutes the being in and for itself which is essence. But measure is essence only implicitly in itself or in its concept. This concept of measure is not yet posited. Measure is as such still the existent unity of the qualitative and the quantitative element. Its moments are in existence, a quality and some quanta of this quality which, in themselves, are indeed only indivisible, but do not yet have the meaning of this reflected determination. In the development of measure, these moments are differentiated but at the same time referred to each other, so that the identity which they are in themselves becomes their connection explicitly, that is posited. The meaning of this development is the realization of measure in which the latter posits itself in relation to itself and consequently as moment as well. Through this mediation, measure is determined as sublated, its immediacy as well as that of its moments disappears. These moments are reflected and thus measure, having disclosed what it is according to its concept, has passed over into essence. Measure is at first the immediate unity of the qualitative and the quantitative element, so that it is first, a quantum that is qualitative meaning and is as measure. As so implicitly determined in itself, its further determination is that the difference of its moments, of its qualitatively and quantitatively determined being, is disclosed in it. These moments further determine themselves into wholes of measure which as such are self-subsistent, and, inasmuch as they refer to each other essentially, measure becomes, second, a ratio of specific quanta, each an independent measure. But their self-subsistence also rests essentially on a quantitative relation and a difference of magnitude, and so the self-subsistence becomes a transition of one measure into another. The result is that measure collapses into the measureless. But this beyond of measure is the negativity of measure only in itself. Thus, third, the indifference of the determinations of measure is thereby posited, and measure, real measure because of the negativity contained within it, is posited as an inverse ratio of measures which, as self-subsistent qualities, essentially rest on only their quantity and their negative reference to each other, and consequently prove to be only moments of their truly self-subsistent unity. This unity is the reflection into itself of each and the positing of them it is essence. The development of measure, which we have attempted in what follows, is among the most difficult of subject matters. Starting with immediate, external measure, it would have to proceed, on the one hand, to the further abstract determination of the quantitative aspect of natural things, of a mathematics of nature. On the other side, it would have to indicate the link between this determination of measure and the qualitative aspect of those things, at least in general, for the detailed demonstration of the link between the qualitative and the quantitative aspects as they originate in the concept of a concrete object belongs to the particular science of the concrete, examples of which, concerning the law of falling bodies and the free movement of the heavens, will be found in the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. We may remark quite in general in this connection that the different forms in which measure is realized also belong to different spheres of natural reality. The complete, abstract indifference of developed measure, that is, of its laws, can only be found in the sphere of mechanism where concrete corporeity is only abstract matter itself. The qualitative differences of this matter are of an essentially quantitative nature. Space and time are nothing but pure externalities, and the aggregates of matters, the masses, the intensity of weight, are determinations which are just as external and have their proper determinateness in the quantitative element. On the other hand, in physical things but even more so in the organic, this quantitative determinateness of abstract materiality is already disturbed by the multiplicity and consequently the conflict of qualities. And the thus ensuing conflict is not just one of qualities as such, but measure itself is subordinated here to higher relations and its immanent development is reduced rather to the simple form of immediate measure. The limbs of the animal organism have a measure which, as a simple quantum, stands in a ratio to the other quanta of the other limbs. The proportions of the human body are the fixed ratios of such quanta, and the science of nature still has far to go in discovering anything about the link that connects these magnitudes with the organic functions on which they are entirely dependent. But the closest example of the reduction of an immanent measure to a merely externally determined magnitude is motion. In the heavenly bodies, motion is free motion, one which is only determined by the concept from which alone. Consequently, its magnitudes equally depend, see above, but in the organic body this free motion is reduced to one which is arbitrary or mechanically regular, that is, to one which is totally abstract and formal. And in the realm of spirit there is even less of a characteristic, free development of measure to be found. For instance, it is obvious that a republican constitution like the Athenian, or an aristocratic constitution mixed with democracy, is possible only in a state of a certain size. It is also obvious that in civil society the multitudes of individuals who belong to the different occupations stand in a certain ratio to each other. But none of this yields either laws of measures or typical forms of it. In the spiritual realm as such there are indeed distinctions of intensity of character, strength of imagination, sensations, representations, and so on, but in determining them one cannot go past this indefinite duo of the strength and weakness. To see how lame and totally empty ultimately turn out to be the so-called laws which have been established for the relation of strength and weakness in sensations, representations, and so on, one need only look at the psychologies that busy themselves with just such matters. Chapter Specific Quantity. Qualitative quantity is: first, an immediate, specific quantum in this quantum. Second, in relating itself to another, becomes a quantitative specifying, a sublating of the indifferent quantum. This measure is to this extent a rule and contains the two moments of measure as different, namely, the quantitative determinateness and the external quantum as existing in themselves. In this difference, however, the two sides become qualities, and the rule becomes a relation of the two. Measure presents itself thereby. Third, as a relation of qualities that have one single measure at first, a measure, however, which further specifies itself into a difference of measures. A. The specific quantum. Measure is the simple self-reference of quantum, its own determinateness in itself. Quantum is thus qualitative. At first, as an immediate measure it is an immediate quantum, and hence some specific quantum equally immediate is the quality that belongs to it. It is some specific quality or other. Thus quantum, as this no longer indifferent limit but a self-referring externality, is itself quality, and, although distinguished from it, it does not extend past it, just as quality does not extend past quantum. Quantum is thus the determinateness that has returned into simple self-equality, which is at one with determinate existence just as determinate existence is at one with it. If a proposition is to be made of the determination just obtained, it could be expressed thus: whatever is, has a measure. Every existence has a magnitude, and this magnitude belongs to the very nature of a something. It constitutes its determinate nature and it's in itself. The something is not indifferent to this magnitude, as if, were the latter to alter, it would remain the same. Rather, the alteration of the magnitude alters its quality. As measure, the quantum has ceased to be a limit which is none. It is from now on the determination of a thing, so that, were the latter to exceed or fall short of this quantum, it would perish. A measure, in the usual sense of a standard, is a quantum which is arbitrarily assumed as the unit determinate in itself as against an external amount. Of course, such a unit can in fact also be determinate in itself, like a foot or some such other original measure, to the extent, however, that it is used as the measuring standard for other things. It is with respect to them only an external measure, not their original measure. Thus the diameter of the earth or the length of a pendulum may be taken as a specific quantum on their own account. But the choice of a fraction of the earth's diameter or of the pendulum's length, and this last under which degree of latitude, for use as a standard of measure is arbitrary. And for other things such a standard is something even more external. These have further specified the universal specific quantum in some particular way, and they have thereby been made into particular things. It is therefore foolish to speak of a natural standard of things. Anyway, a universal standard is meant for use only as an external comparison of things, and in this superficial sense of universal standard it is quite a matter of indifference what is used for the purpose. It is not meant to be a fundamental measure in the sense that in it the natural measures of particular things would be displayed and recognized, according to a rule, as the specifications of one universal measure. The measure of the things is universal body. But without this meaning the sole interest and significance of an absolute standard of measure is that of something common, and any such standard is a universal not in itself but only by convention. Immediate measure is a simple determination of magnitude as, for example, the size of organic beings, of their limbs, and so forth. But any concrete existent has the size required for being what it is, and for having existence in the first place. As a quantum, the existent is an indifferent magnitude open to external determination and capable of fluctuating increases and decreases. As a measure, however, it is at the same time distinct from itself as quantum, itself as such an indifferent determination, and is a restriction on that indifferent fluctuation of a limit. Since in the existence of anything the quantitative determinateness is thus twofold, in the sense that quality is tied to it and yet the quantity can fluctuate without prejudice to quality, so the demise of anything that has a measure occurs through the alteration of its quantum. On the one hand, the demise appears unexpected, inasmuch as there can be alteration in the quantum without the measure and the quality being altered, but, on the other hand, it is made into something quite simple to grasp by means namely of the concept of gradualness. It is easy to turn to this category for visualizing or explaining the disappearance of a quality or of a something, for it gives the impression that one can witness this disappearance as if before one's eyes, since the quantum is posited as the external limit which is by nature alterable. The alteration, of quantum only, then follows by itself. But in fact nothing is thereby explained, for the alteration is at the same time essentially the transition of one quality into another, or the more abstract transition of one existence into a non-existence, and therein lies another determination than just gradualness, which is only a decrease or increase, and the one-sided holding fast to magnitude. The ancients had already taken notice of this coincidence, that an alteration which appears to be only quantitative suddenly changes into a qualitative one, and they used popular examples to illustrate the inconsistencies that arise when such a coincidence is not understood. Two such examples go under the familiar names of the bald and the heap. They are elenchi, that is, according to Aristotle's explanation, two ways in which one is compelled to say the opposite of what one has previously asserted. The question was put: does the plucking of one hair from someone's head or from a horse's tail produce baldness, or does a heap cease to be a heap if one grain is removed? The expected answer can safely be conceded, for the removal amounts to a merely quantitative difference, and an insignificant one at that. And so one hair is removed, one grain, and this is repeated with only one hair and one grain being removed each time the answer is conceded. At last the qualitative alteration is revealed: the head or the tail is bald, the heap has vanished. In conceding the answer, it was not only the repetition that was each time forgotten, but also that the individually insignificant quantities, like the individually insignificant disbursements from a patrimony, add up, and the sum constitutes the qualitative whole, so that at the end this whole has vanished: the head is bald, the purse is empty. The embarrassment, the contradiction, produced by the result, is not anything sophistic in the usual sense of the word, as if the contradiction were a pretense. The mistake is committed by the assumed interlocutor, that is, our ordinary consciousness, and that is of assuming a quantity to be only an indifferent limit, that is, of taking it in the narrowly defined sense of a quantity. But this assumption is confounded by the truth to which it is brought, namely that quantity is a moment of measure and is linked to quality, refuted as the one-sided stubborn adherence to the abstract determinateness of quantum. Also those elenchi are, therefore, not anything frivolous or pedantic but basically correct. They attest to a mind which has an interest in the phenomena that come with thinking. Quantum, when it is taken as indifferent limit, is the side from which an existence is unsuspectedly attacked and laid low. It is the cunning of the concept that it would seize on an existence from this side where its quality does not seem to come into play, and it does it so well that the aggrandizement of a state or of a patrimony, etc., which will bring about the misfortune of the state or the owner, even appears at first to be their good fortune. Measure is in its immediacy an ordinary quality of a specific magnitude appropriate to it. Now there is also the distinction between the side according to which quantum is an indifferent limit that can fluctuate without the quality altering and the other side according to which it is qualitative and specific. Both sides are the magnitude determinations of one and the same thing, but because of the original immediacy of measure, this distinction too is to be taken as immediate, and accordingly the two sides each also have a diverse concrete existence. The concrete existence of measure, which is the side of magnitude determinate in itself, then behaves towards the concrete existence of the alterable external side by sublating the indifference of the latter. This is a specifying of measure. Specifying measure. First, this measure is a rule, a measure external to the mere quantum. Second, it is a specific quantity determining the external quantum. Third, the two sides, both as qualities of specific quantitative determinacy, relate to one another as one measure. A. The rule. The rule, or the standard which we have just mentioned, is in the first instance as a magnitude which is determinate in itself and is a unit with respect to a quantum of a particular concrete existence. This is a quantum with a concrete existence which is other than the something of the rule, is measured by the latter, that is determined as the amount of the said unit. This comparison is an external act, and the unit itself is an arbitrary magnitude which can in turn be posited as an amount, the foot as an amount of inches. But measure is not only an external rule as a specific measure, its intrinsic nature is that it relates to its other which is a quantum. B. Specifying measure. Measure is a specific determining of the external magnitude, that is, of the indifferent magnitude which is now posited in the measuring something by some other concrete existence in general. The something of the measure is indeed itself a quantum, but with the difference that it is the qualitative side determining the merely indifferent, external quantum. It has intrinsically this side of being for other to which the fluctuation in size belongs. The immanent measuring is a quality of the something, and this something is confronted by the same quality in another something in the latter. However, the quality is at first relative, with a measureless quantum in general as against the something determined as measuring. Inasmuch as a something has an internal measure, an alteration of the magnitude of its quality comes to it from outside, and the something does not take on the arithmetical aggregate of the alteration. Its measure reacts against it, behaves towards the aggregate as an intensive measure and assimilates it in a way typically its own. It alters the externally imposed alteration, makes something else out of this quantum and demonstrates through this specifying function that in this externality it is for itself. This specifically assimilated aggregate is itself a quantum which is also dependent on the other, that is, on the other aggregate which is only external to it. The specified aggregate is therefore also alterable, but is not for that reason a quantum as such, but the external quantum is specified in a constant manner. Measure thus has its determinate existence as a ratio, and its specificity is in general the exponent of this ratio. In intensive and extensive quantum, as we saw when considering these determinations, it is the same quantum which is present, once in the form of intensity and again in the form of extension. In this difference the underlying quantum does not suffer any alteration, the difference is only an external form. In the specifying measure, on the contrary, the quantum is taken in one instance in its immediate magnitude, but through the exponent of the ratio it is taken in a second instance in another amount. The exponent which constitutes the element of specificity can appear at first to be a fixed quantum, as a quotient of the ratio between the external and the qualitatively determined quantum. But it would then be nothing more than an external quantum, whereas by the exponent we are to understand here nothing but the qualitative moment itself that specifies the quantum as such. The only strictly immanent qualitative determination of the quantum is, as we saw earlier, that of the exponent, and it must be such an exponential determination which now constitutes the ratio and which, as the internally existent determination, comes to confront the quantum as externally constituted. The principle of this quantum is the numerical one which constitutes its internal determinateness. The mode of connection of this numerical one is external, and the alteration which is determined only through the nature of the immediate quantum as such consists essentially in the addition of one such numerical one and then another and so forth. As the external quantum alters in arithmetical progression in this way, the specifying reaction of the qualitative nature produces another series which refers to the first, increases and decreases with it, not however in a ratio determined by a numerical exponent but in a ratio which is numerically incommensurable, in the manner of a power determination. Remark. To cite an example, temperature is a quality in which these two sides of external and specified quantum are distinguished. As a quantum the temperature is external and is also, indeed, the temperature of a body as a general medium, and it is assumed that its alteration runs on the scale of an arithmetical progression, increasing or decreasing uniformly. But in fact the temperature is differently assimilated by the different particular bodies found at that temperature, for since these bodies determine the externally received temperature through their immanent measure, the change in temperature of any of them does not correspond in a direct ratio to that of the medium or any other among them. Different bodies compared at one and the same temperature give the numerical ratios of their specific heats, of their thermal capacities. But such thermal capacities of bodies vary at diverse temperatures, and associated with the variation is the appearance of an alteration in specific shape. In the increase or decrease of temperature there is thus manifested a particular specification. The ratio of the temperature, represented as external, to the temperature of a particular body which is at the same time dependent on that temperature, does not have a fixed ratio exponent. The increase or decrease of this heat does not proceed uniformly with the increase or decrease of the external heat. A temperature is being assumed here which is absolutely external, of which the alteration would be merely external or purely quantitative. But the temperature is itself the temperature of air or some other specific temperature. The ratio, therefore, if looked at more closely, would properly have to be taken not as the ratio of a merely quantitative quantum to a qualifying quantum, but of two specific quanta. And this is how the specifying ratio is now further determined. The moments of measure are not only the sides of one and the same quality, one side quantitative and the other side qualifying the quantum, but consist rather in the relation of two qualities which are in themselves measures. C. Relation of the two sides as qualities. The qualitative side of the quantum, in itself determined, exists only as a reference to the external quantitative side as specifying the latter. It is a sublating of its externality through which quantum as such is. This qualitative side thus has a quantum for the presupposition from which it starts. But this quantum is also qualitatively distinguished from quality, and this difference between the two must now be posited in the immediacy of being in general which still characterizes measure. The two sides thus stand to each other in a qualitative respect, each a qualitative existence for itself, and the one side that was at first only an internally indeterminate formal quantum is the quantum of a something and of its quality, and, just as their reciprocal reference is now determined as measure in general, so too is the specific magnitude of these qualities. These qualities stand in relation to each other according to a determination of measure. This determination is their exponent, but they are already implicitly connected to each other in the being for itself of measure. The quantum is in its double being, external quantum and specific quantum, so that each of the distinct quantities has this double determination in it and is at the same time inextricably interwoven with the other. It is in this way alone that the qualities are determined. They are not, therefore, a determinate being in general existing for each other but are rather posited as indivisible, and the specific magnitude tied to them is a qualitative unity, one determination of measure in which they are implicitly bound together in accordance with their concept. Measure is thus the immanent quantitative relating of two qualities to each other. In measure we have the essential determination of variable magnitude, for measure is sublated quantum, therefore, no longer as that which it ought to be in order to be quantum, but quantum and as something other besides. This other is the qualitative element and, as we have established, is nothing else than the relation of powers of the quantum. In immediate measure, this variability is not yet posited. It is just one single quantum or other to which a quality is attached. In the specifying of measure, the preceding determination, which is an alteration of the merely external quantum by the qualitative moment, what is posited is the distinctness of two determinate magnitudes and hence in general the plurality of measures in one common, external quantum. And it is in this differentiation of the quantum from itself that the latter shows itself for the first time to be a real measure, for it appears as a being which is one and the same, for example the constant temperature of the medium, and at the same time of diversified and indeed quantitative existence, in the various temperatures of the bodies found in the medium. This differentiation of quantum into the diverse qualities, the different bodies, yields a further form of measure, one in which the two sides relate to each other as qualitatively determined quanta, and this can be called the realized measure. Magnitude, simply as such, is alterable, for its determinateness is a limit which at the same time is none. The alteration only affects, therefore, a particular quantum in place of which another is posited. But the genuine alteration is that of the quantum as such. Here we have the determination, interesting when so understood, of the variable magnitude of higher mathematics, in which we neither need to stop short at the formal determination of alteration or variability in general nor introduce any other determination except the simple determination of the concept by which the other of the quantum is only the qualitative. The genuine determination, therefore, of real variable magnitude is that it is qualitative, that is, as we have sufficiently shown, that it is determined by a ratio of powers. Posited in this variable magnitude is that quantum has no value as such but only as determined in conformity with its other, that is, qualitatively. The two sides in this relating have, in keeping with their abstract side as qualitites in general, some particular meaning or other, for instance, space and time. Taken at first simply as determinacies of magnitude and their ratio of measure, one of them is the amount which increases and decreases in external arithmetical progression, the other is an amount specifically determined by the other amount, which for it is the unit. If each of these two sides were only a particular quality in general, there would be no way of distinguishing which of them is to be taken with respect to their determination of magnitude as merely externally quantitative and which is varying in quantitative specification. If they are related, for instance, as root and square, it is indifferent which is regarded as increasing or decreasing in merely external arithmetical progression, and which on the contrary has its specific determination in this quantum. But the two qualities are not indeterminate in their difference, for they are the moments of measure and the qualification of the latter ought to rest on them. The closest determinateness of the qualitites themselves is, of the one, the extensive, that it is an externality within and of the other, the intensive, that it exists in itself or is the negative as against the other. Accordingly, amount is the quantitative moment that pertains to the former, and unit the one that pertains to the latter in simple direct ratio. The former is to be taken as the dividend and the latter as the divisor in specifying ratio, the former as the power or the becoming other and the latter as the root. Inasmuch as we still count here, that is, we reflect on the external quantum, which is thus the totally accidental determinateness of magnitude which we call empirical, and accordingly also equally take the alteration as advancing in external arithmetical progression, then this falls on the side of the unit. The intensive quality, the external extensive side, by contrast, is to be represented as altering in the specified series. But the direct ratio, like velocity as such, is reduced here to a formal determination which has no concrete existence but belongs rather only to the abstraction of reflection, and even though in the ratio of root and square, as in S equals at, the root is to be taken as an empirical quantum varying in an arithmetical progression, the other side is specified instead, the higher realization of the qualification of the quantitative moment, one which would be more in keeping with the concept, is this that both sides are related in higher determinations of powers, as in S equals at. Remark. The discussion here regarding the connection in measure between the qualitative nature of an existence and its quantitative determination has its application in the already cited example of motion, first of all in the fact that in velocity, as the direct ratio of traversed space and the elapsed time, the magnitude of time is taken as denominator and that of space as numerator. If velocity is as such only a ratio of the space and time of a motion, it is then indifferent which of the two moments should be considered as the numerator and which as the unit. But space, like weight and specific gravity, is an external, real whole as such, and hence amount time, like volume, is on the contrary the ideal, the negative, the side of unity. But the more important ratio, the one essential to the point at issue here, is the one that holds in free motion, in the first instance in the still conditioned motion of a falling body, where the quantitative values of time and space are reciprocally determined as root and square respectively, and then in the absolutely free motion of the celestial bodies, where the period of revolution and the distance are reciprocally determined, the one is one power lower than the other, as square and cube respectively. Fundamental relations of this kind rest on the nature of the related qualities, of space and time, and on the way they stand connected, whether their motion is mechanical, that is, unfree or not determined by the concept of its moments, or is the motion of a falling body, that is, conditionally free, or the absolutely free motion of the heavens. These kinds of motion as well as their laws rest on the development of the concept of their moments, space and time, for these qualities prove as such, in themselves or in their concept, to be indivisible, and their quantitative relation, the being for itself of measure, is only one measure determination. Regarding the absolute relations of measure, it should be noted that the mathematics of nature, if at all worthy of the name of science, would have to be essentially the science of measure, a science to which much has indeed been contributed empirically, but still preciously little scientifically, that is, philosophically. Mathematical principles of natural philosophy, as Newton called his work, if they are to live up to this title in a deeper sense than Newton and those of the entire Baconian lineage of philosophy did, would have to contain things of quite a different nature in order to shed some light on these regions, still dark yet eminently worthy of attention. It is a great service to discover the empirical numbers of nature, for example the distances of the planets from each other, but an infinitely greater service would be to make the empirical quanta disappear by raising them to a universal form of quantitative determinations in which they become the moments of law or of measure, immortal services which, for instance, Galilei achieved for the motion of falling bodies and Kepler for the movement of the celestial bodies. These men have proven the laws they have discovered by showing that the full compass of the singular things of perception conform to them. But a still higher proof of these laws must be demanded, nothing less, namely, than of knowing their quantitative determinations from the qualities or determinate concepts connected in them, such as space and time. Of this kind of proof there is still no trace in the cited mathematical principles of natural philosophy, as also there is none in subsequent works of the same kind. It has already been remarked, in connection with the semblance of mathematical proofs of certain natural relations, a semblance based on the misuse of the infinitely small, that the attempt to conduct any such proof on a truly mathematical basis, that is, neither empirically nor conceptually, is an absurd undertaking. Proofs of this kind presuppose their theorems and even the laws to be proved from experience. What they manage to accomplish amounts to this, that they reduce such theorems and such laws to abstract expressions and convenient formulas. A better informed day will come when the entire and truly real merit that will be attributed to Newton in these matters as against Kepler, once the sham scaffolding of proofs has been cast aside, undoubtedly because of a clearer awareness of what mathematics can deliver and has delivered, will be restricted to Newton's said transformation of Kepler's Formula 1 to his albeit still incipient introduction of analysis. C. The being for itself in measure. In the form of specified measure just considered, the quantitative moment of each side is qualitatively determined, both in the ratio of powers. They are thus moments of one measure determinateness of qualitative nature. Here, however, the qualities are still posited immediately, only as diverse they are not related in the manner of their quantitative determinacies, that is, that outside their relation they would have neither meaning nor existence, as is the case for the quantitative determinacies as a ratio of powers. The qualitative moment thus disguises itself as specifying, not itself, but the determinateness of magnitude. Only within the latter is it posited for itself. It is instead immediate quality as such which, besides the fact that it posits the magnitude as non-indifferent, and besides its connection with its other, still has existence subsisting on its own. Thus space and time, outside that specification which their quantitative determinateness obtains in the motion of falling bodies or in the absolutely free motion, both have the value of space in general and time in general, space subsisting on its own outside and without the duration of time, and time flowing on its own independently of space. This immediacy of the qualitative moment as against its specific measure relation is, however, equally bound up with the quantitative immediacy and with the indifference to this same measure relation of the quantitative element in it. The immediate quality also has only an immediate quantum. For that reason, the specific measure also has a side of an at first external alteration which advances in merely arithmetical progression undisturbed by it, and in which falls the external and hence merely empirical determination of magnitude. Quality and quantum, even as they extend outside measure, are at the same time connected with it. The immediacy is a moment of their belonging to measure. Thus the immediate qualities also belong to measure, are likewise connected and stand in a ratio which, outside the specified one of power determination, is itself only a direct ratio and an immediate measure. This conclusion and its consequences must now be indicated. Although the immediately determined quantum is as a moment of measure otherwise implicitly grounded in a conceptual nexus, in connection with specific measure it is, as such, externally given. But the immediacy which is thereby posited is the negation of the determination of qualitative measure. The same immediacy was shown just now on the sides of the determination of measure which appeared for that reason to be self-subsisting qualities. Such a negation and the return to immediate quantitative determinateness are present in the qualitatively determined relation because a relation of distinct terms entails as such the connection of such terms in one determinateness, and here, in the quantitative sphere, in distinction from the determination of the relation, this determinateness is a quantum. As the negation of the distinct, qualitatively determined sides, this exponent is a being for itself, an absolutely determined being, but is so only in itself as existence. It is a simple immediate quantum, the quotient or exponent of a ratio between the sides of measure which is taken as direct. As such, however, it appears in the quantitative side of measure as an empirical unit. In the motion of falling bodies, the spaces traversed are proportional to the square of the elapsed time, s equals at. This is a specifically determinate ratio, one between space and time. The other, the direct ratio, would pertain to space and time as mutually indifferent qualities. It is supposed to be the ratio of the space traversed to the first moment of time. The same coefficient, a, remains in all the succeeding time points, the unit of the amount, determined for its part by the specifying measure, being an ordinary quantum. This unit counts at the same time as the exponent of that direct ratio which pertains to the merely imagined, the bad, that is, the reflectively formal velocity which is not specifically determined by the concept. Such a velocity does not have concrete existence here, no more than does the one previously mentioned which is supposed to pertain to a falling body at the end of a moment of time. That velocity is ascribed to the first temporal moment in the fall, but this so-called temporal moment is itself only an assumed unit which has no existence as such an atomic point. The beginning of the motion, its alleged smallness would make no difference, is straightway a magnitude, and one which is specified by the law of falling bodies. The said empirical quantum is attributed to the force of gravity, and this force thus has itself no connection with the specification at hand, the determinateness of powers, that is, with the determinateness characteristic of measure. The immediate moment, that in the motion of falling bodies the amount of some 15 spatial units which are assumed as feet enter into one unit of time, call it a second, the so-called first unit, is an immediate measure, just like the size of human limbs, the distances and diameters of planets, etc. The determination of such measures falls elsewhere than within the qualitative determination of measure, here of the law itself of falling bodies. On what such numbers depend, these merely immediate and therefore empirical appearances of a measure, on this the concrete sciences have yet to give us any information. Here we are only concerned with this conceptual determination, namely that in any determination of measure the empirical coefficient constitutes the being for itself, but only the moment of the being for itself, insofar as it is in principle and therefore is immediate. The other moment is the development of this being for itself, the specific measure determinateness of the sides. According to this second moment, in the ratio expressing the motion of falling bodies, this motion that is still half conditioned and half free, gravity is to be regarded as a force of nature. Its ratio is thus determined by the nature of time and space, and the said specification, the ratio of powers, therefore falls in at the other moment mentioned above. The simple direct ratio expresses only a mechanical relation of time and space, a reflectively formal velocity externally produced and externally determined. Measure has now taken on the determination of being a specified quantitative relation, one which, as qualitative, has within it the usual external quantum, but this quantum is not a quantum in general but essentially the determining moment of the relation. As such it is thus an exponent and, because of the immediacy now of its determinateness, an invariable exponent, consequently an exponent of the already mentioned direct ratio of the same qualities whose reciprocal quantitative relation is at the same time specifically determined by the ratio. In the example of measure that we have used, that of the motion of falling bodies, this direct ratio is, as it were, anticipated and assumed as given, but, as remarked, in this motion it still does not have concrete existence. However, that matter is now realized, in that its sides are both measures, one distinguished as immediate and external and the other as internally specified, while measure itself is the unity of the two. This constitutes a further determination. As the unity of its two sides, measure contains the relation in which the magnitudes, by virtue of the nature of the qualities, are posited as determined and non-indifferent. Its determinateness, therefore, is entirely immanent and self-subsisting, and has at the same time collapsed into the being for itself of an immediate quantum, the exponent of a direct ratio. In this the self-determination of measure is negated, for in this immediate quantum, its other, measure has a final self-existent determinateness. Conversely, the immediate measure which ought to be internally qualitative assumes truly qualitative determinateness only in that other. This negative unity is real being for itself, the category of a something which is the unity of qualities in a relation of measure, a complete self-subsistence. The two resulting diverse relations also immediately yield a twofold existence, or, more precisely, that self-subsisting whole, as a being that exists for itself, is as such in itself a repulsion into distinct self-subsisting somethings whose qualitative nature and subsistence, materiality, lies in their determinateness of measure. Chapter Real Measure. Measure is now determined as a connection of measures that make up the quality of distinct self-subsisting somethings, or, in more common language, things. The relations of measures just considered belong to abstract qualities like space and time. Further examples of these now to be considered are specific gravity and then chemical properties, that is, determinations of concrete material existence. Space and time are also moments of these measures, but are now subordinated to other determinations and no longer behave relative to one another only according to their own conceptual determination. In the case of sound, for instance, the time within which a certain number of vibrations occur, the spatial width and thickness of the sounding body, are moments of its determination. But the magnitudes of such idealized moments are externally determined. They no longer assume the form of a ratio of powers but relate in the usual direct way, and harmony is reduced to the strictly external simplicity of numbers and relations which are most easy to grasp. They therefore afford a satisfaction which is the exclusive reserve of the senses, for there is nothing there of representation, imagery, thought, or the like, that would satisfy spirit. Since the sides which now constitute the relation of measure are themselves measures, but at the same time real somethings, their measures are, in the first instance, immediate measures, and the relations in them direct relations. We now have to examine the further determination of the relation of such relations. Measure, now real measure, is as follows. First, it is the independent measure of a type of body, a measure which relates to other measures and, in thus relating to them, specifies them as well as their self-subsistent materiality. This specification, as an external connecting reference to many others in general, produces other relations, and consequently other measures. The specific self-subsistence, for its part, does not remain fixed in one direct relation but passes over into specific determinacies, and this is a series of measures. Second, the direct relations that thus result are in themselves determinate and exclusive measures, elective affinities. But because they are at the same time only quantitatively different from one another, what we have is a progression of relations which is in part merely external, but is also interrupted by qualitative relations, forming a nodal line of specifically self-subsisting things. Third, what emerges in this progression for measure, however, is the measureless in general and more specifically the infinitude of measure in which the mutually exclusive forms of self-subsistence are one with each other, and anything self-subsistent comes to stand in negative reference to itself. A. The relation of independent measures. By measures we no longer mean now merely immediate measures, but measures that are self-subsistent because they become within themselves relations which are specified, and in this being for itself they are thus a something, things that are physical and at first material. A. However, the whole, which is a relation of such measures is at first itself immediate. Thus the two sides, which are as such independent measures, have their subsistence in things external to each other, and are posited in combination externally. B. But the self-subsistent materialities are what they qualitatively are only in virtue of the quantitative determination that they have as measures, and are posited in virtue of this same quantitative connection with others as non-indifferent from them, the so-called affinity. They are the members of a series of such quantitative relations. C. This indifferent multifarious relating concludes at the same time by cutting itself off as an exclusive being for itself, the so-called elective affinity. A. Combination of two measures. As a measure relation, something is in itself determined by quanta to which further qualities accrue. The something is the connection of such qualities. One of them is the something's in itselfness, according to which it is something that exists for itself, something material, a weight, if taken intensively or, taken extensively, an aggregate of parts. The other is however the externality of this itselfness, something abstract and idealized, space. These qualities are quantitatively determined, and their mutual relation is what constitutes the qualitative nature of the material something, the ratio of weight to volume, the specifically determined gravity. The volume, the idealized element, is the one to be taken as unit, whereas the intensive aspect, which in quantitative determinateness and in comparison with the other appears as extensive magnitude, that is, an aggregate of ones existing for themselves, is the amount. The purely qualitative relating of the two determinacies of magnitude in a ratio of powers has disappeared, because with the self-subsistence of the being for itself, the material being, immediacy has come back, and in this immediacy the determinateness of magnitude is a quantum whose relation to the other side is likewise determined in the ordinary exponent of a direct ratio. This exponent is the specific quantum of the something, but it is an immediate quantum and this is determined, as is also the specific nature of the something, only in being compared with other exponents of like ratios. The exponent constitutes the specific way in which the something is determined in itself, the inner measure characteristic of it. But since this, the something's measure, rests on a quantum, it is also an external and indifferent determinateness, and the something, despite its inner determination as measure, is for this reason subject to alteration. The other to which it can relate as alterable is not an aggregate of matters, not a quantum in general. On the contrary, against these it holds out its specific intrinsic determination of being. Rather, it is a quantum which is at the same time it to the exponent of such a specific ratio. Take two things of different inner measure that stand connected and enter into composition, say, two metals of different specific gravity. In what way the two must otherwise be homogeneous in nature in order for the composition to be possible? For example, that we cannot be speaking here of a metal combining with water, this is not at issue here. Now, on the one hand each of the two measures preserves itself in the alteration they will incur because of the externality of quantum, for each is a measure, but, on the other hand, this self-preservation is itself a negative relating to the quantum, a specification of it, and, since this quantum is the exponent of the ratio of measure, the self-preservation is an alteration of the measure itself and indeed a reciprocal specification. According to its merely quantitative determination, the compound would be the mere sum of the two magnitudes of the one quality and the two magnitudes of the other quality, for example the sum of the two weights and the two volumes in a compound of two matters of different specific weights, so that not only would the weight of the mixture remain equal to the said sum but also the space which the mixture occupies would remain equal to the sum of the two spaces. But only the weight of the mixture is found to be in fact the sum of the weights present prior to combination. The side capable of addition is the one which, as the one existing for itself, has attained stability of being and consequently a permanent immediate quantum, the weight of matter, or, what amounts to the same thing from a quantitative standpoint, the aggregate of material parts. Alteration falls instead in the exponents, for they are the expression of the qualitative side of the compound, of its being for itself as relations of measure, and, since the quantum as such is subject to accidental alteration by an increase which is summed, this being for itself proves at the same time to be a negating factor with respect to this externality. Since this immanent determining of the quantitative element cannot appear, as we have seen, in the weight, it turns up in the other quality which is the idealized side of the relation. It might be surprising to sense perception that, upon the mixing of two specifically diverse materials, what results is an alteration of the total volume, normally a diminution of it, for it is space which gives stability to matters otherwise existing outside one another. But this stability, in face of the negativity which is in the being for itself, is that which has no existence in itself, is the alterable as such. In this manner, space is posited as what it is in truth, an idealization. But then, not only is one of the qualitative sides posited as alterable but measure itself, and so also the qualitative determinateness of the something which is based on it, has shown itself not to be something stable within but, like quantum in general, to have its determinateness in other measure relations. b. Measure as a series of measure relations. If something united with another were what it is only by virtue of simple qualitative determination, and the same also applied to the other, then the two would only sublate themselves in being compounded. But when something is in itself a measure relation, it is independent yet at the same time capable of union with another which is also in itself a measure relation. For in being sublated in union, each preserves itself through the permanence of its quantitative indifference and it behaves as the specifying moment of a new measure relation. Its quality is enveloped in the quantitative element, it is therefore equally indifferent towards the other measure, continuing in it and in the newly formed measure. The exponent of the new measure is itself only some quantum or other, an external determinateness, and its indifference is displayed by the fact that the specifically determined something runs, with other such measures, into precisely the same kind of neutralizations of reciprocal measure relations. The specific property of the something is not expressed in the one measure relation alone which is formed by it and another something. This combination with a plurality of others which are in themselves likewise measures yields different ratios that therefore have different exponents. The measure which is independent has the exponent of its being determined in itself only in the comparison with other measures. Neutrality with the others constitutes, however, its real comparison with them. It is its comparison with them through itself. The exponents of these ratios are however diverse, and the independent measure consequently displays its qualitative exponent as the series of these different amounts of which it is the unit, a series of specific ways of relating to others. As one immediate quantum, the qualitative exponent expresses one single relation. The independent measure truly differentiates itself in the characteristic series of exponents which it, taken as a unit, forms with other equally independent measures. For each of these measures, also brought in connection with any other and taken as a unit, forms another series. The relation of such series among themselves now constitutes the qualitative aspect of the independent measure. Now, inasmuch as this independent measure produces a series of exponents with a series of such independent measures, it appears at first, when compared with another independent measure outside this series itself, that it is differentiated from it by virtue of the fact that this other independent measure produces another series of exponents with the same measures opposite to it. But in this way these two independent measures would not be comparable, not in so far as each is regarded as a unit with respect to its exponents, and the two series thus resulting on the basis of this connection of unit and exponents do not differ in any determinate way. The two measures which, as independent, are supposed to be compared, are at first differentiated from each other only as quanta in order that their ratio be determined. The ratio requires a unit which exists for itself and is common to both. This determinate unit is to be sought, as shown, only where the specific existence of the two independent measures to be compared is to be found, namely in the ratio which the exponents of the ratio of the series have to each other. But this ratio of the exponents is itself a unit existing for itself and in fact determinate only in so far as the members of the series have it as a constant ratio between them. In that way it can be their common unit. In it alone, therefore, lies the possibility of comparing the two independent measures which were assumed not to neutralize each other but to be rather reciprocally indifferent. Each, taken by itself outside the comparison, is the unit of the ratios that it establishes with the opposite members. These are the amounts relative to this unit and hence represent the series of exponents. But conversely, this series is the unit for the two independent measures which when compared with each other are as quanta to each other. As such they are themselves different amounts of their just indicated unit. But further, the measures which together with the two or rather indefinitely many reciprocally opposing and contrasting measures yield the series of the exponents of the ratio of these same measures, are equally independent in themselves, each as a specific something with its own relevant measure relation. To this extent, they are similarly to be taken each as a unit so that they have a series of exponents in the two or rather the indeterminate plurality of measures, which are first named and compared only among themselves, and these exponents are the comparative numbers of precisely these named measures. Conversely, the comparative numbers of the independent measures now taken singly are similarly the series of the exponents for the members of the first series. In this way, both sides are a series in which, first, Each number is simply a unit with respect to the opposite series in which it has its specifically determined being as a series of exponents. Second, each number is itself one of the exponents for each member of the opposite series, and, third, it is a comparative number for the rest of the numbers of its series, and, as such, an amount which belongs to it also as an exponent. It has its unit, determined for itself, in the opposite series. In this relation there is a return to the mode in which quantum was posited as existing for itself, namely as degree, as being simple and yet having the magnitude of its determinateness in a quantum that exists outside it, one which is a circle of quanta. In measure, however, this externality is not merely a quantum and a circle of quanta, but a series of numerical ratios, and it is in the entirety of these that the being determined for itself of measure lies. Just as it is the case in the being for itself of quantum as degree, the nature of the independent measure has turned into this self-externality. Its self-reference is at first an immediate relation, and by that very fact its indifference to another lies only in the quantum. Hence its qualitative side falls in this externality, and its relating to the other becomes that which constitutes the specific determination of this independent measure. Such a determination thus consists solely in the quantitative mode of this relating, and this mode is determined just as much by the other as by the measure itself, and this other is a series of quanta while the measure, for its part, is one such quantum. But this connection in which two specific measures specify themselves in a third thing, the exponent, further entails that, in the exponent, the one measure has not gone over into the other, that there is not, therefore, only one negation, but that in the connection the two measures are rather each negatively posited, and since each preserves itself in it indifferently, their negation is itself also negated. This, their qualitative unity, is thus an exclusive unit existing for itself. It is only in this moment of exclusion that the exponents, at first comparative numbers, first gain in them the determinateness truly specifying them reciprocally, and their difference thus becomes of qualitative nature. But such a difference has a quantitative basis first. The independent measure relates to a plurality of its qualitatively other side only because in this relating it is at the same time indifferent. Second, this neutral connection is in virtue of its quantitative basis not only alteration but is now posited as a negation of the negation and as exclusive unit. Consequently, the affinity of an independent measure with the plurality of measures of the other side is no longer an indifferent connection but an elective affinity. See, elective affinity. The expression elective affinity used here refers to a chemical relation, as also do the preceding neutrality and affinity. For in the chemical sphere a matter receives its specific determinateness essentially in the connection with its other, it exists concretely only as this non-indifference. Moreover, this specific connection is bound up with quantity and is at the same time not only a connection with a single other, but with a series of such non-indifferent matters standing over and against it. Combinations with this series rest on a so-called affinity with every member of the series, even though in this indifference each member excludes every other. We now have to consider this connection of opposite determinations. But it is not just in the chemical sphere that specificity is exhibited in a circle of combinations. The meaning of a single note also depends on its relation to, and combination with, another note in a series of other notes. The harmony or disharmony in such a circle of combinations constitutes its qualitative nature, which is at the same time based on quantitative ratios that form a series of exponents, and the ratios of the two specific ratios is what each of the combined notes is within it. The single note is the keynote of a system, but at the same time also one member in the system of every other note. The harmonies are exclusive elective affinities whose characteristic quality, however, equally dissolves again in the externality of a mere quantitative progression. Where to find, however, the principle of a measure for such affinities which among others and against others, whether chemical or musical or whatever, are elective affinities, on this more will be said in the following remark in connection with chemical affinity, but this is a question of a higher order which is very closely bound up with the specific nature of what is strictly qualitative and belongs to particular parts of the concrete science of nature. Inasmuch as the member of a series has its qualitative unity in the way it relates to the whole of an opposite series, the members of which differ from each other only by virtue of the quantum required for being neutralized with that member, the more specific determinateness in this manifold affinity is likewise only quantitative. In elective affinity, which is an exclusive, qualitative connection, the relating escapes this quantitative difference. The next determination which offers itself is this, that in accordance with the difference in the number, hence the extensive magnitudes, of the members of one side required for the neutralization of a member in another side, the elective affinity of this member would be directed to the members of the first series with all of which it is affinity. Thus transformed, the exclusion that would thereby be established in the form of a firmer bonding against other possibilities of combination would appear in a proportionally greater intensity, in keeping with the previously demonstrated identity of the forms of extensive and intensive magnitude, inasmuch as the determinateness of magnitude is in both one and the same. However, this sudden conversion of the one-sided form of extensive magnitude also into its other, the intensive form, changes nothing insofar as the nature of the fundamental determination is concerned, which is one and the same quantum. In fact, therefore, no exclusiveness would thereby be posited, but instead of one single bonding, a combination of any number of members could just as well take place, provided that the portions of such members entering into the combination corresponded to the required quantum proportionally to the ratios between them. But the combination, which we have also called neutralization, is not only the form of intensity. The exponent is essentially a determination of measure and, as such, exclusive. On this side of exclusive relating, numbers have lost their continuity, and their tendency to combine their relating is one of more or less, and this acquires a negative character, and the advantage that one exponent has over another does not remain confined to the determinateness of magnitude. Also equally present is the other side, which makes it again a matter of indifference to a moment of measure whether it receives its neutralizing quantum from several opposite moments, from each according to the determinateness that specifies it as against another. The exclusive, negative relating is at the same time vulnerable to this incursion of the quantitative side. What is posited here is thus the sudden conversion of an indifferent, merely quantitative relating into a qualitative one, and conversely the transition of a specifically determinate being into merely external relation, a series of relations, sometimes of a merely quantitative nature, sometimes specific relations and measures. Remark. Chemical matters are the most characteristic examples of such measures, which are moments of measure and receive their determination solely in relating to other moments. Acids and alkalis or bases generally appear to be things which are immediately determined in themselves, but they are rather incomplete elements of bodies, components which in concreto do not truly exist for themselves, but for which to exist is to sublate their isolated subsistence by binding with some other component. Further, the difference in virtue of which they are self-subsistent consists not in this immediate quality but in the quantitative mode of the relating. For that difference is not restricted to the chemical opposition of acid and alkali, or base, in general, but is specified rather in a measure of saturation. It consists in the specific way the matters that neutralize each other are quantitatively determined. This quantity determination as defined by saturation constitutes the qualitative nature of a matter. It makes it into what it is for itself, and the number expressing it is essentially one of several exponents for an opposite unit. A matter of this kind has a so-called affinity with another. If this connection remained of a purely qualitative nature, then, like the connection between the magnetic or the electrical poles, the one determinateness would be only the negative of the other, and the two sides would simultaneously show themselves not to be indifferent to each other. But since the connection is also of a quantitative nature, each of these matters is capable of neutralizing itself with any of several matters and is not restricted to the one to which it stands opposed. The relation is not just between acid and alkali, or base, but between acids and alkalis, or bases. They do momentarily acquire distinctive character according as one acid, for instance, requires more of an alkali in order to achieve saturation with it than another, but the evidence that they have self-subsistent existence for themselves lies in the relation between the affinities, which is exclusive, one showing that it has a preference over another and that one acid can as such bond with any alkali, and conversely. Thus the chief difference between two acids depends on whether it has a closer affinity to one base than another, that is, whether it has a so-called elective affinity with it. According to the law which has been found to govern the chemical affinities of acids and alkalis, when two neutral solutions are mixed and the result is a separation followed by two new compounds, these products are likewise neutral. It follows from this that the amounts of two alkali bases required for the saturation of an acid must be in the same ratio for the saturation of another acid in general, granted an alkali as unit. If the series of numerical ratios in which various acids saturated is established, then this series is the same for any other alkali, except that the various alkalis are to be taken in different relative amounts, and these amounts, for their part, again form an equally stable series of exponents for each of their opposite acids, for they stand to each in just the same ratio as to any other. Fischer was the first to extract these series in their simplicity from the works of Richter. See his notes to the translation of Berthollet's treatise on the laws of affinity in chemistry, p. and Berthollet's Statique Chimique, Part 1, p. ff. Since these works, our knowledge of the numerical ratios of mixtures of chemical elements has been greatly extended in all directions, and to want to review it here would be a digression, all the more so because this empirical and in part also only hypothetical expansion does not exceed the original conceptual framework. We may however add a few comments concerning the categories used, as well as concerning the views on chemical affinity itself and its connection with quantitative determination, and the attempt to base the affinity on specifically determined physical qualities. It is well known that Berthollet modified the broad conception of elective affinity by the concept of the effectiveness of a chemical mass. It is worth noting that this modification does not have any effect on the quantitative ratios of the chemical laws of saturation but weakens the qualitative moment of exclusive elective affinity as such to the point of sublating it. If two acids and one alkali react, and the one acid of which it is said that it has a greater affinity with the alkali is also present in a quantum sufficient to saturate the quantum of the base, then according to the concept of elective affinity this is the only saturation that results. The other acid remains quite ineffective, excluded from the neutral bonding. According to the concept of the effectiveness of a chemical mass, on the contrary, each acid is effective in a proportion established on the basis of their given amounts and their saturating capacity or so-called affinity. Berthollet's investigations have identified the more detailed circumstances under which the effectiveness of the chemical masses is sublated and one acid, the one with the stronger affinity, seems to drive out the other, with a weaker affinity, and to shut out its effect, thus to behave in the sense of elective affinity. Berthollet has shown that it is circumstances such as the strength of cohesion, the insolubility in water of the compounded salts, which condition the occurrence of this shutting out, not the qualitative nature of the agents as such, and the effect of these circumstances can in turn be sublated by other circumstances, as for instance by temperature. With the removal of the circumstances, the effectiveness of the chemical mass proceeds unimpeded and what appeared as a purely qualitative exclusion, an elective affinity, proves to rest on only external modifications. It is Berzelius especially who should be heard further on this subject. But in his textbook of chemistry he fails to present anything original or more determinate on the matter. Berthollet's views are taken up and repeated word by word, only outfitted with a metaphysics typical of uncritical reflection, and all that we are thus offered for closer inspection is just the categories of this metaphysics. The theory departs from experience and does both, fabricates sense representations such as are not given in experience itself and applies thought determinations, in either case exposing itself to logical criticism. On this score, we want to take a look at what it says about the theory in the textbook itself, Volume 3, Section I, Wöhler's translation, pp. ff. We now read there that one must imagine that in a uniformly mixed liquid each atom of the dissolved body is surrounded by an equal number of atoms of the solvent and if several substances are jointly dissolved, they must share among them the intervening spaces between the atoms of the solvent, so that, granted a uniform mixture of the liquid, a symmetry is produced in the disposition of the atoms in such a way that all the atoms of each individual body find themselves uniformly disposed with reference to the atoms of the other bodies. It could therefore be said that the solution is characterized by the symmetry in the position of the atoms, and the combination by the fixed proportions. The claim is then elucidated by the example of the compounds precipitated from a solution of copper chloride when sulfuric acid is added to it. But surely the example does not demonstrate that atoms exist or that a number of atoms of the dissolved bodies surround the atoms of the fluid, the free atoms of both acids positioning themselves around those that remain in combination, with copper oxide, or that there is actually a symmetry in their position and disposition or, for that matter, that there are intervening spaces between atoms, least of all, that the dissolved substances share among them these intervening spaces between the atoms of the solvent. This would mean that the loose atoms take up their position where the solvent is not, for the intervening spaces in the solvent are spaces void of it, consequently that the dissolved substances are not in the solvent but outside it, even though they surround and besiege it or are surrounded and besieged by it, and of course that they are not dissolved by it. One fails to see, therefore, why one would have to entertain such representations which are not evident in experience, are essentially contradictory on the face of it, and remain uncorroborated otherwise. Corroboration could come only by a consideration of these representations themselves, that is, by metaphysics, which is logic, but logic does not confirm them any more than experience does, on the contrary. And Berzelius does admit what was also said above, that Berthollet's propositions are not opposed to the theory of determinate proportions. He of course adds that they are also not opposed to the views of corpuscular theory, that is, to the just mentioned images of atoms, of the filling of the intervening spaces in the solvent by the atoms of the solid bodies, and so on. But these are a baseless metaphysics that has essentially nothing to do with the propositions of saturation as such. The essential point expressed by the laws of saturation thus concerns only the amount of units themselves quantitative, not atoms, the units of a body with which the quantitative unit, equally not an atom, of another body chemically different from the first is neutralized. The difference consists in these different proportions alone. When Berzelius, then, despite the fact that his whole theory of proportions is only a determination of amounts, nevertheless speaks of degrees of affinity, for example, p, in explaining Berthollet's chemical mass as the sum of the degree of affinity resulting from the given quantity of the active body, Whereas Berthollet is more consistent in using the expression capacité de saturation, he thereby himself lapses into the form of intensive magnitude. But this is the form characteristic of the so-called dynamic philosophy, which he earlier calls the speculative philosophy of certain German schools, P. Locke, CIT, and vehemently rejects in favor of the superb corpuscular theory. Of this dynamic philosophy he states in the same passage that it assumes that the elements interpenetrate one another in their chemical union, and that the neutralization consists in this reciprocal interpenetration. This means nothing else than that the chemically different particles that stand opposite as aggregate merge into the simplicity of an intensive magnitude, something also attested by the diminution of volume. In the corpuscular theory, on the contrary, the chemically bonded atoms are also supposed to be retained in the intervening spaces, that is, outside each other. Juxtaposition, in this relationship, which is one of only extensive magnitude, of never-ending aggregation, degree of affinity has no meaning. Still in the same place, when it is said that for the dynamic viewpoint the phenomena of determinate proportions were quite an unforeseen event, the answer would be that this is only an external, historical circumstance, were it not that Richter's stoichiometric series were already known to Berthollet from Fischer's summary and were cited in the first edition of this logic, where the nullity of the categories on which the old as well as the would-be new corpuscular theory rest is demonstrated. But Berzelius is wrong in believing that on the dynamic view the phenomena of specific proportions would have remained forever unknown, meaning that view is incompatible with the determinateness of proportions. This determinateness is in all cases only one of magnitude, whether in an extensive or an intensive form, so that, regardless of how much he stands by the first of these forms, that of aggregation, even Berzelius himself uses the representation of degrees of affinity. Since the affinity is thereby reduced to a quantitative distinction, it is sublated as elective affinity, but the moment of exclusivity present in it is traced back to circumstances, that is, to determinations that appear to be external to the affinity, to cohesion, to the insolubility of the compounds produced, and so on. Some comparison can be drawn here with the treatment of the effect of gravity on the moving pendulum. The pendulum necessarily comes to a state of rest because of the direct effect of gravity, yet this same effect is taken as due to the concomitant external circumstance of air resistance, thread, etc., and is ascribed to friction alone instead of gravity. Here, so far as the nature of the qualitative element present in elective affinity goes, it makes no difference whether this element appears in the form of circumstances conditioning it, and is so interpreted. A new order begins with the qualitative element as such, the specifying of which is no longer just a quantitative distinction. Accordingly, although there is a well-established and precise difference between chemical affinity and a series of quantitative ratios and elective affinity as an emerging qualitative determinateness, the behavior of which in no way coincides with the order of that series, this difference has again been thrown into utter confusion by the way in which chemical behavior has in recent times been combined with electrical behavior, and the hope of explaining from this supposedly profounder principle the most important of relations, that of measure, has been wholly disappointed. Inasmuch as this theory in which the phenomena of electricity and of chemism are fully identified deals with things physical and not just with ratios of magnitude, we need not consider it here in close detail. We only have to bring it up inasmuch as it confuses the principle for differentiating the determinations of magnitude. The theory deserves to be called shallow, for shallowness consists in taking different things as identical by omitting their difference. As for affinity, since the theory identifies chemical with electrical processes, these last including the phenomena of fire and light, it is reduced to the neutralization of opposite electricities. It is almost comical to find the identification itself of electricity and chemism stated as follows: Locke. Cit. P. The electrical phenomena indeed explain the effect of bodies at a greater or lesser distance, their attraction before union, that is, a behavior which is not yet chemical, as well as the fire, resulting from this union, but they yield no information regarding what causes the union of bodies which persists with so great a strength after the removal of the state of electrical polarization. That is, the theory informs us that electricity is the cause of chemical behavior but gives us no information regarding what is chemical in the chemical process. The chemical difference being reduced to the opposition between positive and negative electricity, the difference in affinity between the agents falling on either side is determined as the order of two series of electropositive and electronegative bodies. What is already being overlooked in this overall identification of electricity and chemism is that electricity in general, and its neutralization, is a transient phenomenon, one that remains external to the quality of bodies, whereas chemical action, and especially its neutralization, is directed to and alters the whole qualitative nature of the bodies. equally transient in electricity as its opposition of positive and negative, so unstable that it is subject to the slightest external circumstances and can in no way be compared to the determinateness and stability of the opposition of acids to metals, for example, and so forth. The volatility that can occur in chemical behavior because of extremely violent influences, for example because of raised temperature, is not comparable to the superficiality of electrical opposition. And the further difference inside the series of each of the two sides, between a more or less positive or a more or less negative disposition, is just as entirely uncertain as it is entirely unconfirmed. Yet it is from these series of bodies, Berzelius, Locke, Cit, P, Ff, in accordance with their electrical dispositions, that we can expect the electrochemical system which is best suited to yield an idea of chemistry. But how these series which are only alleged here are in fact constituted, regarding this point it is added on p. That such is approximately the order of these bodies. But so little research has been done into this matter that nothing altogether certain can yet be ascertained regarding this relative order. Both, the numerical ratios, first made by Richter, of the series of affinities as well as the highly interesting reduction established by Berzelius of the combinations of two bodies to the simplicity of a few quantitative ratios, are totally independent of that supposed electrochemical concoction. If the experimental procedure has been the right guiding star in the theory of proportions and the extension it has won on all sides since Richter, then all the more does the mixture of these great discoveries contrast with the wasteland of the so-called corpuscular theory, which lies outside the path of experience. Only this forsaking, at the start, of the principle of experience could have motivated taking up again the notion, already advanced earlier especially by Ritter, of establishing fixed orders of electropositive and electronegative bodies which would have chemical meaning at the same time. The assumption of a basis for chemical affinity in the opposition of electropositive and electronegative bodies, even if such an opposition had more to recommend it factually than it does, reveals its nullity even experimentally, and this then leads to further inconsistency. It is admitted on p. Locke, Cit, that two so-called electronegative bodies such as sulfur and oxygen combine in a much more intimate way than, for instance, oxygen and copper, although the latter is electropositive. The basis for the affinity founded on the general opposition of negative and positive electricity must here give way, therefore, to a mere more or less within one and the same series of electrical determinateness. From this it is concluded that the affinity of bodies does not therefore depend solely on their specific unipolarity. It does not matter with which hypothesis this determination is associated, it applies here only for the either of the positive and the or of the negative. The affinity must in essence be derived from the intensity of their polarity in general. Here the consideration of affinity thus broaches the relation of elective affinity, which is our principal interest. Let us now see how it fares. It is immediately granted, Locke, Cit, P, that the degree of this polarity, if it does not exist only in our imagination, seems not to be a constant quantity but to depend rather very much on temperature. Accordingly, the upshot is not only that every chemical effect is fundamentally an electrical phenomenon, but also that what seems to be the effect of the so-called elective affinity is produced only by an electrical polarity which in certain bodies is found to be stronger than in others. The conclusion then after so many twists and turns of hypotheses is that we have not gone past the category of greater intensity, which is the same formal determination as elective affinity in general, and since the latter is made to rest on a greater intensity of electrical polarity, it does not take us a whit closer to a physical basis. But even what is here supposed to be determined as a greater specific intensity is later reduced to just the already cited modifications which Berthollet demonstrated. Berzelius's merit and fame because of his theory of proportions, which has been extended to all chemical relations, ought not by themselves to stand in the way of criticizing the poverty of the theory, but a more pressing reason for doing so must be the circumstance that the merit which one side of a science deserves, such as Newton's, normally lends authority to a whole unfounded structure of bad categories associated with it. And it is precisely this metaphysics which is proclaimed and circulated with the greatest pretension. Besides the forms of measure relation connected with chemical and effective affinity, others could also be considered with respect to quantities which are qualitatively specified into a system. Chemical bodies form a system of relations with respect to saturation. The saturation itself rests on the determinate proportion in which the two reciprocal amounts bind together, each with a particular material concrete existence as against the other. But there are also measure relations, the moments of which are indivisible and cannot be displayed as existing each on its own, each different from the other. These are what we called earlier the immediate independent measures and are attested in the specific weights of the bodies. They are inside the bodies a ratio of weight to volume. The exponent of the ratio, which defines the difference between one specific weight and another, is a determinate quantum only by way of comparison, and this is a relation which is external to the bodies, founded on external reflection and not on a body's typical qualitative way of relating to an opposite concrete existence. The task would be to make out the exponents of the ratios of the series of specific gravities as a system governed by a rule specifying an otherwise merely arithmetical plurality as a series of harmonic nodes. The same demand would apply to the discovery of the series of the chemical affinities already mentioned. But science still has far to go before reaching this goal, just as far as would be required to collect the numbers of the distances of the planets within the solar system into a system of measure. Although the specific gravities do not seem at first to stand in any qualitative relation to one another, they nonetheless likewise enter into qualitative connection. When bodies bond chemically, even if only as amalgams or synsomates, there is likewise evidence of a neutralization of specific gravities. We earlier called attention to the phenomenon that the volume of a mixture, even of materials which truly remain chemically indifferent to each other, is not the same as the sum of the volumes prior to the mixture. In the mixture, the quantum of the specific gravity with which the materials entered into connection is reciprocally modified, and this is evidence that they relate to each other qualitatively. Here the quantum of the specific gravities is expressed not merely as a fixed comparative number, but as a numerical ratio which is variable, and the exponents of the mixtures yield series of measures which are governed by some other principle than the numerical ratios of the specific gravities bonded together. The exponents of these ratios are not exclusive determinations of measure. Their progression is continuous but holds within it a specifying law which is different from the reflectively formal progression of the ratios in which the amounts are combined and makes the former progression incommensurable with the latter. Binodal lines of measure relations. The last determination of the measure relation was that, as specific, it is exclusive. Exclusiveness accrues to neutrality as a negative unity of the distinct moments. For this unity existing for itself, for this elective affinity, no further principle has become available specifying its connection with other neutralities. The specification resides only in the quantitative determination of affinity in general, according to which it is specific amounts that neutralize themselves and consequently stand opposed to other relative elective affinities of their moments. But further, because the basic determination is quantitative, the exclusive elective affinity continues also into these opposite neutralities, and this continuity is not just an external comparative connection of the different ratios of the neutralities, but the neutrality, as such, has an element of separability in it, for it is as self-subsisting somethings that the moments from whose union it has come to be enter into connection with one or the other of the opposite series. They enter into the connection indifferently, even though they combine in different specific determinate amounts. This measure, internally based on such a relation, is for this reason affected by an indifference of its own. It is something which is external within and alterable in its reference to itself. This self-reference of the measure relation differs from the externality and alterability which belong to its quantitative side. In contrast to these, its self-reference is an existent qualitative foundation, a permanent, material substrate which, since it is also the continuity of the measure with itself and its externality, would have to contain in its quality the said principle of specification of this externality. Now in more developed form, as external to itself and its being for itself, the exclusive measure repels itself from itself and posits itself both as another merely quantitative relation and as another relation which is as such at the same time another measure. It is determined as in itself a specifying unity which produces measure relations within itself. These relations differ from affinities of the kind mentioned above, in which an independent measure relates itself to independent measures of another quality and to a series of these. They occur in one and the same substrate within the same moments of the neutrality. The self-repelling measure takes on the determination of other only qualitatively diverse relations, and these relations likewise form affinities and measures, alternating with those that remain only quantitative diversities. They form in this way a nodal line of measures on a scale of more and less. Here we have a measure relation, a self-subsistent reality qualitatively distinguished from others. Such a being for itself, since it essentially is at the same time a relation of quanta, is open to externality and quantitative alteration. It has a margin within which it remains indifferent to this alteration and does not alter its quality. But there comes a point in the quantitative alteration at which this quality alters and the quantum shows itself to be specifying, so that the altered quantitative relation is suddenly turned into a measure and thereby into a new quality, a new something. The relation that has now replaced the first is determined by the latter, both because of the qualitative sameness of the moments which are in affinity and because of the quantitative continuity. But since the distinction falls on the side of this quantitative moment, the new something stands indifferently related to the preceding one. The difference between the two is the external one of quantum. The new something has not therefore emerged out of the preceding one, it has emerged rather immediately from itself, that is, from the internal specifying unity which has not yet entered into existence. The new quality or the new something is subjected to the same progression of alteration, and so on, into infinity. Inasmuch as the advance from a quality proceeds in the steady continuity of quantity, the ratios approaching the one qualifying point are on such a relation, is for this reason affected by an indifference of its own. It is something which is external within and alterable in its reference to itself. This self-reference of the measure relation differs from the externality and alterability which belong to its quantitative side. In contrast to these, its self-reference is an existent qualitative foundation, a permanent, material substrate which, since it is also the continuity of the measure with itself and its externality, would have to contain in its quality the said principle of specification of this externality. Now in more developed form, as external to itself and its being for itself, the exclusive measure repels itself from itself and posits itself both as another merely quantitative relation and as another relation which is as such at the same time another measure. It is determined as in itself a specifying unity which produces measure relations within itself. These relations differ from affinities of the kind mentioned above, in which an independent measure relates itself to independent measures of another quality and to a series of these. They occur in one and the same substrate within the same moments of the neutrality. The self-repelling measure takes on the determination of other only qualitatively diverse relations, and these relations likewise form affinities and measures, alternating with those that remain only quantitative diversities. They form in this way a nodal line of measures on a scale of more and less. Here we have a measure relation, a self-subsistent reality qualitatively distinguished from others. Such a being for itself, since it essentially is at the same time a relation of quanta, is open to externality and quantitative alteration. It has a margin within which it remains indifferent to this alteration and does not alter its quality. But there comes a point in the quantitative alteration at which this quality alters and the quantum shows itself to be specifying, so that the altered quantitative relation is suddenly turned into a measure and thereby into a new quality, a new something. The relation that has now replaced the first is determined by the latter, both because of the qualitative sameness of the moments which are in affinity and because of the quantitative continuity. But since the distinction falls on the side of this quantitative moment, the new something stands indifferently related to the preceding one. The difference between the two is the external one of quantum. The new something has not therefore emerged out of the preceding one, it has emerged rather immediately from itself, that is, from the internal specifying unity which has not yet entered into existence. The new quality or the new something is subjected to the same progression of alteration, and so on, into infinity. Inasmuch as the advance from a quality proceeds in the steady continuity of quantity, the ratios approaching the one qualifying point are. Nodes and leaps of this kind occur in chemical combinations as the proportions in the mixtures are progressively altered at certain points on the scale of mixtures. Two materials yield products that exhibit particular qualities. These products do not differ by a mere more or less, nor are they already present at the proportions closest to their nodal points. Perhaps in an only weaker degree the bonding rather occurs at just these points. For instance, oxygen and nitrogen yield in combination different oxides of nitrogen and different nitric acids exhibiting essentially different qualities only at specific mixture proportions, without any specific bonding occurring in between. Metal oxides, for example the lead oxides, are formed at certain quantitative points of oxidation and are distinguished by colors and other qualities. They do not pass into one another gradually. The proportions lying in between those nodal points yield nothing neutral, no specific existence. A combination which specifically depends on a measure relation occurs without having passed through the in-between stages and displaying qualities characteristically its own. Or take water. As it alters in temperature, it does not become just more or less warm, but passes through the states of solid, liquid, and vapor, and these different states do not occur gradually, but, on the contrary, even the otherwise merely gradual increase in temperature is interrupted and inhibited at these points. The eruption of another state is a leap. Every birth and every death, far from being a protracted gradualness, is rather its breaking off and a leap from quantitative into qualitative alteration. Nature non facet saltum, as the saying goes, and ordinary thinking, when confronted by a coming to be or a passing away, believes that it has comprehended it conceptually by representing it, as we said, as a gradual emerging or vanishing. But we have seen that the alterations of being in general are not only the passing over of a magnitude into another magnitude, but the transition from the qualitative into the quantitative, and contrariwise, a becoming other that interrupts gradualness and stands over against the preceding existence as something qualitatively other. Water, in cooling, does not become hard a bit at a time, as if it became first like a porridge and would then gradually harden to the consistency of ice, but is hard all at once. It can persist in fluid state even at freezing temperature if it stands still, but then the least disturbance brings it to the state of solid. The belief that coming to be is gradual is based on imagining that what comes to be is already present to the senses or is in principle actual, only so small that it still escapes perception. And so too for the gradual vanishing of something, what is imagined is that the non-being or the other which is to take its place is likewise there, but is not yet detectable, is there, not in the sense that this other is in itself contained in the present other, but that it exists there, only undetectably. In this way, coming to be and vanishing are in principle done away with, or the existence which something has in principle, still undisplayed, before actually existing is transformed into a smallness of eternal existence, and the essential conceptual difference into a difference of mere magnitude. Explaining coming to be and vanishing from the gradualness of alteration suffers from the tediousness typical of any tautology. The coming to be and the vanishing are presupposed as ready-made beforehand, and the alteration is reduced to the mere mutation of an external difference, and in this way the change becomes in fact only a tautology. The difficulty confronting an intellect intent on this kind of explanation lies in the qualitative transition from a something into its other in general and into its opposite, a difficulty which the intellect meets by pretending that identity and alteration are the indifferent external identity and alteration of the quantitative sphere. In moral matters, inasmuch as they are treated in the sphere of being, there occurs the same transition of the quantitative into the qualitative. Different qualities appear to be based on a difference of magnitude. It is by it more and less that the measure of frivolous delinquence is overstepped and something entirely different comes irresistibly the scene, namely crime, which makes right into wrong and virtue into vice. Thus states, too, acquire through their quantitative difference, other things being assumed equal, a different qualitative character. The laws and the constitution of a state alter in character whenever its territory and the number of its citizens expand. A state has its own measure of magnitude and, if this measure is trespassed, it irresistibly disintegrates internally under the same constitution which, when with just different proportions, was the source of its good fortune and strength. C. The measureless. The exclusive measure, even in its realized being for itself, remains affected by the moment of quantitative existence and is therefore susceptible to the movement up and down the quantum scale of varying ratios. Something, or a quality, based on such a ratio is driven beyond itself into the measureless, collapsing under the mere mutation of its magnitude. Magnitude is that constitutional aspect where an existence can be caught up in an apparently harmless entanglement and be destroyed by it. The abstract measureless is the quantum in general, inasmuch as it lacks internal order and is only indifferent determinateness which does not alter measure. In the nodal lines of measures this determinateness is at the same time posited as specifying the abstract measureless sublates itself into qualitative determinateness, the new measure relation into which the original passes over as measureless with respect to the latter, but, in it equally is a quality that exists for itself. What is thus posited is the alternation of specific existences with one another and equally of them with relations that still remain merely quantitative, an alternation ad infinitum. Therefore, present in this transition is both the negation of the specific relations and the negation of the quantitative progression. This is the infinite existing for itself. In the sphere of existence, the qualitative infinite was the eruption of the infinite into the finite, the immediate transition and vanishing of the this here into its beyond there. In contrast to it, the quantitative infinite is in its very determinateness the continuity of quantum, its continuing beyond itself. The qualitatively finite becomes infinite, the quantitatively finite is its beyond, and it points beyond itself. But this infinite of the specification of measure posits both the qualitative and the quantitative as each sublating itself into the other, and it thereby posits their first immediate unity, which is measure in general, as returned into itself and consequently as itself posited. The transition of the qualitative, of one specific concrete existence into another, is such that what happens is only an alteration of magnitude determinateness. The alteration of the qualitative as such into the qualitative is thus posited as an external and indifferent alteration, as a coming together with itself. The quantitative, for its part, sublates itself by suddenly turning into the qualitative, that is, a being which is determined in and for itself. This unity which thus continues in itself in its alternating measures is the self-subsistent matter that truly persists, the fact. What we have here is, one and the same substantial matter which is posited as the perennial substrate of its differentiations. This detaching of being from its determinateness already begins in quantum in general. Something is great indifferently as against the determinateness it has. In measure, the persisting matter is itself already in itself the unity of the qualitative and the quantitative, the two moments into which the general sphere of being is distinguished. Each is the beyond of the other. In this way the perennial substrate begins to possess in it the determination of an existent infinity. Sharp S. This self-sameness of the substrate is posited in that the qualitative independent measures into which the determining unit is dispersed consist of only quantitative differences, so that the substrate persists while being internally distinguished. In the infinite progression of the nodal series there is posited the continuation of the qualitative into the quantitative advances into an indifferent alteration, but equally too, there is posited the negation of the qualitative contained in the progression and consequently, at the same time, of the merely quantitative externality. The quantitative pointing beyond itself to another which is itself quantitative perishes with the emergence of a measure relation, of a quality, and the qualitative transition is sublated in the very fact that the new quality is itself only a quantitative relation. This reciprocal transition into the other of the qualitative and the quantitative moments occurs on the basis of their unity, and the meaning of this process is only the existence which is the demonstration or the positing that such a substrate does underlie the process and is the unity of its moments. In the series of independent measure relations the one-sided members of the series are immediate qualitative somethings, specific gravities or chemical materials, bases or alkalis, acids, for instance, and their neutralizations, by which we must understand here also the combinations of materials of different specific gravities, are in turn self-subsistent and themselves exclusive measure relations, mutually indifferent totalities existing for themselves. Such relations are now determined only as nodes of one and the same substrate. The measures and the self-subsistent forms posited with them are consequently demoted to states. Alteration is only the mutation of a state, and that which passes over is posited as remaining the same in the mutation. In reviewing the progressive determination which measure has gone through, the moments of the progression can be summed up as follows. Measure is at first itself the immediate unity of quality and quantity in the form of a common quantum which is, however, specific. As a determinateness of quantity which does not refer to another but refers to itself, measure is thus essentially a ratio. Consequently, it also holds its moments as sublated and unseparated in itself as is always the case in a concept. The difference in the ratio is such that each of its moments is itself the unity of the qualitative and the quantitative moment. The difference is thus real, and it yields a multitude of measure relations which, as formal totalities, are each self-subsistent in themselves. The series which form the two sides of these ratios are for each single member the same constant ordering by which the member, as belonging to the one side, relates itself to the whole series standing opposite it. This ordering, although a mere order, a still wholly external unity, demonstrates itself to be, as the eminently specifying unity of a measure which has a determinate being for itself, distinguished from its specifications. But this specifying principle is not yet the free concept, which alone gives its differences an immanent determination. The principle is at first, rather, only a substrate, a matter, for whose differences, in order that they be totalities, that is, that they should have in themselves the nature of their stable, self-equal substrate, there is only available the external quantitative determination which shows itself at the same time to be a qualitative differentiation. In this self-unity of the substrate the determination of measure is a sublated determination, its quality and external state determined by quantum. This course is equally the progressive determination of measure and its demotion to a moment. Chapter The Becoming of Essence. A. Absolute indifference. Being is abstract indifference, and when this trait is to be thought by itself as being, the abstract expression indifferentness has been used, in which there is not supposed to be as yet any kind of determinateness. Pure quantity is this indifference in the sense of being open to any determinations, provided that these are external to it and that quantity itself does not have any link with them originating in it. The indifference which can be called absolute, however, is one which, through the negation of every determinateness of being, of quality and quantity and of their at first immediate unity, that is, of measure, mediates itself with itself to form a simple unity. Determinateness is in it still only a state, that is, something qualitative and external which has the indifference as a substrate. But that which has thus been determined as qualitative and external is only a vanishing something is thus external with respect to being. The qualitative sphere is the opposite of itself and, as such, only the sublating of itself. In this way, determinateness is still only posited in the substrate as an empty differentiation. But it is precisely this empty differentiation which is the indifference itself as result. And this indifference is indeed concrete, in the sense that it is self-mediated through the negation of all the determinations of being. As such a mediation, it contains negation and relation, and what was called state is a differentiation which is immanent to it and self-referring. It is precisely this externality and its vanishing which make the unity of being into an indifference. Consequently, they are inside this indifference, which thereby ceases to be only a substrate and, within, only abstract. B. Indifference as inverse ratio of its factors. We now have to see how this determination of indifference is posited in the indifference itself and the latter is posited, therefore, as existing for itself. The reduction of at first independently accepted measure relations establishes their one substrate. This substrate is their continuing into one another and is, therefore, the one indivisible independent measure which is wholly present in its differentiation. Present for this differentiation are the two determinations contained in the measure, quality and quantity, and everything depends on how these two are posited in it. But this is in turn determined by the fact that the substrate is at first posited as result and, though in itself mediation, this mediation is not yet posited as such in it. For this reason, it is in the first instance substrate and, with respect to determinateness, indifference. Consequently, the difference present in it is at first essentially one which is only quantitative and external. There simply are two different quanta of one and the same substrate which would thus be their sum, itself posited as a quantum. But the indifference is this fixed measure, the implicitly existent absolute limit which, as connected to those differences, would not itself be in itself a quantum, and would not in any way enter into opposition with others, whether as sum or also as exponent, be those others sums or antipherats. It is only the abstract determinateness which falls into the indifference. The two quanta, in order that they may be posited in it as moments, are alterable, indifferent, greater or smaller relative to one another. However, inasmuch as they are restricted by the fixed limit of their sum, they are at the same time related to each other not externally, but negatively, and this is now the qualitative determination in which they stand to each other. Accordingly, they stand in inverse ratio to each other. This relation differs from the earlier formal inverted ratio inasmuch as the limit is here a real substrate, and each of the two sides is posited as having to be in itself the whole. According to the qualitative determinacy just stated, the difference is present, further, in the form of two qualities, each of which is sublated by the other and yet, since the two are held together in the one unity which they constitute, is inseparable from it. The substrate itself, as the indifference, is in itself likewise the unity of the two qualities. Consequently, each of the sides of the relation equally contains both sides within itself and is distinguished from the other by a more of one quality and a less of the other, or conversely. The one quality, through its quantum, only predominates on the one side, as does the other quality on the other side. Thus each side is in it an inverted relation which, as formal, recurs in the two distinguished sides. The sides themselves thus continue into each other also according to their qualitative determinations. Each of the qualities relates itself in the other to itself and is present in each of the two sides, only in a different quantum. Their quantitative difference is that indifference in accordance with which they continue into each other, and this continuation is the self-sameness of the qualities in each of the two unities. The sides, however, each containing the whole of the determinations and consequently the indifference itself, are thus at the same time posited as self-subsistent vis-à-vis each other. As is this indifference, being is now the determinateness of measure no longer in its immediacy but in the developed manner just indicated. It is indifference because it is in itself the whole of the determinations of being now resolved into this unity, and it is existence as well, as a totality of the posited realization, in which the moments themselves are the totality of the indifference existing in itself, sustained by the latter as their unity. But because the unity is held fast only as indifference and consequently only implicitly in itself, and the moments are not yet determined as existing for themselves, that is, are not yet determined as sublating themselves into unity internally and through each other, what is here present is therefore simply the indifference of the unity itself towards itself as a developed determinateness. This thus indivisible independent measure is now to be more closely examined. It is immanent in all its determinations and in them it remains in unity with itself and undisturbed by them. But, since the determinacies sublated in it implicitly remain the totality, they emerge in it groundlessly. The implicit being of indifference and its existence are thus unconnected. The determinacies show up in the indifference in an immediate manner and the indifference is in each of them entirely the same. The difference between them is thus posited at first as sublated, hence as quantitative, for this reason, therefore, not as a self-repelling in the indifference, not as self-determining, but as having and becoming the determinate being that it has only externally. The two moments are an inverse quantitative relation, a fluctuating on the scale of magnitude which is not however determined by the indifference, which is precisely the indifference of the fluctuation, but only externally. For the determining appeal is made to another which lies outside the indifference. The absolute, as indifference, has in this respect the second defect of quantitative form, namely that the determinateness of the difference is not determined by the absolute itself, just as it has the first defect in that the differences emerge in it only in general, that is, the positing of them is something immediate, not a self-mediation. The quantitative determinateness of the moments which are now sides of the relation constitutes the mode of their subsistence. Their existence is by virtue of this indifference withdrawn from the transitoriness of quality. But they do have a subsistence of their own in themselves, one that differs from this quantitative existence, for they are in themselves the indifference itself, each the unity itself of the two qualities into which the qualitative moment splits itself. The difference of the two moments is restricted by the fact that the one quality is posited on the one side with a more and in the other with a less, and the other is posited in inverse order accordingly. Each side is thus in it the totality of the indifference. Each of the two qualities taken singly for itself likewise remains the same sum which the indifference as it continues from one side into the other without being restricted by the quantitative limit which is thereby posited in it. At this, the determinations come into immediate opposition, an opposition which develops into contradiction, as we must now see. Namely, each quality enters inside each side in connection with the other, and it does so in such a manner that, as has been determined, this connection also is supposed to be only a quantitative difference. If the two qualities are both self-subsistent, something like sensible materials independent of each other, then the whole determinateness of indifference falls apart. Their unity and totality would be empty names. But they are at the same time determined as comprised into one unity, as inseparable, each having meaning and reality only in this one qualitative connecting reference to the other. But now, because their quantitativeness is simply and solely of this qualitative nature, each reaches only as far as the other. If they are assumed to differ as quanta, then the one would reach beyond the other and would have in this more and different existence which the other would not have. As qualitatively connected, however, each is only in so far as the other is. The result is that they are in equilibrium, so that to the extent that one increases or decreases, the other likewise increases or decreases and would do so in the same proportion. On the basis, therefore, of their qualitative connection, there is no question of a quantitative difference or of a more of the one quality. The more by which the one of the two connected moments would exceed the other would be only an unstable determination, or would only be the other itself again, but, in this equality of the two, neither would then be there, for their existence would have to rest on the inequality of their quantum. Each of these supposed factors vanishes, whether the one factor is assumed to exceed the other or to be equal to it. From the standpoint of quantitative representation, the vanishing appears as a disturbance of the equilibrium, one factor becoming greater than the other. The sublation of the quality of the other and its instability are thus posited. The first factor becomes the predominant one as the other diminishes with accelerated velocity and is overcome by it. This in turn constitutes itself as the one self-subsistent factor. With this, however, there are no longer two specific moments as factors but only the one whole. This unity thus posited as the totality of the process of determining, itself determined in this process as indifference, is a contradiction all around. It must therefore be posited as this self-sublating contradiction, and be determined as subsistence existing for itself, one which no longer has a merely indifferent unity for result but a unity immanently negative and absolute. This is essence. Remark. The relation of a whole whose determinateness is to be had in the difference in magnitude of factors qualitatively determined against each other is used in the case of the elliptical movement of the celestial bodies. This example displays throughout only two qualities in inverse relation to each other, not two sides each of which would be itself the unity of the two in their inverse relation. The bare fact on which the theory is based is solid enough. But because of this solidity the consequence to which the theory leads is overlooked, namely the wrecking of the bare fact itself on which it is based, or, if this is held on to, as it ought, the trivialization of the theory vis-à-vis it. By ignoring the consequence, the fact and the theory contradicting it are left to rest untroubled side by side. The bare fact is that in the elliptical movement of the celestial bodies their velocity accelerates as they approach perihelion and decreases as they approach aphelion. The quantitative side of this fact has been accurately established by the untiring diligence of observation and, further, it has been reduced to its simple law and formula. All that is legitimately required of a theory has thus been provided. But it did not seem sufficient to the reflection of the understanding. For the purpose of a so-called explanation of the phenomenon and its law, a centripetal and a centrifugal force have been assumed as the qualitative moments of movement along a curved line. Qualitatively, their difference lies in the contrariety of their direction. Quantitatively, granted that the two are unequally determined, in that as one increases, the other is supposed to decrease, and vice versa, and also, in that the relation between the two is suddenly reversed again, for after the centripetal force has been increasing for a length of time and the centrifugal force has decreased accordingly, a point is reached at which the centripetal force decreases and the centrifugal increases. But what contradicts this way of imagining things is the reciprocal relation of the essentially qualitative determinateness of the two forces, which will simply not allow their being taken apart. For each force has meaning only with respect to the other and to the extent, therefore, that the one had an excess over the other, to that extent it would have no connection with this other and would not be. If it is assumed that one of them is at one time greater than the other and stood in relation to the smaller precisely as greater, then what was said above applies, namely that the greater would gain absolute predominance and the smaller would vanish. It is as something vanishing, lacking support, that the latter is being posited, and nothing is altered in this determination by supposing that the vanishing happens only gradually, or that it decreases only as much as the other increases, for the one force that increases is destroyed together with the other that decreases, since it is what it is only to the extent that the other is what it is. It takes but little consideration to see that if, for example, a body's centripetal force increases as it approaches perihelion, as it is claimed, while the centrifugal force decreases in the same proportion, the latter force would no longer be able to pull the body away from the former and steer it again at a distance from the central body. On the contrary, since the one force has gained the upper hand, the other is overpowered, and the body will be driven with accelerated velocity to its central body. And conversely, if the centrifugal force gains the upper hand when infinitely near to aphelion, it is contradictory that now, right in aphelion, it would be overpowered by the weaker force. Further, it is evident that it is an alien force which would produce this turnabout, and this means that the sometimes accelerating, sometimes decelerating, velocity of the movement cannot be ascertained or, as it is said, explained from the assumed determination of the very factors which were assumed precisely for the sake of explaining this difference. The logical consequence of the vanishing of the force in either direction and thus of elliptical movement in general is ignored and obscured because of the undeniable fact that this motion does endure, shifting from accelerating to decelerating velocity. The assumption of the sudden conversion in aphelion of the weakness of the centripetal force into the predominating strength of the centrifugal force, and of the converse in perihelion, implies for one thing our earlier result, namely that each of the two sides of the inverse relation is in it the whole inverse relation. For the side of the motion from aphelion to perihelion, that is, the side where the centripetal force is taken to predominate, is still supposed to contain the centrifugal force, though in decreasing proportion as the other increases and, on the side of the retarded motion, the predominant and ever more predominating centrifugal force is supposed to be present in an exact inverse relation to the centripetal so that on neither side does one of the two forces ever vanish but only become smaller up to the moment of its sudden conversion into the predominant force. All that thus transpires on each side is the defect typical of an inverse relation, in this case namely, that either each force is taken to be self-subsistent for itself, but then the two forces merely join in a movement externally, as in the parallelogram of forces, and the unity of the concept, the nature of the thing itself, is consequently done away with, or, since each relates to the other qualitatively by virtue of the concept, neither can attain in face of the other the indifferent independent subsistence which a more supposedly imparts to it. The form of intensity, the so-called dynamic factor, changes nothing, because it too has its determinateness in quantum and hence can express force, that is, has concrete existence, only to the extent that it is confronted by an opposing force. But this same sudden conversion of a predominating force into its opposite also implies the alternation of the qualitative determination of positive and negative, the increase of the one being just as much the loss of the other. But the theory breaks up the indivisible qualitative bond of this qualitative opposition into a temporal succession and consequently begs the explanation of the qualitative alternation and, most of all, of the breaking up itself. There is no trace left here of the semblance of unity which is still to be found in the increase of the one side accompanied by the corresponding decrease of the other. All that we have is a merely external succession which contradicts what the bond between the two entails, namely that as one predominates, the other must disappear. The same relation has been applied to the forces of attraction and repulsion for the purpose of understanding the different densities of bodies. Also the inverse relation of sensibility and irritability has been enlisted in order to understand, from the inequality of these factors of life, the different determinations of the whole, health, as well as the differentiation of living things into species. This kind of explaining was supposed to become in the philosophy of nature the basis for physiology, nosology, and then zoology. But the confusion, the verbal nonsense into which it became entangled because of the uncritical use of these conceptual determinations, quickly led to the abandonment in these areas of philosophy of this formalism, though it is widely practiced in science, especially physical astronomy. Since absolute indifference may seem to be the fundamental determination of Spinoza's substance, we may further remark that this is indeed the case to the extent that in both all the determinations of being, like in general every further concrete differentiation of thought and extension, etc., are posited as vanished. It is simply a matter of indifference what anything might have looked like in existence before being swallowed up in this abyss of abstraction if one stops short at it. But substance, as indifference, is obligated on one side by the need of determining it and of taking this need into consideration. Substance ought not to remain Spinoza's substance, the sole determination of which is the negative one that everything is absorbed into it. Differentiation occurs with Spinoza quite empirically: attributes, thought and extension, and then modes, effects, and all the remaining. The differentiation falls to the intellect, itself a mode. The connection of the attributes to substance and to each other says no more than that they express the whole of substance, that their content, the order of things as extended and as thoughts, is this same substance. But by the determination of substance as indifference, difference itself now becomes a topic of reflection and is now explicitly posited as it de facto is in Spinoza, namely as an external and therefore, more precisely, a quantitative difference. The indifference does remain, just like substance, immanent in the differentiation, but abstractly, only in itself. The difference is not immanent in the indifference but, being quantitative, is rather the opposite of immanence, and the quantitative indifference is rather the self-externality of the unity. Thus the difference is also not conceptually grasped qualitatively, and the substance is not determined as self-differentiating, as subject. The immediate consequence so far as the category of indifference itself is concerned is that in it the differentiation of qualitative and quantitative determination falls apart, just as was our result when developing the category itself. Whereas in measure both moments were immediately posited as one, indifference is the dissolution of measure. See transition into essence. Absolute indifference is the final determination of being before the latter becomes essence, but it does not attain essence. It shows that it still belongs to the sphere of being because it is still determined as indifferent, and therefore difference is external to it, quantitative. This externality is its existence, by which it finds itself at the same time in the opposition of being determined over against it as existing in itself, not as being thought as the absolute that exists for itself. Or again, it is external reflection which insists that specific determinations, whether in themselves or in the absolute, are one and the same, that their difference is only an indifferent one, not a difference in itself. What is still missing here is that this reflection should sublate itself, that it would cease to be the external reflection of thought, of a subjective consciousness, but that it would be rather the very determination of the difference of that unity, a unity which would then prove itself to be the absolute negativity, the unity's indifference towards itself, towards its own indifference no less than towards otherness. But this self-sublation of the determination of indifference has already manifested itself in the progressive positing of its being. It has shown itself on all sides to be contradiction. Indifference is in itself the totality in which all the determinations of being are sublated and contained, thus it is the substrate, but at first only in the one-sided determination of being in itself, and consequently the differences, the quantitative difference and the inverse ratio of factors, are present in it as external. As thus the contradiction of itself and its determinateness, of its implicitly existent determination and of its posited determinateness, it is the negative totality whose determinacies have internally sublated themselves, consequently, have also sublated the one-sidedness of their substrate, their in itselfness. Indifference, now posited as what it in fact is simple and infinitely negative self-reference, the incompatibility of itself with itself, the repelling of itself from itself. Determining and being determined are not a transition, nor an external alteration, nor again an emergence of determinations in it, but its own referring to itself, which is the negativity of itself, of its in itselfness. But as so repelled, the determinations are not self-possessed, do not emerge as self-subsistent or external, but are rather as moments first, as belonging to the unity whose existence is still only implicit. They are not let go by it but are rather borne by it as their substrate and are filled by it alone, and, second, as determinations immanent to the unity as it exists for itself, they are only through their repulsion from themselves. Instead of some existent or other, as they are in the whole sphere of being, they now are simply and solely as posited, with the sole determination and significance of being referred to their unity and hence each to the other and to negation, marked by this their relativity. Being in general and the being or immediacy of the different determinacies have thereby vanished just as much as the in itselfness, and the unity as being, immediately presuppose totality, so that it is only this simple self-reference, mediated by the sublation of this presupposition, and this presupposedness, the immediate being, is itself only a moment of its repelling. The original self-subsistence and self-identity are only as the resulting infinite self-rejoining. And so is being determined as essence, being which, through the sublation of being, is simple being with itself. Book 2 The Doctrine of Essence. Essence. The truth of being is essence. Being is the immediate. Since the goal of knowledge is the truth, what being is in and for itself, knowledge does not stop at the immediate and its determinations, but penetrates beyond it on the presupposition that behind this being there still is something other than being itself, and that this background constitutes the truth of being. This cognition is a mediated knowledge, for it is not to be found within an essence immediately, but starts off from another, from being, and has a prior way to make, the way that leads over and beyond being, or that rather penetrates into it. Only inasmuch as knowledge recollects itself into itself out of immediate being, does it find essence through this mediation. The German language has kept essence, Wesen, in the past participle, gewesen, of the verb to be, sein, for essence is past, but timelessly past, being. When this movement is represented as a pathway of knowledge, this beginning with being and the subsequent advance which sublates being and arrives at essence as a mediated term appears to be an activity of cognition external to being and indifferent to its nature. But this course is the movement of being itself. That it is being's nature to recollect itself, and that it becomes essence by virtue of this interiorizing, this has been displayed in being itself. If, therefore, the Absolute was at first determined as being, now it is determined as essence. Cognition cannot in general stop at the manifold of existence, but neither can it stop at being, pure being. Immediately one is forced to the reflection that this pure being, this negation of everything finite, presupposes a recollection and a movement which has distilled immediate existence into pure being. Being thus comes to be determined as essence, as a being in which everything determined and finite is negated. So it is simple unity, void of determination, from which the determinate has been removed in an external manner. To this unity the determinate was itself something external, and, after this removal, it still remains opposite to it, for it has not been sublated in itself but relatively, only with reference to this unity. We already noted above that if pure essence is defined as the sum total of all realities, these realities are equally subject to the nature of determinateness and abstractive reflection, and their sum total is reduced to empty simplicity. Thus defined, essence is only a product, an artifact. External reflection, which is abstraction, only lifts the determinacies of being out of what is left over as essence and only deposits them, as it were, somewhere else, letting them exist as before. In this way, however, essence is neither in itself nor for itself. It is by virtue of another, through external abstractive reflection, that it is for another, namely for abstraction and in general for the existent which still remains opposite to it. In its determination, therefore, it is a dead and empty absence of determinateness. As it has come to be here, however, essence is what it is, not through a negativity foreign to it, but through one which is its own, the infinite movement of being. It is being in and for itself, absolute in itselfness, since it is indifferent to every determinateness of being. Otherness and reference to other have been sublated. But neither is it only this in itselfness as merely being in itself. It would be only the abstraction of pure essence, but it is being for itself just as essentially it is itself this negativity, the self-sublation of otherness and of determinateness. Essence, as the complete turning back of being into itself, is thus at first the indeterminate essence. The determinacies of being are sublated in it. It holds them in itself but without their being posited in it. Absolute essence in this simple unity with itself has no existence. But it must pass over into existence, for it is being in and for itself, that is to say, it differentiates the determinations which it holds in itself, and, since it is the repelling of itself from itself or indifference towards itself, negative self-reference, it thereby posits itself over against itself and is infinite being for itself only in so far as in thus differentiating itself from itself it is in unity with itself. This determining is thus of another nature than the determining in the sphere of being, and the determinations of essence have another character than the determinations of being. Essence is absolute unity of being in itself and being for itself. Consequently, its determining remains inside this unity. It is neither a becoming nor a passing over. Just as the determinations themselves are neither another as other nor references to some other, they are self-subsisting but, as such, at the same time conjoined in the unity of essence. Since essence is at first simple negativity, in order to give itself existence and then being for itself, it must now posit in its sphere the determinateness which it contains in principle only in itself. Essence is in the whole what quality was in the sphere of being, absolute indifference with respect to limit. Quantity is instead this indifference in immediate determination, limit being in it an immediate external determinateness. Quantity passes over into quantum. The external limit is necessary to it and exists in it. In essence, by contrast, the determinateness does not exist. It is posited only by the essence itself, not free but only with reference to the unity of the essence. The negativity of essence is reflection, and the determinations are reflected, posited by the essence itself, in which they remain as sublated. Essence stands between being and concept. It makes up their middle, its movement constituting the transition of being into the concept. Essence is being in and for itself, But it is this in the determination of being in itself, for its general determination is that it emerges from being, or that it is the first negation of being. Its movement consists in positing negation or determination in being, thereby giving itself existence and becoming as infinite being for itself what it is in itself. It thus gives itself its existence, which is equal to its being in itself, and becomes concept. For the concept is the absolute as it is absolutely, or in and for itself, in its existence. But the existence which essence gives to itself is not yet existence as it is in and for itself, but as essence gives it to itself or is posited, and hence still distinct from the existence of the concept. First, essence shines within itself or is reflection. Second, it appears. Third, it reveals itself. In the course of its movement, it posits itself in the following determinations. I. As simple essence existing in itself, remaining in itself and its determinations. 2. As emerging into existence, or according to its concrete existence and appearance. 3. As essence which is one with its appearance, as actuality. Section I. Essence as reflection within. Essence issues from being, hence it is not immediately in and for itself but is a result of that movement. Or, since essence is taken at first as something immediate, it is a determinate existence to which another stands opposed. It is only essential existence, as against the unessential. But essence is being which has been sublated in and for itself. What stands over against it is only shine. The shine, however, is essence's own positing. First, essence is reflection. Reflection determines itself. Its determinations are a positedness which is immanent reflection at the same time. Second, these reflective determinations or essentialities are to be considered. Third, as the reflection of its immanent determining, essence turns into foundation and passes over into concrete existence and appearance. Chapter Shine. As it issues from being, essence seems to stand over against it. This immediate being is, first, the unessential. But, second, it is more than just the unessential. It is being void of essence. It is shine. Third, this shine is not something external, something other than essence, but is essence's own shining. This shining of essence within it is reflection. A. The essential and the unessential. Essence is sublated being. It is simple equality with itself, but is such as the negation of the sphere of being in general. And so it has immediacy over against it, as something from which it has come to be but which has preserved and maintained itself in this sublating. Essence itself is in this determination an existent immediate essence, and with reference to it being is only something negative, nothing in and for itself. Essence, therefore, is a determined negation. Being and essence relate to each other in this fashion as again others in general which are mutually indifferent, for each has a being, an immediacy, and according to this being they stand in equal value. But as contrasted with essence, being is at the same time the unessential as against essence. It has the determination of something sublated. And in so far as it thus relates to essence as another only in general, essence itself is not essence proper but is just another existence, the essential. The distinction of essential and unessential has made essence relapse into the sphere of existence, for as essence is at first, it is determined with respect to being as an existent and therefore as another. The sphere of existence is thus laid out as foundation, and that in this sphere being as being in and for itself is a further determination external to existence, just as, contrariwise, essence is indeed being in and for itself, but only over against another, in a determinate respect. Consequently, inasmuch as essential and unessential aspects are distinguished in an existence from each other, this distinguishing is an external positing, a taking apart that leaves the existence itself untouched. It is a separation which falls on the side of a third and leaves undetermined what belongs to the essential and what belongs to the unessential. It is dependent on some external standpoint or consideration, and the same content can therefore sometimes be considered as essential, sometimes as unessential. On closer consideration, essence becomes something only essential as contrasted with an unessential because essence is only taken, is a sublated being or existence. In this fashion, essence is only the first negation, or the negation, which is determinateness, through which being becomes only existence, or existence only another. But essence is the absolute negativity of being. It is being itself, but not being determined only as another. It is being rather that has sublated itself both as immediate being and as immediate negation, as the negation which is affected by anotherness. Being or existence, therefore, does not persist except as what essence is, and the immediate which still differs from essence is not just an unessential existence but an immediate which is null in and for itself. It only is a non-essence, shine. Be shine. Being is shine. The being of shine consists solely in the sublatedness of being, in being's nothingness. This nothingness it has in essence, and apart from its nothingness, apart from essence, it does not exist. It is the negative posited as negative. Shine is all that remains of the sphere of being. But it still seems to have an immediate side which is independent of essence and to be, in general, another of essence. Other entails in general the two moments of existence and non-existence. Since the unessential no longer has a being, what is left to it of otherness is only the pure moment of non-existence. Shine is this immediate non-existence, a non-existence in the determinateness of being, so that it has existence only with reference to another. In its non-existence it is the non-self-subsistent which exists only in its negation. What is left over to it is thus only the pure determinateness of immediacy and is as reflected immediacy, that is, one which is only by virtue of the mediation of its negation and which, over against this mediation, is nothing except the empty determination of the immediacy of non-existence. Shine, the phenomenon of skepticism, and also the appearance of idealism, is thus this immediacy which is not a something nor a thing, in general, not an indifferent being that would exist apart from its determinateness and connection with the subject. Skepticism did not permit itself to say it is, and the more recent idealism did not permit itself to regard cognitions as a knowledge of the thing in itself. The shine of the former was supposed absolutely not to have the foundation of a being. The thing in itself was not supposed to enter into these cognitions. But at the same time skepticism allowed a manifold of determinations for its shine, or rather the latter turned out to have the full richness of the world for its content. Likewise for the appearance of idealism it encompassed the full range of these manifold determinacies. So, the shine of skepticism and the appearance of idealism do immediately have a manifold of determination. This content, therefore, might well have no being as foundation, no thing or thing in itself for itself. It remains as it is simply transposed from being into shine, so that the latter has within itself those manifold determinacies that exist immediately, each another to the other. The shine is thus itself something immediately determined. It can have this or that content, but whatever content it has not posited it but possesses it immediately. Idealism, whether Leibnizian, Kantian, Fichtean, or in any other form, has not gone further than skepticism in this: it has not advanced beyond being as determinateness. Skepticism lets the content of its shine to be given to it. The shine exists for it immediately, whatever content it might have. The Leibnizian monad develops its representations from itself but is not their generating and controlling force. They rise up in it as a froth, indifferent, immediately present to each other and to the monad as well. Likewise Kant's appearance is a given content of perception that presupposes affections, determinations of the subject which are immediate to each other and to the subject. As for the infinite obstacle of Fichte's idealism, it might well be that it has no thing in itself for foundation, so that it becomes a determinateness purely within the eye. But this determinateness that the eye makes its own, sublating its externality, is to the eye at the same time an immediate determinateness, a limitation of the eye which the latter may transcend but which contains a side of indifference, and on account of this indifference, although internal to the eye, it entails an immediate non-being of it. Shine thus contains an immediate presupposition, an independent side vis-à-vis essence. But the task, inasmuch as this shine is distinct from essence, is not to demonstrate that it sublates itself and returns into essence, for being has returned into essence in its totality. Shine is the null as such. The task is to demonstrate that the determinations which distinguish it from essence are the determinations of essence itself. Further, that this determinateness of essence, which shine is sublated in essence itself. What constitutes the shine is the immediacy of non-being. This non-being, however, is nothing else than the negativity of essence within essence itself. In essence, being is non-being. Its inherent nothingness is the negative nature of essence itself. But the immediacy or indifference which this non-being contains as essence is its own absolute in itself. The negativity of essence is its self-equality or its simple immediacy and indifference. Being has preserved itself in essence, inasmuch as this latter, in its infinite negativity, has this equality with itself. It is through this that essence is itself being. The immediacy that the determinateness has in shine against essence is thus none other than essence's own immediacy, though not the immediacy of an existent but rather the absolutely mediated or reflective immediacy which is shine, being, not as being, but only as the determinateness of being as against mediation, being as moment. These two moments, nothingness but as subsisting, and being but as moment, or again, negativity existing in itself and reflected immediacy, these two moments that are the moments of shine, are thus the moments of essence itself. It is not that there is a shine of being in essence, or a shine of essence in being. The shine in the essence is not the shine of another but is rather shine as such, the shine of essence itself. Shine is essence itself in the determinateness of being. Essence has a shine because it is determined within itself and is therefore distinguished from its absolute unity. But this determinateness is as determinateness just as absolutely sublated in it. For essence is what stands on its own. It exists as self-mediating through a negation which it itself is. It is, therefore, the identical unit of absolute negativity and immediacy. The negativity is negativity in itself, it is its reference to itself and thus immediacy in itself. But it is negative reference to itself, a self-repelling negating, thus the immediacy existing in itself as the negative or the determinate over against the negativity. But this determinateness is itself absolute negativity, and this determining, which is determining immediately sublates itself, is a turning back into itself. Shine is the negative which has a being, but in another, in its negation it is a non-self-subsisting being which is sublated within and null. And so it is the negative which returns into itself, the non-subsistent as such, internally non-subsistent. This reference of the negative or the non-subsistent to itself as the immediacy of this non-subsistent it is another than it is its determinateness over against it, or the negation over against the negative. But this negation which stands over against the negative is negativity as referring solely to itself, the absolute sublation of the determinateness itself. The determinateness that shine is in essence is, therefore, infinite determinateness. It is only the negative which coincides with itself, and hence a determinateness that, as determinateness, is self-subsistence and not determined. Contrariwise, the self-subsistence, as self-referring immediacy, equally is just determinateness and moment, negativity solely referring to itself. This negativity which is identical with immediacy, and thus the immediacy which is identical with negativity, is essence. Shine is, therefore, essence itself, but essence in a determinateness, in such a way, however, that the determinateness is only a moment, and the essence is the shining of itself within itself. In the sphere of being, non-being arises over against being, each equally and immediate, and the truth of both is becoming. In the sphere of essence, we have the contrast first of essence and the non-essential, then of essence and shine, the non-essential and the shine being both the leftover of being. But these do, and no less the distinction of essence from them, consist solely in this, that essence is taken at first as an immediate, not as it is in itself, namely as an immediacy, which is immediacy as pure immediacy or absolute negativity. This first immediacy is thus only the determinateness of immediacy. The sublating of this determinateness of essence consists, therefore, in nothing further than showing that the unessential is only shine, and that essence rather contains this shine within itself. For essence is an infinite self-contained movement which determines its immediacy as negativity and its negativity as immediacy, and is thus the shining of itself within itself. In this, in its self-movement, essence is reflection. See reflection. Shine is the same as what reflection is, but it is reflection as immediate. For this shine which is internalized and therefore alienated from its immediacy, the German has a word from an alien language, reflection. Essence is reflection, the movement of becoming and transition that remains within itself, wherein that which is distinguished is determined simply and solely as the negative in itself, as shine. In the becoming of being, it is being which lies at the foundation of determinateness, and determinateness is reference to another. Reflective movement is by contrast the other as negation in itself, a negation which has being only as self-referring. Or, since this self-referring is precisely this negating of negation, what we have is negation as negation, negation that has its being and its being negated, as shine. Here, therefore, the other is not being with negation or limit, but negation with negation. But the first over against this other, the immediate or being, is only this self-equality itself of negation, the negated negation, the absolute negativity. This self-equality or immediacy, therefore, is not a first from which the beginning is made and which would pass over into its negation, nor is there an existent substrate which would go through the moves of reflection. Immediacy is rather just this movement itself. In essence, therefore, the becoming, the reflective movement of essence, is the movement from nothing to nothing and thereby back to itself. Transition or becoming sublates itself in its transition. The other which comes to be in this transition is not the non-being of a being but the nothingness of a nothingness, and this, to be the negation of a nothingness, constitutes being. Being is only as the movement of nothingness to nothingness, and so it is essence, and this essence does not have this movement in itself, but the movement is rather the absolute shine itself, the pure negativity which has nothing outside it which it would negate but which rather negates only its negative, the negative which is only in this negating. This pure absolute reflection, which is the movement from nothing to nothing, further determines itself. It is, first, positing reflection. Second, it takes as its starting point the presupposed immediate, and then it is external reflection. Third, it sublates however this presupposition, and because in the sublating of the presupposition it presupposes at the same time, it is determining reflection. Positing reflection. Shine is a nothingness or a lack of essence. But a nothingness or that which is void of essence does not have its being in another in which it shines, But its being as its own equality with itself, this conversion of the negative with itself has been determined as the absolute reflection of essence. This self-referring negativity is therefore the negating of itself. It is thus just as much sublated negativity as it is negativity. Or again, it is itself the negative and the simple equality with itself or immediacy. It consists, therefore, in being itself and not being itself, and the two in one unity. Reflection is at first the movement of the nothing to the nothing, and thus negation coinciding with itself. This self-coinciding is in general simple equality with itself, immediacy. But this falling together is not the transition of negation into equality as into a being other than it. Reflection is transition rather as the sublating of transition, for it is the immediate falling together of the negative with itself. And so this coinciding is, first, self-equality or immediacy, but, second, this immediacy is the self-equality of the negative, and hence self-negating equality, immediacy which is in itself the negative of itself. Its being is to be what it is not. The self-reference of the negative is therefore its turning back into itself. It is immediacy as the sublating of the negative, but immediacy simply and solely as this reference or as turning back from a one, and hence as self-sublating immediacy. This is positiveness, immediacy purely as determinateness or as self-reflecting. This immediacy, which is only as the turning back of the negative into itself, is the immediacy which constitutes the determinateness of shine, and from which the previous reflective movement seemed to begin. But, far from being able to begin with this immediacy, the latter first is rather as the turning back or as the reflection itself. Reflection is therefore the movement which, since it is the turning back, only in this turning is that which starts out or returns. It is a positing, inasmuch as it is immediacy as a turning back, that is to say, there is not another beforehand, one either from which or to which it would turn back. It is, therefore, only as a turning back or as the negative of itself. But further, this immediacy is sublated negation and sublated return into itself. Reflection, as the sublating of the negative, is the sublating of its other, of the immediacy. Because it is thus immediacy as a turning back, the coinciding of the negative with itself, it is equally the negation of the negative as negative. And so it is presupposing. Or immediacy is as a turning back only the negative of itself, just this, not to be immediacy but reflection as the sublating of the negative of itself. Coincidence with itself, it therefore sublates its positing, and inasmuch as it is in its positing the sublating of positing, it is presupposing. In presupposing, reflection determines the turning back into itself as the negative of itself, as that of which essence is the sublating. It is its relating to itself, but to itself as to the negative of itself only. So is it negativity which abides with itself, self-referring negativity. Immediacy comes on the scene simply and solely as a turning back and is that negative which is the semblance of a beginning, the beginning which the return negates. The turning back of essence is therefore its self-repulsion. Or inner-directed reflection is essentially the presupposing of that from which the reflection is the turning back. It is only by virtue of the sublating of its equality with itself that essence is equality with itself. Essence presupposes itself, and the sublating of this presupposing is essence itself contrariwise. This sublating of its presupposition is the presupposition itself. Reflection thus finds an immediate before it which it transcends and from which it is the turning back. But this turning back is only the presupposing of what was antecedently found. This antecedent comes to be only by being left behind its immediacy as sublated immediacy. The sublated immediacy is, contrariwise, the turning back into itself, essence that arrives at itself, simple being equal to itself. This arriving at itself is thus the sublating of itself and self-repelling, presupposing reflection, and its repelling of itself from itself is the arriving at itself. It follows from these considerations that the movement of reflection is to be taken as an absolute internal counter-repelling. For the presupposition of the turning back into itself, that from which essence arises, essence being only as this coming back, is only in the turning back itself. Transcending the immediate from which reflection begins occurs rather only through this transcending, and the transcending of the immediate is the arriving at the immediate. The movement, as forward movement, turns immediately around into itself, and so is only self-movement, a movement which comes from itself in so far as positing reflection is presupposing reflection, yet, as presupposing reflection, is simply positing reflection. Thus is reflection itself and its non-being, and only is itself by being the negative of itself. For only in this way is the sublating of the negative at the same time a coinciding with itself. The immediacy which reflection, as a process of sublating, presupposes for itself is simply and solely a positiveness, something in itself sublated which is not diverse from reflection's turning back into itself but is itself only this turning back. But it is at the same time determined as a negative, as immediately in opposition to something, and hence to another. And so is reflection determined. According to this determinateness, because reflection has a presupposition and takes its start from the immediate as its other, it is external reflection. External reflection. Reflection, as absolute reflection, is essence shining within, essence that posits only shine, only positedness, for its presupposition, and as presupposing reflection, it is immediately only positing reflection. But external or real reflection presupposes itself as sublated, as the negative of itself. In this determination, it is doubled. At one time it is as what is presupposed, or the reflection into itself which is the immediate. At another time, it is as the reflection negatively referring to itself, it refers itself to itself as to that its non-being. External reflection thus presupposes a being, at first not in the sense that its immediacy is only positedness or moment, but in the sense rather that this immediacy refers to itself and the determinateness is only as moment. Reflection refers to its presupposition in such a way that the latter is its negative, but this negative is thereby sublated as negative. Reflection, in positing, immediately sublates its positing, and so it has an immediate presupposition. It therefore finds this presupposition before it as something from which it starts, and from which it only makes its way back into itself, negating it as its negative. But that this presupposition is a negative or a positedness is not its concern. This determinateness belongs only to positing reflection, whereas in the presupposing positedness it is only as sublated. What external reflection determines and posits in the immediate are determinations which to that extent are external to it. In the sphere of being, external reflection was the infinite. The finite stands as the first, as the real from which the beginning is made as from a foundation that abides, whereas the infinite is the reflection into itself standing over against it. This external reflection is the syllogism in which the two extremes are the immediate and the reflection into itself. The middle term is the reference connecting the two, the determinate immediate, so that one part of this connecting reference, the immediate, falls to one extreme alone, and the other, the determinateness or the negation, only to the other extreme. But if one takes a closer look at what the external reflection does, it turns out that it is, secondly, the positing of the immediate, an immediate which thus becomes the negative or the determined, but it is immediately also the sublating of this positing, for it presupposes the immediate in negating, it is the negating of its negating. But thereby it immediately is equally a positing, the sublating of the immediate which is its negative, and this negative, from which it seemed to begin as from something alien, only is in this its beginning. In this way, the immediate is not only implicitly in itself, that is, for us or an external reflection, the same as what reflection is, but is posited as being the same. For the immediate is determined by reflection as the negative of the latter or as the other of it, but it is reflection itself which negates this determining. The externality of reflection vis-à-vis the immediate is consequently sublated. Its self-negating positing is its coinciding with its negative, with the immediate, and this coinciding is the immediacy of essence itself. It thus transpires that external reflection is not external but is just as much the immanent reflection of immediacy itself, or that the result of positing reflection is essence existing in and for itself. External reflection is thus determining reflection. Remark. Reflection is usually taken in a subjective sense as the movement of judgment which transcends an immediately given representation and seeks more universal determinations for it or compares it with such determinations. Kant opposes reflective and determining judgment. Critique of Judgment, Introduction, pp. X5. He defines judgment in general as the faculty of thinking the particular as contained under the universal. If the universal, the rule, the principle, the law, is given, then the judgment which subsumes the particular under it is determining. But if what is given is only a particular, for which it is up to the judgment to find the universal, then the judgment is reflecting. Here, too, reflection is therefore a matter of rising above the immediate to the universal. On the one hand, the immediate is determined as particular only by being thus referred to its universal for itself, it is only a singular or an immediate existent. But, on the other hand, that to which it is referred, its universal, its rule, principle, law, is in general that which is reflected into itself, which refers itself to itself, is the essence or the essential. But at issue here is neither the reflection of consciousness, nor the more specific reflection of the understanding that has the particular and the universal for its determinations, but reflection in general. It is clear that the reflection to which Kant assigns the search of the universal for a given particular is likewise only an external reflection which applies itself to the immediate as to something given. But the concept of absolute reflection, too, is implicit in it. For the universal, the principle or the rule and law, to which reflection rises in its process of determination is taken to be the essence of the immediate from which the reflection began. The immediate, therefore, to be a nothingness which is posited in its true being only by the turning back of the reflection from it, by the determining of reflection. Therefore, what reflection does to the immediate, and the determinations that derive from it, is not anything external to it but is rather its true being. External reflection was also meant whenever reflection, as it was for a while the fashion in recent philosophy, was being accused of all evil, and it and its ways of determining were regarded as the polar opposite, nay the ancestral enemy, of true philosophical method. In fact, also thought reflection, in so far as it operates externally, proceeds from something immediately given that is alien to it, and considers itself to be a merely formal operation that receives its material content from outside and of itself only as a movement conditioned by that content. Further, as the examination of determining reflection will now bear out, reflective determinations are of a different kind than the merely immediate determinations of being. These last are more readily admitted to be transient, merely relative, confined to the reference to another. The reflective determinations have instead the form of a being which is in and for itself. They claim the status, therefore, of essential determinations, and instead of passing over into their opposites, they appear rather as absolute, free, and mutually indifferent. They stubbornly resist, therefore, their movement their being is the self-identity which they possess in their determinateness, and by virtue of it, though indeed presupposing each other, in this referring to the other they nonetheless maintain themselves as totally separate. Determining reflection. Determining reflection is in general the unity of positing and external reflection. This is now to be examined more closely. External reflection begins from immediate being, positing reflection from nothing. In its determining, external reflection posits another in the place of the sublated being, but this other is essence. The positing does not posit its determination in the place of another, it is no presupposition. But, precisely for this reason, it is not complete as determining reflection. The determination which it posits is consequently only a posited. This is an immediate, not however as equal to itself but as self-negating. Its connection with the turning back into itself is absolute. It is only in the reflection into itself but is not this reflection itself. The posited is therefore another, but in such a manner that the self-equality of reflection is retained, for the posited is only as sublated, as reference to the turning back into itself. In the sphere of being, existence was the being that had negation in it, and being was the immediate ground and element of this negation which was, therefore, itself immediate negation. In the sphere of essence, positedness is what corresponds to existence. Positedness is equally an existence, but its ground is being as essence or as pure negativity, and is a determinateness or a negation, not as existent but immediately as sublated. Existence is only positedness. This is the principle of the essence of existence. Positedness stands on the one side over against existence, and over against essence on the other. It is to be regarded as the means which conjoins existence with essence and essence with existence. If it is said, a determination is only a positedness, the claim can thus have a twofold meaning, according to whether the determination is such in opposition to existence or in opposition to essence. In either meaning, existence is taken for something superior to positedness, which is attributed to external reflection, to the subjective. In fact, however, positedness is the superior, because, as posited, existence is what it is in itself, something negative, something that refers simply and solely to the turning back into itself. For this reason positedness is only a positedness with respect to essence. It is the negation of this turning back as achieved return into itself. Positedness is not yet a determination of reflection, it is only determinateness as negation in general. But the positing is now united with external reflection. In this unity, the latter is absolute presupposing, that is, the repelling of reflection from itself or the positing of determinateness as its own. As posited, therefore, positedness is negation but as presupposed, it is reflected into itself. And in this way positedness is a determination of reflection. The determination of reflection is distinct from the determinateness of being, of quality. The latter is immediate reference to other, and general positedness also is reference to other, but to immanently reflected being. Negation as quality is existent negation being constitutes its ground and element. The determination of reflection, on the contrary, has for this ground immanent reflectedness. Positedness gets fixed in determination precisely because reflection is self-equality in its negatedness. The latter is therefore itself reflection into itself. Determination persists here, not by virtue of being but because of its self-equality. Since the being which sustains quality is unequal to the negation, quality is consequently unequal within itself, and hence a transient moment which disappears in the other. The determination of reflection is on the contrary positedness as negation. Negation which has negatedness for its ground, is therefore not unequal to itself within itself, and hence essential rather than transient determinateness. What gives subsistence to it is the self-equality of reflection, which has the negative only as negative, as something sublated or posited. Because of this reflection into themselves, the determinations of reflection appear as free essentialities, sublated in the void without reciprocal attraction or repulsion. In them the determinateness has become entranced and infinitely fixed by virtue of the reference to itself. It is the determinate which has subjugated its transitoriness and its mere positedness to itself, that is to say, has deflected its reflection into reflection into itself. These determinations hereby constitute the determinate shine as it is in essence, the essential shine. Determining reflection is for this reason reflection that is exited from itself. The equality of essence with itself is lost in the negation, and negation predominates. Thus there are two distinct sides to the determination of reflection. First, reflection is positedness, negation as such. Second, it is immanent reflection. According to the side of positedness, it is negation as negation, and this already is its unity with itself. But it is this unity at first only implicitly or in itself, an immediate which sublates itself within, is the other of itself. To this extent, reflection is a determining that abides in itself. In its essence does not exit from itself. The distinctions are solely posited, taken back into essence. But, from the other side, they are not posited but are rather reflected into themselves. Negation is equality with itself, not in its other, not reflected into its non-being. Now keeping in mind that the determination of reflection is both immanently reflected reference and positedness as well, its nature immediately becomes more transparent. For, as positedness, the determination is negation as such, a non-being is against another, namely, as against the absolute immanent reflection or as against essence. But as self-reference, it is reflected within itself. This, the reflection of the determination, and that positedness are distinct. Its positedness is rather the sublatedness of the determination, whereas its immanent reflectedness is its subsisting. In so far as now the positedness is at the same time immanent reflection, the determinateness of the reflection is the reference in it to its otherness. It is not a determinateness that exists quiescent, one which would be referred to another in such a way that the referred term and its reference would be different, each something existing in itself, each a something that excludes its other and its reference to this other from itself. Rather, the determination of reflection is within it the determinate side, and the reference of this determinate side is determinate, that is, the reference to its negation. Quality, through its reference, passes over into another. Its alteration begins in its reference. The determination of reflection, on the contrary, has taken its otherness back into itself. It is positedness, negation which has however deflected the reference to another into itself, and negation which, equal to itself, is the unity of itself and its other, and only through this is an essentiality. It is, therefore, positedness, negation, but as reflection into itself it is at the same time the sublatedness of this positedness, infinite reference to itself. Ist, stressed in Hegel. Chapter The Essentialities or the Determinations of Reflection. Reflection is determined reflection accordingly, essence is determined essence, or it is essentiality. Reflection is the shining of essence within itself. Essence, as infinite immanent turning back, is not immediate simplicity, but negative simplicity. It is a movement across moments that are distinct, is absolute mediation with itself. But in these moments it shines. The moments are, therefore, themselves determinations reflected into themselves. First, essence is simple self-reference, pure identity. This is its determination, one by which it is rather the absence of determination. Second, the specifying determination is difference, difference which is either external or indefinite, diversity in general, or opposed diversity or opposition. Third, as contradiction, this opposition is reflected into itself and returns to its foundation. Remark. The determinations of reflection have customarily been singled out in the form of propositions which were said to apply to everything. They were said to have the status of universal laws of thought that lie at the base of all thinking, to be inherently absolute and indemonstrable but immediately and indisputably recognized and accepted as true by all thought upon grasping their meaning. Thus identity, as an essential determination, is enunciated in the proposition, everything is equal to itself. A equals A, or, negatively, A cannot be A and not A at the same time. On the face of it, it is difficult to see why only these simple determinations of reflection should be expressed in this particular form and not also the rest, such as the categories that belong to the sphere of being. We would then have, for instance, such propositions as, everything is, everything has an existence, etc., or again, everything has a quality, a quantity, and so on. For being, existence, etc., are as logical determinations the predicates of everything in general. A category, according to the etymology of the word and Aristotle's definition of it, is what is said and asserted of every existent. But the difference is that a determinateness of being is essentially a transition into the opposite of it. The negative of every determinateness is just as necessary as that determinateness itself as immediate determinacies. Each determinateness immediately confronts the others. If any of these categories is therefore expressed in a proposition, the opposite proposition comes up just as well, both offering themselves with equal necessity and, as immediate claims, each has at least equal right. Each would therefore require a proof as against the other, and both claims would no longer possess the character of immediately true and indisputable propositions. The determinations of reflection are, on the contrary, not qualitative in kind. They are self-referring and consequently abstract from the determinateness of others. Further, since as determinacies they are self-references, they therefore already have the propositional form in them. For proposition and judgment differ mainly because in the former the content constitutes the connection itself of the terms, or is a specific connection. Judgment, on the contrary, converts the content into a predicate which is a universal determinateness by itself, distinct from its connection which is the simple copula. Whenever a proposition is to be transformed into a judgment, the determinate content, if, for instance, it resides in a verb, is transformed into a participle in order in this way to separate the determination itself from its connection with the subject. The propositional form is instead more closely allied to the determinations of reflection which are immanently reflected positiveness. Only, when they are enunciated as universal laws of thought, they are in need of a subject of their connection, and this subject is the everything, or an A which equally means all being and each being. Now this propositional form is, for one thing, something superfluous. The determinations of reflection are to be regarded in and for themselves. Moreover, the propositions suffer from the drawback that they have being, everything, for subject. They thus bring being into play again, and enunciate the determinations of reflection, the identity, etc., of anything, as a quality which a something would have within, not in any speculative sense, but in the sense that the something, as subject, persists in such a quality as an existent, not that it has passed over into identity, etc., as into its truth and essence. Finally, although the determinations of reflection have the form of self-equality, and are therefore unconnected to another and without opposition, they are in fact determinate against one another, as it will result on closer examination, or is immediately evident in them in the case of identity, diversity, and opposition, and are not therefore exempt from transition and contradiction because of their reflective form. Therefore, on closer examination, the several propositions that are set up as absolute laws of thought are opposed to each other. They contradict each other and mutually sublate each other. If everything is identical with itself, then it is not different, is not opposed, has no ground. Or if it is assumed that there are no two things alike, that is, that all things are different from each other, then A is not equal to A, nor is A in opposition, etc. The assumption of any of these propositions does not allow the assumption of any other. The thoughtless examination of them enumerates them one after the other, so that they appear unconnected. It merely adverts to their reflectedness without paying attention to their other moment, to the positiveness, or the determinateness as such which propels them on to transition or to their negation. A. Identity. Essence is simple immediacy as sublated immediacy. Its negativity is its being. It is equal to itself and its absolute negativity by virtue of which otherness and reference to other have as such simply disappeared into pure self-equality. Essence is therefore simple self-identity. This self-identity is the immediacy of reflection. It is not that self-equality which being is, or also nothing, but a self-equality which, in producing itself as unity, does not produce itself over again, as from another, but is a pure production, from itself and in itself, essential identity. It is not, therefore, abstract identity or an identity which is the result of a relative negation preceding it, one that separates indeed what it distinguishes from it but, for the rest, leaves it existing outside it, the same after as before. Being, and every determinateness of being, has rather sublated itself not relatively, but in itself, and this simple negativity, the negativity of being in itself, is the identity itself. In general, therefore, it is still the same as essence. Remark. Thought that keeps to external reflection and knows of no other thought except that of external reflection does not attain to identity as we have just grasped it, nor does it recognize essence, which is the same. Such a thought will always have only abstract identity in mind, and, outside and alongside it, difference. In its opinion, reason is no more than a loom intertwining warp, say, identity, and woof, say, difference, joining them externally or, if it turns to analysis, now specifically pulling out identity, and at the same time also obtaining difference alongside it, now a comparing, and also a differentiating at the same time, a comparing in that it abstracts from difference, and a differentiating in that it abstracts from the comparing. One must completely dismiss these assertions and these opinions concerning what reason does, since they are, as it were, of merely historical interest. It is rather the consideration of all things that are that reveals, in them, that each is self-unlike and contradictory in its equality with itself, and each self-identical in its difference, in its contradiction, that everything intrinsically is this movement of transition of one of these determinations to the other, and that everything is this transition because each determination is itself, within it, the opposite of itself. The concept of identity, a simple negativity that refers itself to itself, is not the product of external reflection but derives from being itself. Contrary to this, the identity that stays distant from difference, and the difference that stays distant from identity, are the products of external reflection and of an abstraction that arbitrarily clings to this point of indifferent difference. This identity is, in the first instance, essence itself, not yet a determination of it. It is the entire reflection, not a distinct moment of it. As absolute negation, it is negation immediately negating itself, a non-being and difference that vanishes as it arises, or a distinguishing by which nothing is distinguished but which immediately collapses within itself. But the non-being of the other is the sublating of the other and hence of the distinguishing itself. Here, then, distinguishing is present as self-referring negativity, as a non-being which is the non-being of itself, a non-being which does not have its non-being in another but has it within itself. What is present, therefore, is self-referring, reflected difference, or pure, absolute difference. Or identity is immanent reflection, reflection which is such only as inner repelling, and it is this repelling as immanent reflection, repelling that immediately recovers itself. And so identity is difference which is identical with itself. But difference is identical with itself only inasmuch as it is not identity but absolute non-identity. But again, non-identity is absolute to the extent that it does not contain anything of its other but is only itself, that is, to the extent that it is identity with itself. Internally, therefore, identity is absolute non-identity. But it is also the determination of identity over against non-identity. For, as immanent reflection, it posits itself as its own non-being it as the whole, but as reflection it posits itself as its own moment, as the positedness from which it is the turning back into itself. Thus identity is such only as a moment of itself, as determination of simple self-equality over against absolute difference. Remark. In this remark I shall examine identity more closely as the principle of identity which is commonly adduced as the first law of thought. In its positive formulation, A equals A, this proposition is at first no more than the expression of empty tautology. It is rightly said, therefore, that this law of thought is without content and that it leads nowhere. It is thus to an empty identity that they cling, those who take it to be something true, insisting that identity is not difference but that the two are different. They do not see that in saying, identity is different from difference, they have thereby already said that identity is something different. And since this must also be conceded as the nature of identity, the implication is that to be different belongs to identity not externally, but within it, in its nature. But, further, inasmuch as these same individuals hold firm to their unmoved identity, of which the opposite is difference, they do not see that they have thereby reduced it to a one-sided determinateness which, as such, has no truth. They are conceding that the principle of identity only expresses a one-sided determinateness, that it only contains formal truth, truth abstract and incomplete. Immediately implied in this correct judgment, however, is that the truth is complete only in the unity of identity and difference, and, consequently, that it only consists in this unity. When asserting that formal identity is incomplete, there is vaguely present to one's mind the totality, measured against which that identity is incomplete. But the moment one insists that identity is absolutely separate from difference and in this separation takes it to be something essential, valid, true, then what transpires from these two contradictory claims is only the failure to reconcile these two thoughts, that identity is as abstract identity essential, but that, as such, it is equally incomplete. What is lacking is the awareness of the negative movement as which, in these claims, identity itself is displayed. Or when this is said, that identity is identity essentially as separation from difference or in the separation from difference, then right there we have the express truth about it, namely that identity consists in being separation as such, or in being essentially in the separation, that is, it is nothing for itself but is rather moment of separation. As to the other confirmation of the absolute truth of the principle of identity, this is made to rest on experience in so far as appeal is made to the experience of every consciousness for anyone presented with this proposition. A is A tree is a tree, immediately grants it and is satisfied that the proposition is self-evident and in need of no further justification or demonstration. On the one hand, this appeal to experience, that every consciousness acknowledges the principle universally, is a mere manner of speaking. For nobody will want to say that the abstract proposition, A is A, has actually been tried out on every consciousness. The appeal to actual experience is therefore not in earnest but is rather only an assurance that, if the said experiment were made, universal acknowledgement of the proposition would be the result. And if it is not the abstract proposition as such that is meant, but the proposition in concrete application, from which application the abstract proposition would then have to be developed, then the claim to the universality and immediacy of the latter would consist in the fact that every consciousness assumes it or implies it as foundation, and indeed does so in its every utterance. But the concrete and the application are precisely in the reference that connects simple identity with a manifold which is different from it. Expressed as a proposition, the concrete would be first of all a synthetic proposition. From this concrete itself, or from the synthetic proposition expressing it, abstraction could indeed extract the principle of identity through analysis, but, in actual fact, it would not then leave experience as is but would have altered it, since in experience the identity was rather in unity with difference. And this is the immediately implied in this correct judgment, however, is that the truth is complete only in the unity of identity and difference, and, consequently, that it only consists in this unity. When asserting that formal identity is incomplete, there is vaguely present to one's mind the totality, measured against which that identity is incomplete, but the moment one insists that identity is absolutely separate from difference and in this separation takes it to be something essential, valid, true, then what transpires from these two contradictory claims is only the failure to reconcile these two thoughts, that identity is as abstract identity essential, but that, as such, it is equally incomplete. What is lacking is the awareness of the negative movement as which, in these claims, identity itself is displayed. Or when this is said, that identity is identity essentially as separation from difference or in the separation from difference, then right there we have the expressed truth about it, namely that identity consists in being separation as such, or in being essentially in the separation, that is, it is nothing for itself but is rather moment of separation. As to the other confirmation of the absolute truth of the principle of identity, this is made to rest on experience in so far as appeal is made to the experience of every consciousness for anyone presented with this proposition, A is A, a tree is a tree, immediately grants it and is satisfied that the proposition is self-evident and in need of no further justification or demonstration. On the one hand, this appeal to experience, that every consciousness acknowledges the principle universally, is a mere manner of speaking. For nobody will want to say that the abstract proposition, A is A, has actually been tried out on every consciousness. The appeal to actual experience is therefore not in earnest but is rather only an assurance that, if the said experiment were made, universal acknowledgement of the proposition would be the result. And if it is not the abstract proposition as such that is meant, but the proposition in concrete application, from which application the abstract proposition would then have to be developed, then the claim to the universality and immediacy of the latter would consist in the fact that every consciousness assumes it or implies it as foundation, and indeed does so in its every utterance. But the concrete and the application are precisely in the reference that connects simple identity with a manifold which is different from it. Expressed as a proposition, the concrete would be first of all a synthetic proposition. From this concrete itself, or from the synthetic proposition expressing it, abstraction could indeed extract the principle of identity through analysis, but, in actual fact, it would not then leave experience as is but would have altered it, since in experience the identity was rather in unity with difference. And this is in a negative form it is called the principle of contradiction. No justification is normally given for how the form of negation by which this principle is distinguished from the other comes to identity. But this form is implied by the pure movement of reflection which identity is, by the simple negativity which is contained in a more developed form by the just stated second formulation of the principle. A is enunciated, and a not A which is the pure other of A, but this not A only shows itself in order to disappear. In this proposition, therefore, identity is expressed as a negation of negation. A and not A are distinct. The two terms are distinguished with reference to one and the same A. Here identity is displayed, therefore, as this differentiation of the terms in the one connection or as the simple difference in the terms themselves. From this it is clear that the principle of identity itself, and still more the principle of contradiction, are not of merely analytical but of synthetic nature. For the latter expresses not only empty, simple self-equality, but the other of this self-equality, and not just this other in general but as absolute inequality, contradiction in itself. As for the principle of identity itself, we have shown that it entails the movement of reflection. Identity is the disappearing of otherness, Thus the result of this consideration is this: the principle of identity or contradiction, when meant to express merely abstract identity in opposition to difference as a truth, is not a law of thought but expresses rather the opposite of it. These two principles contain more than is meant by them, namely this opposite, absolute difference itself. B. Difference. Absolute difference. Difference is the negativity that reflection possesses in itself, the nothing which is said in identity discourse, the essential moment of identity itself which, as the negativity of itself, at the same time determines itself and is differentiated from difference. This difference is difference in and for itself, absolute difference, the difference of essence. It is difference in and for itself, not difference through something external but self-referring, hence simple difference. It is essential that we grasp absolute difference as simple. In the absolute difference of A and not A from each other, it is the simple not which, as such, constitutes the difference. Difference itself is a simple concept. In this, so it is said, two things differ, in that etc. in this, that is, in one and the same respect, relative to the same basis of determination. It is the difference of reflection, not the otherness of existence. One existence and another existence are posited as lying outside each other. Each of the two existences thus determined over against each other has an immediate being for itself. The other of essence, by contrast, is the other in and for itself, not the other of some other which is to be found outside it. It is simple determinateness in itself. Also in the sphere of existence did otherness and determinateness prove to be of this nature, simple determinateness, identical opposition, but this identity showed itself only as the transition of a determinateness into the other. Here, in the sphere of reflection, difference comes in as reflected, so posited as it is in itself. Difference in itself is the difference that refers itself to itself, thus it is the negativity of itself, the difference not from another but of itself. From itself it is not itself but its other. What is different from difference, however, is identity. Difference is, therefore, itself and identity. The two together constitute difference. Difference is the whole in its moment. One can also say that difference, as simple difference, is no difference. It is such only with reference to identity. Even better, that is difference it entails itself and this reference equally. Difference is the whole in its own moment, just as identity equally is its whole in its moment. This is to be regarded as the essential nature of reflection and as the determined primordial origin of all activity and self-movement. Both difference and identity make themselves into moment or positedness because, as reflection, they are negative self-reference. Difference, thus is unity of itself and of identity, is internally determined difference. It is not the transition into another, not reference to another outside it. It has its other, identity, within, and in like manner identity, in being included in the determination of difference, has not lost itself in it as its other but retains itself therein, is the reflection into itself of difference, its moment. Difference has both these moments, identity and difference, thus the two are both appositedness, determinateness. But in this positedness each refers to itself. The one, identity, is itself immediately the moment of immanent reflection, but no less is the other, difference, difference in itself, reflected difference. Difference, inasmuch as it has two such moments which are themselves reflections into themselves, is diversity. Diversity. Identity internally breaks apart into diversity because, as absolute difference in itself, it posits itself as the negative of itself, and these, its two moments, itself and the negative of itself, are reflections into themselves, are identical with themselves, or precisely because it itself immediately sublates its negating and is in its determination reflected into itself. The difference subsists as diverse, indifferent to any other, because it is identical with itself, because identity constitutes its base and element, or, the diverse remains what it is even in its opposite, identity. Diversity constitutes the otherness as such of reflection. The other of existence has immediate being, where negativity resides, for its foundation. But in reflection it is self-identity, the reflected immediacy, that constitutes the subsistence of the negative and its indifference. The moments of difference are identity and difference itself. These moments are diverse when reflected into themselves, referring themselves to themselves. Thus, in the determination of identity, they are only self-referring. Identity is not referred to difference, nor is difference referred to identity. Hence, inasmuch as each of these moments is referred only to itself, the two are not determined with respect to each other. Now because in this way the two are not differentiated within, the difference is external to them. The diverse moments, therefore, conduct themselves with respect to each other, not as identity and difference, but only as moments different in general, indifferent to each other and to their determinateness. In diversity, as the indifference of difference, reflection has in general become external. Difference is only appositedness or is sublated, but is itself the whole reflection. On closer consideration, both identity and difference are reflections, as we have just established. Each is the unity of it and its other, each is the whole. But the determinateness, to be only identity or only difference, is thus a sublated something. They are not, therefore, qualities, since their determinateness, because of the immanent reflection, is at the same time only as negation. What we have is therefore this duplicity, immanent reflection as such and determinateness as negation or positiveness. Positiveness is the reflection that is external to itself. It is negation as negation and consequently, indeed in itself self-referring negation and immanent reflection, but only in itself, implicitly its reference is to a something external. Reflection in itself and external reflection are thus the two determinations in which the moments of difference, identity and difference, are posited. They are these moments themselves as they have determined themselves at this point. Immanent reflection is identity, but determined to be indifferent to difference, not to have difference at all but to conduct itself towards difference as identical with itself. It is diversity. It is identity that has so reflected itself into itself that it truly is the one reflection of the two moments into themselves. Both are immanent reflections. Identity is this one reflection of the two, the identity which has difference within it only as an indifferent difference and is diversity in general. External reflection, on the contrary, is their determinate difference, not as absolute immanent reflection, but as a determination towards which the implicitly present reflection is indifferent. Its two moments, identity and difference themselves, are thus externally posited, are not determinations that exist in and for themselves. Now this external identity is likeness, and external difference is unlikeness. Likeness is indeed identity, but only as a positiveness, an identity which is not in and for itself. Unlikeness is equally difference, but an external difference which is not, in and for itself, the difference of the unlike itself. Whether something is like or unlike something else is not the concern of either the like or the unlike. Each refers only to itself, each is in and for itself. What it is, identity or non-identity, in the sense of likeness or unlikeness, depend on the point of view of a third external to them. External reflection connects diversity by referring it to likeness and unlikeness. This reference, which is a comparing, moves back and forth from likeness to unlikeness and from unlikeness to likeness. But this back and forth referring of likeness and unlikeness is external to these determinations themselves. Moreover, they are not referred to each other, but each, for itself, is referred to a third. In this alternation, each immediately stands out on its own. External reflection is as such external to itself. Determinate difference is negate an absolute difference. It is not simple difference, therefore, not an immanent reflection, but has this reflection outside it. Hence its moments come apart and both refer, each also outside the other, to the immanent reflection confronting them. In reflection thus alienated from itself, likeness and unlikeness present themselves, therefore, as themselves unconnected, and reflection keeps them apart, for it refers them to one and the same something by means of insofar, from this side or that, and from this view or that. Thus diverse things that are one and the same, when likeness and unlikeness are said of them, are from one side like each other, but from another side unlike, and insofar as they are alike, to that extent they are not unlike. Likeness thus refers only to itself, and unlikeness is equally only unlikeness. Because of this separation from each other, they sublate themselves. Precisely that which should save them from contradiction and dissolution, namely that something is like another in one respect but unlike in another, precisely this keeping of likeness and unlikeness apart, is their destruction. For both are determinations of difference. They are references to each other, each intended to be what the other is not. The like is not the unlike, and the unlike is not the like. Both have this connecting reference essentially, and have no meaning outside it as determinations of difference. Each is what it is different from its other. But because of their indifference to each other, the likeness is referred to itself, and similarly is unlikeness a point of view of its own and a reflection unto itself. Each, therefore, is like itself. Difference has vanished, since they have no determinateness to oppose them. In other words, each is consequently only likeness. Accordingly, this indifferent viewpoint or the external difference sublates itself, and it is in itself the negativity of itself. It is the negativity which in comparing belongs to that which does the comparing. This latter oscillates from likeness to unlikeness and back again. Hence it lets the one disappear into the other and is in fact the negative unity of both. This negative unity transcends at first what is compared as well as the moments of the comparing as a subjective operation that falls outside them. But the result is that this unity is in fact the nature of likeness and unlikeness themselves. Even the independent viewpoint that each of these is rather the self-reference that sublates their distinctness and so, too, themselves. From this side, as moments of external reflection and as external to themselves, likeness and unlikeness disappear together into their likeness. But this, Their negative unity is in addition also posited in them, for their reflection implicitly exists outside them, that is, they are the likeness and unlikeness of a third, of another than they themselves are. Thus the like is not the like of itself, and the unlike, as the unlike not of itself but of an unlike to it, is itself the like. The like and the unlike is each therefore the unlike of itself. Each is thereby this reflection likeness, that it is itself, and the unlikeness unlikeness, that it is itself and the likeness. Likeness and unlikeness constituted the side of positiveness as against what is being compared, or the diverse which, as contrasted with them, had determined itself as implicitly existent reflection. But this positiveness has consequently equally lost its determinateness as against this reflection. Likeness and unlikeness, the determinations of external reflection, are precisely the merely implicitly existent reflection which the diverse as such was supposed to be, its only indeterminate difference. Implicitly existent reflection is self-reference without negation, abstract self-identity, and therefore positiveness itself. The merely diverse thus passes over through the positiveness into negative reflection. The diverse is difference which is merely posited, hence a difference which is no difference, hence a negation that negates itself within. Likeness and unlikeness themselves, the positiveness, thus return through indifference or through implicitly existing reflection back into negative unity with themselves, into the reflection which is the implicit difference of likeness and unlikeness. Diversity, the indifferent sides of which are just as much simply and solely moments of a negative unity, is opposition. Remark. Diversity, like identity, is expressed in a proposition of its own. But the two propositions otherwise remain indifferent to each other, each valid on its own irrespective of the other. All things are different, or no two things are alike. This principle is in fact opposed to the principle of identity, for it says A is something distinctive, therefore A is also not A, or A is unlike another, hence it is not A in general but rather a distinctive A. In the proposition expressing identity, the A can be replaced by any other substrate, but when A is something distinctive, it cannot be interchanged with anything else. Of course it is not supposed to be different from itself, but only from some other, but this diversity is its own determination. As self-identical, A is indeterminateness, but as determinated is the opposite thereof. It no longer has only self-identity but also carries a negation within, and hence a difference within it of itself from itself. That everything is different from everything else is an altogether superfluous proposition, for in the plural of things there is already implied a multitude and totally indeterminate diversity. The principle, however, there are no two perfectly like things, expresses more than that, for it expresses determinate difference. Two things are not merely two. Numerical multiplicity is only the repetition of one, but are rather differentiated by a determination. The proposition that there are no two things which are like each other strikes the imagination as strange, as in the anecdote about the court where Leibniz propounded it, occasioning the ladies to search among the leaves of trees to see whether two like could be found. Happy times for metaphysics those, when it was practiced at court and no greater effort was called for to demonstrate its propositions than to compare the leaves of trees. The reason why the principle strikes us as strange lies in what has just been said, namely because two, or any numerical plurality, does not yet contain a diversity which is determinate, and because diversity as such, taken in abstraction, is at first indifferent with respect to likeness and unlikeness. Ordinary thinking, when it goes on to determine it, assumes that these two moments are themselves indifferent to each other, so that each is sufficient for the determination without the other, the mere likeness of things sufficient without their unlikeness, as if the things would be diverse even if only numerically many, diverse in general without being unequal. The law of diversity, on the contrary, proclaims that things are diverse from each other by virtue of unlikeness, that the determination of unlikeness belongs to them just as much as that of likeness, for only the two together constitute determinate difference. Now this proposition, that the determination of unlikeness pertains to all things, is surely in need of demonstration. It cannot be advanced as an immediate proposition, for it is the ordinary norm of cognition itself to require a demonstration for linking diverse determinations together into one synthetic proposition, or to indicate some third term in which such determinations are mediated. Such a demonstration would have to display the transition from identity to diversity, and the transition then from diversity to determinate diversity, to unlikeness. But this is not ordinarily done. The demonstration would follow from the fact that diversity or external difference is in truth reflected into itself, is difference within, that the indifferent subsistence of the diverse is a mere positiveness and therefore not external, indifferent difference, but one reference of the two moments. In this lies also the dissolution, the nothingness, of the law of diversity. Two things are not perfectly alike. So they are at the same time alike and unlike, alike, by the very fact that they are things, or two in general, For each is a thing or a one just as well as any other, and each is therefore the same as the other unlike, however, ex hypothesi. What we then have is this determination, that the two moments, likeness and unlikeness, are different in one and the same thing, or that their differentiating difference is at the same time one and the same reference. Here is where we have the transition into opposition. The at the same time of the two predicates will indeed be held fragmented by means of the insofar two things are insofar like, insofar unlike, or they are alike from one side and viewpoint, but unlike from another. In this way, the unity of likeness and unlikeness is kept away from a thing, and what would be the thing's own reflection and the immanent reflection of likeness and unlikeness is fixed as a reflection external to the thing. But it is this reflection which, in one and the same activity, distinguishes the two sides of likeness and unlikeness, by the same token contains them in one activity, and lets the one shine reflected into the other. The ordinary tenderness for things, the overriding worry of which is that they do not contradict themselves, forgets instead, here as elsewhere, that contradiction is not thereby dissolved but is rather shoved elsewhere, into subjective or external reflection, forgets that the two moments of this reflection, of which it speaks as assumed facts in its effort at removing them or displacing them, are in fact contained in it as sublated, and each referring to the other in one unity. Opposition. In opposition, the determinate reflection, difference, is brought to completion. Opposition is the unity of identity and diversity. Its moments are diverse in one identity, and so they are opposites. Identity and difference are the moments of difference as held inside difference itself. They are reflected moments of its unity. Likeness and unlikeness are instead the externalized reflection. Their self-identity is not only the indifference of each towards the other differentiated from it, but towards being in and for itself as such. Theirs is a self-identity that contrasts with identity reflected into itself, hence an immediacy which is not reflected into itself. The positedness of the sides of external reflection is therefore a being, just as their non-positedness is a non-being. On closer consideration, the moments of opposition are positedness reflected into itself or determination in general. Positedness is likeness and unlikeness. These two, reflected into themselves, constitute the determinations of opposition. Their immanent reflection consists in that each is within it the unity of likeness and unlikeness. Likeness is only in a reflection which compares according to the unlikeness and is therefore mediated by its other and different moments. Similarly, unlikeness is only in the same reflective reference in which likeness is. Each of these moments, in its determinateness, is therefore the whole. It is the whole because it also contains its other moment, but this, its other, is an indifferent existent. Thus each contains a reference to its non-being, and it is reflection into itself, or the whole, only as essentially referring to its non-being. This self-likeness, reflected into itself and containing the reference to unlikeness within it, is the positive, and the unlikeness that contains within itself the reference to its non-being, to likeness, is the negative. Or again, both are a positiveness now insofar as the differentiated determinateness is taken as a differentiated determinate reference of positiveness to itself. Opposition is, on the one hand, positiveness reflected into its likeness with itself, and, on the other hand, it is the same positiveness reflected into its inequality with itself, the positive and the negative. The positive is positiveness as reflected into self-likeness, but what is reflected is positiveness, that is, the negation as negation, and so this immanent reflection has the reference to the other for its determination. The negative is positiveness as reflected into unlikeness, but positiveness is the unlikeness itself, and so this reflection is therefore the identity of unlikeness with itself and absolute self-reference. Each, therefore, equally has the other in it. Positiveness reflected into self-likeness has the unlikeness, and positiveness reflected into self-unlikeness, the likeness. The positive and the negative are thus the sides of opposition that have become self-subsisting. They are self-subsisting because they are the reflection of the whole into itself, and they belong to opposition insofar as the latter is determinateness which, as the whole, is reflected into itself. Because of their self-subsistence, the opposition which they constitute is implicitly determinate. Each is itself and its other. For this reason, each has its determinateness not in another but within. Each refers itself to itself only as referring itself to its other. This has a twofold aspect. Each is the reference to its non-being as the sublating of this otherness in itself. Its non-being is thus only a moment in it. But, on the other hand, here positiveness has become a being, an indifferent subsistence. The other of itself which each contains is therefore also the non-being of that in which it should be contained only as a moment. Each is, therefore, only to the extent that its non-being is, the two in an identical reference. The determinations which constitute the positive and the negative consist, therefore, in that the positive and the negative are, first, absolute moments of opposition. Their subsistence is indivisibly one reflection. It is one mediation in which each is by virtue of the non-being of its other, hence by virtue of its other or its own non-being. Thus they are simply opposites, or each is only the opposite of the other. The one is not yet the positive and the other not yet the negative, but both are negative with respect to each other. Each, therefore, simply is, first, to the extent that the other is, it is what it is by virtue of the other, by virtue of its own non-being it is only positiveness. Second, it is to the extent that the other is not, it is what it is by virtue of the non-being of the other, it is reflection into itself. The two, however, are both the one mediation of opposition as such, in which they simply are only posited moments. Moreover, this mere positedness is reflected into itself in general, and, according to this moment of external reflection, the positive and the negative are indifferent towards this first identity where they are only moments, or again, because that first reflection is the positive's and the negative's own reflection into itself, each is indifferent towards its reflection into its non-being, towards its own positiveness. The two sides are thus merely diverse, and because their determinateness, that they are positive or negative, constitutes their positiveness as against each other, each is not specifically so determined internally but is only determinateness in general to each side. Therefore, there belongs indeed one of the two determinacies, the positive or the negative, but the two can be interchanged, and each side is such as can be taken equally as positive or negative. But, in third place, the positive and the negative are not only apposited being, nor are they something merely indifferent, but their positiveness, or the reference to the other in the one unity which they themselves are not, is rather taken back into each. Each is itself positive and negative within the positive, and the negative are the determination of reflection in and for itself only in this reflection of the opposite into itself as the opposite either positive or negative. The positive has within it the reference to the other in which the determinateness of the positive consists. And the same applies to the negative, it is not negative as contrasted with another but has the determinateness by which it is negative within. Each is thus self-subsistent unity existing for itself. The positive is indeed a positiveness, but in such a way that the positiveness is for it posited being is sublated. It is the non-opposed, the sublated opposition, but is the side of the opposition itself. As positive, it is indeed a something which is determined with reference to an otherness, but in such a way that its nature is not to be something posited, it is the immanent reflection that negates otherness. But its other, the negative, is itself no longer positedness or a moment but itself a self-subsisting being, and so the negating reflection of the positive is internally determined to exclude this being, which is its non-being, from itself. Thus the negative, as absolute reflection, is not the immediate negative but is the negative as sublated positiveness, the negative in and for itself which positively rests upon itself. As immanent reflection, it negates its reference to its other is the positive, a self-subsisting being, hence its negative reference to this positive is the excluding of it from itself. The negative is the independently existing opposite, over against the positive which is the determination of the sublated opposition, the whole opposition resting upon itself, opposed to the self-identical positiveness. The positive and the negative are such, therefore, not just in themselves, but in and for themselves. They are in themselves positive and negative when they are abstracted from their excluding reference to the other and are taken only in accordance with their determination. Something is in itself positive or negative when it is not supposed to be determined as positive or negative merely in contrast with the other. But the positive and the negative, taken not as a positiveness and hence not as opposed, are each an immediate, being and non-being. There are, however, moments of opposition therein itself constitutes only the form of their immanent reflectiveness. Something is said to be positive in itself, outside the reference to something negative, and something negative in itself, outside the reference to something negative in this determination. Merely the abstract moment of this reflectedness is held on to. However, to say that the positive and the negative exist in themselves essentially implies that to be opposed is not a mere moment, nor that it is just a matter of comparison, but that it is the determination of the sides themselves of the opposition. The sides, as positive or negative in themselves, are not, therefore, outside the reference to the other. On the contrary, this reference, precisely as exclusive, constitutes their determination or their in itselfness in this, therefore, they are at the same time in and for themselves. Remark. Mention must be made here of the concept of the positive and negative as it occurs in arithmetic. The concept is presupposed there as known, but, since it is not grasped in its specific difference, it is not immune to insoluble difficulties and complications. We have just seen how the two real determinations of the positive and negative, outside the simple concept of their opposition, come to be. Namely, only a differentiated immediate existence stands in a first instance's ground, the simple immanent reflection of which is distinguished from its positiveness, from the opposition itself. This opposition, therefore, does not count as anything which is in and for itself, and, although it does apply to its diverse sides so that each is an opposite in general, the sides remain nonetheless indifferent to it, and it is a matter of indifference which of the two is regarded as positive or negative. In a second instance, the positive is however the positive in itself, and the negative is the negative in itself, so that the two diverse sides are not indifferent to their respective determination but each is the determination in and for itself. We see these two forms of the positive and the negative occur in arithmetic in the very first applications of them. In a first sense, the A and A are simply opposite magnitudes. The A is the unit that stands by itself at the base of both, itself indifferent towards the opposition and serving here as an inert foundation, without further conceptual consideration. The A is indeed designated as the negative, the A is the positive, but the one is just as much an opposite as the other. In yet another sense, the A is not only the simple unit serving as the foundation but, as A and A, it is the reflection of these opposites into themselves. There are two different A's at hand, and it is indifferent which of the two is designated as the positive or the negative. Each has a particular self-subsistence and is positive. According to the first sense, y and y equals or, in dash, the positive are negatives in the opposites cancel themselves in combination. A 1-hour march is made to the east, and an equal march back to the west undoes it. So many are the debts pending, that many less assets are available. So many are the assets available, that many debts are absolved. The 1-hour march to the east is not in itself a positive march, nor is the march to the west a negative march. The directions are rather indifferent to this determinateness of opposition. Only a third standpoint external to both makes a positive of the one and a negative of the other. So also debts are not a negative in and for themselves but are such only with reference to the one in debt for the creditor. They are a positive asset. They are a sum of money, or anything else of a given value, which, in accordance with standpoints external to it, is either debt or asset. The opposites do indeed cancel themselves in reference to each other, the result being equal to zero, but there is also present in them their identical reference which is itself indifferent to the opposition, so the two constitute a one. The same goes for the sum of money just mentioned, which is only one sum, or for the A, which is only one A whether in A or A, and for the 1-hour march as well, which covers one stretch of road, whether in the direction of east or west. And the same applies to an ordinate y, which is the same whether taken on one side or the other of the axis. Hence, y equals y. It is only one ordinate with only one determination and law for it. But, in the second sense, the opposites are not only one indifferent something but also two indifferent somethings. For, as opposites, they are also reflected into themselves and thus stand as diverse. Thus there are 11 units altogether. Y are ordinates on opposite sides of the axis, where each is an existence indifferent to this limit and to their opposition. In this sense, y equals y. Also the road covered from east to west and back is the sum of a twofold effort or the sum of two time periods. Likewise in the economy of a state, a quantum of money or of assets is not just this one quantum as a means of subsistence but is rather doubled. It is a means of subsistence for both creditor and debtor. The capital of a state is calculated not merely as the sum of cash and of other real or liquid assets available to it, even less so as the sum of what is left over after subtracting passive from active assets for the capital. Rather, even if its active and passive accounts nullify each other, remains, first, positive capital, as A equals A, and, second, since it is passive in a variety of ways, by being lent many times over, it is thereby a resource many times over. But not only are opposite magnitudes, on the one hand, just merely opposed, and, on the other hand, real or indifferent. For although quantum itself is being indifferent to limit, the positive in itself and the negative in itself do also occur in it. Take the A, for instance, with no sign designation. If a sign is required, the presumption is that the A is positive. If opposition is required, though only in general, then it can just as well be taken as A. But the positive sign is the one given to it immediately, for the positive carries as such the particular meaning of the immediate, as self-identical, in contrast to the opposition. Further, inasmuch as positive and negative magnitudes are added or subtracted, they count as positive or negative for themselves, not as acquiring this value externally, merely through the connective of addition or subtraction. In dash, the first minus means opposite to, but the second, the dash, has the value of something opposed in itself, outside the reference to. This is even more apparent in multiplication and division. Here we must take the positive as essentially the not opposite and the negative, on the contrary, as the opposite, not both determinations equally as just opposites in general. In the textbooks of arithmetic, the demonstrations of how the signs function in these two types of reckoning do not go past the concept of opposite magnitudes in general, and for this reason they remain incomplete and land themselves in contradictions. In multiplication and division, the plus and the minus obtain the more specific meaning of the positive and the negative in itself, because the relation of unit and amount in which the factors stand to each other is not a mere relation of the more and less, as in addition and subtraction, but is a qualitative relation, and for this reason the plus and minus also obtain the qualitative meaning of the positive and the negative. Without this determination and merely from the concept of opposite magnitudes, the false conclusion can easily be drawn that, if a middle dot a equals a, then contrariwise a middle dot a equals a. Since one factor indicates the amount and the other the unit, and the amount is usually indicated by the factor that comes first, the two expressions, a middle dot a and a middle dot a, are distinguished by the fact that in the first the a is the unit and a the amount, and the contrary is the case in the other. Now it is common to say with respect to the first expression that if I am to take a, the unit, a times, then I take it not merely a times but also in the manner opposite to it, a times a. Therefore, since the a is plus, I have to take it negatively, and the product is a. But if, in the second case, a is to be taken a times, then a should equally be taken not a times but in the determination opposite to it, namely a times. Therefore, on the argument of the first case the product would have to be a. The same goes for division. This is the conclusion that necessarily follows when we take plus and minus as opposite magnitudes in general in the first case. To the minus is attributed the power of altering the plus, yet in the second case the plus is supposed not to have the same power over the minus, despite the fact that it is as good an opposite determination of magnitude as the minus. In point of fact, the plus does not have this power, for it is to be taken here according to its qualitative determination as against the minus, since the factors stand in qualitative relation to each other. For this reason, the negative here is therefore the inherently opposite as such, but the positive is the indeterminate, the indifferent in general. It, too, is indeed the negative, but the negative of the other, not a negative within it. A determination of negation thus derives solely by virtue of the negative at hand, not by virtue of the positive. And so a middle dot a equals a, because the negative a is not to be taken merely in the opposite manner, as it would have to be taken when multiplied a times, but because it is to be taken negatively. But the negation of the negation is the positive. See contradiction. Difference in general contains both its sides as moments in diversity. These sides fall apart as indifferent to each other and in opposition as such. They are the moments of difference, each determined by the other and hence only moments. But in opposition these moments are equally determined within, indifferent to each other and mutually exclusive, self-subsisting determinations of reflection. One is the positive and the other the negative, but the former is a positive which is such within, and the latter as a negative which is such within. Each has indifferent self-subsistence for itself by virtue of having the reference to its other moment within it. Each moment is thus the whole self-contained opposition. As this whole, each moment is self-mediated through its other and contains this other. But it is also self-mediated through the non-being of its other and is, therefore, a unity existing for itself and excluding the other from itself. Since the self-subsisting determination of reflection excludes the other in the same respect as it contains it, it is self-subsisting for precisely this reason. In its self-subsistence the determination excludes its own self-subsistence from itself. For this self-subsistence consists in that it contains the determination which is other than it in itself and does not refer to anything external for just this reason, but no less immediately in that it is itself and excludes from itself the determination that negates it. And so it is contradiction. Difference as such is already implicitly contradiction, for it is the unity of beings which are, only in so far as they are not one, and it is the separation of beings which are, only in so far as they are separated in the same reference connecting them. The positive and the negative, however, are the posited contradiction, for, as negative unities, they are precisely their self-positing and therein each the sublating of itself and the positing of its opposite. They constitute determining reflection as exclusive, for the excluding is one act of distinguishing in each of the distinguished beings, as exclusive, is itself the whole act of excluding, and so each excludes itself internally. If we look at the two self-subsisting determinations of reflection on their own, the positive is positiveness as reflected into likeness with itself, positiveness which is not reference to another, hence subsistence inasmuch as the positiveness is sublated and excluded. But with this the positive makes itself into the reference of a non-being, into a positiveness. In this way the positive is contradiction, in that, as the positing of self-identity by the excluding of the negative, it makes itself into a negative, hence into the other which it excludes from itself. This last, as excluded, is posited free of the one that excludes, hence, as reflected into itself and itself as excluding. The reflection that excludes is thus the positing of the positive as excluding the other, so that this positing immediately is the positing of its other which excludes it. This is the absolute contradiction of the positive, but it is immediately the absolute contradiction of the negative, the positing of both in one reflection. Considered in itself as against the positive, the negative is positiveness as reflected into unlikeness to itself, the negative as negative. But the negative is itself the unlike, the non-being of another. Consequently, reflection is in its unlikeness its reference rather to itself. Negation in general is the negative as quality or immediate determinateness, but taken as negative, it is referred to the negative of itself, to its other. If this second negative is taken only as identical with the first, then it is also only immediate, just like the first they are not taken, therefore, as each the other of the other, hence not as negatives. The negative is not at all an immediate. But now, since each is moreover equally the same as what the other is, this reference connecting them as unequal is just as much their identical connection. This is therefore the same contradiction which the positive is, namely positiveness or negation as self-reference. But the positive is only implicitly this contradiction, is contradiction only in itself. The negative, on the contrary, is the posited contradiction, for in its reflection into itself, as a negative which is in and for itself or a negative which is identical with itself, its determination is to be the not identical, the exclusion of identity. The negative is this, to be identical with itself over against identity, and consequently, because of this excluding reflection, to exclude itself from itself. The negative is therefore the whole opposition, the opposition which, as opposition, rests upon its self-distinction that absolutely does not refer itself to another distinction which, as opposition, excludes identity from itself, but thereby also excludes itself, for as reference to itself it determines itself as the very identity which it excludes. Contradiction resolves itself. In the self-excluding reflection we have just considered, the positive and the negative, each in its self-subsistence, sublates itself. Each is simply the passing over, or rather the self-translating of itself into its opposite. This internal ceaseless vanishing of the opposites is the first unity that arises by virtue of contradiction. It is the null. But contradiction does not contain merely the negative, it also contains the positive, or the self-excluding reflection is at the same time positing reflection. The result of contradiction is not only the null. The positive and the negative constitute the positiveness of the self-subsistence. Their own self-negation sublates it. It is this positiveness which in truth founders to the ground in contradiction. The immanent reflection by virtue of which the sides of opposition are turned into self-subsistent self-references is, first of all, their self-subsistence as distinct moments. Thus they are this self-subsistence only in themselves, for they are still opposites, and that they are in themselves self-subsistent constitutes their positiveness. But their excluding reflection sublates this positiveness, turns them into self-subsistent beings existing in and for themselves, such as are self-subsistent not only in themselves but by virtue of their negative reference to their other. In this way, their self-subsistence is also posited. But, further, by thus being posited as self-subsistent, they make themselves into a positedness. They fate themselves to founder, since they determine themselves as self-identical, yet in their self-identity they are rather the negative, a self-identity which is reference to other. However, on closer examination, this excluding reflection is not only this formal determination. It is self-subsistence existing in itself, and the sublating of this positiveness is only through this sublating a unity that exists for itself and is in fact self-subsistent. Of course, through the sublating of otherness or positiveness or the negative of another is indeed present again. But in fact, this negation is not just a return to the first immediate reference to the other, is not positiveness as sublated immediacy, but positiveness as sublated positiveness. The excluding reflection of self-subsistence, since it is excluding, makes itself a positiveness but is just as much the sublation of its positiveness. It is sublating reference to itself. In that reference, it first sublates the negative and it secondly posits itself as a negative, and it is only this posited negative that it sublates. In sublating the negative, it both posits and sublates it at the same time. In this way the exclusive determination is itself that other of itself of which it is the negation. The sublation of this positiveness is not, therefore, once more positiveness as the negative of another, but as self-withdrawal, positive self-unity. Self-subsistence is thus unity that turns back into itself by virtue of its own negation, for it turns into itself through the negation of its positiveness. It is the unity of essence, to be identical with itself through the negation not of another, but of itself. According to this positive side, since self-subsistence in opposition, as excluding reflection, makes itself into a positiveness and equally sublates this positiveness, not only has opposition foundered but in foundering it has gone back to its foundation, to its ground. The excluding reflection of the self-subsisting opposition turns it into a negative, something only posited. It thereby reduces its formerly self-subsisting determinations, the positive and the negative, to determinations which are only determinations, and the positedness, since it is now made into positedness, has simply gone back to its unity with itself. It is simple essence, but essence as ground. Through the sublating of the determinations of essence, which are in themselves self-contradictory, essence is restored, but restored in the determination of an exclusive, reflective unity, a simple unity which determines itself as negation, but in this positiveness is immediately like itself and withdrawn into itself. In the first place, therefore, because of its contradiction, the self-subsisting opposition goes back into a ground. This opposition is what comes first, the immediate from which the beginning is made, while the sublated opposition or the sublated positedness is itself a positedness. Accordingly, essence is as ground a positedness, something that has become. But conversely, only this has been posited, namely that the opposition or the positedness is something sublated, only as positedness. As ground, therefore, essence is excluding reflection because it makes itself into a positedness, because the opposition from which the start was just now made and was the immediate is the merely posited determinate self-subsistence of essence, because opposition only sublates itself within, whereas essence is in its determinateness reflected into itself. As ground, therefore, essence excludes itself from itself, it posits itself. Its positedness, which is what is excluded, is only as positedness, as identity of the negative with itself. This self-subsistent is the negative posited as the negative, something self-contradictory which, consequently, remains in the essence as in its ground. The resolved contradiction is therefore ground, essence is unity of the positive and the negative. In opposition, determinateness has progressed to self-subsistence, but ground is this self-subsistence is completed in it. The negative is self-subsistent essence, but is negative and, as self-identical in this negativity, ground is thus equally the positive. In ground, therefore, opposition and its contradiction are just as much removed as preserved. Ground is essence's positive self-identity which, however, at the same time refers itself to itself as negativity and therefore determines itself, making itself into an excluded positedness. But this positedness is the whole self-subsisting essence, and essence is ground, self-identical in its negation and positive. The self-contradictory self-subsistent opposition was itself, therefore, already ground. All that was added to it was the determination of self-unity which emerges as each of the self-subsisting opposites sublates itself and makes itself into its other, thereby founders and sinks to the ground, but therein also reunites itself with itself. Thus in this foundering, that is, in its positedness or in the negation, it rather is for the first time the essence that is reflected into itself and self-identical. Remark. The positive and the negative are the same. This is a maxim of external reflection, for it sets up a comparison between the two terms. But it is not an external comparison that should be drawn between them or, for that matter, between any two other categories. The categories must rather be considered on their own, that is to say, it is their own reflection that must be considered. And we have seen in this reflection that each is the reflective shining of itself in the other, and itself the positing of itself as the other. Superficial thought that does not consider the positive and the negative as they are in themselves can of course be made aware of the instability of these distinct terms, which it assumes to be fixed in their opposition to each other, by being referred to the act of comparing. The most cursory experiment in reflective thought will demonstrate that, if something is determined as a positive and is then taken as the starting point, this same something will have immediately turned in the process into a negative and, vice versa. Anything negatively determined will have turned into a positive. It will demonstrate that reflective thinking gets confused and runs into contradictions in these determinations. Ignorance of their nature will interpret this confusion as a misstep that should not occur, and will ascribe it to a subjective failure. Indeed, the shifting back and forth from one determination to the other will remain mere confusion as long as there is no awareness of the necessity of the alternation. But even to external reflection it will be a matter of simple consideration that the positive, to start with, is not a simple identity but is rather, on the one hand, opposed to the negative, has meaning only in this reference to it and therefore entails the negative in its very concept, and, on the other hand, is inherently the self-referring negation of mere positiveness or of the negative and therefore is itself implicitly the absolute negation. Similarly, the negative that stands over against the positive has meaning only in thus referring to its other. It contains it, therefore, in its concept. But the negative has a self-subsistence of its own also without the reference to the positive. It is self-identical, thus it is itself what the positive was supposed to be. The opposition of positive and negative is normally taken in the sense that the former, even though its name conveys positiveness, is to be supposed as objective, the latter, instead, as something subjective that only belongs to an external reflection and has nothing to do with what exists subjectively in and for itself, even as for the latter nothing at all. And in fact, if the negative only expressed a subjectively arbitrary abstraction or a determination of external comparison, then it would indeed be for the positive nothing at all, that is, there would be no reference in the positive to such an empty abstraction, but then its determination, that it is a positive, would equally be only external to it. As an example of the fixed opposition of these determinations of reflection, take light in general to be the solely positive, and darkness the solely negative. But light has, in its unending expansion and power to suscitate and vivify, the nature of absolute negativity. Darkness, on the other hand, as a non-manifold or as the non-self-differentiating womb of generation, is simple self-identity, the positive. In the way it is taken, it is only a negative, in the sense that it is the mere absence of light, nothing at all for itself, so that light, in referring to it, would not be referring to another but purely to itself, would therefore simply disappear before it. But surely light is dimmed to gray by darkness and, besides this merely quantitative alteration, it also suffers the qualitative one of being determined as color by referring to darkness. So also virtue, for example, is not without struggle, it is rather the highest, the perfect struggle, and thus not only a positive but rather absolute negativity. Virtue is virtue, not just by comparison to vice, but for the opposition and the combat in it. Or again, vice is not only the lack of virtue, innocence too is such a lack, and distinct from virtue not just in the eyes of an external reflection, but is opposed to virtue in itself. It is evil. Evil consists in maintaining one's own ground as against the good. It is positive negativity. Innocence, on the other hand, as the lack of both good and evil, is indifferent to these determinations, is neither positive nor negative. But at the same time this lack must be taken also as a determinateness and, as such, on the one hand it is to be considered as the positive nature of something just as, on the other, as referring to an opposite. And thus all natures fall from innocence, from their indifferent self-identity, because of what they are in themselves they refer to their other, and therefore they cause themselves to founder, or, positively expressed, they return to their ground. Truth also is the positive as the knowledge that agrees with the object, but it is this likeness to itself only in so far as knowledge has related itself negatively to the other, has penetrated the object and sublated the negation which the latter is. Error is something positive as the self-aware and deliberate assertion of something which has no existence in and for itself. Ignorance, for its part, is either something indifferent to truth and error, hence neither positively nor negatively determined, its determination a lack and thus the domain of external reflection, or, objectively taken as the defining determination of a nature, an instinct that is directed against itself, a negative containing a positive direction within it. To perceive and to be mindful of this nature of the determinations of reflection is among the most important steps in cognition, that their truth consists only in their reference to one another, and hence that each contains the other within its very concept. Without this recognition, no proper step in philosophy can be made. Remark. The determination of opposition has equally been made into a proposition, the so-called principle of the excluded middle. Something is either A or not A, there is no third. This principle contains, first, that everything is an opposite, determined either as positive or as negative. It is an important principle, necessary because identity passes over into diversity and diversity into opposition. But this is not the sense in which it is normally understood, for its ordinary meaning amounts rather to just this, that of all predicates, either this one here or its non-being comes to a thing. Here the opposite of the predicate signifies a mere lack or rather indeterminateness, and the principle is so insignificant that it is hardly worth the effort of enunciating it. If the predicates green, sweet, square, are taken, and it is assumed that they are all taken, and then it is said of spirit that it is either sweet or not sweet, green or not green, and so on, this is a triviality that leads nowhere. Determinateness, the predicate, is referred to something. This something is determined, the principle says. Now what the principle ought essentially to imply is that the determinateness should further determine itself, that it become determinateness in itself, opposition. Instead of this, however, it only goes, in the trivial sense just mentioned, from determinateness over to its non-being in general, goes back to indeterminateness. The principle of the excluded middle is further distinguished from the previously examined principles of identity or contradiction that said, nothing is A and not A at the same time. What this implies is that there is nothing which is not either A or not A, that there is no third that would be indifferent to that opposition. But in fact a third indifferent to it is given in the principle itself, for the A itself is there. This A is neither A nor A, and just as much also A and A. The something which ought to have been either A or A is here attached to the A as well as the A, and again, inasmuch as it is attached to the A, it ought not to be attached to the A, just as it ought not to be attached to the A inasmuch as it is to the not A. The something itself is therefore the third which ought to have been excluded. Since in this something the opposite determinations are equally posited and sublated, that third which is here in the shape of an inert something, when taken more profoundly, is the unity of the reflection into which the opposition returns as into ground. Remark. Now if the first determinations of reflection, identity, diversity, and opposition, have been formulated each as a principle, all the more should the one determination into which they pass over as in their truth, namely contradiction, be grasped and enunciated as a principle. All things are in themselves contradictory, in the sense, moreover, that is contrasted with the other. This proposition expresses rather the truth and the essence of things. The contradiction that emerges in opposition is only the developed nothing which is contained in identity and came to the fore in the claim that the principle of identity says nothing. This negation further determines itself into difference and into opposition, which is now the posited contradiction. It is, however, one of the basic prejudices of previous logic and of ordinary thought that contradiction is not as essential and imminent a determination as identity. But in fact, if order of precedence were an issue, and the two determinations were to be held separate, it would be the principle of contradiction that should be taken as the more profound and the more essential. For in contrast to it, identity is only the determination of simple immediacy, of inert being, whereas contradiction is the root of all movement in life. It is only in so far as something has a contradiction within it that it moves, is possessed of instinct and activity. Contradiction is ordinarily the first to be kept away from things, away from any existent and from the true. As the saying goes, there is nothing contradictory. For the rest, it is relegated to subjective reflection which allegedly first posits it by way of reference and comparison. And even within this reflection it is not really there, for the contradictory cannot supposedly be represented or thought. Whether it occurs in actuality or in the reflection of thought, it is universally reckoned as an accident, an abnormality as it were, a momentary fit of sickness. Now as regards the claim that there is no contradiction, that none is to be found, we need not worry on account of such protestations. An absolute determination of essence must be found in every experience, in anything actual just as in every concept. We have already remarked this much earlier on in connection with the infinite, which is contradiction as displayed in the sphere of being. But ordinary experience itself testifies that there do exist at least a great many contradictory things, contradictory dispositions etc., of which the contradiction is present not in any external reflection but right in them. Nor is contradiction to be taken as an abnormality which happens only here and there, but it is rather the negative in its essential determination, the principle of all self-movement, which consists in nothing else than in the display of contradiction. External, sensuous motion is itself contradiction's immediate existence. Something moves, not because now it is here and there at another now, but because in one and the same now it is here and not here, because in this here it is and is not at the same time. One must concede to the dialecticians of old the contradictions which they pointed to in motion, but what follows from them is not that motion is not, but that it is rather contradiction as existent. Internal self-movement proper, drive in general, the appetite or nisus of the monad, the entelechy of the absolutely simple essence, is likewise nothing else than that something is, in itself and the lack of itself, the negative, in one and the same respect. Abstract self-identity is not yet vitality but the positive, since implicitly it is negativity, goes out of itself and sets its alteration in motion. Something is alive, therefore, only to the extent that it contains contradiction within itself. Indeed, force is this, to hold and endure contradiction within. If, on the contrary, a concrete existent were not capable of overreaching its positive determination and grasping the negative one at the same time, holding the two firmly together, if it were not capable of harboring contradiction within it, it would not then be a living unity as such, not a ground, and in contradiction it would founder and sink to the ground. Speculative thought consists only in this, in holding firm to contradiction and to itself in the contradiction, but not in the sense that, as it happens in ordinary thought, it would let itself be ruled by it and allow it to dissolve its determinations into just other determinations or into nothing. If to ordinary thought the contradiction which is in motion, in a drive and the like, remains concealed in the simplicity of such determinations, contradiction is, on the other hand, immediately displayed in the determinations of relation. The most trivial of examples, above and under, right and left, father and son, and so on ad infinitum, all contain opposition within one and the same term. Above is what under is not. Above is determined by just this, not to be under, and is only to the extent that an under is, and contrariwise. Father is the other of son and son the other of father, and each is only as this other of the other, and the one determination is at the same time only with reference to the other, there being as one subsisting. The Father is indeed something for itself outside this reference to the Son, but then he is not Father but a man in general. The same applies to above and under, right and left. They too are something outside the reference when reflected into themselves, but just places in general. Opposites entail contradiction inasmuch as, in negatively referring to each other, they sublate each other reciprocally and are indifferent to each other. Ordinary thought, when it passes over to the moment of indifference, forgets there the negative unity of the opposites and therefore holds on to them only as different in general. And, of course, in this general determination right is no longer right, left no longer left, and so on. But if right and left are in fact there, present to the thought, then they are present to it in determinations which are self-negating, each negating itself in the other, and yet, in this unity, also not negating itself but each existing indifferently for itself. Ordinary thought, therefore, does have contradiction everywhere for content but fails to become aware of it. It remains an external reflection that simply shifts from likeness to unlikeness or from the negative reference connecting distinct terms to their immanent reflectedness. It holds these two determinations apart, external to each other, and has only them in mind, not the transition from the one to the other which is the essential in that which contains the contradiction. The speculative reflection of spirit, to mention it here, consists on the contrary in grasping and enunciating contradiction. Although it might not express the concept of things and their relations and has only representational determinations for its content, it nevertheless connects these in a reference that contains their contradiction and lets their concept reflectively shine through the contradiction. But thoughtful reason sharpens, as it were, the blunt difference of diverse terms, the mere manifold of representation, to essential distinction, to opposition. Only when driven to the extreme of contradiction are the many of that manifold quickened and alive to each other. They hold the negativity in them which is the inner pulse of self-movement and life. We have already remarked concerning the analogical proof of God's existence that the determination on which it is based is that of the sum total of all realities. It is customary regarding this determination first to demonstrate that it is possible because it entails no contradiction, since reality is taken here only as reality without restrictions. We pointed out that this concept, the sum total of all realities, is thereby reduced to simple, indeterminate being, or, if the realities are in fact taken as severally determinate, to the sum total of all negations. And if the distinction differentiating them is then taken with greater precision, the difference turns into opposition and consequently into contradiction, and the sum total of all realities in general into absolute internal contradiction. The usual horror which ordinary, not speculative, thought has of contradiction, as nature has of the vacuum, rejects this consequence, for it remains at the one-sided consideration that contradiction resolves into nothing without recognizing its positive side where it becomes absolute activity and absolute ground. The upshot of this examination of the nature of contradiction is that, if a contradiction can be pointed out in something, by itself this is still not, as it were, a blemish, not a defect or failure. On the contrary, every determination, anything concrete, every concept, is essentially a unity of distinguished and distinguishable elements which, by virtue of the determinate, essential difference, pass over into elements which are contradictory. This contradictoriness of course resolves itself into nothing. It goes back into its negative unity. A thing, a subject, a concept, is then precisely this negative unity. It is something inherently self-contradictory, but it is no less the resolved contradiction. It is the ground which contains the determinations it bears. The thing, the subject or the concept, each is reflected into itself within its sphere, is their contradiction as resolved, but the whole sphere of each is in turn determinate, diverse, and therefore finite, and this means contradictory. This sphere is not itself the resolution of its higher contradiction but has yet a higher sphere for its negative unity, for its ground. Finite things, in their indifferent variety, are therefore just this, to be contradictory, internally fractured and bound to return to their ground. As we shall see in due course, the true inference from the finite and accidental to an absolutely necessary being does not consist in inferring the latter from that finite and accidental as a being which is and remains the ground of the inference, but from it as a being which is only falling, as accidentality, from the Latin cadere, immediately conveys, a being inherently self-contradictory, or rather, the inference consists in demonstrating that accidental being makes in itself its return to its ground and is there sublated, in addition, that in this return to the ground it posits the latter in such a manner that it makes itself rather into a positedness. In customary inference, the being of the finite appears to be the ground of the absolute because the finite is, the absolute is. But the truth is that the absolute is because the finite is the eminently self-contradictory opposition, because it is not. In the former meaning, the conclusion is that the being of the finite is the being of the absolute, but in the latter, that the non-being of the finite is the being of the absolute. Chapter Ground. Essence determines itself as ground. Just as nothing is at first in simple immediate unity with being, so here too the simple identity of essence is at first in simple unity with its absolute negativity. Essence is only this negativity which is pure reflection. It is this pure reflection as the turning back of being into itself, hence it is determined, in itself or for us, as the ground into which being resolves itself. But this determinateness is not posited by the essence itself. In other words, essence is not ground precisely because it has not itself posited this determinateness that it possesses. Its reflection, however, consists in positing itself as what it is in itself, as a negative, and in determining itself. The positive and the negative constitute the essential determination in which essence is lost in its negation. These self-subsisting determinations of reflection sublate themselves, and the determination that is foundered to the ground is the true determination of essence. Consequently, ground is itself one of the reflected determinations of essence, but it is the last, or rather, it is determination determined as sublated determination. In foundering to the ground, the determination of reflection receives its true meaning, that it is the absolute repelling of itself within itself, or again, that the positedness that accrues to essence is such only as sublated, and conversely that only the self-sublating positedness is the positedness of essence. In determining itself as ground, essence determines itself as the not determined, and only the sublating of its being determined as its determining. Essence, in thus being determined as self-sublating, does not proceed from another but is, in its negativity, identical with itself. Since the advance to the ground is made starting from determination as an immediate first, is done by virtue of the nature of determination itself that founders to the ground through itself, the ground is at first determined by that immediate first. But this determining is, on the one hand, as the sublating of the determining, the merely restored, purified or manifested identity of essence which the determination of reflection is in itself. On the other hand, this negating movement is, as determining, the first positing of that reflective determinateness that appeared as immediate determinateness, but which is posited only by the self-excluding reflection of ground and therein is posited as only something posited or sublated. Thus essence, in determining itself as ground, proceeds only from itself. As ground, therefore, it posits itself as essence, and its determining consists in just this positing of itself as essence. This positing is the reflection of essence that sublates itself in its determining. On that side is a positing, on this side is the positing of essence, hence both in one act. Reflection is pure mediation in general ground, the real mediation of essence with itself. The former, the movement of nothing through nothing back to itself, is the reflective shining of one in another, but, because in this reflection opposition does not yet have any self-subsistence, neither is the one, that which shines, something positive, nor is the other in which it reflectively shines something negative. Both are substrates, actually of the imagination. They are still not self-referring. Pure mediation is only pure reference, without anything being referred to. Determining reflection, for its part, does posit such terms as are identical with themselves, but these are at the same time only determined references. Ground, on the contrary, is mediation that is real, since it contains reflection as sublated reflection. It is essence that turns back into itself through its non-being and posits itself. According to this moment of sublated reflection, what is posited receives the determination of immediacy, of an immediate which is self-identical outside its reference or its reflective shining. This immediacy as being is restored by essence, the non-being of reflection through which essence mediates itself. Essence returns into itself as it negates. Therefore, in its turning back into itself, it gives itself the determinateness that precisely for this reason is the self-identical negative, is sublated positedness, and consequently, as the self-identity of essence as ground, equally unexistent. The ground is, first, absolute ground, one in which the essence is first of all the general substrate for the ground connection. It then further determines itself as form and matter and gives itself a content. Second, it is determinate ground, the ground of a determinate content. Because the ground connection, in being realized, becomes as such external, it passes over into conditioning mediation. Third, ground presupposes a condition, but the condition equally presupposes the ground. The unconditioned is the unity of the two, the fact itself that, by virtue of the mediation of the conditioning reference, passes over into concrete existence. Remark. Ground, like all the other determinations of reflection, is expressed in a principle. Everything has a sufficient ground or reason. In general, this means nothing but this: anything which is to be considered to exist not as an immediate, but as a posited. There is no stopping at immediate existence, but a return must rather be made from it back into its ground, and in this reflection it is a sublated being and is in and for itself. What is expressed by the principle of sufficient reason is, therefore, the essentiality of immanent reflection as against mere being. That the ground or reason must be sufficient is strictly speaking a totally superfluous addition, for it goes without saying a thing without sufficient ground would have no ground, yet everything ought to have a ground. But Leibniz, for whom the principle of sufficient reason was especially dear to his heart and even made it the basic principle of his whole philosophy, associated a more profound meaning with sufficient than is normally the case when one simply stops at its immediate expression, although, to be sure, even in this ordinary sense the proposition is already to be regarded as important, for it says that being as such, in its immediacy, is an untruth, that it is something essentially posited, and that it is the ground which is rather the true immediate. But Leibniz took the sufficiency of the ground above all in opposition to causality taken in its strict sense as mechanical efficiency. Since this mode of efficiency is as such an external activity restricted to a single determinateness according to content, the determinations that it posits come associated together externally and accidentally taken one by one. The determinations are comprehended through their causes, but their connection, which constitutes what is essential in a concrete existence, is not to be found in mechanical causes. That connection, the whole is essential unity, is to be found only in the concept, in the purpose. Mechanical causes are not sufficient for this unity, for they do not have as their ground the purpose which is the unity of the determinations. Accordingly, by sufficient ground Leibniz understood one that sufficed also for this unity and comprehended, therefore, not just causes but final causes. But this definition of ground is at this point still premature. To be a ground in a teleological sense is a property of the concept and of the mediation effected through of it, and this mediation is reason. A. Absolute ground. A. Form and essence. The determination of reflection, inasmuch as this determination returns into ground, is a first immediate existence in general from which the beginning is made. But existence still has only the meaning of positedness and essentially presupposes a ground, in the sense that it does not really posit a ground, that the positing is a sublating of itself, that it is rather the immediate that is posited, and the ground the non-posited. As we have seen, this presupposing is the positing that rebounds on that which posits a sublated determinate being. The ground is not an indeterminate but is rather essence determined through itself, but determined as indeterminate or as sublated positedness. It is essence that in its negativity is identical with itself. The determinateness of essence as ground is thus twofold. It is the determinateness of the ground and of the grounded. It is, first, essence as ground, essence determined to be essence as against positedness, as non-positedness. Second, it is that which is grounded, the immediate that, however, is not anything in and for itself is positedness as positedness. Consequently, this positedness is equally identical with itself, but in an identity which is that of the negative with itself. The self-identical negative and the self-identical positive are now one and the same identity. For the ground is the self-identity of the positive or even also of positedness. The grounded is positedness as positedness, but this its reflection into itself is the identity of the ground. This simple identity, therefore, is not itself ground, for the ground is essence posited as the non-posited is against positedness. As the unity of this determinate identity, the ground, and of the negative identity, the grounded, it is essence in general distinct from its mediation. For one thing, this mediation, compared with the preceding reflections from which it derives, is not pure reflection, which is undistinguished from essence and still does not have the negative in it, consequently also does not as yet contain the self-subsistence of the determinations. These have their subsistence, rather, in the ground understood as sublated reflection. And it is also not the determining reflection whose determinations have essential self-subsistence, for that reflection has foundered, has sunk to the ground, and in the unity of the latter the determinations are only posited determinations. This mediation of the ground is thus the unity of pure reflection and determining reflection. Their determinations or that which is posited has self-subsistence, and conversely the self-subsistence of the determinations is a posited subsistence. Since this subsistence of the determinations is itself posited or has determinateness, the determinations are consequently distinguished from their simple identity, and they constitute the form as against essence. Essence has a form and determinations of this form. Only as ground does it have a fixed immediacy or as substrate. Essence as such is one with its reflection, inseparable from its movement. It is not essence, therefore, through which this movement runs its reflective course, nor is essence that from which the movement begins, as from a starting point. It is this circumstance that above all makes the exposition of reflection especially difficult, for strictly speaking one cannot say that essence returns into itself, that essence shines in itself. For essence is neither before its movement nor in the movement. This movement has no substrate on which it runs its course. A term of reference arises in the ground only following upon the moment of sublated reflection. But essence as the referred to term is determinate essence, and by virtue of this positedness it has form as essence. The determinations of form, on the contrary, are now determinations in the essence. The latter lies at their foundation as an indeterminate which in its determination is indifferent to them in it, they are reflected into themselves. The determinations of reflection should have their subsistence in them and be self-subsistent. But their self-subsistence is their dissolution, which they thus have in another, but this dissolution is itself this self-identity or the ground of the subsistence that they give to themselves. Everything determinate belongs in general to form. It is a form determination inasmuch as it is something posited and hence distinguished from that of which it is the form. As quality, determinateness is one with its substrate, being is the immediate determinate, not yet distinct from its determinateness or, in this determinateness, still unreflected into itself, just as the determinateness is, therefore, an existent determinateness, not yet one that is posited. Moreover, the form determinations of essence are, in their more specific determinateness, the previously considered moments of reflection's identity and difference. The latter is both diversity and opposition. But also the ground connection belongs among these form determinations of essence, because through it, though itself the sublated determination of reflection, essence is at the same time as posited. By contrast, the identity that has the ground immanent in it does not pertain to form, because positedness, as sublated and as such, as ground and grounded, is one reflection, and this reflection constitutes essence as simple substrate which is the subsistence of form. But in ground this subsistence is posited, or this essence is itself essentially as determinate and, consequently, is in turn also the moment of the ground connection in form. This is the absolute reciprocal connecting reference of form and essence. Essence is the simple unity of ground and grounded, but, in this unity, is itself determined, or is a negative, and it distinguishes itself as substrate from form, but at the same time it thereby becomes itself ground and moment of form. Form is therefore the completed whole of reflection. It also contains this determination of reflection, that it is sublated just like reflection, therefore, it is one unity of its determining, and it is also referred to its sublatedness, to another that is not itself form but in which the form is. As essential self-referring negativity, in contrast with that simple negative, form is positing and determining simple essence, on the contrary, is indeterminate and inert substrate in which the determinations of form have their subsistence or their reflection into themselves. External reflection normally halts at this distinction of essence and form. The distinction is necessary, but the distinguishing itself of the two is their unity, just as this unity of ground is essence repelling itself from itself and making itself into positedness. Form is absolute negativity itself, or the negative absolute self-identity by virtue of which essence is indeed not being but essence. This identity, taken abstractly, is essence as against form, just as negativity, taken abstractly as positiveness, is the one determination of form. But this determination has shown itself to be in truth the whole self-referring negativity which within, as this identity, thus is simple essence. Consequently, form has essence in its own identity, just as essence has absolute form in its negative nature. One cannot therefore ask, how form comes to essence, for form is only the internal reflective shining of essence, its own reflection inhabiting it. Form equally is, within it, the reflection turning back into itself or the identical essence in its determining. Form makes the determination into positedness as positedness. Form, therefore, does not determine essence, as if it were truly presupposed, separate from essence, for it would then be the unessential, constantly foundering determination of reflection. Here it rather is itself the ground of its sublating or the identical reference of its determinations. That the form determines the essence means, therefore, that in its distinguishing form sublates this very distinguishing and as the self-identity that essence is as the subsistence of the determinations. Form is the contradiction of being sublated in its positiveness and yet having subsistence in the sublatedness. It is accordingly ground as essence which is self-identical and being determined or negated. These distinctions, of form and of essence, are therefore only moments of the simple reference of form itself. But they must be examined and fixed more closely. Determining form refers itself to itself as sublated positedness. It thereby refers itself to its identity as to another. It posits itself as sublated. It therefore presupposes its identity according to this moment. Essence is the indeterminate to which form is another. It is not the essence which is absolute reflection within, but essence determined as formless identity. It is matter. B. Form and matter. Essence becomes matter in that its reflection is determined as relating itself to essence as to the formless indeterminate. Matter, therefore, is the simple identity, void of distinction, that essence is, with the determination that it is the other of form. Hence it is the proper base or substrate of form, since it constitutes the immanent reflection of the determinations of form, or the self-subsistent term, to which such determinations refer as to their positive subsistence. If abstraction is made from every determination, from every form of a something, matter is what is left over. Matter is the absolutely abstract. One cannot see, feel, etc. matter. What one sees or feels is a determinate matter, that is, a unity of matter and form. This abstraction from which matter derives is not, however, an external removal and sublation of form. It is rather the form itself which, as we have just seen, reduces itself by virtue of itself to this simple identity. Further, form presupposes a matter to which it refers. But for this reason the two do not find themselves confronting each other externally and accidentally. Neither matter nor form derives from itself, is a se, or, in other words, is eternal. Matter is indifferent with respect to form, but this indifference is the determinateness of self-identity to which form returns as to its substrate. Form presupposes matter for the very reason that it posits itself as a sublated, hence refers to this, its identity, as to something other. Contrariwise, form is presupposed by matter, for matter is not simple essence, which immediately is itself absolute reflection, but is essence determined as something positive, that is to say, which only is as sublated negation. But, on the other hand, since form posits itself as matter only in sublating itself, hence in presupposing matter, matter is also determined as groundless subsistence. Equally so, matter is not determined as the ground of form, but rather, inasmuch as matter posits itself as the abstract identity of the sublated determination of form, it is not that identity is ground, and form is therefore groundless with respect to it. Form and matter are consequently alike determined as not to be posited each by the other, each not to be the ground of the other. Matter is rather the identity of the ground and the grounded, as the substrate that stands over against this reference of form. This determination of indifference that the two have in common is the determination of matter as such, and also constitutes their reciprocal reference. The determination of form, that it is the connection of the two as distinct, equally is also the other moment of the relating of the two to each other. Matter, determined as indifferent, is the passive as contrasted to form, which is determined as the active. This latter, as self-referring negative, is inherently contradiction, self-dissolving, self-repelling, and self-determining. It refers to matter, and it is posited to refer to this matter, which is its subsistence, as to another. Matter is posited, on the contrary, as referring only to itself and as indifferent to the other, but, implicitly, it does refer to the form, for it contains the sublated negativity and is matter only by virtue of this determination. It refers to it as another only because form is not posited in it, because it is form only implicitly. It contains form locked up inside it, and it is an absolute receptivity for form only because it has the latter within it absolutely, because to be form is its implicit vocation. Hence matter must be informed, and form must materialize itself. It must give itself self-identity or subsistence in matter. Consequently, form determines matter, and matter is determined by form. Because form is itself absolute self-identity and hence implicitly contains matter, and equally because matter in its pure abstraction or absolute negativity possesses form within it, the activity of the form on the matter and the reception by the latter of the form determination is only the sublating of the semblance of their indifference and distinctness. Thus the determination referring each to the other is the self-mediation of each through its own non-being. But the two mediations are one movement, and the restoration of their original identity is the inner recollection of their exteriorization. First, form and matter presuppose each other. As we have seen, this only means that the one essential unity is negative self-reference, and that it therefore splits, determined as an indifferent substrate in the essential identity, and as determining form in essential distinction or negativity. That unity of essence and form, the two opposed to each other as form and matter, is the absolute self-determining ground. Inasmuch as this unity differentiates itself, the reference connecting the two diverse terms, because of the unity that underlies them, becomes a reference of reciprocal presupposition. Second, the form already is, as self-subsisting, self-sublating contradiction, but it is also posited as in this way self-sublating, for it is self-subsisting and at the same time essentially referred to another, and consequently it sublates itself. Since it is itself two-sided, its sublating also has two sides. For one, form sublates its self-subsistence and transforms itself into something posited, something that exists in another, and this other is in its case matter. For the other, form sublates its determinateness vis-à-vis matter, sublates its reference to it, consequently its positedness, and it thereby gives itself subsistence. Its reflection in thus sublating its positedness is its own identity into which it passes over. But since form at the same time externalizes this identity and posits it over against itself as matter, that reflection of the positedness into itself is a union with the matter in which it obtains subsistence. In this union, therefore, it is equally both as united with matter as with something other, in accordance with the first side, viz. In that it makes itself into a positedness, and, in this other, is united with its own identity. The activity of form by which matter is determined consists, therefore, in a negative relating of the form to itself. But, conversely, form thereby negatively relates itself to matter. Also the movement, however, by which matter becomes determined is just as much the form's own movement. Form is free of matter, but it sublates its self-subsistence. But this, its self-subsistence, is matter itself, for it is in this matter that it has its essential identity. It makes itself into a positedness, but this is one and the same as making matter into something determinate. But, considered from the other side, the form's own identity is at the same time externalized, and matter is its other. For this reason, because form sublates its own self-subsistence, matter is also not determined. But matter only subsists vis-à-vis form as the negative sublates itself, so does the positive also. And as the form sublates itself, the determinateness of matter that the latter has vis-à-vis form also falls away, the determinateness, namely, of being the indeterminate subsistence. What appears here as the activity of form is, moreover, just as much the movement that belongs to matter itself. The determination that implicitly exists in matter, what matter is supposed to be, is its absolute negativity. Through it matter does not just refer to form simply as to another, but this external other is the form rather that matter itself contains locked up within itself. Matter is in itself the same contradiction that form contains, and this contradiction, like its resolution, is only one, but self-determining ground. Inasmuch as this unity differentiates itself, the reference connecting the two diverse terms, because of the unity that underlies them, becomes a reference of reciprocal presupposition. Second, the form already is, as self-subsisting, self-sublating contradiction, but it is also posited as in this way self-sublating, for it is self-subsisting and at the same time essentially referred to another, and consequently it sublates itself. Since it is itself two-sided, its sublating also has two sides. For one, form sublates its self-subsistence and transforms itself into something posited, something that exists in another, and this other is in its case matter. For the other, form sublates its determinateness vis-à-vis matter, sublates its reference to it, consequently its positedness, and it thereby gives itself subsistence. Its reflection in thus sublating its positedness is its own identity into which it passes over. But since form at the same time externalizes this identity and posits it over against itself as matter, that reflection of the positedness into itself is a union with the matter in which it obtains subsistence. In this union, therefore, it is equally both as united with matter as with something other, in accordance with the first side, viz. In that it makes itself into a positedness, and, in this other, is united with its own identity. The activity of form by which matter is determined consists, therefore, in a negative relating of the form to itself. But, conversely, form thereby negatively relates itself to matter. Also the movement, however, by which matter becomes determined is just as much the form's own movement. Form is free of matter, but it sublates its self-subsistence. But this, its self-subsistence, is matter itself, for it is in this matter that it has its essential identity. It makes itself into a positedness, but this is one and the same as making matter into something determinate. But, considered from the other side, the form's own identity is at the same time externalized, and matter is its other. For this reason, because form sublates its own self-subsistence, matter is also not determined. But matter only subsists vis-à-vis form as the negative sublates itself, so does the positive also. And as the form sublates itself, the determinateness of matter that the latter has vis-à-vis form also falls away, the determinateness, namely, of being the indeterminate subsistence. What appears here as the activity of form is, moreover, just as much the movement that belongs to matter itself. The determination that implicitly exists in matter, what matter is supposed to be, is its absolute negativity. Through it matter does not just refer to form simply as to another, but this external other is the form rather that matter itself contains locked up within itself. Matter is in itself the same contradiction that form contains, and this contradiction, like its resolution, is only one. But, the absolute ground has exhibited its moments at once as self-sublating and consequently as posited. Or the restored unity, in withdrawing into itself, has repelled itself from itself and has determined itself, for its unity has been established through negation and is, therefore, also negative unity. It is, therefore, the unity of form and matter, as the substrate of both, but a substrate which is determinated as formed matter, but matter at the same time indifferent to form and matter, indifferent to them because sublated and unessential. This is content. C. Form and content. Form stands at first over against essence. It is then the ground connection in general, and its determinations are the ground and the grounded. It then stands over against matter, and so it is determining reflection, and its determinations are the determination of reflection itself and the subsistence of the latter. Finally, it stands over against content, and then its determinations are again itself and matter. What was previously the self-identical, at first the ground, then subsistence in general, and finally matter, now passes under the dominion of form and is once more one of its determinations. Content has, first, a form and a matter that belong to it. Essentially it is their unity. But, because this unity is at the same time determinate or posited unity, content stands over against form. The latter constitutes the positedness and is the unessential over against content. The latter is therefore indifferent towards form. Form embraces both the form as such as well as the matter, and content therefore has a form and a matter, of which it constitutes the substrate and which are to it mere positedness. Content is, second, what is identical in form and matter, so that these would be only indifferent external determinations. They are positedness in general, but a positedness that has returned in the content to its unity or its ground. The identity of the content with itself is, therefore, in one respect that identity which is indifferent to form, but in another the identity of ground. The ground has at first disappeared into content, but content is at the same time the negative reflection of the form determinations into themselves. Its unity, at first only the unity indifferent to form, is therefore also the formal unity or the ground connection as such. Content, therefore, has this ground connection as its essential form, and, contrariwise, the ground has a content. The content of the ground is therefore the ground that is returned into its unity with itself. The ground is at first the essence that in its positedness is identical with itself as diverse from and indifferent to its positedness. The ground is indeterminate matter, but as content it is at the same time informed identity, and this form becomes for this reason a ground connection, since the determinations of its oppositions are posited and the content also is negated. Content is further determined within, not like matter as an indifferent in general, but like informed matter, so that the determinations of form have a material, indifferent subsistence. On the one hand, content is the essential self-identity of the ground in its positedness. On the other hand, it is posited identity as against the ground connection. This positedness, which is in this identity as determination of form, stands over against the free positedness, that is to say, over against the form as the whole connection of ground and grounded. This form is the total positedness returning into itself the other form, therefore, is only the positedness as immediate, the determinateness as such. The ground has thus made itself into a determinate ground in general, and the determinateness is itself twofold, of form first, and of content second. The former is its determinateness of being external to the content as such, the content that remains indifferent to this external reference. The latter is the determinateness of the content that the ground has. B. Determinate ground. A. Formal ground. The ground has a determinate content. For the form, as we have seen, the determinateness of content is the substrate, the simple immediate is against the mediation of form. The ground is negatively self-referring identity which, for this reason, makes itself into a positedness. It negatively refers to itself because in its negativity it is identical with itself. This identity is the substrate or the content which thus constitutes the indifferent or positive unity of the ground connection and, in this connection, is the mediating factor. In this content, the determinateness that the ground and the grounded have over against one another has at first disappeared. The mediation, however, is also negative unity. The negative implicit in that indifferent substrate is this substrate's immediate determinateness through which the ground has a determinate content. But then, the negative is the negative reference of form to itself. What has been posited sublates itself on its side and returns to its ground. The ground, however, the essential self-subsistence, refers negatively to itself and makes itself into a positedness. This negative mediation of ground and grounded is the mediation that belongs to form as such, formal mediation. Now both sides of form, because each passes over into the other, thereby mutually posit themselves into one identity as sublated in this, they presuppose the identity. The latter is the determinate content to which the formal mediation thus refers itself through itself as to the positive mediating factor. That content is the identical element of both, and because the two are distinct, yet in their distinction each is the reference to the other, it is their subsistence, the subsistence of each is the whole itself. Accordingly, the result is that in the determinate ground we have the following. First, a determinate content is considered from two sides, once insofar as it is ground, Then again, insofar as it is grounded, the content itself is indifferent to these forms, it is in each simply and solely one determination. Second, the ground is itself just as much a moment of form as what is posited by it. This is its identity according to form. It is a matter of indifference which of the two determinations is made the first, whether the transition is from the one as posited to the other as ground, or from the one as ground to the other as posited. The grounded, considered for itself, is the sublating of itself. It thereby makes itself on the one side into a posited, and is at the same time the positing of the ground. The same movement is the ground as such, it makes itself into something posited, and thereby becomes the ground of something, that is to say, is present therein both as a posited and also first as ground. That there be a ground, of that the posited is the ground, and, conversely, the ground is thereby the posited. The mediation begins just as much from the one as from the other. Each side is just as much ground as posited, and each is the whole mediation or the whole form. Further, this whole form is itself, as self-identical, the substrate of the two determinations that constitute the two sides of the ground, and the grounded form and content are thus themselves one and the same identity. Because of this identity of the ground and the grounded, according both to content and form, the ground is sufficient, the sufficiency being limited to this relation. There is nothing in the grounded which is not in the ground. Whenever one asks for a ground, one expects to see the same determination which is the content doubled, once in the form of that which is posited, and again in the form of existence reflected into itself, of essentiality. Now inasmuch as in the determined ground, the ground and the grounded are each the whole form, and their content, though determinate, is nevertheless one and the same, the two sides of the ground do not as yet have a real determination, do not have a different content. The determinateness is only one simple determinateness that has yet to pass over into the two sides. The determinate ground is present only in its pure form, as formal ground. Because the content is only this simple determinateness, one that does not have in it the form of the ground connection, the determinateness is a self-identical content indifferent to form, and the form is external to it. The content is other than the form. Remark. When the search for determinate grounds does not go past the form of ground as we have just developed, then the assigning of a ground remains a mere formalism, the empty tautology of repeating in the form of immanent reflection, of essentiality, the same content already present in the form of immediate existence considered as posited. This exercise of assigning grounds is for this reason just as empty as any discourse only governed by the principle of identity. The sciences, especially the physical sciences, are full of tautologies of this kind which apparently constitute the prerogative of science. For instance, the ground for the planets moving around the sun is given to be the reciprocal attractive force of the sun and the earth. So far as content goes, this says no more than what is contained in the phenomenon, namely that the movements of the two bodies are correlated, except that it is expressed in the form of a determination reflected into itself, that of force. If it is asked what kind of force this attractive force might be, the answer is that it is the force that makes the earth move around the sun, that is to say, it has exactly the same content as the existence for which it is supposed to be the ground. The connection of the earth and sun with respect to motion is the identical substrate of ground and grounded. When a form of crystallization is explained in this way, namely that it is grounded in the particular arrangement into which the molecules enter with one another, the actual crystallization is this arrangement itself, except expressed as ground. These etiologies, which are the privilege of the sciences, are valued in ordinary life for what they are, tautological, empty talk. If to the question why does this man travel to the city, one were to give as ground that there is in the city an attractive force impelling him to it, this kind of answer would be deemed brainless, yet it is the kind of answer which is sanctioned in the sciences. Leibniz accused Newton's force of attraction of being precisely the kind of occult quality that the scholastics used for the purpose of explanation. One should rather accuse it of being the opposite of occult, that it is all too known a quality, for it has no other content than the phenomenon itself. What recommends this manner of explanation is its great clarity and easy comprehension, for there is nothing clearer and more open to comprehension than that a plant, for instance, has its ground in a vegetative, that is, plant-producing, force. Such a force may be called an occult quality only in the sense that a ground ought to have another content than what is to be explained, but no such content is given, and in that sense, of course, the force appealed to for explanation is a hidden ground, the required but not given ground. Something is no more explained by this formalism than is the nature of a plant known when I say that it is a plant for all the clarity of the statement, or of the claim that the plant has its ground in a plant-producing force, and just because of that clarity, one can indeed call this a very occult manner of explanation. Secondly, as regards form, in this kind of explanation the two opposite directions of the ground connection are adduced without being apprehended in their determinate relation. On the one hand, The ground is the immanently reflected content determination of the existence which it grounds. On the other hand, it is that which is posited. It is that on the basis of which that existence is supposed to be understood, but, conversely, it is inferred from the latter and is understood from it. The main business of this reflection thus consists in gleaning the ground from an existence, that is, in converting the immediate existence into the form of reflected being. Consequently, the ground, instead of being self-subsisting in and for itself, is rather that which is posited and derived. And since on this procedure the ground is arranged to fit the phenomenon, and its determinations depend on the latter, the phenomenon unhindered flows smoothly out of the ground with full wind in its sails. But in this way, knowledge has not advanced an inch. It runs in circles, making formal distinctions which the procedure itself overturns and sublates. One of the main difficulties in making progress in the study of the sciences in which this procedure is the rule is due precisely to this wrong-headed procedure, of premising as ground that which is in fact derived, and in fact producing in what follows, once one gets there, the ground of this previously supposed ground. The exposition begins with grounds that are floated as principles and original concepts. They are simple determinations lacking necessity in and for themselves. What follows is supposed to be based on them. Therefore, anyone who would penetrate such sciences must begin by assimilating these grounds, and this is a business that reason finds unsavory, for it requires accepting as groundwork what is in fact groundless. More conducive to progress is to accept such principles as given without much reflection, and then to use them as fundamental rules of one's understanding. Without this method, one cannot make a start, nor without it can one make any advance. But the advance is hindered the moment the method shows its hand by reversing itself, and looks for the derived in the consequent when in fact it is the derived that alone contains the grounds of the above presuppositions. Further, because the consequent proves to be the phenomenon from which the ground was derived, this relation into which the phenomenon is cast raises suspicion about the way it is presented, for the phenomenon is not in fact expressed in the immediacy of a phenomenon but as evidence for the ground. But because the latter, though the ground, is derived from the phenomenon, all the more so would one wish to see the phenomenon in its immediacy in order to be able to pass judgment on how the ground is derived from it. In an exposition of this kind, where the true ground comes out as the derived, one never knows what to make of either the ground or the phenomenon. And the uncertainty grows, particularly when the procedure is not rigorously consistent but is more honest, when the phenomenon betrays traces and circumstances that point to other things, and often entirely different things, than are contained in the principles alone. Lastly, the confusion grows even greater when hypothetical determinations that are the product of reflection are blended with the immediate determinations of the phenomenon itself, and are then spoken of as if they belong to immediate experience. Many who come to these sciences in good faith may well believe, from the way in which these things are spoken of in them as immediate determinations of existence, that molecules, empty interstices, centrifugal force, ether, the separate ray of light, electrical and magnetic matter, and an assortment of other like things or relations, are actually to be found in perception. They serve as first grounds for other things they are spoken of, and deliberately made use of, as actual things. In good faith one accepts them as such, before one realizes that they are determinations inferred from that which they are supposed to ground, hypotheses and fictions derived by an uncritical reflection. In fact, one finds oneself in a kind of witch's circle in which determinations of existence and determinations of reflection, ground and grounded, phenomena and phantoms, mix in promiscuous company, enjoying equal rank in common. Along with the formal business of this method of explaining from grounds, one also hears it repeatedly said, in spite of all the explaining done on the basis of well-known forces and matters, that we do not know the inner essence of these same forces and matters. This can only be seen as an admission that this method of explaining from grounds does not satisfy its own expectations, that it itself demands something quite different from such grounds. But it is then difficult to see why so much effort goes into that explaining why that different something is not sought for, or at least why the explaining is not set aside and the facts are not taken as they simply stand. B. Real ground. The determinateness of ground is, as we have seen, on the one hand determinateness of the substrate or content determination, on the other hand, it is the otherness in the ground connection itself, namely the distinctness of its content in the form. The connection of ground and grounded strays in the content as an external form, and the content is indifferent to these determinations. But in fact the two are not external to each other, for this is what the content is to be: the identity of the ground with itself in the grounded, and of the grounded in the ground. The side of the ground has shown itself to be itself apposited, and the side of the grounded to be itself ground. Each side is this identity of the whole within it. But since they equally belong to form and constitute its determinate difference, each is in its determinateness the identity of the whole with itself. Consequently, Each has a diverse content as against the other. Or, considering the matter from the side of the content, since the latter is the self-identity of the ground connection, it essentially possesses this difference of form within, and is as ground something other than what it is as grounded. Now the moment ground and grounded have a diverse content, the ground connection has ceased to be a formal one. The turning back to the ground and the procession forward from ground to posited is no longer a tautology. The ground is realized. Henceforth, whenever we ask for a ground, we actually demand another content determination for it than the determination of the content whose ground we are asking for. This connection now determines itself further. For inasmuch as its two sides are of different content, they are indifferent to each other. Each is an immediate, self-identical determination. Moreover, as referred to each other as ground and grounded, the ground reflects itself in the other, as in something posited by it, back to itself. The content on the side of the ground, therefore, is equally in the grounded. The latter, as the posited, has its self-identity and subsistence only in the ground. But besides this content of the grounded also now possesses a content of its own and is accordingly the unity of a twofold content. Now this unity, as the unity of sides that are different, is indeed their negative unity, but since the two determinations of content are indifferent to each other, that unity is only their empty reference to each other, in itself void of content, and not their mediation. It is a one or a something externally holding them together. In the real grounding connection there is present, therefore, a twofold. For one thing, the content determination which is ground extends continuously into the positedness, so that it constitutes the simple identity of the ground and the grounded. The grounded thus contains the ground fully within itself. Their connection is one of undifferentiated essential compactness. Anything else in the grounded added to this simple essence is, therefore, only an unessential form, external determinations of the content that, as such, are free from the ground and constitute an immediate manifold. Of this unessential more, therefore, the essential is not the ground, nor is it the ground of any connection between it and the unessential and the grounded. The unessential is a positively identical element that resides in the grounded but does not posit itself there in any distinctive form as self-referring content, it is rather an indifferent positive substrate. For another thing, that which in the something is linked with this substrate is an indifferent content, but is the unessential side. The main thing is the connection of the substrate and the unessential manifold. But this connection, since the determinations that it connects are an indifferent content, is also not a ground. True, one determination is determined as essential content and the other as only unessential or as posited, but this form is to each, as a self-referring content, an external one. The one of the something that constitutes their connection is for this reason not a reference of form, but only an external tie that does not hold the unessential manifold content as posited. It too is therefore likewise only a substrate. Ground, in determining itself as real, because of the diversity of the content that constitutes its reality, thus breaks down into external determinations. The two connections of the essential reality, content, as the simple immediate identity of ground and grounded, and then the something connecting distinct contents, are two different substrates. The self-identical form of ground, according to which one and the same thing is at one time the essential and at another the posited, has vanished. The ground connection has thus become external to itself. Consequently, it is an external ground that now holds together a diversified content and determines what is ground and what is posited by it. This determination is not to be found in the two-sided content itself. The real ground is therefore the reference to another, on the one hand, of a content to another content and, on the other, of the ground connection itself, the form, to another, namely to an immediate, to something not posited by it. Remark. The formal ground connection has only one content for the ground and the grounded. Its necessity rests on this identity, but so does its tautological nature. The real ground has a diversified content with this content, however, there also comes the contingency and the externality of the ground connection. On the one hand, that which is considered as essential, and therefore as the ground determination, is not the ground of other determinations that are linked to it. On the other hand, it is also undetermined which of the several content determinations of a concrete thing should be taken as the essential and as ground. The choice between them is free. For instance, as regards the first point, the ground of a house is its foundation. This is so because of the gravity which is inherent in sensuous matter, and this gravity is perfectly identical in both the ground of the house and the grounded house. Now, that there is in heavy matter a distinction as that of a foundation and a modification of it distinct from it through which it constitutes a habitation, this is to gravity itself totally indifferent. The reference connecting it to the other content determinations, the purpose, the furnishings of the house, etc., is external to it. Gravity, therefore, though it is the common substrate of the determinations constituting the house, is not the ground of it as house. Accordingly, gravity is just as much the ground for a house standing up as for a stone falling down. The stone has this ground, gravity, in itself, but the fact that it has a further content determination by which it is not just something heavy but a stone, this is external to gravity. And one must look elsewhere than in gravity for the cause that removed the stone from the ground on which it then falls. Similarly, the time and space of the fall and their correlation, the motion of falling, are of another content than gravity and can be conceived of without it, as is commonly said, and therefore are not essentially posited by it. Gravity is equally the ground that makes the upward trajectory of a projectile the opposite counterpart of the falling trajectory. It is clear from the diversity of the determinations for which gravity is the ground, that something else is required that will make it the ground of this determination or that. When it is said of nature that it is the ground of the world, then what is called nature is, on the one hand, one with the world and the world nothing but nature itself. On the other hand, the two are also different, nature being rather the indeterminate, or at least determinate only as the essence of the world, self-identical in the universal differences that are laws to be a world. A manifold of determinations is still to be externally added to it. But these determinations do not have their ground in nature as such, which is rather indifferent with respect to them as accidentalities. We have the same relation when God is defined as the ground of nature. As ground, he is the essence of nature. Nature contains him within it and is identical with him, but nature has yet another manifold which is distinct from the ground itself. This manifold is a third in which these two diverse sides, God and nature, are linked together. The side of the ground is neither the ground of this manifold, which is different from him, nor of his link with it. There is, therefore, no cognition of nature to be had from God as the ground, for God would then be only nature's universal essence and, as such, would not contain it in its determinate essence or as nature. Because of the diversity of content between the ground or, more appropriately, the substrate, and that which in the ground it is linked to it, the assigning of real grounds is no less of a formalism than is the formal ground itself. In the latter, the self-identical content is indifferent to form, and the same applies to the real ground. In its case, it further follows that the real ground does not have specifically within it the wherewithal for determining which in a manifold of determinations is to be taken as the essential. Something is a concrete something, its manifold determinations are to all appearances equally stable and permanent in it. Any of them, therefore, can be taken as ground no less than any other, that is to say, can be taken as the essential determination, and in comparison to it the others would then be only something posited. We go back here to what we noted earlier, namely that from the fact that a determination is deemed in one case to be the ground of another, it does not follow that this other is posited with it in another case or at all. Punishment, for instance, has a variety of determinations that it is retribution and also a deterrent. Example, a deterring threat made by the law and also a contribution to the self-awareness and betterment of the culprit. Each of these different determinations has been regarded as the ground of punishment, on the ground that it is the essential determination, and by default the others, since they are different from it, have been regarded as only accidental. But the one determination which is assumed as ground does not amount to the whole punishment. The latter, as something concrete, also contains all of the rest, and in it these are only linked to the first without having their ground in it. Or again, a civil servant has a talent for his office, as an individual has family relations, has a number of acquaintances, a particular character, was called upon to prove himself under such and such circumstances and on such and such occasions, etc. Now each of these properties can be, or can be regarded to be, the ground of his being a civil servant. They are a diversified content held together in a third. The form, in which they are determined relatively to each other as essential and posited, is external to this content. To the civil servant each of the properties is essential, for it is by virtue of them that he is the determinate individual that he is, since his office can be regarded as a determination externally posited in him. Each of the rest can be determined as a ground with respect to it, but conversely, they too can be regarded as posited in the office as their ground. How they relate actually, that is, in this singular case, is a determination external to the ground in connection and to the content itself. It is a third that confers on them the form of ground and grounded. So in general every existence can have several grounds. Each of its content determinations pervades the concrete whole while retaining its identity, and thus allows the possibility that it be regarded as essential because of the contingency of the link connecting them. The door is left wide open to a multitude of points of view, that is, determinations that lie outside the fact itself. Whether a ground has this or that consequence is therefore equally accidental. For instance, moral motives are essential determinations of ethical nature, but what follows from them is at the same time an externality distinct from them, one that may or may not follow from them but is attached to them only by virtue of a third factor. Or to be more precise, if the moral determination is a ground, It is not accidental to it that it should have a consequence or that something be grounded by it, but that it should be made into a ground in the first place, that is accidental. But again, since the content which is its consequence has the nature of externality, when the determination is made into a ground, it can be immediately sublated by some other externality. From a moral motive, therefore, an action can proceed but can also not proceed. Conversely, an action can have several grounds as something concrete. It contains a manifold of essential determinations, each of which can therefore be offered as the ground. The search and the assigning of grounds, which is the special domain of argumentation, is for this reason an endless meandering without final destination. For each and everything good grounds can be adduced, but so they can for its opposite just as well, and there can be a great many grounds with nothing following from them. What Socrates and Plato call sophistry is nothing else than argumentation from grounds. Plato opposed to it the examination of the idea, that is, of a fact in and for itself or in its concept. Grounds are taken only from essential determinations of content, relations and points of view, of which each fact and also its opposite can have several in their form of essentiality. Each is just as valid as the next. Each is a one-sided ground, because none contains the whole compass of the fact for which other particular sides then provide other particular grounds, and none exhausts the fact that links them together and contains them all. None is the sufficient ground or reason, that is, the concept. C. Complete ground. In real ground, ground as content and ground as connection are only substrates. The former is only posited as essential and as ground. The connection is what the grounded immediately is as the indeterminate substrate of a diversified content, a linking of this content which is not the content's own reflection but is rather external and consequently a reflection which is only posited. The real ground connection is ground, therefore, rather as sublated. Consequently, it rather makes up the side of the grounded or of the positedness. As positedness, however, the ground itself has now returned to its ground. It is now something grounded. It has another ground. This ground will therefore be so determined that, first, it is identical with the ground by which it is grounded. Both sides have in this determination one and the same content. The two content determinations and their linkage in a something are equally to be found in the new ground. But, second, the new ground into which the previously merely posited and external link is now sublated is the immanent reflection of this link, the absolute reference of the two content determinations to each other. Because real ground has itself thus returned to its ground, the identity of ground and grounded or the formality of ground reasserts itself in it. The newly arisen ground connection is therefore the one which is complete, which contains the formal and real ground in itself at the same time and mediates the content determinations which in the real ground confronted each other immediately. Thus the ground connection has more precisely determined itself as follows. First, something has a ground. It contains the content determination which is the ground and, in addition, a second determination is posited by the ground. But, because of the indifference of content, the one determination is not ground in itself, nor is the other in itself one that is grounded by the first. This connection of ground and grounded is rather sublated in the immediacy of their content, is posited, and as such has its ground in another such connection. Since this second connection is distinguished only according to form, it has the same content as the first. It still has the same two determinations of content but is now their immediate linking together. This linking, however, is of a general nature, and the content, therefore, is diversified into determinations that are indifferent to each other. The linking is not, therefore, their true absolute connection that would make one determination the element of self-identity and the positedness, and the other determination the positedness of this same self-identity. On the contrary, the two are supported by a something and this something is what connects them, but in a connection which is not reflected, is rather only immediate and, therefore, only a relative ground as against the linking in the other something. The two somethings are therefore the two distinct connections of content that have transpired. They stand in the identical ground connection of form. They are one and the same whole content, namely the two content determinations and their connection. They are distinct only by the kind of this connection, which in the one is an immediate and in the other a posited connection. Through this, they are distinguished one from another as ground and grounded only according to form. Second, this ground connection is not only formal, but also real. Formal ground passes over into real ground. As has been shown, the moments of the form reflect themselves into themselves. They are a self-subsistent content, and the ground connection contains also one content with the character of ground and another with that of grounded. The content constitutes at first the immediate identity of both sides of the formal ground, so the two sides have one and the same content. But the content also has the form in it, and so it is a twofold content that behaves as ground and grounded. One of the two content determinations of the two somethings is therefore determined, not merely as being common to them according to external comparison, but as their identical substrate and the foundation of their connection. As against the other determination of the content, this determination is essential and is the ground of the other which is posited, that is, posited in the something, the connection of which is the grounded. In the first something, which is the ground connection, this second determination of the content is also immediately and in itself linked with the first. But the other something only contains the one determination in itself as that in which it is immediately identical with the first something, but the other is the one which is posited in it. The former content determination is its ground by virtue of its being originally linked in the first something with the other content determination. The ground connection of the content determinations in the second something is thus mediated through the connection present in the first something. The inference is this: since determination B is implicitly linked with determination A in a something, in a second something to which only the one determination A immediately belongs, also B is linked with it. In the second something, not only is this second determination mediated, also mediated is that its immediate ground is mediated, namely by virtue of its original connection with B in the first something. This connection is thus the ground of the ground A, and the whole ground connection is present in the second something as posited or grounded. Real ground shows itself to be the self-external reflection of ground. Its complete mediation is the restoration of its identity with itself. But because this identity has in the process equally acquired the externality of real ground, the formal ground connection in this unity of itself and real ground is just as much self-positing as self-sublating ground. The ground connection mediates itself with itself through its negation. The ground is at first, as the original connection, the connection of immediate content determinations. The ground connection, being essential form, has four sides such that are sublated or are as moments. Consequently, as the form of immediate determinations, it connects itself with itself as self-identical while at the same time connecting with their negation accordingly. It is ground not in and for itself but is connected with the sublated ground connection. Second, the sublated connection or the immediate, which in the original and in the posited connection is the identical substrate, is likewise real ground not in and for itself. That it is ground is rather posited by virtue of that original link. Thus the ground connection is in its totality essentially presupposing reflection. Formal ground presupposes the immediate content determination, and this content presupposes form as real ground. Ground is therefore form as an immediate linkage, but in such a manner that it repels itself from itself and rather presupposes immediacy, referring itself therein as to another. This immediate is the content determination, the simple ground, but as such, that is, as ground, it is equally repelled from itself and refers itself to itself equally as to another. Thus the total ground connection has taken on the determination of conditioning mediation. See condition. A. The relatively unconditioned. Ground is the immediate, and the grounded the mediated. But ground is positing reflection as such, it makes itself into positedness, and as presupposing reflection as such it refers itself to itself as to something sublated, to an immediate through which it is itself mediated. This mediation, as an advance from the immediate to the ground, is not an external reflection but, as we have seen, the ground's own doing, or, what is the same, the ground connection, as reflection into its self-identity, is just as essentially self-externalizing reflection. The immediate to which ground refers as to its essential presupposition is condition. Real ground is accordingly essentially conditioned. The determinateness that it contains is the otherness of itself. Condition is therefore, first, an immediate, manifold existence. Second, it is this existence referred to another, to something which is ground, not of this existence but in some other respect, for existence itself is immediate and without ground. According to this reference, it is something posited as condition. The immediate existence is supposed to be not for itself but for another. But this, that it thus is for another, is at the same time itself only a positedness. That it is posited is sublated in its immediacy, and existence is indifferent to being a condition. Third, condition is something immediate in the sense that it constitutes the presupposition of ground. In this determination, it is the form connection of ground withdrawn into self-identity, hence the content of ground. But content is as such only the indifferent unity of ground, as in the form without form, no content. It nevertheless frees itself from this indifferent unity in that the ground connection, in the complete ground, becomes a connection external to its identity, whereby content acquires immediacy. Insofar, therefore, as condition is that in which the ground connection has its identity with itself, it constitutes the content of ground. But since this content is indifferent to form, it is only implicitly the content of form, is something which has yet to become content and hence constitutes the material for the ground. Posited as condition, and in accordance with the second moment, existence is determined to lose its indifferent immediacy and to become the moment of another. By virtue of its immediacy, it is indifferent to this connection inasmuch as it enters into it, however, It constitutes the in itself of the ground and is for it the unconditioned. In order to be conditioned, it has its presupposition in the ground and is itself conditioned, but this condition is external to it. Something is not through its condition is not its ground. Condition is for the ground the moment of unconditioned immediacy, but is not itself the movement and the positing that refers itself to itself negatively and that makes itself into a positiveness. Over against condition there stands, therefore, the ground connection. Something has, besides its condition, also a ground. This ground is the empty movement of reflection, for the latter has the immediacy which is its presupposition outside it. But it is the whole form and the self-subsistent process of mediation, for the condition is not its ground. Since this mediating refers itself to itself as positing, it equally is according to this side something immediate and unconditioned. It does indeed presuppose itself, but as an externalized or sublated positing whatever it is in accordance with its determination, that it is, on the contrary, in and for itself. Inasmuch as the ground connection is thus a self-subsisting self-reference and has within it the identity of reflection, it has a content which is peculiarly its own as against the content of the condition. The one content is that of the ground and is therefore essentially informed. The other content, that of the condition, is on the contrary only an immediate material whose connecting reference to the ground, while at the same time constituting the in itself of the latter, is also equally external to it. It is thus a mingling of a self-subsisting content that has no reference to the content of the ground determination and of the content that enters into the latter and, as its material, should become a moment of it. The two sides of the whole, condition and ground, are thus, on the one hand, indifferent and unconditioned with respect to each other. The one is the non-referred to side, to which the connecting reference in which it is the condition is external. The other is the connecting reference, or form, for which the determinate existence of the condition is only a material, something passive whose form, such as it possesses on its own account, is unessential. On the other hand, the two sides are also mediated. Condition is the in itself of the ground so much as it the essential moment of the ground connection, that it is the simple self-identity of the ground. But this also is sublated. This in itself is only something posited. Immediate existence is indifferent to being a condition. The fact, therefore, that condition is the in itself of the ground constitutes the side of it by which it is a mediated condition. Likewise, the ground connection has in its self-subsistence also a presupposition. It has its in itself outside itself. Consequently, each of the two sides is this contradiction, that they are in different immediacy and essential mediation, both in one reference, or the contradiction of independent subsistence and of being determined as only moments. b. The absolutely unconditioned. At first, each of the two relatively unconditioned sides reflectively shines in the other condition, as an immediate, is reflected in the form connection of the ground, and this form in the immediate existence as its positedness. But each, apart from this reflective shine of its other in it, stands out on its own and has a content of its own. Condition is at first immediate existence. Its form has these two moments, that of positiveness, according to which it is, as condition, material and moment of the ground, and that of the in itself, according to which it constitutes the essentiality of ground or its simple reflection into itself. Both sides of the form are external to immediate existence, for the latter is the sublated ground connection. But, first, existence is in it only this to sublate itself in its immediacy and to founder, going to the ground. Being is as such only the becoming of essence. It is its essential nature to make itself into a positiveness and into an identity which is an immediacy through the negation of itself. The form determinations of positiveness and of self-identical in itself, the form through which immediate existence is condition, are not, therefore, external to that existence. The latter is, rather, this very reflection. Second, as condition, being is now posited as that which it essentially is, namely as a moment and consequently as the being of another, and at the same time as the in itself of another. It is in itself but only through the negation of itself, namely through the ground and through its self-sublating and consequent presupposing reflection. The in itself of being is thus only something posited. This in itself of the condition has two sides. One side is its essentiality as essentiality of the ground, while the other is the immediacy of its existence. Or rather, both sides are the same thing. Existence is an immediate, but immediacy is essentially something mediated, namely through the self-sublating ground. Existence, as this immediacy mediated by a self-sublating mediating, is at the same time the in itself of the ground and its unconditioned side. But again, this in itself is at the same time itself equally only moment or positiveness, since it is mediated. Condition is, therefore, the whole form of the ground connection. It is the presupposed in itself of the latter, but, consequently, is itself a positiveness, and its immediacy is this, to make itself into a positiveness and thereby to repel itself from itself, in such as way that it both founders to the ground and is ground, the ground that makes itself into a positedness and thereby into a grounded, and both are one and the same. Likewise in the conditioned ground, the in itself is not just as the reflective shining of another in it. This ground is the self-subsistent, that is, self-referring reflection of the positing, and consequently the self-identical, or it is in it, it's in itself and its content. But it is at the same time presupposing reflection. It negatively refers to itself and posits its in itself as another opposite to it, and condition, according to both its moment of in itself and of immediate existence, is the ground connection's own moment. The immediate existence essentially is only through its ground and as a moment of itself as a presupposing. This ground, therefore, is equally the whole itself. What we have here, therefore, is only one whole of form, but equally so only one whole of content. For the proper content of condition is essential content only in so far as it is the self-identity of reflection in the form, or the ground connection is in it this immediate existence. Further, this existence is conditioned only through the presupposing reflection of the ground. It is the ground's self-identity, or its content, to which the ground posits itself as opposite. Therefore, the existence is not a merely formless material for the ground connection. On the contrary, because it has this form in it, it is informed matter, and because in its identity with it is at the same time indifferent to it, it is content. Finally, it is the same content as that possessed by the ground, for it is precisely content as that which is self-identical in the form connection. The two sides of the whole, condition and ground, are therefore one essential unity, as content as well as form. They pass into one another, or, since they are reflections, they posit themselves as sublated, refer themselves to this their negation, and reciprocally presuppose each other. But this is at the same time only one reflection of the two, and their presupposing is, therefore, one presupposing. Only the reciprocity of this presupposing ultimately amounts to this, that they both presuppose one identity for their subsistence and their substrate. This substrate, the one content and unity of form of both, is the truly unconditioned, the fact in itself. Condition is, as it was shown above, only the relatively unconditioned. It is usual, therefore, to consider it as itself something conditioned and to ask for a new condition, whereby the customary progression ad infinitum from condition to condition is set in motion. But now, why is it that at one condition a new condition is asked for, that is, why is that condition assumed to be something conditioned? Because it is some finite determinate existence or other. But this is a further determination of condition that does not enter into its concept. Condition is as such conditioned solely because it is the posited in itselfness. It is, therefore, sublated in the absolutely unconditioned. Now this contains within itself the two sides, condition and ground, as its moments. It is the unity to which they have returned. Together, the two constitute its form or its positedness. The unconditioned fact is the condition of both, but the condition which is absolute, that is to say, one which is itself ground. As ground, the fact is now the negative identity that has repelled itself into those two moments first, in the shape of the sublated ground connection, the shape of an immediate manifold void of unity and external to itself, one that refers to the ground as another to it and at the same time constitutes its in itself second, in the shape of an inner, simple form which is ground, but which refers to the self-identical immediate as to another, determining it as condition, that is, determining the in itself of it as its own moment. These two sides presuppose the totality, presuppose that it is that which posits them. Contrariwise, because they presuppose the totality, the latter seems to be in turn also conditioned by them, and the fact to spring forth from its condition at its ground. But since these two sides have shown themselves to be an identity, the relation of condition and ground has disappeared. The two are reduced to a mere reflective shine. The absolutely unconditioned is in its movement of positing and presupposing only the movement in which this shine sublates itself. It is the fact's own doing that it conditions itself and places itself as ground over against its conditions. But in connecting conditions and ground, the fact is a reflection shining in itself. Its relation to them is a rejoining itself. C. Procession of the fact into concrete existence. The absolutely unconditioned is the absolute ground that is identical with its condition. The immediate fact is the truly essential. As ground, it refers negatively to itself and makes itself into a positedness, but this positedness is a reflection that is complete in both its sides and is in them the self-identical form of connection, as has transpired from its concept. This positedness is therefore first the sublated ground, the fact as an immediacy void of reflection, the side of the conditions. This is the totality of the determinations of the fact itself, but the fact is thrown into the externality of being, the restored circle of being. In condition, essence lets go of the unity of its immanent reflection, but it lets it go as an immediacy that now carries the character of being a conditioning presupposition and of essentially constituting only one of its sides. For this reason the conditions are the whole content of the fact, because they are the unconditioned in the form of formless being. But because of this form, they also have yet another shape besides the conditions of the content, as this is in the fact as such. They appear as a manifold without unity, mingled with extra-essential elements and other circumstances that do not belong to the circle of existence as constituting the conditions of this determinate fact. For the absolute, unrestricted fact, the sphere of being itself is the condition. The ground, returning into itself, posits that sphere as the first immediacy to which it refers as to its unconditioned. This immediacy, as sublated reflection, is reflection in the element of being, which thus forms itself as such into a whole form, proliferates as determinateness of being, and thus appears as a manifold distinct from the determination of reflection and as a content indifferent to it. The unessential, which is in the sphere of being but which the latter sheds in so far as it is condition, is the determinateness of the immediacy into which the unity of form has sunk. This unity of form, as the connection of being, is in the latter at first as becoming, the passing over of a determinateness of being into another. But the becoming of being is also the coming to be of essence and a return to the ground. The existence that constitutes the conditions, therefore, is in truth not determined as condition by another and is not used by it as material. On the contrary, it itself makes itself, through itself, into the moment of another. Further, the becoming of this existence does not start off from itself as if it were truly the first and immediate. On the contrary, its immediacy is something only presupposed, and the movement of its becoming is the doing of reflection itself. The truth of existence is thus that it is conditioned. Its immediacy is solely by virtue of the reflection of the ground connection that posits itself as sublated. Consequently, like immediacy, becoming is only the reflective shine of the unconditioned, inasmuch as this presupposes itself and has its form in this presupposing, and hence the immediacy of being is essentially only a moment of the form. The other side of this reflective shining of the unconditioned is the ground connection as such, determined as form as against the immediacy of the conditions and the content. But this side is the form of the absolute fact that possesses the unity of its form with itself or its content within it, and, in determining this content as condition, in this very positing sublates the diversity of the content and reduces it to a moment, just as, contrariwise, as a form void of essence, in this self-identity it gives itself the immediacy of subsistence. The reflection of the ground sublates the immediacy of the conditions, connecting them and making them moments within the unity of the fact, but the conditions are that which the unconditioned fact itself presupposes, and the latter, therefore, sublates its own positing. Consequently, its positing converts itself just as immediately into a becoming. The two, therefore, are one unity. The internal movement of the conditions is a becoming, the return into the ground and the positing of the ground, but the ground is posited, and this means as sublated, is the immediate. The ground refers negatively to itself, makes itself into a positedness and grounds the conditions in this, however, in that the immediate existence is thus determined as a positedness, the ground sublates it and only then makes itself into a ground. This reflection is therefore the self-mediation of the unconditioned fact through its negation. Or, rather, the reflection of the unconditioned is at first a presupposing, but this sublating of itself is immediately a positing which determines secondly. In this positing the reflection is immediately the sublating of the presupposed and a determining from within itself. This determining is thus in turn the sublating of the positing. It is a becoming within itself. In this, the mediation as a turning back to itself through negation has disappeared. Mediation is simple reflection reflectively shining within itself and groundless, absolute becoming. The fact's movement of being posited, on the one hand through its conditions, and on the other hand through its ground, now is the disappearing of the reflective shine of mediation. The process by which the fact is posited is accordingly a coming forth, the simple self-staging of the fact in concrete existence, the pure movement of the fact to itself. When all the conditions of a fact are at hand, the fact steps into concrete existence. The fact is, before it exists concretely, it is, first, as essence or as unconditioned; second, it has immediate existence or is determined, and this in the twofold manner just considered, on the one hand in its conditions and on the other in its ground. In the former case, it has given itself the form of the external, groundless being, for as absolute reflection the fact is negative self-reference and makes itself into its presupposition. This presupposed unconditioned is, therefore, the groundless immediate whose being is just to be there, without grounds. If, therefore, all the conditions of the fact are at hand, that is, if the totality of the fact is posited as a groundless immediate, then this scattered manifold internally recollects itself. The whole fact must be there, within its conditions, or all the conditions belong to its concrete existence, for the all of them constitutes the reflection of the fact. Or again, immediate existence, since it is condition, is determined by form. Its determinations are therefore determinations of reflection, and with the positing of one the rest also are essentially posited. The recollecting of the conditions is at first the foundering to the ground of immediate existence and the coming to be of the ground. But the ground is thereby a posited ground, that is, to the extent that it is ground, to that extent it is sublated as ground and is immediate being. If, therefore, all the conditions of the fact are at hand, they sublate themselves as immediate existence and as presupposition, and the ground is equally sublated. The latter proves to be only a reflective shine that immediately disappears. This coming forth is thus the tautological movement of the fact to itself. Its mediation through the conditions and through the ground is the disappearing of both of these. The coming forth into concrete existence is therefore so immediate, that it is mediated only by the disappearing of the mediation. The fact proceeds from the ground. It is not grounded or posited by it in such a manner that the ground would still stay underneath, as a substrate. On the contrary, the positing is the outward movement of ground to itself and the simple disappearing of it. Through its union with the conditions, it obtains the external immediacy in the moment of being. But it does not obtain them as a something external, nor by referring to them externally. Rather, as ground it makes itself into a positedness. Its simple essentiality rejoins itself in the positedness, and, in this sublating of itself, it is the disappearing of its difference from its positedness, and is thus simple essential immediacy. It does not, therefore, linger on as something distinct from the grounded. On the contrary, the truth of the grounding is that in grounding the ground unites with itself, and its reflection into another is consequently its reflection into itself. The fact is thus the unconditioned and, as such, equally so the groundless. It arises from the ground only in so far as the latter has foundered and is no longer ground. It rises up from the groundless, that is, from its own essential negativity or pure form. This immediacy, mediated by ground and condition and self-identical through the sublating of mediation, is concrete existence. Section 2. Appearance. Essence must appear. Being is the absolute abstraction. This negativity is not something external to it, but being is rather being, and nothing but being, only as this absolute negativity. Because of this negativity, being is only as self-sublating being and as essence. But, conversely, essence's simple self-equality is likewise being. The doctrine of being contains the first proposition, being is essence. The second proposition, essence is being, constitutes the content of the first section of the doctrine of essence. But this being into which essence makes itself is essential being, concrete existence, a being which has come forth out of negativity and inwardness. Thus essence appears. Reflection is the internal shining of essence. The determinations of this reflection are included in the unity purely and simply as posited. Sublated or reflection is essence immediately identical with itself in its positedness. But since this essence is ground, through its self-sublating reflection, or the reflection that which returns into itself, essence determines itself as something real further. Since this real determination, or the otherness, of the ground connection sublates itself in the reflection of the ground and becomes concrete existence, the form determinations acquire therein an element of independent subsistence. Their reflective shine comes to completion in appearance. The essentiality that has advanced to immediacy is, first, concrete existence, and a concrete existent or thing, an undifferentiated unity of essence and its immediacy. The thing indeed contains reflection, but its negativity is at first dissolved in its immediacy. But, because its ground is essentially reflection, its immediacy is sublated and the thing makes itself into a positedness. Second, then, it is appearance. Appearance is what the thing is in itself, or the truth of it. But this concrete existence, only posited and reflected into otherness, is equally the surpassing of itself into its infinity. Opposed to the world of appearance there stands the world that exists in itself reflected into itself. But the being that appears and essential being stand referred to each other absolutely. Thus concrete existence is, third, essential relation. What appears shows the essential, and the essential is in its appearance. Relation is the still incomplete union of reflection into otherness and reflection into itself. The complete interpenetrating of the two is actuality. Existence. Chapter Concrete Existence. Just as the principle of sufficient reason says that whatever is has a ground, or is something posited, something mediated, so there would also have to be a principle of concrete existence saying that whatever is, exists concretely. The truth of being is to be, not an immediate something, but essence that has come forth into immediacy. But when it was further said that whatever exists concretely has a ground and is conditioned, it also would have had to be said that it has no ground and is unconditioned. For concrete existence is the immediacy that has come forth from the sublating of the mediation that results from the connection of ground and condition, and which, in coming forth, sublates this very coming forth. Inasmuch as mention may be made here of the proofs of the concrete existence of God, it is first to be noted that besides immediate being that comes first, and concrete existence, or the being that proceeds from essence, that comes second, there is still a third being, one that proceeds from the concept, and this is objectivity. Proof is, in general, mediated cognition. The various kinds of being require or contain each its own kind of mediation, and so will the nature of the proof also vary accordingly. The ontological proof wants to start from the concept it lays down as its basis, the sum total of all realities, where under reality also concrete existence is subsumed. Its mediation, therefore, is that of the syllogism, and syllogism is not yet under consideration here. We have already commented above, section, on Kant's objection to the ontological proof, and have remarked that by concrete existence Kant understands the determinate immediate existence with which something enters into the context of total experience, that is, into the determination of being another and of being in reference to another. As an existent concrete in this way, something is thus mediated by another, and concrete existence is in general the side of its mediation. But in what Kant calls the concept, namely, something taken as only simply self-referring, or in representation as such, this mediation is missing in abstract self-identity, opposition is left out. Now the ontological proof would have to demonstrate that the absolute concept, namely the concept of God, attains to a determinate existence, to mediation, or to demonstrate how simple essence mediates itself with mediation. This is done by the just mentioned subsumption of concrete existence under its universal, namely reality, which is assumed as the middle term between God and his concept, on the one hand, and concrete existence, on the other. This mediation, inasmuch as it has the form of a syllogism, is not at issue here, as already said. However, how that mediation of essence and concrete existence truly comes about, this is contained in the preceding exposition. The nature of the proof itself will be considered in the doctrine of cognition. Here we have only to indicate what pertains to the nature of mediation in general. The proofs of the existence of God adduce a ground for this existence. It is not supposed to be an objective ground of the existence of God, for this existence is in and for itself. It is, therefore, solely a ground for cognition. It thereby presents itself as a ground that vanishes in the subject matter that at first seems to be grounded by it. Now the ground which is derived from the contingency of the world entails the regress of the latter into the absolute essence, for the accidental is that which is in itself groundless and self-sublating. In this way, therefore, the absolute essence does indeed proceed from that which has no ground, for the ground sublates itself, and with this there also vanishes the reflective shine of the relation that was given to God, that it is grounded in another. This mediation is therefore true mediation. But the reflection involved in that proof does not know the nature of the mediation that it performs. On the one hand, it takes itself to be something merely subjective, and it consequently distances its mediation from God himself. On the other hand, for that same reason it also fails to recognize its mediating movement, that this movement is in the essence itself and how it is there. The true relation of reflection consists in being both in one mediation as such but, of course, at the same time a subjective, external mediation, that is to say, a self-external mediation which in turn internally sublates itself. In that other presentation, however, concrete existence is given the false relation of appearing only as mediated or posited. So, on the other side, concrete existence also cannot be regarded merely as an immediate. Taken in the determination of an immediacy, the comprehension of God's concrete existence has been declared to be beyond proof, and the knowledge of it an immediate consciousness only, a faith. Knowledge should arrive at the conclusion that it knows nothing, and this means that it gives up its mediating movement and the determinations themselves that have come up in the course of it. This is what has also occurred in the foregoing, but it must be added that reflection, by ending up with the sublation of itself, does not thereby have nothing for result, so that the positive knowledge of the essence would then be an immediate reference to it, divorced from that result and self-originating, an act that starts only from itself. On the contrary, the end itself, the foundering of the mediation, is at the same time the ground from which the immediate proceeds. In Zugrundgehen, the German language unites, as we remarked above, the meaning of foundering and of ground. The essence of God is said to be the abyss, Abgrund in German, for finite reason. This it is, indeed, in so far as reason surrenders its finitude therein, and sinks its mediating movement. But this abyss, the negative ground, is at the same time the positive ground of the emergence of the existent, of the essence immediate in itself. Mediation is an essential moment. Mediation through a ground sublates itself but does not leave the ground standing under it, so that what proceeds from it would be a positive that has its essence elsewhere. On the contrary, this ground is, as an abyss, the vanished mediation, and, Conversely, only the vanished mediation is at the same time the ground and, only through this negation, the self-equal and immediate. Concrete existence, then, is not to be taken here as a predicate, or as a determination of essence, of which it could be said in a proposition, essence exists concretely, or it has concrete existence. On the contrary, essence has passed over into concrete existence. Concrete existence is the absolute self-emptying of essence, an emptying that leaves nothing of the essence behind. The proposition should therefore run: essence is concrete existence. It is not distinct from its concrete existence. Essence has passed over into concrete existence inasmuch as essence as ground no longer distinguishes itself from itself as grounded, or inasmuch as the ground has sublated itself. But this negation is no less essentially its position, or the simply positive continuity with itself. Concrete existence is the reflection of the ground into itself, its self-identity as attained in its negation, therefore the mediation that has posited itself as identical with itself and through that is immediacy. Now because concrete existence is essentially self-identical mediation, it has the determinations of mediation in it, but in such a way that the determinations are at the same time reflected into themselves and have essential and immediate subsistence. As an immediacy which is posited through sublation, concrete existence is negative unity and being within itself. It therefore immediately determines itself as a concrete existent and as thing. A. The thing and its properties. Concrete existence as a concrete existent is posited in the form of the negative unity which it essentially is. But this negative unity is at first only immediate determination, hence the oneness of the something in general. But the concretely existent something is different from the something that exists immediately. The former is essentially an immediacy that has arisen through the reflection of mediation into itself. The concretely existent something is thus a thing. The thing is distinct from its concrete existence just as the something can be distinguished from its being. The thing and the concrete existent are immediately one and the same. But because concrete existence is not the first immediacy of being but has the moment of mediation within it, its further determination as thing and the distinguishing of the two is not a transition but truly an analysis. Concrete existence as such contains this very distinction in the moment of its mediation, the distinction of thing in itself and external concrete existence. A. The thing in itself and concrete existence. The thing in itself is the concrete existent as the essential immediate that has resulted from the sublated mediation. Mediation is therefore equally essential to it, but this distinction in this first or immediate concrete existence falls apart into indifferent determinations. The one side, namely the mediation of the thing, is its non-reflected immediacy, and hence its being in general, and this being, since it is at the same time determined as mediation, is an existence which is other to itself, manifold and external within itself. But it is not just immediate existence, it also refers to the sublated mediation and the essential immediacy. It is therefore immediate existence as unessential, as positedness. When the thing is differentiated from its concrete existence, it is then the possible, the thing of representation, or the thing of thought, which as such is at the same time not supposed to exist. However, the determination of possibility and of the opposition of the thing and its concrete existence comes later. But the thing in itself and its mediated being are both contained in the concrete existence, and both are themselves concrete existences. The thing in itself exists concretely and is the essential concrete existence, but the mediated being is the thing's unessential concrete existence. The thing in itself, as the simple reflectedness of the concrete existence within itself, is not the ground of unessential existence. It is the unmoved, indeterminate unity, for it has precisely the determination of being the sublated mediation, and is therefore the substrate of that existence. For this reason reflection, too, as an immediate existence which is mediated through some other, falls outside the thing in itself. The latter is not supposed to have any determinate manifold in it. For this reason it obtains it only when exposed to external reflection, though it remains indifferent to it. The thing in itself has color only when exposed to the eye, smell when exposed to the nose, and so on. Its diversity consists of aspects which another picks out, specific points of reference which this other assumes with respect to the thing in itself and which are not the thing's own determinations. Now this other is reflection which, determined as external, is, first, external to itself and determinate manifoldness. Second, it is external to the essential concrete existent and refers to it as to its absolute presupposition. These two moments of external reflection, its own manifoldness and its reference to the thing in itself as its other, are however one and the same. For this concrete existence is external only in so far as it refers to the essential identity as to another. The manifoldness, therefore, does not have an independent subsistence of its own besides the thing in itself, but, over against it, it is rather only as reflective shine in its necessary reference to it. It is like a reflex refracting itself in it. Diversity, therefore, is present as the reference of another to the thing in itself, but this other is nothing that subsists on its own but is only as reference to the thing in itself, but at the same time it only is in being repelled from it, thus it is the unsupported rebound of itself within itself. Now since the thing in itself is the essential identity of the concrete existence, this essenceless reflection does not accrue to it but collapses within itself externally to it. It founders to the ground and thus itself comes to be essential identity or thing in itself. This can also be looked at in this way: the essenceless concrete existence has in the thing in itself its reflection into itself. It refers to it in the first place as to its other, but as the other over against that which is in itself. It is only the sublation of itself, and its coming to be in the in itself. The thing in itself is thus identical with external concrete existence. This is exhibited in the thing in itself as follows. The thing in itself is self-referring essential concrete existence. It is self-identity only insofar as it holds negativity's reflection in itself. That which appeared as concrete existence external to it is, consequently, a moment in it. It is for this reason also self-repelling thing in itself, which thus relates itself to itself as to another. Hence, there are now a plurality of things in themselves standing in the reciprocal reference of external reflection. This unessential concrete existence is their reciprocal relation as others, but it is, further, also essential to them, or, in other words, this unessential concrete existence, in collapsing internally, is thing in itself, but a thing in itself which is other than the first, for that first is immediate essentiality, whereas the present proceeds from the unessential concrete existence. But this other thing in itself is only another in general, for, as self-identical thing, it has no further determinateness vis-à-vis the first. Like the first, it is the reflection within itself of the unessential concrete existence. The determinateness of the various things in themselves over against one another falls therefore into external reflection. This external reflection is henceforth a relating of the things in themselves to one another, their reciprocal mediation as others. The things in themselves are thus the extreme terms of a syllogism, the middle term of which is made up by their external concrete existence, the concrete existence by virtue of which they are other to each other and distinct. This, their difference, falls only in their connecting reference. They send determinations, as it were, from their surface into the reference, while remaining themselves indifferent to it. This relation now constitutes the totality of the concrete existence. The thing in itself is drawn into a reflection external to it in which it has a manifold of determinations. This is the repelling of itself from itself into another thing in itself, a repelling which is its rebounding back into itself, for each thing in itself is another only as reflected back from the other. It has its supposition not in itself but in the other, is determined only through the determinateness of the other. This other is equally determined only through the determinateness of the first. But the two things in themselves, since each has its difference not in it but in the other, are not therefore distinct things. The thing in itself, in relating as it should to the other extreme as to another thing in itself, relates to it as to something non-distinguished from it, and the external reflection that should constitute the mediating reference between the extremes is a relation of the thing in itself only to itself, or is essentially its reflection within itself. The reflection is, therefore, determinateness existing in itself, or the determinateness of the thing in itself. The latter, therefore, does not have this determinateness in a reference, external to it, to another thing in itself, and of this other to it the determinateness is not just its surface but is rather the essential mediation of itself with itself as with another. The two things in themselves that should constitute the extremes of the reference, since they are supposed not to have any contrasting determinateness, collapse in fact into one. It is only one thing in itself that relates itself to itself in the external reflection, and it is its own reference to itself as to another that constitutes its determinateness. This determinateness of the thing in itself is the property of the thing. B. Property. Quality is the immediate determinateness of something, the negative itself by virtue of which being is something. The property of the thing is, for its part, the negativity of reflection, by virtue of which concrete existence in general is a concrete existent and, as simple self-identity, is thing in itself. But the negativity of reflection, the sublated mediation, is itself essentially mediation and reference, though not to another in general. Like quality which is not reflected determinateness, it is rather reference to itself as to another, or mediation which immediately is no less self-identity. The abstract thing in itself is itself this relation which turns from another back to itself. It is thereby determined in itself, but its determinateness is constitution, which is as such itself determination, and in relating to the other it does not pass over into otherness and is excluded from alteration. A thing has properties. These are, first, its determinate references to something other. The property is there only as a way of reciprocal relating. It is, therefore, the external reflection of the thing in the side of its positiveness. But, second, In this positedness the thing is in itself, it maintains itself in its reference to the other, and thus is admittedly only a surface where the concrete existence is exposed to the becoming of being and to alteration. The property is not lost in this. A thing has the property to affect this or that in another, and in this connection to express itself in some characteristic way. It demonstrates this property only under the condition that another thing has a corresponding constitution, but at the same time the property is characteristically the thing's own and its self-identical substrate. For this reason this reflected quality is called property. The thing thereby passes over into an externality, but the property maintains itself in this transition. Through its properties the thing becomes cause, and to be a cause is this, to preserve itself as effect. However, the thing is here still the static thing of many properties. It is not yet determined as actual cause. It is so far only the reflection of its determinations immediately existing in itself, not yet itself the reflection that posits them. Essentially, therefore, the thing in itself has just shown itself to be thing in itself, not only in such a way that its properties are the positedness of an external reflection. On the contrary, those properties are its own determinations by virtue of which it relates in some determinate manner. It is not an indeterminate substrate located on the other side of its external concrete existence, but is present in its properties rather as ground, that is to say, it is self-identity in its positedness, but, at the same time, it is conditioned ground, that is to say, its positedness is equally reflection external to itself. It is reflected into itself and in itself only to the extent that it is external. Through concrete existence the thing in itself enters into external references, and the concrete existence consists precisely in this externality. It is the immediacy of being, and because of that the thing is subjected to alteration, but it is also the reflected immediacy of the ground, hence the thing in itself in its alteration. This mention of the ground connection is not however to be taken here as if the thing in general were determined as the ground of its properties. Thinghood itself is, as such, the ground connection. The property is not distinguished from its ground, nor does it constitute just the positedness, but is rather the ground that has passed over into its externality and is consequently truly reflected into itself. The property is itself, as such, the ground, implicitly existent positedness. It is the ground, in other words, that constitutes the form of the property's identity, and the property's determinateness is the self-external reflection of the ground. The whole is the ground which in its repelling and determining, in its external immediacy, refers itself to itself. The thing in itself thus concretely exists essentially, and that it concretely exists essentially means, conversely, that concrete existence, as external immediacy, is at the same time in itselfness. Remark. Mention was already made above, section P, of the thing in itself in connection with the moment of immediate existence, of being in itself, and it was then remarked that the thing in itself is as such nothing but the empty abstraction of all determinateness, of which nothing can of course be known just because it is supposed to be the abstraction of all determination. Once the thing in itself has been presupposed in this way, all determination falls outside it into an alien reflection to which it is indifferent. For transcendental idealism, this external reflection is consciousness. Now on this standpoint, because this philosophical system relegates to consciousness every determinateness of things, both according to form and content, it falls in me, in the subject, whether I see the leaves of a tree not as black but green, the sun is round and not square, whether I taste sugar as sweet and not bitter, or again, whether I determine that the first and the second stroke of a clock are successive and not simultaneous, or that the first is cause and not effect, etc. This crude display of subjective idealism is directly contradicted by the consciousness of the freedom in accordance with which I know myself as rather the universal and indeterminate, and I separate off from myself those manifold and necessary determinations, recognizing them to be something external to me and pertaining only to things. In this consciousness of his freedom the I is to itself the true internally reflected identity which the thing in itself was supposed to be. I have shown elsewhere that transcendental idealism does not escape from the restriction of the I by the object in general, that it does not escape from the finite world, but that it only alters the form of the restriction, which remains absolute to it. This it does by simply transposing it from an objective to a subjective shape by turning it into determinacies of the I, into an unruly alternation of these that occurs within the I as if this were a thing, the kind of thing which for ordinary consciousness is a manifold of determinacies and alterations only pertaining to things outside it. In the present treatment, only the thing in itself and the reflection at first external to it stand opposed. The latter has not yet determined itself as consciousness, nor the thing in itself as I. What has resulted from the nature of the thing in itself and of the external reflection is that this same externality determines itself to be the thing in itself, or, conversely, that it becomes the determination belonging to that first thing in itself. The inadequacy now of the standpoint at which that philosophy remains fixed consists essentially in its holding on to the abstract thing in itself as to an ultimate determination, or in opposing the determinateness and manifoldness of the properties to the thing in itself, whereas the latter in fact possesses that external reflection essentially within it and determines itself as one endowed with determinations that are its own, with properties, in this way demonstrating that the abstraction of the thing as a pure thing in itself is an untrue determination. C. The reciprocal action of things. The thing in itself exists in concreto by essence. External immediacy and determinateness belong to its being in itself, or to its immanent reflection. The thing in itself is thus a thing that has properties, and hence there are a number of things distinct from one another, not because of some viewpoint alien to them but through themselves. These many diverse things stand in essential reciprocal action by virtue of their properties. The property is this reciprocal connecting reference itself, apart from which the thing is nothing. The reciprocal determination, the middle term of the things in themselves that are taken as extreme terms indifferent to the reference connecting them, is itself the self-identical reflection and the thing in itself which those extremes were supposed to be. Thinghood is thus reduced to the form of indeterminate self-identity having its essentiality only in its property. Thus, if one speaks of a thing or of things in general without a determinate property, then their difference is merely indifferent, quantitative. What is considered as a thing can just as well be made into a plurality of things or be considered as a plurality of things. Their separation or their union is an external one. A book is a thing, and each of its pages is also a thing, and equally so every tiny piece of its pages, and so on to infinity. The determinateness, in virtue of which a thing is this thing only, lies solely in its properties. It is through them that the thing differentiates itself from other things, for the property is the negative reflection and the differentiating only in its property. Therefore, does the thing possess in it the difference of itself from others. This is the difference reflected into itself, by virtue of which the thing, in its positiveness, that is, in its reference to others, is equally indifferent to the other and to its reference to it. Without its properties, therefore, there is nothing that remains to the thing except the unessential compass and the external gathering of an abstract in itselfness. With this, thinghood has passed over into property. The thing, as the extreme term that exists in itself, was supposed to relate to the property, and this property to constitute the middle term between things that stand connected. But this connection is where the things meet as self-repelling reflection, where they are distinguished and connected. This, their distinction and their connecting reference, is one reflection and one continuity of both. Accordingly, the things themselves fall only within this continuity which is the property. They vanish as would be self-subsisting extremes that would have a concrete existence outside this property. The property, which was supposed to connect the self-subsisting extremes, is therefore itself self-subsistent. The things are, on the contrary, the unessential. They are something essential only as the self-differentiating and self-referring reflection, but this is the property. The latter is in the thing, therefore, not as something sublated, not just a moment of it. On the contrary, the truth of the thing is that it is only an unessential compass which is indeed a negative unity, but only like the one of the something, that is to say, a one which is immediate. Whereas earlier the thing was determined as an unessential compass because it was made such by an external abstraction that omits the property, this abstraction now happens through the transition of the thing in itself into the property itself. But there is now an inversion of values, for the earlier abstraction still envisaged the abstract thing without its property as being the essential, and the property is an external determination, whereas it is the thing as such which is now reduced, through itself, to the determination of an indifferent external form of the property. The latter is henceforth thus freed of the indeterminate and impotent bond which is the unity of the thing. The property is what constitutes the subsistence of the thing. It is a self-subsisting matter. Since this matter is simple continuity with itself, it only possesses at first the form of diversity. There is, therefore, a manifold of these self-subsisting matters, and the thing consists of them. B. The constitution of the thing out of matters. The transition of property into a matter or into a self-subsistent stuff is the familiar transition performed on sensible matter by chemistry when it seeks to represent the properties of color, smell, etc., as luminous matter, coloring matter, odorific matter, sour, bitter matter and so on, or when it simply assumes others, like calorific matter, electrical, magnetic matter, in the conviction that it has thereby gotten hold of properties as they truly are. Equally current is the saying that things consist of various matters or stuffs. One is careful about calling these matters or stuffs things, even though one will readily admit that, for example, a pigment is a thing, but I do not know whether luminous matter, for instance, or calorific matter, or electrical matter, etc., are called things. The distinction is made between things and their components without any exact statement as to whether these components also, and to what extent, are things or perhaps just half things, but they are at least concretes in general. The necessity of making the transition from properties to matters, or of assuming that the properties are truly matters, has resulted from the fact that they are what is the essential in things and consequently their true self-subsistence. At the same time, however, the reflection of the property into itself constitutes only one side of the whole reflection, namely the sublation of the distinction and the continuity of the property, which was supposed to be a concrete existence for another, with itself. Thinghood, as immanent negative reflection and as a distinguishing that repels itself from the other, has consequently been reduced to an unessential moment. At the same time, however, it has further determined itself. First, this negative moment has preserved itself, for property has become a matter continuous with itself and self-subsisting only inasmuch as the difference of things has sublated itself. Thus the continuity of the property in the otherness itself contains the moment of the negative, and, as this negative unity, its self-subsistence is at the same time the restored something of thinghood, negative self-subsistence versus the positive self-subsistence of the stuff. Second, the thing has thereby progressed from its indeterminacy to full determinateness. As thing in itself, it is abstract identity, simple negative concrete existence, or this concrete existence determined as the indeterminate. It is then determined through its properties, by virtue of which it is supposed to be distinguished from other things, but, since through the property the thing is rather continuous with other things, this imperfect distinction is sublated. The thing is thereby returned into itself and is now determined as determined. It is determined in itself, or is this thing. But, third, this turning back into itself, though a self-referring determination, is at the same time an unessential determination. The self-continuous subsistence makes up the self-subsistent matter in which the difference of things, their determinateness existing in and for itself, is sublated and is something external. Therefore, although the thing as this thing is complete determinateness, this determinateness is such in the element of inessentiality. Considered from the side of the movement of the property, matter, in the conviction that it has thereby gotten hold of properties as they truly are. Equally current is the saying that things consist of various matters or stuffs. One is careful about calling these matters or stuffs things, even though one will readily admit that, for example, a pigment is a thing, but I do not know whether luminous matter, for instance, or calorific matter, or electrical matter, etc., are called things. The distinction is made between things and their components without any exact statement as to whether these components also, and to what extent, are things or perhaps just half things, but they are at least concretes in general. The necessity of making the transition from properties to matters, or of assuming that the properties are truly matters, has resulted from the fact that they are what is the essential in things and consequently their true self-subsistence. At the same time, however, the reflection of the property into itself constitutes only one side of the whole reflection, namely the sublation of the distinction and the continuity of the property, which was supposed to be a concrete existence for another, with itself. Thinghood, as immanent negative reflection and as a distinguishing that repels itself from the other, has consequently been reduced to an unessential moment. At the same time, however, it has further determined itself. First, this negative moment has preserved itself, for property has become a matter continuous with itself and self-subsisting only inasmuch as the difference of things has sublated itself. Thus the continuity of the property in the otherness itself contains the moment of the negative, and, as this negative unity, its self-subsistence is at the same time the restored something of thinghood, negative self-subsistence versus the positive self-subsistence of the stuff. Second, the thing has thereby progressed from its indeterminacy to full determinateness. As thing in itself, it is abstract identity, simple negative concrete existence, or this concrete existence determined as the indeterminate. It is then determined through its properties, by virtue of which it is supposed to be distinguished from other things, but, since through the property the thing is rather continuous with other things, this imperfect distinction is sublated. The thing is thereby returned into itself and is now determined as determined. It is determined in itself, or is this thing. But, third, this turning back into itself, though a self-referring determination, is at the same time an unessential determination. The self-continuous subsistence makes up the self-subsistent matter in which the difference of things, their determinateness existing in and for itself, is sublated and is something external. Therefore, although the thing as this thing is complete determinateness, this determinateness is such in the element of inessentiality. Considered from the side of the movement of the property, matter's respective quantitative ratio, the coming to be and the passing away of this thing is the external dissolution of such an external bond, or the binding of such for which it is indifferent whether they are bound or not. The stuffs circulate unchecked in or out of this thing, and the thing itself is absolute porosity without measure or form of its own. So the thing, in the absolute determinateness through which it is this, is the absolutely dissoluble thing. This dissolution is an external process of being determined, just like the being of the thing, but its dissolution and the externality of its being is the essential of this being. The thing is only the also, it consists only of this externality. But it consists also of its matters, and not just the abstract this as such, but that this thing whole is the dissolution of itself. For the thing is determined as an external collection of self-subsisting matters. Such matters are not things, they lack negative self-subsistence. It is the properties which are rather self-subsistent, that is to say, are determined with a being which, as such, is reflected into itself. Hence the matters are indeed simple, referring only to themselves, but it is their content which is a determinateness. The immanent reflection is only the form of this content, a content which is not, as such, reflected into itself but refers to another according to its determinateness. The thing, therefore, is not only their also, is not their reference to each other as indifferent, but is, on the contrary, equally so their negative reference, and on account of their determinateness the matters are themselves this negative reflection which is the puncticity of the thing. The one matter is not what the other is according to the determinateness of its content as contrasted to that of another, and the one is not to the extent that the other is, in accordance with their self-subsistence. The thing is, therefore, the connecting reference of the matters of which it consists to each other, in such a manner that the one matter, and the other also, subsist in it, and yet, at the same time, the one matter does not subsist in it in so far as the other does. To the extent, therefore, that the one matter is in the thing, the other is thereby sublated, but the thing is at the same time the also, or the subsistence of the other matter. In the subsistence of the one matter, therefore, the other matter does not subsist, and it also no less subsists in it, and so with all these diverse matters in respect to each other. Since it is thus in the same respect as the one matter subsists that the other subsists also, and this one subsistence of both is the puncticity or the negative unity of the thing, the two interpenetrate absolutely, and since the thing is at the same time only the also of the matters, and these are reflected into their determinateness, they are indifferent to one another, and in interpenetrating they do not touch. The matters are, therefore, essentially porous, so that the one subsists in the pores or in the non-subsistence of the others, but these others are themselves porous in their pores or their non-subsistence. The first and also all the rest subsist. Their subsistence is at the same time their sublatedness and the subsistence of others, and this subsistence of the others is just as much their sublatedness and the subsisting of the first, and equally so of all others. The thing is, therefore, the self-contradictory mediation of independent self-subsistence through its opposite, that is to say, through its negation, or of one self-subsisting matter through the subsisting and non-subsisting of another. In this thing, concrete existence has attained its completion, namely, that it is at once being that exists in itself, or independent subsistence, and unessential concrete existence. The truth of concrete existence is thus this, that it has its in itself and unessentiality, or that it subsists in another, indeed in the absolute other, or that it has its own nothingness for substrate. It is, therefore, appearance. Remark. It is one of the commonest assumptions of ordinary thinking that a thing consists of many self-subsisting matters. On the one hand, the thing is treated as having properties, the thing is their substance. But, on the other hand, these different determinations are regarded as matters, and their subsistence is not the thing. On the contrary, the converse is the case. It is the thing rather that consists of them, and is itself only their external bond and quantitative limit. Both the properties and the matters are the same content determinations, except that in the former case these determinations are moments reflected into their negative unity, which is a substrate distinct from them, the thinghood, whereas in the latter case, they are a variety of self-subsistent matters, each reflected into its own self-unity. These matters are now further determined as independent subsistence, but they are also together in a thing. This thing has the two determinations, first, of being this, and, second, of being the also. The also is represented in external intuition as spatial extension. The this, the negative unity, is instead the puncticity of the thing. The matters are together in this puncticity, and their also or their extension is everywhere this puncticity, for the also, as thinghood, is essentially determined also as negative unity. Therefore, where one of these matters is, in that one and same point the other is. The thing does not have its color in one place, its aroma in another, its heat in a third, and so forth, but at the point where it is warm, there it is also colored, sour, electric, and so forth. Now because these stuffs are not outside one another but are in oneness, they are assumed as porous, so that one stuff concretely exists in the interstices of another. But the one that occupies the interstices of the other is itself porous conversely, therefore, the other concretely exists in its pores, and this applies not just to this second stuff, but to a third also, a tenth, and so forth. They are all porous, and in the interstices of each all the others are present, just as each is present with the rest in the pores of every other. There are, therefore, an aggregate of matters that interpenetrates one another in such a way that in penetrating the others each is equally penetrated by them, so that each again penetrates its own penetratedness. Each is posited as its negation, and this negation is the subsistence of another, but this subsistence is just as much the negation of this other and the subsistence of the first. The well-known common excuse by which ordinary thinking evades the contradiction of an independent subsistence of many matters in one thing, or of the reciprocal indifference of these matter in their interpenetration, is that the parts and the pores are very small. Where the difference in itself, the contradiction and the negation of negation, comes into play where it ought to be conceptualized as such, ordinary thinking falls back upon external, quantitative difference where coming to be and passing away are concerned. It takes refuge in gradualness, and, where being is the issue, in a smallness in which disappearing is reduced to imperceptibility, contradiction to a matter of confusion, and true relation is played out in the medium of vague representation, the obscurity of which rescues the self-sublation of the relation. But when light is shown on this obscurity, it proves to be a contradiction, both subjective on the part of the representation and objective on the part of the subject matter, the elements of which are completely contained in pictorial representation itself. The latter runs into contradiction from the start for wanting, on the one hand, to hold on to perception and have before it things that have real being, and, on the other hand, for ascribing sensible existence to imperceptible things that are determined through reflection. The minute parts and the pores are at the same time supposed to be a sensible existence, and their positedness is spoken of as if it were the same as the reality which belongs to color, heat, etc. If representation were to consider this objective fog more closely, the pores and the minute parts, it would discover in them not just a matter and also the negation of it, so that matter would be here and its negation next to it the pore and next to it matter again, and so forth, but that in this thing it has, in one and the same point, the self-subsistent matter, its negation or porosity, and the other self-subsistent matter, and that this porosity and the independent subsistence of the matters in one another as in one single point is a reciprocal negation and a penetration of the penetration. Recent accounts of physics regarding the expansion of steam and atmospheric air and of various kinds of gases in one another bring out with greater precision one side of the concept concerning the nature of a thing that has here come to view. They show, namely, that for example a certain volume holds just as much steam whether empty or full of atmospheric air, also that the various gases expand into one another in such a way that each is for the other as good as a vacuum, at least that they are not in any chemical bonding with each other, each remains continuous with itself, uninterrupted by the other, and in penetrating the others it remains itself indifferent to them. But the further moment in the concept of a thing is that in that this one matter is present where another matter is, and that the penetrating matter is also penetrated at the same point, or that the self-subsistent is immediately the self-subsistence of another. This is contradictory. But the thing is nothing else but this contradiction itself, that is why it is appearance. We find in the spiritual realm a situation similar to that of these matters, in the conception of forces or faculties of the soul. Spirit is this, the negative unity in which its determinations interpenetrate, in a much more profound sense. But represented as soul, it is commonly taken as a thing. Just as the human being in general is made to consist of soul and body, each of which is taken as something subsisting on its own, so also the soul is made to consist of so-called soul forces, each of which has a self-subsistence of its own, or is an activity with direct effects specifically its own. The assumption is that the understanding operates on its own here, the imagination there, that one can cultivate the understanding, the memory, etc., each for itself, leaving the others aside for the time being until, perhaps, their turn comes up, or perhaps not. Although the faculties, since they are transposed into a materially simple soul thing which is simple as allegedly immaterial, are not portrayed as particular matters, as forces they are nevertheless equally assumed to be indifferent to one another, just like those matters. But spirit is not the contradiction that the thing is, which dissolves itself and passes over into appearance. Rather, it already is within it the contradiction that has returned into its absolute unity, namely into the concept the differences are no longer to be thought in it as self-subsistent but only its particular moments in the subject, the simple individuality. Chapter Appearance. Concrete existence is the immediacy of being to which essence has again restored itself. In itself this immediacy is the reflection of essence into itself. As concrete existence, essence has stepped out of its ground which has itself passed over into it. Concrete existence is this reflected immediacy in so far as, within, it is absolute negativity. It is now also posited as such, in that it has determined itself as appearance. At first, Therefore, appearance is essence in its concrete existence. Essence is immediately present in it. That it is not immediate, but rather reflected concrete existence, constitutes the moment of essence in it or concrete existence, as essential concrete existence, is appearance. Something is only appearance, in the sense that concrete existence is as such only a positive being, not something that is in and for itself. This is what constitutes its essentiality, to have the negativity of reflection, the nature of essence, within it. There is no question here of an alien, external reflection to which essence would belong and which, by comparing this essence with concrete existence, would declare the latter to be appearance. On the contrary, as we have seen, this essentiality of concrete existence, that it is appearance, is concrete existence's own truth. The reflection by virtue of which it is this is its own. But if it is said that something is only appearance, meaning that as contrasted with it immediate concrete existence is the truth, then the fact is that appearance is the higher truth, for it is concrete existence as essential, whereas concrete existence is appearance that is still void of essence because it only contains in it the one moment of appearance, namely that of concrete existence as immediate, not yet negative, reflection. When appearance is said to be essenceless, one thinks of the moment of its negativity as if, by contrast with it, the immediate were the positive and the true. In fact, however, this immediate does not yet contain essential truth in it. Concrete existence rather ceases to be essenceless by passing over into appearance. Essence reflectively shines at first just within, in its simple identity as such, it is abstract reflection, the pure movement of nothing through nothing back to itself. Essence appears, and so it now is real shine, since the moments of the shine have concrete existence. Appearance, as we have seen, is the thing as the negative mediation of itself with itself. The differences which it contains are self-subsisting matters which are the contradiction of being in immediate subsistence, yet of obtaining their subsistence only in an alien self-subsistence, hence in the negation of their own, but then again, just because of that, also in the negation of that alien self-subsistence or in the negation of their own negation. Reflective shine is this same mediation, but its fleeting moments obtain in appearance the shape of immediate self-subsistence. On the other hand, the immediate self-subsistence which pertains to concrete existence is reduced to a moment. Appearance is therefore the unity of reflective shine in concrete existence. Appearance now determines itself further. It is concrete existence as essential. Concrete existence differs from the concrete existence which is unessential, and these two sides refer to each other. Appearance is, therefore, first, simple self-identity which also contains diverse content determinations and, both as identity and as the connecting reference of these determinations, is that which remains self-equal in the flux of appearance. This is the law of appearance. But, second, the law which is simple in its diversity passes over into opposition. The essential moment of appearance becomes opposed to appearance itself and, confronting the world of appearance, the world that exists in itself comes onto the scene. Third, this opposition returns into its ground. That which is in itself is in the appearance and, conversely, that which appears as determined is taken up into its being in itself. Appearance becomes relation. A. The law of appearance. Appearance is the concrete existent mediated through its negation, which constitutes its subsistence. This, its negation, is indeed another self-subsistent, but the latter is just as essentially something sublated. The concrete existent is consequently the turning back of itself into itself through its negation, and through the negation of this negation it has, therefore, essential self-subsistence, just as it is equally immediately an absolute positiveness that has a ground in another for its subsistence. In the first place, therefore, appearance is concrete existence along with its essentiality, the positiveness along with its ground, but this ground is the negation, and the other self-subsistent, the ground of the first, is equally only a positiveness. Or the concrete existent is, as an appearance, reflected into another and has this other for its ground, and this ground is itself only this, to be reflected into another. The essential self-subsistence that belongs to it because it is a turning back into itself is, for the sake of the negativity of the moments, the return of nothing through nothing back to itself. The self-subsistence of the concrete existent is therefore only the reflective shine of essence. The linkage of the reciprocally grounding concrete existence consists, therefore, in this reciprocal negation, namely that the subsistence of the one is not the subsistence of the other but is its positiveness, where this connection of positiveness alone constitutes their subsistence. The ground is present as it is in truth, namely as being a first which is only a presupposed. This now constitutes the negative side of appearance. In this negative mediation, however, there is immediately contained the positive identity of the concrete existent with itself. For this concrete existent is not positedness vis-à-vis an essential ground, or is not the reflective shine in a self-subsistent, but is rather positedness that refers itself to a positedness, or a reflective shine only in a reflective shine. In this, its negation, or in its other which is itself something sublated, it refers to itself and is thus self-identical or positive essentiality. This identity is not the immediacy that pertains to concrete existence as such and only as its unessential moment of subsisting in another. It is rather the essential content of appearance which has two sides: first, to be in the form of positedness or external immediacy; second, to be positedness as self-identical. According to the first side, it is as a determinate being, but one which in keeping with its immediacy is accidental, unessential, and subject to transition, to coming to be and passing away. According to the other side, it is the simple content determination exempted from that flux, the permanent element in it. This content, besides being in general the simple element of the transient, is also a determined content, varied in itself. It is the reflection of appearance, of the negative determinate being, into itself, and therefore contains determinateness essentially. Appearance is however the multifarious diversity of immediately existing beings that revels in unessential manifoldness. Its reflected content, on the other hand, is its manifoldness reduced to simple difference. Or, more precisely, the determinate essential content is not just determined in general but, as the essential element of appearance, is complete determinateness the one in its other. Each of these two has in appearance its subsistence in the other, but in such a way that it is at the same time only in the other's non-subsistence. This contradiction sublates itself and its reflection into itself is the identity of their two-sided subsistence, namely that the positedness of the one is also the positedness of the other. The two constitute one subsistence, each at the same time as a different content indifferent to the other. In the essential side of appearance, the negativity of the unessential content, that it sublates itself, has thus gone back into identity. It is an indifferent subsistence which is not the sublatedness of the other but rather its subsistence. This unity is the law of appearance. The law is thus the positive element of the mediation of what appears. Appearance is at first concrete existence as negative self-mediation, so that the concrete existent, through its own non-subsistence, through another and again through the non-subsistence of this other, is mediated with itself. In this there is contained, first, the merely reflective shining and the disappearing of both, the unessential appearance; second, also the persistence or the law for each of the two concretely exists in the sublation of the other, and their positiveness is as their negativity at the same time the identical positive positedness of both. This permanent subsistence which appearance obtains in the law is thus, as it has determined itself, first, opposed to the immediacy of the being which concrete existence has. This immediacy is indeed one which is in itself reflected, namely the ground that has gone back into itself, but in appearance this simple immediacy is now distinguished from the reflected immediacy that first began to separate itself in the thing. The concretely existing thing in its dissolution has become this opposition. The positive element of its dissolution is the said self-identity of what appears, a positedness and the positedness of its other. Second, this reflected immediacy is itself determined as positedness over against the immediate determinate being of concrete existence. This positiveness is henceforth what is essential and the true positive. The German expression Gesetz, law, likewise contains this note of positiveness or Gesetztsein. In this positiveness there lies the essential connection of the two sides of the difference that the law contains. They are a diverse content, each immediate with respect to the other, and they are this as the reflection of the disappearing content belonging to appearance. As essential difference, the different sides are simple, self-referring determinations of content. But just as equally, neither is immediate, just for itself, but is rather essential positiveness, or is only to the extent that the other is. Third, appearance and law have one and the same content. The law is the reflection of appearance into self-identity. Appearance, as an immediate which is null, thus stands opposed to that which is immanently reflected, and the two are distinguished according to form. But the reflection of appearance by virtue of which this difference is also the essential identity of appearance itself and its reflection, and this is in general the nature of reflection. It is what in the positiveness is self-identical and indifferent to that difference, which is form or positiveness, hence a content continuous from appearance to law, the content of the law and of the appearance. This content thus constitutes the substrate of appearance. The law is this substrate itself. Appearance is the same content but contains still more, namely the unessential content of its immediate being. And so is also the form determination by which appearance as such is distinguished from the law, namely a content and equally a content distinguished from the content of the law. For concrete existence, as immediacy in general, is likewise a self-identity of matter and form which is indifferent to its form determinations and is, therefore, A content. The concrete existence is the thinghood with its properties and matters. But it is the content whose self-subsisting immediacy is at the same time also only a non-subsistence. But the self-identity of the content in this its non-subsistence is the other, essential content. This identity, the substrate of appearance, which constitutes law, is appearance's own moment. It is the positive side of the essentiality by virtue of which concrete existence is appearance. The law, therefore, is not beyond appearance but is immediately present in it. The kingdom of laws is the restful copy of the concretely existing or appearing world. But, more to the point, the two are one totality, and the concretely existing world is itself the kingdom of laws which, simple identity, is at the same time self-identical in the positiveness or in the self-dissolving self-subsistence of concrete existence. In the law, concrete existence returns to its ground. Appearance contains both of these, the simple ground and the dissolving movement of the appearing universe, of which the law is the essentiality. The law is therefore the essential appearance. It is the latter's reflection into itself and its positiveness, the identical content of itself and the unessential concrete existence. In the first place, this identity of the law with its concrete existence is now, to start with, immediate, simple identity, and the law is indifferent with respect to its concrete existence. Appearance still has another content as contrasted with the content of the law. That content is indeed the unessential one and the return into the latter, but for the law it is an original starting point not posited by it as content, therefore, it is externally bound up with the law. Appearance is an aggregate of more detailed determinations that belong to the this or the concrete, and are not contained in the law but are rather determined each by another. Secondly, that which appearance contains distinct from the law determined itself as something positive or as another content, but it is essentially a negative. It is the form and its movement is a movement that belongs to appearance. The kingdom of laws is the restful content of appearance. The latter is this same content but displayed in restless flux and as reflection into other. It is the law as negative, relentlessly self-mutating concrete existence, the movement of the passing over into the opposite, of self-sublation and return into unity. This side of the restless form or of the negativity does not contain the law as against the law, therefore, appearance is the totality, for it contains the law but more yet, namely the moment of the self-moving form. Thirdly, this shortcoming is manifested in the law in the mere diversity at first, and the consequent internal indifference, of its content. The identity of its sides with one another is at first, therefore, only immediate and hence inner, not yet necessary. In other words, in a law two content determinations are essentially bound together. For instance, spatial and temporal magnitudes in the law of falling bodies. The traversed spaces vary as the squares of the elapsed times, they are bound together. This connection is at first only an immediate one. At first, therefore, it is likewise only a posited connection, just as the immediate has obtained in appearance the meaning of positiveness in general. The essential unity of the two sides of the law would be their negativity, namely that each contains the other in it, but in the law this essential unity has not yet come the fore. Thus it is not contained in the concept of the space traversed by a falling body that time corresponds to it as a square. Because the falling is a sensible movement, it is the ratio of space and time. But first, that time refers to space and space to time does not lie in the determination of time itself, that is to say, in time as ordinarily represented. It is said that time can very well be represented without space and space without time. The one thus comes to the other externally, and their external reference to each other is movement. Second, the more particular determination of how the magnitudes further relate to each other in movement is indifferent. The relevant law here is drawn from experience and is to this extent immediate. There is still required a proof, that is, a mediation, in order to know that the law not only occurs but is necessary. The law as such does not contain this proof and its objective necessity. The law is, therefore, only the positive essentiality of appearance, not its negative essentiality, according to which the content determinations are moments of the form, as such pass over into their other and are in their own selves, not themselves but their other. In the law, therefore, although the positiveness of the one side of it is the positiveness of the other side, the content of the two sides is indifferent to this connection. It does not contain this positiveness in it. Law, therefore, is indeed essential form, but not as yet real form which is reflected into its sides as content. b. The world of appearance and the world in itself. The concrete existing world tranquilly raises itself to a kingdom of laws. The null content of its manifold determinate being has its subsistence in another. Its subsistence is therefore its dissolution. In this other, however, that which appears also comes to itself. Thus appearance is in its changing also and enduring, and its positiveness is law. Law is this simple identity of appearance with itself. It is, therefore, its substrate and not its ground, for it is not the negative unity of appearance but, as its simple identity, is its immediate unity, the abstract unity, alongside which, Therefore, its other content also occurs. The content is this content it holds together internally, or has its negative reflection inside itself. It is reflected into another. This other is itself a concrete existence of appearance. The appearing things have their grounds and conditions in other appearing things. In fact, however, law is also the other of appearance's appearance, and its negative reflection as in its other. The content of appearance, which differs from the content of law, is the concrete existent which has negativity for its ground or is reflected into its non-being. But this other, which is also a concrete existent, is such an existent as likewise reflected into its non-being. It is thus the same, and that which appears in it is in fact reflected not into another but into itself. It is this very reflection of positiveness into itself which is law. But as something that appears, it is essentially reflected into its non-being, or its identity is itself essentially just as much its negativity and its other. The immanent reflection of appearance, law, is therefore not only the identical substrate of appearance, but the latter has in law its opposite, and law is its negative unity. Now through this, the determination of law has been altered within the law itself. At first, law is only a diversified content and the formal reflection of positiveness into itself, so that the positiveness of one of its sides is the positiveness of the other side. But because it is also the negative reflection into itself, its sides behave not only as different but as negatively referring to each other. Or, if the law is considered just for itself, the sides of its content are indifferent to each other, but they are no less sublated through their identity. The positiveness of the one is the positiveness of the other. Consequently, the subsistence of each is also the non-subsistence of itself. This positiveness of the one side and the other is their negative unity, and each positiveness is not only the positiveness of that side but also of the other, or each side is itself this negative unity. The positive identity which they have in the law as such is at first only their inner unity, which stands in need of proof and mediation, since this negative unity is not yet posited in them. But since the different sides of law are now determined as being different in their negative unity, or as being such that each contains the other within while at the same time repelling this otherness from itself, the identity of law is now also one which is posited and real. Consequently, law has likewise obtained the missing moment of the negative form of its sides. The moment that previously still belonged to appearance concrete existence has thereby returned into itself fully and has reflected itself into its absolute otherness, which has determined it being in and for itself. That which was previously law, therefore, is no longer only one side of the whole. It is the essential totality of appearance, so that it now obtains also the moment of unessentiality that belonged to the latter, but is reflected unessentiality that has determined it being in itself, that is, as essential negativity. As immediate content, law is determined in general, distinguished from other laws, of which there is an indeterminate multitude. But because now it explicitly is essential negativity, it no longer contains that merely indifferent, accidental content determination. Its content is rather every determinateness in general, essentially connected together in a totalizing connection. Thus appearance reflected into itself is now a world that discloses itself above the world of appearance as one which is in and for itself. The kingdom of laws contains only the simple, unchanging but diversified content of the concretely existing world. But because it is now the total reflection of this world, it also contains the moment of its essenceless manifoldness. This moment of alterability and alteration, reflected into itself and essential, is the absolute negativity or the form in general. As such, its moments, however, have the reality of self-subsisting but reflected concrete existence in the world that has determined it being in and for itself, just as, conversely, this reflected self-subsistence has form in it, and its content is therefore not a mere manifold but a content holding itself together essentially. This world which is in and for itself is also called the supersensible world, inasmuch as the concretely existing world is characterized as sensible, that is, as one intended for intuition, which is the immediate attitude of consciousness. The supersensible world likewise has immediate, concrete existence, but reflected, essential concrete existence. Essence has no immediate existence yet, but it is, and in a more profound sense than being the thing is the beginning of the reflected concrete existence. It is an immediacy which is not yet posited, not yet essential or reflected, but it is in truth not an immediate which is simply there. Things are posited only as the things of another, supersensible, world, first as true concrete existences, and, second, as the truth in contrast to that which just is. What is recognized in them is that there is a being distinguished from immediate being, and this being is true concrete existence. On the one side, the sense representation that ascribes concrete existence only to the immediate being of feeling and intuition is in this determination overcome, but, on the other side, also overcome is the unconscious reflection which, although it possesses the representation of things, forces, the inner, and so on, does not know that such determinations are not sensible or immediately existing beings, but reflected concrete existences. The world which is in and for itself is the totality of concrete existence. Outside it there is nothing. But, within it, it is absolute negativity or form, and therefore its immanent reflection is negative self-reference. It contains opposition, and splits internally as the world of the senses and as the world of otherness or the world of appearance. For this reason, since it is totality, it is also only one side of the totality and constitutes in this determination a self-subsistence different from the world of appearance. The world of appearance has its negative unity in the essential world to which it founders and into which it returns as to its ground. Further, the essential world is also the positing ground of the world of appearances, for, since it contains the absolute form essentially, it sublates its self-identity, makes itself into positedness and, as this posited immediacy, it is the world of appearance. Further, it is not only ground in general of the world of appearance but its determinate ground. Already as the kingdom of laws it is a manifold of content, indeed the essential content of the world of appearance, and, as ground with content, it is the determinate ground of that other world. But it is such only according to that content, for the world of appearance still had other and manifold content than the kingdom of laws, because the negative moment was still the one peculiarly its own. But because the kingdom of laws now has this moment likewise in it, it is the totality of the content of the world of appearance and the ground of all its manifoldness. But it is at the same time the negative of this manifoldness and thus a world opposed to it. That is to say, in the identity of the two worlds, because the one world is determined according to form as the essential and the other as the same world but posited and unessential, the connection of ground has indeed been restored. But it has been restored as the ground connection of appearance, namely as the connection, not of the two sides of an identical content, nor of a mere diversified content, like law, but as total connection, or as negative identity and essential connection of the opposed sides of the content. The kingdom of laws is not only this, that the positedness of a content is the positedness of another, but rather that this identity, as we have seen, is essentially also negative unity, and in this negative unity each of the two sides of law is in it, therefore, its other content consequently, the other is not another in general, indeterminately, but is its other, equally containing the content determination of that other, and thus the two sides are opposed. Now, because the kingdom of laws now has in it this negative moment, namely opposition, and thus, as totality, splits into a world which exists in and for itself and a world of appearance, the identity of these two is the essential connection of opposition. The connection of ground is, as such, the opposition which, in its contradiction, has foundered to the ground, and concrete existence is the ground that has come to itself. But concrete existence becomes appearance. Ground is sublated in concrete existence. It reinstates itself as the return of appearance into itself, but does so as sublated ground, that is to say, as the ground connection of opposite determinations. The identity of such determinations, however, is essentially a becoming and a transition, no longer the connection of ground as such. The world that exists in and for itself is thus itself a world distinguished within itself, in the total compass of a manifold content. That is to say, it is identical with the world of appearance or the posited world, and to this extent it is its ground. But its identity connection is at the same time determined as opposition, because the form of the world of appearance is reflection into its otherness, and this world of appearance, therefore, in the world that exists in and for itself has truly returned into itself, in such a manner that that other world is its opposite. Their connection is, therefore, specifically this, that the world that exists in and for itself is the inversion of the world of appearance. C. The dissolution of appearance. The world that exists in and for itself is the determinate ground of the world of appearance, and is this only in so far as, within it, it is the negative moment, and hence the totality of the content determinations and their alterations that correspond to that world of appearance, yet constitutes at the same time its completely opposed side. The two worlds thus relate to each other in such a way that what in the world of appearance is positive, in the world existing in and for itself is negative, and, conversely, what is negative in the former is positive in the latter. The North Pole in the world of appearance is the South Pole in and for itself, and vice versa. Positive electricity is in itself negative, and so forth. What is evil in the world of appearance is in and for itself goodness and a piece of good luck. P. In fact, it is precisely in this opposition of the two worlds that their difference has disappeared, and what was supposed to be the world existing in and for itself is itself the world of appearance, and this last, conversely, the world essential within. The world of appearance is in the first instance determined as reflection into otherness, so that its determinations and concrete existences have their ground and subsistence in another, but because this other, as other, is likewise reflected into another, The other to which they both refer is one which sublates itself as other. The two consequently refer to themselves. The world of appearance is within it, therefore, law equal to itself. Conversely, the world existing in and for itself is in the first instance self-identical content, exempt from otherness and change. But this content, as complete reflection of the world of appearance into itself, or because its diversity is difference reflected into itself and absolute, consequently contains negativity as a moment in self-reference as reference to otherness. It thereby becomes self-opposed, self-inverting, essenceless content. Further, this content of the world existing in and for itself has thereby also retained the form of immediate concrete existence. For it is at first the ground of the world of appearance, but since it has opposition in it, it is equally sublated ground and immediate concrete existence. Thus the world of appearance and the essential world are each within it, the totality of self-identical reflection and of reflection into other, or of being in and for itself. They are both the self-subsisting wholes of concrete existence. The one is supposed to be only reflected concrete existence, the other immediate concrete existence, but each continues into the other and, within, is therefore the identity of these two moments. What we have, therefore, is this totality that splits into two totalities, the one reflected totality and the other immediate totality. Both, in the first instance, are self-subsistent, but they are this only as totalities, and this they are inasmuch as each essentially contains the moment of the other in it. Hence the distinct self-subsistence of each, one determined as immediate and one as reflected, is now so posited as to be essentially the reference to the other and to have its self-subsistence in this unity of the two. We started off from the law of appearance. This law is the identity of a content and another content different from it, so that the positedness of the one is the positedness of the other. Still present in law is this difference, that the identity of its sides is at first only an internal identity which the two sides do not yet have in them. Consequently the identity is, for its part, not realized. The content of law is not identical but indifferent, diversified. This content, therefore, is on its side only in itself so determined that the positedness of the one is the positedness of the other. This determination is not yet present in it. But now law is realized, its inner identity is existent at the same time, and, conversely, the content of law is raised to ideality, for it is sublated within, is reflected into itself, for each side has the other in it, and therefore is truly identical with it and with itself. Thus is law essential relation. The truth of the unessential world is at first a world in and for itself and other to it, but this world is a totality, for it is itself and the first world. Both are thus immediate concrete existences and consequently reflections in their otherness, and therefore equally truly reflected into themselves. World signifies in general the formless totality of a manifoldness. This world has foundered both as essential world and as world of appearance. It is still a totality or a universe but is essential relation. Two totalities of content have arisen in appearance. At first they are determined as indifferently self-subsisting vis-à-vis each other, each having indeed form within it but not with respect to the other. This form has however demonstrated itself to be their connecting reference, and the essential relation is the consummation of their unity of form. Chapter The Essential Relation. The truth of appearance is the essential relation. Its content has immediate self-subsistence, the existent immediacy and the reflected immediacy or the self-identical reflection. In this self-subsistence, however, it is at the same time a relative content. It is simply and solely as a reflection into its other, or as unity of the reference with its other. In this unity, the self-subsistent content is something posited, sublated, but precisely this unity is what constitutes its essentiality and self-subsistence. This reflection into another is reflection into itself. The relation has sides, since it is reflection into another, so its difference is internal to it, and its sides are independent subsistence, for in their mutually indifferent diversity they are thrown back into themselves, so that the subsistence of each equally has its meaning only in its reference to the other or in the negative unity of both. The essential relation is therefore not yet the true third to essence and to concrete existence, but already contains the determinate union of the two. Essence is realized in it in such a way that it has self-subsistent, concrete existence for its subsistence, and these concrete existence have returned from their indifference back into their essential unity, so that they have only this unity as their subsistence. Also the reflective determinations of positive and negative are reflected into themselves only as each is reflected into its opposite, but they have no other determination besides this their negative unity, whereas the essential relation has sides that are posited as self-subsistent totalities. It is the same opposition as that of positive and negative, but it is such as an inverted world. The side of the essential relation is a totality which, however, essentially has an opposite or a beyond it is only appearance. Its concrete existence, rather than being its own, is that of its other. It is, therefore, something internally fractured, but this, its sublated being, consists in its being the unity of itself and its other, therefore a whole, and precisely for this reason it has self-subsistent concrete existence and is essential reflection into itself. This is the concept of relation. At first, however, the identity it contains is not yet perfect. The totality which each relative is as relative, is only an inner one. The side of the relation is posited at first in one of the determinations of negative unity. What constitutes the form of the relation is the specific self-subsistence of each of the two sides. The identity of the form is therefore only a reference, and the self-subsistence of the sides falls outside it. That is to say, it falls in the sides. We still do not have the reflected unity of the identity of the relation and of the self-subsistent concrete existence. We still do not have substance. It follows that the concept of relation has indeed shown itself to be the unity of reflected and immediate self-subsistence. But it is this concept still immediately at first. Immediate are therefore its moments vis-à-vis each other, and immediate is the unity of the reference connecting them essentially, a unity which only then is the true unity that conforms to the concept, when it has realized itself, that is to say, through its movement has posited itself as this unity. The essential relation is therefore immediately the relation of the whole and the parts, the reference of reflected and immediate self-subsistence, so that both are at the same time mutually conditioning and presupposing. In this relation, neither of the sides is yet posited as moment of the other. Their identity is therefore itself one side, or not their negative unity. Hence, secondly, the relation passes over into one in which one side is the moment of the other and is present there as in its ground, the true self-subsistent element of both. This is the relation of force and its expression. Third, the inequality still present in this reference sublates itself, and the final relation is that of inner and outer. In this difference, which has now become totally formal, relation itself founders, and substance or actuality come on the stage as the absolute unity of immediate and reflected concrete existence. A. The relation of whole and parts. First, the essential relation contains the self-subsistence of concrete existence reflected into itself. It is then the simple form whose determinations are indeed also concrete existences, but they are posited at the same time, moments held in the unity. This self-subsistence reflected into itself is at the same time reflection into its opposite, namely the immediate self-subsistence, and its subsistence is this identity with its opposite no less than its own self-subsistence. Second, the other side is thereby also immediately posited. This is the immediate self-subsistence which, determined as the other, is in itself a multifarious manifold, but in such a way that this manifold also essentially has within it the reference of the other side, the unity of the reflected self-subsistence. That one side, the whole, is the self-subsistence that constitutes the world existing in and for itself. The other side, the parts, is the immediate concrete existence which was the world of appearance. In the relation of whole and parts, the two sides are these self-subsistences but in such a way that each has the other reflectively shining in it and, at the same time, only is as the identity of both. Now, because the essential relation is at first only the first, immediate relation, the negative unity and the positive self-subsistence are bound together by the also. The two sides are indeed both posited as moments, but equally so as concretely existing self-subsistences. Their being posited as moments is henceforth so distributed that the whole, the reflected self-subsistence, is as concrete self-existent first, and the other, the immediate, is in it as a moment. The whole constitutes here the unity of the two sides, the substrate, and the immediate concrete existence is as positedness. Conversely, on the other side, which is the side of the parts, the immediate and internally manifold concrete existence is the self-subsistent substrate. The reflected unity, the whole, is on the contrary only external reference. This relation thus contains the self-subsistence of the sides, and their sublatedness no less, and the two simply in one reference. The whole is the self-subsistent. The parts are only moments of this unity, but they are also equally self-subsistent, and their reflected unity is only a moment, and each is, in its self-subsistence, simply the relative of another. This relation is within it, therefore, immediate contradiction, and it sublates itself. On closer inspection, the whole is the reflected unity that stands independently on its own, but this subsistence that belongs to it is equally repelled by it. It is thus self-externalized. It has its subsistence in its opposite, in the manifold immediacy, the parts. The whole thus consists of the parts, and apart from them it is not anything. It is therefore the whole relation and the self-subsistent totality, but, for precisely this reason, it is only a relative, for what makes it a totality is rather its other, the parts. It does not have its subsistence within it but in its other. The parts, too, are likewise the whole relation. They are the immediate as against the reflected self-subsistence, and do not subsist in the whole but are for themselves. Further, they have this whole within them as their moment. The whole constitutes their connecting reference. Without the whole there are no parts. But because they are the self-subsistent, This connection is only an external moment with respect to which they are in and for themselves indifferent. But at the same time the parts, as manifold concrete existence, collapse together, for this concrete existence is reflectionless being they have their self-subsistence only in the reflected unity which is this unity as well as the concrete existent manifoldness. This means that they have self-subsistence only in the whole, but this whole is at the same time the self-subsistence which is the other to the parts. The whole and the parts thus reciprocally condition each other, but the relation here considered is at the same time higher than the reference of conditioned and conditioned to each other as earlier determined. Here, this reference is realized, that is to say, it is posited that the condition is the essential self-subsistence of the conditioned in such a manner that it is presupposed by the latter. The condition as such is only the immediate, and it is only implicitly presupposed. But the whole, through the condition of the parts, itself immediately entails that it, too, is only in so far as it has the parts for presupposition. Thus, since both sides of the relation are posited as conditioning each other reciprocally, each is on its own an immediate self-subsistence, but their self-subsistence is equally mediated or posited through the other. The whole relation, because of this reciprocity, is the turning back of the conditioning into itself, the non-relative, the unconditioned. Now inasmuch as each side of the relation has its self-subsistence not in it but in its other, what we have is only one identity of the two in which they are both only moments, but inasmuch as each is self-subsistent on its own, the two are two self-subsistent concrete existences indifferent to each other. In the first respect, that of the essential identity of the two sides, the whole is equal to the parts and the parts are equal to the whole. Nothing is in the whole which is not in the parts, and nothing is in the parts which is not in the whole. The whole is not an abstract unity but the unity of a diversified manifoldness, but this unity within which the manifold is held together is the determinateness by virtue of which the latter is the parts. The relation has, therefore, an indivisible identity and only one self-subsistence. But further, the whole is equal to the parts but not to them as parts. The whole is the reflected unity whereas the parts constitute the determinate moment or the otherness of the unity and are the diversified manifold. The whole is not equal to them as this self-subsistent diversity but to them together. But this, their together, is nothing else but their unity, the whole as such. In the parts, therefore, the whole is only equal to itself, and the equality of it and the parts expresses only this tautology, namely that the whole is equal not to the parts but to the whole. Conversely, the parts are equal to the whole but because, as parts, they are the moment of otherness, they are not equal to it as the unity, but in such a way that one of the whole's manifold determinations maps over a part, or that they are equal to the whole as manifold. And this is to say that they are equal to it as an apportioned whole, that is, as parts. Here we thus have the same tautology, that the parts as parts are equal not to the whole as such but, in the whole, to themselves. The whole and the parts thus fall indifferently apart, each side refers only to itself. But, as so held apart, they destroy themselves. The whole which is indifferent towards the parts is abstract identity, undifferentiated in itself. Identity is a whole only inasmuch as it is differentiated in itself. So differentiated indeed that the manifold determinations are reflected into themselves and have immediate self-subsistence. And the identity of reflection has shown through its movement that it has this reflection into its other for its truth. In just the same way are the parts, as indifferent to the unity of the whole, only the unconnected manifold, the inherently other which, as such, is the other of itself and only sublates itself. This self-reference of each of the two sides is their self-subsistence, but this self-subsistence which each side has for itself is rather the negation of their respective selves. Each side has its self-subsistence, therefore, not within but in the other side. This other, which constitutes the subsistence, is its presupposed immediate which is supposed to be the first and its starting point, but this first of each side is itself only a first which is not first but has its beginning in its other. The truth of the relation consists therefore in the mediation. Its essence is the negative unity in which both the reflected and the existent immediacy are equally sublated. The relation is the contradiction that returns to its ground, into the unity which, as turning back, is reflected unity but which, since it has equally posited itself as sublated, refers to itself negatively and makes itself into existent immediacy. But this unity's negative reference, in so far as it is a first and an immediate, only is as mediated by its other and equally as posited. This other, the existent immediacy, is equally only as sublated. Its self-subsistence is a first, but only in order to disappear, and it has an existence which is posited and mediated. Determined in this way, the relation is no longer one of whole and parts. The previous immediacy of its sides has passed over into positedness and mediation. Each side is posited, insofar as it is immediate, as self-sublating and as passing over into the other end, insofar as it is itself negative reference, it is at the same time posited as conditioned through the other, as through its positive. And the same applies to the immediate transition of each. It is equally a mediation, a sublating which is posited through the other. Thus the relation of whole and parts has passed over into the relation of force and its expressions. Remark. The antinomy of the infinite divisibility of matter was examined above, section I, pp. ff, in connection with the concepts of quantity. Quantity is the unity of continuity and discreteness it contains in the self-subsistent one its confluence with others, and in this uninterrupted continuing self-identity it equally contains the negation of it. Inasmuch as the immediate connection of these moments of quantity finds expression in the essential relation of whole and parts, the one of quantity being part, and its continuity the whole which is composed of parts, the antinomy consists in the contradiction that was incurred, and was resolved, in conjunction with the relation of whole and parts. For whole and parts are just as essentially related to one another and constitute only one identity as they are indifferent to each other, having independent subsistence. The relation, therefore, is this antinomy that the one moment, in freeing itself from the other, immediately brings about this other. The concrete existent, then, determined as a whole, has parts, and these constitute its subsistence. The unity of the whole is a posited connection, an external composition which is extraneous to the self-subsistent concrete existent. Now if such a concrete existent is a part, then it is not the whole, is not composed, hence is a simple. But the reference to the whole is external to it and therefore extraneous. It follows that the self-subsistent, in itself, is also not a part, for it is a part only by virtue of that connecting reference. But now, since it is not part, it is a whole, for this relation of whole and parts is the only one that there is and the self-subsistent is one of the two. But as a whole, it is again composed, it again consists of parts and so on to infinity. This infinity consists in nothing else but the perennial alternation of the two determinations of the relation, in each of which the other immediately arises, so that the positedness of one is the disappearing of itself. Determined as a whole, matter consists of parts and in these the whole becomes an unessential connection, it disappears. But a part, thus taken on its own, is also not a part but the whole. The antinomy of this inference, on close inspection, is really this: since the whole is not what subsists on its own, the part is the self-subsistent, but since the latter is self-subsistent only without the whole, it is then self-subsistent not as a part but rather as a whole. The infinitude of the ensuing progress is the incapacity to bring together the two thoughts which this mediation entails, namely that each of the two determinations, by virtue of its self-subsistence and separation from the other, passes over into non-self-subsistence and into the other. b. The relation of force and its expression. Force is the negative unity into which the contradiction of whole and parts has resolved itself. It is the truth of that first relation. That of whole and parts is the thoughtless relation which the understanding first happens to come up with, or, objectively speaking, it is a dead mechanical aggregate that indeed has formed determinations and brings the manifoldness of its self-subsisting matter together into one unity, but this unity is external to the manifoldness. But the relation of force is the higher immanent turning back in which the unity of the whole that made up the connection of the self-subsisting otherness ceases to be something external and indifferent to this manifoldness. In the essential relation as now determined, the immediate and the reflected self-subsistence are now posited in that manifoldness as sublated or as moments, whereas in the preceding relation they were self-subsisting sides or extremes. In this there is contained, first, that the reflected unity and its immediate existence, insofar as they are both first and immediate, sublate themselves and pass over into their other. The former, force, passes over into its expression, and what is expressed is a disappearing something that returns into force as its ground and only exists as supported and posited by it. Second, this transition is not only a becoming and a disappearing but is rather negative reference to itself, that is, that which alters its determination is in this altering reflected into itself and preserves itself. The movement of force is not as much a transition as a translation, and in this alteration posited through itself it remains what it is. Third, this reflected, self-referring unity is itself also sublated in a moment it is mediated through its other, and it has this as condition its negative self-reference, which is a first and begins the movement of the transition out of itself, has equally a presupposition by which it is solicited, and another from which it begins. a. The conditionedness of force. Considered in its closer determinations, force contains, first, the moment of existing immediacy. It itself is determined over against this immediacy as negative unity. But this unity, in the determination of immediate being, is an existing something. This something appears as a first, since as an immediate it is negative unity. Force, on the contrary, since it is a reflected something, appears as positiveness and to this extent is pertaining to the existing thing or to a matter. Not that force is the form of this thing and the thing is determined by it, on the contrary, the thing is as an immediate indifferent to it. As so determined, there is no ground in the thing for having a force. Force, on the other hand, since it is the side of positiveness, presupposes the thing essentially. If it is therefore asked, how the thing or matter happens to have a force, the latter appears as externally connected to it and impressed upon the thing by some alien power. As this immediate subsistence, force is a quiescent determinateness of the thing in general, not anything that expresses itself but something immediately external. Hence force is also designated as matter, and instead of a magnetic force, and an electric force, and other such forces, a magnetic matter, an electric matter, and so on, are assumed. Or again, instead of the renowned force of attraction, a fine ether is assumed that holds everything together. These are the matters, which we considered above, into which the inert, powerless negative unity of the thing dissolved itself. But force contains immediate concrete existence as a moment, one which, though a condition, is transient and self-sublating. It contains it, therefore, not as a concretely existing thing. Further, it is not negation as determinateness, but negative unity reflected into itself. Consequently, the thing where the force was supposed to be no longer has any significance. Here the force itself is rather the positing of the externality that appears as concrete existence. It also no longer is, therefore, merely a determinate matter. Such self-subsistence has long since passed over into positiveness and appearance. Second, force is the unity of reflected and immediate subsistence, or of form unity and external self-subsistence. It is both in one. It is the contact of sides of which one is in so far as the other is not, self-identical positive reflection and negated reflection. Force is thus self-repelling contradiction. It is active or it is self-referring negative unity in which the reflected immediacy or the essential in itselfness is posited as being only as sublated or as a moment, and consequently, in so far as it distinguishes itself from immediate concrete existence, as passing over into it. Force, as the determination of the reflected unity of the whole, is thus posited as becoming concretely existent external manifoldness from out of itself. But, third, force is activity at first only in principle and immediately it is reflected unity, and just as essentially the negation of it inasmuch as it differs from this unity, but is only the identity of itself and its negation, it essentially refers to this identity as an immediacy external to it and one which it has as presupposition and condition. Now this presupposition is not a thing standing over against it in force. Any such indifferent self-subsistence is sublated as the condition of force, the thing is a self-subsistent other to it. But because it is not a thing, and the self-subsistent immediacy has on the contrary attained here the determination of self-referring negative unity, the self-subsistent other is itself a force. The activity of force is conditioned through itself as through another to itself, through a force. Accordingly, force is a relation in which each side is the same as the other. They are forces that stand in relation, and refer to each other essentially. Further, they are different at first only in general. The unity of their relation is at first one which is internal and exists only implicitly. The conditionedness of a force through another force is thus the doing of the force itself in itself, that is, the force is at first a positing act as presupposing, an act that only negatively refers to itself. The other force still lies beyond its positing activity, namely the reflection that in its determining immediately returns into itself. b. The solicitation of force. Force is conditioned because the moment of immediate concrete existence which it contains is something only posited, but, because it is at the same time an immediate, is posited as something presupposed in which the force negates itself. Accordingly, the externality which is present to force is its own activity of presupposing posited at first as another force. This presupposing is moreover reciprocal. Each of the two forces contains the unity reflected into itself as sublated and is therefore a presupposing. It posits itself as external. This moment of externality is its own, but since it is equally a unity reflected into itself, it posits that externality at the same time not within itself but as another force. But the external as such is self-sublating. Further, the activity that reflects itself into itself essentially refers to that externality as to its other, but equally to it as to something which is null in itself and identical with it. Since the presupposing activity is equally immanent reflection, it sublates that external negation, and posits it as something external to it, or as its externality. Thus force, as conditioning, is reciprocally a stimulus for the other force against which it is active. The attitude of each force is not one of passive determination, as if something other than it were thereby being elicited in it. The stimulus rather only solicits it. The force is within it the negativity of itself, the repelling of itself from itself is its own positing. Its act, therefore, consists in sublating the externality of the stimulus, reducing it to just a stimulus and positing it as its own repelling of itself from itself, as its own expression. The force that expresses itself is thus the same as what was at first a presupposing activity, that is, one which makes itself external but, as self-expressive, force also negates externality and posits it as its own activity. Now insofar as in this examination we start from force as the negative unity of itself, and consequently as presupposing reflection, this is the same as when, in the expression of force, we start from the soliciting stimulus. Thus force is in its concept at first determined as self-sublating identity, and in its reality one of the two forces is determined as soliciting and the other as being solicited. But the concept of force is as such the identity of positing and presupposing reflection, or of reflected and immediate unity, and each of these determinations is simply a moment, in unity, and consequently is thus mediated through the other. But, equally so, there is nothing in the two forces thus alternately referring to each other that determines which would be the soliciting and which the solicited, or rather, both of these form determinations belong to each in equal manner. And this identity is not just one of external comparison but an essential unity of the two. Thus one force is determined first as soliciting and the other as being solicited. These determinations of form appear in this guise as two differences present in the forces immediately. But they are essentially mediated. The one force is solicited, this stimulus is a determination posited in it, from outside. But the force is itself a presupposing, it essentially reflects into itself and sublates the fact that the stimulus is something external. That it is solicited is thus its own doing, or, it is through its own determining that the other force is another force in general and the one soliciting. The soliciting force refers to the other negatively and so sublates its externality and is positing, but it is this positing only on the presupposition that it has another over against it, that is to say, it is itself soliciting only to the extent that it has an externality in it, and hence to the extent that it is solicited. Or it is soliciting only to the extent that it is solicited to be soliciting. And so, conversely, the first is solicited only to the extent that it itself solicits the other to solicit it, that is, the first force. Each thus receives the stimulus from the other, but the stimulus that each delivers as active consists in receiving a stimulus from the other. The stimulus which it receives is solicited by itself. Both, the given and the received stimulus, or the active expression and the passive externality, are each, therefore, nothing immediate but are mediated. Indeed, each force is itself the determinateness which the other has over against it, is mediated through this other, and this mediating other is again its own determining positing. This then, that a force happens to incur a stimulus through another force, that it therefore behaves passively but then again passes over from this passivity into activity, this is the turning back of force into itself. Force expresses itself. The external expression is a reaction in the sense that it posits the externality as its own moment and thus sublates its having been solicited through another force. The two are therefore one, the expression of the force by virtue of which the latter, through its negative activity which is directed at itself, imparts a determinate being for other to itself, and the infinite turning in this externality back to itself, so that there it only refers to itself. The presupposing reflection, to which belong the conditionedness and the stimulus, is therefore immediately also the reflection that returns into itself, and the activity is essentially reactive, against itself. The positing of the stimulus or the external is itself the sublation of it, and, conversely, the sublation of the stimulus is the positing of the externality. C. The infinity of force. Force is finite inasmuch as its moments still have the form of immediacy. In this determination its presupposing and its self-referring reflection are different. The one appears as an external self-subsisting force and the other as passively referring to it. Force is thus still conditioned according to form, and according to content likewise still restricted, for a determinateness of form still entails a restriction of content. But the activity of force consists in expressing itself. That is, as we have seen, in sublating the externality and determining it as that in which it is identical with itself. What force truly expresses, therefore, is that its reference to another is its reference to itself, that its passivity consists in its activity. The stimulus by virtue of which it is solicited to activity is its own soliciting. The externality that comes to it is nothing immediate but something mediated by it, just as its own essential self-identity is not immediate but is mediated by virtue of its negation. In brief, force expresses this, that its externality is identical with its inwardness. See relation of outer and inner. The relation of whole and parts is the immediate relation in it, therefore, reflected and existent immediacy have a self-subsistence of their own. But now, since they stand in essential relation, Their self-subsistence is their negative unity, and this is now posited in the expression of force. The reflected unity is essentially a becoming other, the unity's translation of itself into externality, but this externality is just as immediately taken back into that unity. The difference of the self-subsisting forces sublates itself. The expression of force is only a mediation of the reflected unity with itself. What is present is only an empty and transparent difference, a reflective shine, but this shine is the mediation which is precisely the independent subsistence. What we have is not just opposite determinations openly sublating themselves, and their movement is not only a transition. Rather, what we have is both that the immediacy from which the start and the transition into otherness were made is itself only posited, and that, consequently, each of the determinations is already in its immediacy the unity with its other, so that the transition equally is a self-positing turning back into itself. The inner is determined as the form of reflected immediacy or of essence over against the outer as the form of being. The two, however, are only one identity. This identity is, first, the sustaining unity of the two as substrate replete of content, or the absolute fact with respect to which the two determinations are in different, external moments. To this extent, it is content in totality, a totality which is an inner that has equally become an outer, but, in this outer, is not something that has become or something that has been left behind, but is self-equal. The outer, in this determination, is not only equal to the inner according to content, but the two are rather only one fact. But this fact, as simple identity with itself, is different from its form determinations, or these determinations are external to it. It is itself, therefore, an inner which is different from its externality. But this externality consists in the two determinations, the inner and the outer, both constituting it. But the fact is itself nothing other than the unity of the two. Again, therefore, the two sides are the same according to content. But in the fact they are as self-penetrating identity, as substrate full of content. But in the externality, as forms of the fact, they are indifferent to that identity, and consequently each is indifferent to the other. They are in this wise the different form determinations that have an identical substrate, not in them but in another. These are determinations of reflection which are each for itself the inner, as the form of immanent reflection, the form of essentiality the outer, as the form instead of immediacy reflected into another, or the form of unessentiality. But the nature of relation has shown that these determinations constitute just one identity alone. In its expression force is a determining which is one and the same as presupposing and as returning into itself. Inasmuch as the inner and the outer are considered as determinations of form, they are, therefore, first, only the simple form itself, and, second, because in this form they are at the same time determined as opposite, their unity is the pure abstract determination in which the one is immediately the other, and is this other because it is the one that it is. Thus the inner is immediately only the outer, and it is this determinateness of externality for the reason that it is the inner. Conversely, the outer is only an inner because it is only an outer. In other words, since the unity of form holds its two determinations as opposites, their identity is only this transition, and is in this transition only the other of both, not their identity replete with content. Or this holding fast to form is in general the side of determinateness. What is determined according to this side is not the real totality of the whole but the totality or the fact itself only in the determinacy of form. Since this unity is simply the coincidence of two opposed determinations, then when one of them is taken first, it is indifferent which, it must be said of the substrate or the fact that it is for this reason just as essentially in the other determinateness, but also only in the other, just as it was first said that it is only in the first. Thus something which is at first only an inner, is for just that reason only an outer. Or conversely something which is only an outer, is for that reason only an inner. Or if the inner is determined as essence but the outer as being, then inasmuch as a fact is only in its essence, it is for that very reason only an immediate being, or a fact which only is for that very reason as yet only in its essence. Outer and inner are determinateness so posited that each, as a determination, not only presupposes the other and passes over into it as its truth, but, in being this truth of the other, remains posited as determinateness and points to the totality of both. The inner is thus the completion of essence according to form. For in being determined as inner, essence implies that it is deficient and that it is only with reference to its other, the outer. But this other is not just being, or even concrete existence, but is the reference to essence or the inner. What we have here is not just the reference of the two to each other, but the determining element of absolute form, namely that each term is immediately its opposite, and each is their common reference to a third, or rather to their unity. Their mediation, however, still misses this identical substrate that contains them both. Their reference is for this reason the immediate conversion of the one into the other, and this negative unity tying them together is the simple point empty of content. Remark. The movement of essence is in general the coming to be of the concept. In the relation of inner and outer, the essential moment of the concept comes on stage, namely that its determinations are so posited in negative unity that each not only is its other immediately, but is also the totality of the whole. In the concept as such, however, this totality is the universal, a substrate which is still absent in the relation of inner and outer. Also missing in the negative unity of inner and outer, which is the immediate conversion of the one determination into the other, is that substrate which we have called the fact. The immediate identity of form, as has been posited here, still without the rich content of the movement of the fact itself, merits close attention. It occurs in the fact as the latter is at its beginning. Thus pure being is immediately nothing. Quite in general, everything real is at its beginning only an immediate identity of this sort, for at this stage it has not yet opposed and developed its moments on the one hand, it has not yet inwardly recollected itself from externality on the other, it has not yet relinquished its inwardness, not yet produced itself out of it. It is, therefore, the inner only as determinateness against the outer, and the outer only as determinateness against the inner. Hence it is partly only an immediate being, and partly, since it is equally the negativity which will be the activity of development, is as such still essentially only an inner. This is manifest, quite in general, in every natural, scientific, and spiritual development, and it is essential to recognize that because something is at first only an inner or also in its concept, as a first it is for that reason only its immediate passive existence. Thus, just to take the nearest example, the essential relation now under consideration, before going through the mediation of the relation of force and thus realizing itself, is relation only in itself, is the concept of relation, or relation only implicitly. But for that reason it is only the external, immediate relation, the relation of whole and parts in which the sides have indifferent subsistence vis-à-vis each other. Their identity is not yet explicit in them, it is implicit at first, and for this reason they fall apart. They have an immediate, external subsistence. Thus the sphere of being is in general only the absolutely still inner, and for this reason the sphere of existent immediacy or of externality. Essence, or Wesen in German, is only the inner at first, hence it is also taken for a totally external and unsystematic common element. One speaks, in German, of Schulwesen, Zeitungswesen, that is, of public instruction, of the press, and understands by it a common something made up of existing objects externally assembled together, with no essential bond or organization. Or, with regard to concrete objects, the seed of a plant is at first only inner plant, or the child only implicitly human. But this is why the plant or the human being is, as germ, an immediate, something external which has not yet given itself negative self-reference, is something passive, the prey to otherness. Also God, in his immediate concept, is not spirit. Spirit is not an immediate, is not opposed to mediation, but is essence eternally positing its immediacy and eternally returning from it back into itself. Immediately, therefore, God is only nature. Or, nature is God only as the inner God, not the God who is actual as spirit, and hence is not the true God. Or, as thought, as first thought, God is only the pure being, or also essence, the abstract absolute, but not God as absolute spirit, which alone is the true nature of God. The first of the identities considered, the identity of inner and outer, is the substrate which is indifferent to the difference of these determinations as to a form external to it, or the identity is as content. The second is the unmediated identity of their difference, the immediate conversion of each into its opposite, or it is inner and outer as pure form. But both these identities are only the sides of one totality, or the totality itself is only the conversion of the one identity into the other. The totality, as substrate and content, is this immediacy reflected into itself only through the presupposing reflection of form that sublates their difference and posits itself as indifferent identity, as reflected unity over against it. Or again, the content is the form itself insofar as the latter determines itself as difference and makes itself into one side of this difference as externality, but into the other side as an immediacy which is reflected into itself, or into an inner. It follows that, conversely, the differences of form, the inner and the outer, are each posited as the totality within it of itself and its other. The inner, as simple identity reflected into itself, is immediacy and hence, no less than essence, being and externality, and the external, as the manifold and determined being, is only external, that is posited as unessential and as having returned into its ground, therefore as inner. This transition of each into the other is their immediate identity, as substrate, but also their mediated identity, that is, each is what it is in itself, the totality of the relation, precisely through its other. For, conversely, the determinateness of either side is mediated through the determinateness of the other because each is in itself the totality. The totality thus mediates itself with itself through the form or the determinateness, and the determinateness mediates itself with itself through its simple identity. Therefore, What something is, that it is entirely in its externality is its totality and equally so its unity reflected into itself. Its appearance is not only reflection into other but immanent reflection, and its externality is therefore the expression of what it is in itself, and since its content and its form are thus absolutely identical, it is, in and for itself, nothing but this to express itself. It is the revealing of its essence, and this essence, accordingly, consists simply in being self-revealing. The essential relation, in this identity of appearance with the inner or with essence, has determined itself as actuality. Section 3. Actuality. Actuality is the unity of essence and concrete existence in it, shapeless essence and unstable appearance, or subsistence without determination and manifoldness without permanence, have their truth. Although concrete existence is the immediacy that has proceeded from ground, it still does not have form explicitly posited in it inasmuch as it determines and informs itself. It is appearance, and in developing this subsistence that otherwise only is a reflection into other into an immanent reflection, it becomes two worlds, two totalities of content, one determined as reflected into itself and the other as reflected into other. But the essential relation exposes the formality of their connection, and the consummation of the latter is the relation of the inner and the outer, in which the content of both is equally only one identical substrate and only one identity of form. Because this identity has come about also in regard to form, the form determination of their difference is sublated, and that they are one absolute totality is posited. This unity of the inner and outer is absolute actuality. But this actuality is, first, the absolute as such, in so far as it is posited as a unity in which the form has sublated itself, making itself into the empty or external distinction of an outer and inner. Reflection relates to this absolute as external to it, it only contemplates it rather than being its own movement. But it is essentially this movement and is, therefore, as the absolute's negative turning back into itself. Second, it is actuality proper. Actuality, possibility, and necessity constitute the formal moments of the absolute, or its reflection. Third, the unity of the absolute and its reflection is the absolute relation, or rather the absolute as relation to itself, substance. Chapter The Absolute. The simple solid identity of the absolute is indeterminate, or rather, every determinateness of essence and concrete existence, or of being in general as well as of reflection, has dissolved itself into it. Accordingly, the determining of what is the absolute appears to be a negating, and the absolute itself appears only as the negation of all predicates, as the void. But since it must equally be spoken of as the position of all predicates, it appears as the most formal of contradictions. In so far as that negating and this positing belong to external reflection, what we have is a formal, unsystematic dialectic that has an easy time picking up a variety of determinations here and there, and is just as at ease demonstrating, on the one hand, their finitude and relativity, as declaring, on the other, that the absolute, which it vaguely envisages as totality, is the dwelling place of all determinations, yet is incapable of raising either the positions or the negations to a true unity. The task is indeed to demonstrate what the absolute is. But this demonstration cannot be either a determining or an external reflection by virtue of which determinations of the absolute would result, but is rather the exposition of the absolute, more precisely the absolute's own exposition, and only a displaying of what it is. A. The exposition of the absolute. The absolute is not just being, nor even essence. The former is the first unreflected immediacy, the latter, the reflected immediacy further, each is explicitly a totality, but a determinate totality. Being emerges in essence as concrete existence, and the connection of being and essence develops into the relation of inner and outer. The inner is essence, but is a totality whose essential determination is to be referred to being and to be being immediately. The outer is being, but with the essential determination of being immediately connected with reflection and, equally, in a relationless identity with essence. The absolute itself is the absolute unity of the two. It is that which constitutes in general the ground of the essential relation which, as only relation, has yet to return into this its identity and whose ground is not yet posited. It follows that the determination of the absolute is to be absolute form, but at the same time not as an identity whose moments only are simple determinacies, but, on the contrary, as an identity whose moments are each explicitly the totality and hence, indifferent with respect to the form, the complete content of the whole. But, conversely, the absolute is absolute content in such a way that this content, which is as such indifferent plurality, explicitly has the negative connection of form by virtue of which its manifold is only one substantial identity. Thus the identity of the absolute is for this reason absolute identity, because each of its parts is itself the whole, or each determinateness is the totality, that is, because determinateness has become as such a thoroughly transparent reflective shine, a difference that has disappeared in its positiveness. Essence, concrete existence, the world existing in itself, whole, parts, force, these reflected determinations appear to representation as true being valid in and for itself, but against them the absolute is the ground into which they have foundered. Because in the absolute the form is now only simple self-identity, the absolute is not determine itself, for the determination is a difference of form which is valid as such from the start. But because the absolute at the same time contains every difference and form determination in general, or because it is itself absolute form and reflection, the difference of content must also come into it. But the absolute itself is the absolute identity to be this identity as its determination, for the manifoldness of the world in itself and of the phenomenal world has all been sublated in it. In the absolute itself there is no becoming, since the absolute is not being nor does the absolute determine itself reflectively, for it is not the essence which determines itself only inwardly, and it also does not externalize itself, for it is the identity of inner and outer. But in this way the movement of reflection stands over against its absolute identity. The movement is sublated in this identity and is thus only its inner but consequently its outer. At first, therefore, the movement consists only in sublating its act in the absolute. It is the beyond of the manifold differences and determinations and of their movement, a beyond that lies at the back of the absolute. It is thus the negative exposition of the absolute earlier alluded to. In its true presentation, this exposition is the preceding whole of the logical movement of the spheres of being and essence, the content of which has not been gathered in from outside as something given and contingent, nor has it been sunk into the abyss of the absolute by a reflection external to it. On the contrary, it has determined itself within it by virtue of its inner necessity, and, as being's own becoming and as the reflection of essence, has returned into the absolute as into its ground. But this exposition has itself also a positive side, for in foundering to the ground the finite demonstrates that its nature is to be referred to the absolute, or to contain the absolute within. However, this side is not as much the positive exposition of the absolute as it is rather the exposition of the determinations, namely that these have the absolute for their abyss, but also for their ground, or that which imparts subsistence to them, to their reflective shine, is the absolute itself. Being as shine is not nothing but reflection, reference to the absolute, or it is a shine inasmuch as that which shines in it is the absolute. This positive exposition thus halts the finite just before its disappearing. It considers it an expression and a copy of the absolute. But this transparency, shine, a difference that has disappeared in its positiveness. Essence, concrete existence, the world existing in itself, whole, parts, force, these reflected determinations appear to representation as true being valid in and for itself, but against them the absolute is the ground into which they have foundered. Because in the absolute the form is now only simple self-identity, the absolute is not determine itself, for the determination is a difference of form which is valid as such from the start. But because the absolute at the same time contains every difference and form determination in general, or because it is itself absolute form and reflection, the difference of content must also come into it. But the absolute itself is the absolute identity to be this identity as its determination, for the manifoldness of the world in itself and of the phenomenal world has all been sublated in it. In the absolute itself there is no becoming, since the absolute is not being nor does the absolute determine itself reflectively, for it is not the essence which determines itself only inwardly, and it also does not externalize itself, for it is the identity of inner and outer. But in this way the movement of reflection stands over against its absolute identity. The movement is sublated in this identity and is thus only its inner but consequently its outer. At first, therefore, the movement consists only in sublating its act in the absolute. It is the beyond of the manifold differences and determinations and of their movement, a beyond that lies at the back of the absolute. It is thus the negative exposition of the absolute earlier alluded to. In its true presentation, this exposition is the preceding whole of the logical movement of the spheres of being and essence, the content of which has not been gathered in from outside as something given and contingent, nor has it been sunk into the abyss of the absolute by a reflection external to it. On the contrary, it has determined itself within it by virtue of its inner necessity, and, as being's own becoming and as the reflection of essence, has returned into the absolute as into its ground. But this exposition has itself also a positive side, for in foundering to the ground the finite demonstrates that its nature is to be referred to the absolute, or to contain the absolute within. However, this side is not as much the positive exposition of the absolute as it is rather the exposition of the determinations, namely that these have the absolute for their abyss, but also for their ground, or that which imparts subsistence to them, to their reflective shine, is the absolute itself. Being as shine is not nothing but reflection, reference to the absolute, or it is a shine inasmuch as that which shines in it is the absolute. This positive exposition thus halts the finite just before its disappearing. It considers it an expression and a copy of the absolute. But this transparency is itself the whole. But both worlds, the phenomenal world and the world that exists in and for itself, were supposed to be opposed to each other in their essence. Each side of the essential relation was indeed equal to the other, the whole as much as the parts, the expression of force the same content as force itself, and the outer everywhere the same as the inner. But these sides were at the same time supposed each to have still an immediate subsistence of its own, the one side as existent immediacy and the other as reflected immediacy. In the absolute, on the contrary, these different immediacies have been reduced to a reflective shine, and the totality that the attribute is posited as its true and single subsistence, while the determination in which it is posited as unessential subsistence. The absolute is attribute because, as simple absolute identity, it is in the determination of identity. Now to the determination as such other determinations can be attached, for instance, also that there are several attributes. But because absolute identity has only this meaning, that not only all determinations have been sublated but that reflection itself has also sublated itself, all determinations are thus posited in it as sublated. Or the totality is posited as absolute totality. Or again, the attribute has the absolute for its content and subsistence and, consequently, its form determination by which it is attribute is also posited immediately as mere reflective shine. The negative is posited as negative. The positive reflective shine that the exposition gives itself through the attribute, in that it does not take the finite in its limitation as something that exists in and for itself but dissolves its subsistence into the absolute and expands it into attribute, sublates precisely this, that the attribute as attribute it sinks it and its differentiating act into the simple absolute. But since reflection thus reverts from its differentiating act only to the identity of the absolute, it has not at the same time left its externality behind and has not arrived at the true absolute. It has only reached the indeterminate, abstract identity, which is to say, the identity and the determinateness of identity. Or, since reflection determines the absolute into attribute as inner form, this determining is something still distinct from externality. The inner determination does not penetrate the absolute. The attribute's expression, as something merely posited, is to disappear into the absolute. The form by virtue of which the absolute would be attribute, whether it is taken as outer or inner, is therefore posited as something null in itself, an external reflective shine, or a mere way and manner. C. The mode of the absolute. The attribute is first the absolute and simple self-identity. Second, it is negation, a negation which is as such formal immanent reflection. These two sides constitute at first the two extremes of the attribute, the middle term of which is the attribute itself, since it is both the absolute and the determinateness. The second of these extremes is the negative as negative, the reflection external to the absolute. Or inasmuch as the negative is taken as the inner of the absolute and its own determination is to posit itself as mode, it is then the self-externality of the absolute, the loss of itself in the changeability and contingency of being, its having passed over into its opposite without turning back into itself, the manifoldness of form and content determinations that lacks totality. But the mode, the externality of the absolute, is not just this. It is rather externality posited as externality, a mere way and manner, hence the reflective shine as reflective shine, or the reflection of form into itself, hence, the self-identity which is the absolute. In actual fact, therefore, the absolute is first posited as absolute identity only in the mode it is what it is, namely self-identity, only as self-referring negativity, as reflective shining which is posited as reflective shining. Hence, insofar as the exposition of the absolute begins from its absolute identity and passes over to the attribute and from there to the mode, it has therein exhaustively run through its moments. But first, in this course it does not just behave negatively towards these determinations, its act is rather the reflective movement itself, and it is only as such a movement that the absolute truly is absolute identity. Second, the exposition does not thereby deal with mere externality, and the mode is not only the most external externality. Rather, since the mode is reflective shine as shine, it is an immanent turning back, the self-dissolving reflection, and it is in being this reflection that the absolute is absolute being. Third, the reflective act of exposition seems to begin from its own determinations and from something external, to take up the modes or even the determinations of the attribute as if they were found outside the absolute and its contribution were only to reduce them to undifferentiated identity. But it has in fact found the determinateness from which it begins in the absolute itself. For as first undifferentiated identity, the absolute is itself only the determinate absolute, or attribute, because it is the unmoved, still unreflected absolute. This determinateness, since it is determinateness, belongs to the reflective movement, and it is through this movement alone that the Absolute is determined as the first identity, through it alone that it is absolute form and does not just exist as self-equal but posits itself as self-equal. Accordingly, the true meaning of mode is that it is the Absolute's own reflective movement. It is a determining by virtue of which the Absolute would become, not another, but what it already is, a transparent externality which is a pointing to itself, a movement out of itself, but in such a way that being outwardly is just as much inwardness, and consequently equally a positing which is not mere positedness but absolute being. When therefore one asks for a content of the exposition, for what the Absolute manifests, the reply is that the distinction of form and content in the Absolute has been dissolved, or that just this is the content of the Absolute, that it manifests itself. The Absolute is the absolute form which in its direction of itself is utterly identical with itself, is the negative as negative, or the negative that rejoins itself, and in this way alone is the absolute self-identity which equally is indifferent towards its distinctions or is absolute content. The content is therefore only this exposition itself. As this self-bearing movement of exposition, as a way and manner which is its absolute identity with itself, the Absolute is expression, not of an inner, nor over against another, but simply as absolute manifestation of itself for itself. Thus it is actuality. Remark. Spinoza's concept of substance corresponds to the concept of the Absolute, and to the relation of reflection to it, as presented here. Spinozism is a deficient philosophy because reflection and its manifold determining is in it an external thinking. The substance of this system is one substance, one indivisible totality. There is no determinateness which would not be contained in this Absolute and be dissolved into it, and all that is important is that anything that to the natural way of representing and to the determining of the understanding appears vaguely to occur as self-subsistent is totally reduced in this necessary concept to a mere positedness. Determinateness as negation is the absolute principle of Spinozist philosophy. This true and simple insight is at the basis of the absolute unity of substance. But Spinoza stops short at negation as determinateness or quality. He does not advance to the cognition of it as absolute, that is, self-negating negation. Therefore his substance does not contain the absolute form, and the cognition of it is not a cognition from within. Of course, substance is the absolute unity of thought and being or extension. It therefore contains thought itself, but only in its unity with extension, that is to say, not as separating itself from extension and hence, in general, not as determining and informing, nor as a movement of return that begins from itself. For this reason, on the one hand substance lacks the principle of personality, a defect that has especially aroused indignation against Spinoza's system, and, on the other hand, cognition is an external reflection that fails to comprehend what appears as finite, that is, the determinateness of the attribute and the mode, and in general itself as well. By not deriving them from substance it behaves like an external understanding, taking up the determinations as given and reducing them to the Absolute but not taking their beginning from it. The concepts that Spinoza gives of substance are that it is the cause of itself, that its essence includes concrete existence within itself, that the concept of the Absolute is in no need of the concept of another by which it would have to be formed. These concepts, however profound and correct, are definitions that are immediately assumed in the science from the start. Mathematics and other subordinate sciences must begin with something presupposed that constitutes their element and positive substrate. But the Absolute cannot be a first, an immediate. Essentially the Absolute is rather its result. The further definition of the attribute is introduced in Spinoza simply following that of the Absolute. Spinoza defines the attribute as the manner in which the understanding conceives the essence of the Absolute. Leaving aside the fact that the understanding is assumed to be by nature posterior to the attribute, for Spinoza defines it as mode, the attribute, or determination as determination of the Absolute, is made to depend on another, namely the understanding, which simply occurs over against substance externally and immediately. Spinoza further defines the attributes as infinite, infinite also in the sense of an infinite multiplicity. But only two are named in what follows, thought and extension, and no indication is given of how the infinite multiplicity necessarily reduces to opposition, specifically this opposition of thought and extension. These two attributes are for this reason empirically assumed. Thought and being display the Absolute in a determination. The Absolute itself is their absolute unity, so that the two are only unessential forms. The order of things is the same as the order of representations or thoughts, and the one Absolute is viewed only in external reflection, by a mode, under both the two determinations, once as a totality of representations and once again as a totality of things and their alterations. It is this external reflection that both generates the distinction of representation and being and reduces it to absolute identity, dissolving it there. But this whole movement goes on outside the Absolute. True, the Absolute is itself also thought, and therefore the movement is only in the Absolute but, as just remarked, It is in the absolute only as one with extension, and hence not as this movement, which is essentially also the moment of opposition. Spinoza makes the sublime demand on thought that it consider everything under the form of eternity, sub specie aeterni, that is, as it is in the absolute. But in an absolute which is only unmoved identity, the attribute, like the mode, is only as disappearing, not as becoming, so that this disappearing also makes its positive beginning only from without. The third, the mode, is according to Spinoza an affection of substance, the determinateness, that which is in another and is comprehended through this other. Strictly speaking, the only determination of the attributes is indeterminate difference. Each is supposed to express the totality of substance and be comprehended by itself, but since each is the absolute as determined, it contains otherness and cannot be comprehended by itself. It is only in the mode, therefore, that the determination of the attribute is truly posited. Further, this third element remains mere mode on the one hand, it is immediately given on the other hand, its nothingness is not recognized as reflection into itself. Consequently, Spinoza's exposition of the absolute is indeed complete insofar as it begins with the absolute, lets the attribute follow therefrom, and ends with the mode. But these three are only enumerated one after the other, without the interchain of development, and the third is not negation as negation, not the negatively self-referring negation by virtue of which it would explicitly be the turning back to the first identity and this identity be in turn truly identity. What is lacking, therefore, is the necessity of the progression of the absolute to inessentiality, as well as the dissolution in and for itself of the latter into identity, or again, missing are both the becoming of the identity and its determinations. Similarly, in the Oriental representation of emanation, the absolute is the self-illuminating light. But it does not just illumine itself, it also emanates. Its emanations are distancings from its unclouded clarity. Whatever is generated after is less perfect than that which precedes it and from which it arises. Emanation is taken only as a happening, becoming only as a progressive loss. Being thus becomes progressively obscured, and the night, the negative, which is the final term in the progression, does not revert back to the original light. The lack of immanent reflection that affects both the Spinozist exposition of the absolute and the doctrine of emanation is remedied in Leibniz's concept of the monad. It is common for the one-sidedness of a philosophical principle to be countered by the opposite one-sidedness of another, and for a totality to emerge in them, taken together, as a sort of scattered completeness. The monad is a one, a negative reflected into itself. It is the totality of the content of the world. In it the differentiated manifold has not only disappeared but is preserved in a negative manner. Spinoza's substance is the unity of the content, but this manifold content of the world is not as such in it but an external reflection. The monad is, therefore, essentially representational. However, although indeed finite, it has no passivity, but the alterations and the determinations in it are rather manifestations within it of itself. It is an entelechy. To manifest is its distinctive act. The monad is thereby also determined, differentiated from others. The determinateness falls in the particular content and in the way and manner of the manifestation. Consequently, the monad is the totality in itself, according to its substance, and not in its manifestation. This limitation of the monad necessarily falls, not in the self-positing or representational monad, but in its in itself, or it is absolute limit, a predestination which is posited through another being than itself. Moreover, since anything limited exists only with reference to other limited things, but the monad is at the same time a self-contained absolute, the harmony of these limits, that is, the reciprocal references of the monads, falls outside them and is likewise pre-established by another being or in itself. It is clear that although the principle of immanent reflection that constitutes the fundamental determination of the monad generally removes otherness and external influence, and by virtue of it the alterations of the monad are its own positing, the side of passivity due to another is however only transformed into an absolute limitation, into a limitation of the in itself. Leibniz ascribes to the monads a certain completeness in themselves, a kind of self-subsistence. They are created beings. When their limitation is more closely examined, the result of Leibniz's account is that the self-manifestation which belongs to them is the totality of form. It is a concept of the utmost importance that the alterations of the monad be represented as actions free of passivity, as self-manifestations, and that the principle of immanent reflection and of individuation stand out as essential. And it is necessary to have finitude consist in the fact that the content or the substance is distinguished from the form, and further, also that the one is limited while the other is infinite. But then we should find in the concept of the absolute monad not only that absolute unity of form and content but also the nature of reflection, which is, as self-referring negativity, to repel itself from itself, by which it posits and creates. And in the system of Leibniz we find indeed also the further point, that God is the source of concrete existence and of the essence of the monads, that is, that the absolute limitations in the in itself of the monads are not anything in and for themselves but vanish in the absolute. But in these determinations we still only find the common representations, left philosophically undeveloped without being raised to the speculative concept. So the principle of individuation does not receive the more profound elaboration which is its due. The concepts concerning the distinctions between the various finite monads and their relation to the absolute do not originate out of this being itself, do not originate absolutely, but belong rather to ratiocinative, dogmatic reflection and have not therefore attained inner coherence. Chapter Actuality. The absolute is the unity of inner and outer as a first implicitly existent unit. The exposition appeared as an external reflection which, for its part, has the immediate as something it has found, but it equally as its movement and the reference connecting it to the absolute and, as such, it leads it back to the latter, determining it as a mere way and manner. But this way and manner is the determination of the absolute itself, namely its first identity or its mere implicitly existent unity. And through this reflection, not only is that first in itself posited as essenceless determination, but, since the reflection is negative self-reference, it is through it that the in itself becomes a mode in the first place. It is this reflection that, in sublating itself in its determinations and as a movement which as such turns back upon itself, is first truly absolute identity and, at the same time, the determining of the absolute or its modality. The mode, therefore, is the externality of the absolute, but equally so only its reflection into itself or again, it is the absolute's own manifestation, so that this externalization is its immanent reflection and therefore its being in and for itself. So, as the manifestation that it is nothing, that it has no content, save to be the manifestation of itself, the absolute is absolute form. Actuality is to be taken as this reflected absoluteness. Being is not yet actual, it is the first immediacy, its reflection is therefore becoming and transition into another, or its immediacy is not being in and for itself. Actuality also stands higher than concrete existence. It is true that the latter is the immediacy that has proceeded from ground and conditions, or from essence and its reflection. In itself or implicitly, it is therefore what actuality is, real reflection, but it is still not the posited unity of reflection and immediacy. Hence concrete existence passes over into appearance as it develops the reflection contained within it. It is the ground that has foundered to the ground its determination, its vocation, is to restore this ground, and therefore it becomes essential relation, and its final reflection is that its immediacy be posited as immanent reflection and conversely. This unity, in which concrete existence or immediacy and the in itself, the ground or the reflected, are simply moments, is now actuality. The actual is therefore manifestation. It is not drawn into the sphere of alteration by its externality, nor is it the reflective shining of itself in another. It just manifests itself, and this means that in its externality, and only in it, it is itself, that is to say, only as a self-differentiating and self-determining movement. Now in actuality as this absolute form, the moments only are as sublated or formal, not yet realized. Their differentiation thus belongs at first to external reflection and is not determined as content. Actuality, as itself immediate form, unity of inner and outer, is thus in the determination of immediacy as against the determination of immanent reflection, or it is in actuality as against a possibility. The connection of the two to each other is the third, the actual determined both as being reflected into itself and as this being immediately existing. This third is necessity. But first, since the actual and the possible are formal distinctions, their connection is likewise only formal, and consists only in this, that the one just like the other is a positedness, or in contingency. Second, because in contingency the actual as well as the possible are a positedness, because they have retained their determination, real actuality now arises, and with it also real possibility and relative necessity. Third, the reflection of relative necessity into itself yields absolute necessity, which is absolute possibility and actuality. A contingency or formal actuality, possibility, and necessity. Actuality is formal inasmuch as a first actuality, it is only immediate, unreflected actuality, and hence is only in this form determination but not as the totality of form. And so it is nothing more than a being, or concrete existence in general. But because by essence it is not mere concrete existence but is the form unity of the in itselfness or inwardness and externality, it immediately contains in itselfness or possibility. What is actual is possible. This possibility is actuality reflected into itself. But this reflectedness, itself a first, is equally something formal and consequently only the determination of self-identity or of the in itself in general. But because the determination is here totality of form, this in itself is determined as sublated or essentially only with reference to actuality as the negative of actuality, It is posited as negative. Possibility entails, therefore, two moments. It has first the positive moment of being a being reflected into itself. But this being reflected into itself, since in the absolute form it is reduced to a moment, no longer has the value of essence but has rather the negative meaning that possibility is, in a second moment, something deficient, that it points to another, to actuality, and is completed in this other. According to the first, merely positive side, possibility is therefore the mere form determination of self-identity, or the form of essentiality. As such it is the relationless, indeterminate receptacle of everything in general. In this formal sense of possibility, everything is possible that does not contract itself. The realm of possibility is therefore limitless manifoldness. But every manifold is determined in itself and as against another it possesses negation within. Indifferent diversity passes over as such into opposition, but opposition is contradiction. Therefore, all things are just as much contradictory and hence impossible. When we therefore say of something that it is possible, this purely formal assertion is just as superficial and empty as the principle of contradiction, and any content that we put into it, A is possible, says no more than A is A. Left undeveloped, this content has the form of simplicity only after being resolved into its determinations, does difference emerge within it. To the extent that we stop at that simple form, the content remains something self-identical and hence a possible. But we do not say anything by it, just as we do not with the principle of identity. Yet the possible amounts to more than just the principle of identity. The possible is reflected immanent reflectedness or the identical simply as a moment of the totality, hence also as determined not to be in itself. It therefore has the second determination of being only a possible and the ought to be of the totality of form. Without this ought to be, possibility is essentiality as such, but the absolute form entails this, that essence itself is only a moment and that it has no truth without being. Possibility is this mere essentiality, but so posited as to be only a moment, to be disproportionate with respect to the absolute form. It is the in itself, determined as only a posited or, equally, as not to be in itself. Internally, therefore, possibility is contradiction, or it is impossibility. This finds expression at first in this way, that possibility as form determination posited as sublated possesses a content in general. As possible, this content is an in itself which is at the same time something sublated or anotherness. But because this content is only a possible, another opposite to it is equally possible. A is a then, 2, A is, A. These two statements each express the possibility of its content determination. But, as identical statements, they are indifferent to each other. That the other is also added, is not posited in either. Possibility is the connection comparing the two as a reflection of the totality. It implies that the opposite also is possible. It is therefore the ground for drawing the connection that, because A equals A, also equals, A entailed in the possible A, there is also the possible not A, and it is this reference itself connecting them which determines both as possible. But this connection, in which the one possible also contains its other, is of such a contradiction that sublates itself. Now, since it is determined to be reflective and, as we have just seen, reflectively self-sublating, it is also therefore an immediate and it consequently becomes actuality. This actuality is not the first actuality but reflected actuality, posited as unity of itself and possibility. What is actual is as such possible. It is an immediate positive identity with possibility, but the latter has determined itself as only possibility, consequently the actual is also determined as only a possible. And because possibility is immediately contained in actuality, it is immediately in it as sublated, as only possibility. Conversely, actuality which is in unity with possibility is only sublated immediacy, or again, because formal actuality is only immediate first actuality, it is only a moment, only sublated actuality, or only possibility. With this we also have a more precise expression of the extent to which possibility is actuality. Possibility is not yet all actuality. There has been no talk yet of real and absolute actuality. It is still only the possibility as it first presented itself, namely the formal possibility that has determined itself as being only possibility, and hence the formless actuality which is only being or concrete existence in general. Everything possible has therefore in general a being or a concrete existence. This unity of possibility and actuality is contingency. The contingent is an actual which is at the same time determined as only possible, an actual whose other or opposite equally is. This actuality is, therefore, mere being or concrete existence, but posited in its truth as having the value of a positedness or a possibility. Conversely, possibility is immanent reflection, or the in itself posited as positedness. What is possible as an actual in this sense of actuality, that it has only as much value as contingent actuality it is itself something contingent. The contingent thus presents these two sides. First, insofar as it has possibility immediately in it, or, what is the same, insofar as this possibility is sublated in it, it is not positedness, nor is it mediated, but is immediate actuality. It has no ground. Because this immediate actuality pertains also to the possible, the latter is determined no less than the actual is contingent and is likewise groundless. But, second, the contingent is the actual as what is only possible, or is a positedness. Thus the possible also, as formal in itself, is only positedness. Consequently, the two are both not in and for themselves but have their immanent reflection in another, or they do have a ground. The contingent thus has no ground because it is contingent, and for that same reason it has a ground, because it is contingent. It is the posited, immediate conversion of inner and outer, or of immanently reflected being and being, each into the other, posited, because possibility and actuality both have this determination in them by being moments of the absolute form. So actuality, in its immediate unity with possibility, is only concrete existence and is determined as groundless, something only posited or only possible, or, as reflected and determined over against possibility, it is separated from possibility, from immanent reflectedness, and then, too, is no less immediately only a possible. Likewise possibility, as simple in itself, is something immediate, only an existent in general, or, opposed to actuality, it equally is in itself without actuality, only a possible, but, for that very reason, again only a concrete, not immanently reflected, existence in general. This absolute restlessness of the becoming of these two determinations is contingency. But for this reason, because each determination immediately turns into the opposite, in this opposite each equally rejoins itself, and this identity of the two, of each in the other, is necessity. The necessary is an actual as such. It is immediate, groundless, but it equally has its actuality through another or in its ground, and is at the same time the positedness of this ground and its reflection into itself. The possibility of the necessary is a sublated one. The contingent is therefore necessary because the actual is determined as a possible. Its immediacy is consequently sublated and is repelled into the ground or the in itself, and into the grounded, equally because its possibility, this ground-grounded connection, is simply sublated and posited as being. What is necessary is, and this existent is itself a necessary. At the same time it is in itself. This immanent reflection is another than that immediacy of being, and the necessity of the existent is another. Thus the existent is not the necessary, but this in itself is itself only positiveness. It is sublated and itself immediate. And so actuality, in that from which it is distinguished, in possibility, is identical with itself. As this identity, it is necessity. Be relative necessity or real actuality, possibility, and necessity. The necessity which has resulted is formal because its moments are formal, that is, simple determinations which are a totality only as an immediate unity, or as an immediate conversion of the one into the other, and thus lack the shape of self-subsistence. The unity in this formal necessity is therefore simple at first, and indifferent to its differences. As the immediate unity of the form determinations, this necessity is actuality, but an actuality which, since its unity is now determined as indifferent to the difference of the form determinations, has a content. This content as an indifferent identity contains the form also as indifferent, that is, as a mere variety of determinations, and is a manifold content in general. This actuality is real actuality. Real actuality is as such at first the thing of many properties, the concretely existing world, but it is not the concrete existence that dissolves into appearance, but, as actuality, it is at the same time and in itself and immanent reflection. It preserves itself in the manifoldness of mere concrete existence. Its externality is an inner relating only to itself. What is actual can act something, announces its actuality by what it produces. Its relating to another is the manifestation of itself, and this manifestation is neither a transition, the immediate something refers to the other in this way, nor an appearing, in this way the thing only is in relation to another. It is a self-subsistent which has its immanent reflection, its determinate essentiality, in another self-subsistent. Now real actuality likewise has possibility immediately present in it. It contains the moment of the in itself, but, since it is in the first instance only immediate unity, it is in one of the determinations of form and hence distinguished, as immediate existent, from the in itself or possibility. This possibility, as the in itself of real actuality, is itself real possibility, at first the in itself full of content. Formal possibility is immanent reflection only as abstract identity, the absence of contradiction in a something. But when we delve into the determinations, the circumstances, the conditions of a fact in order to discover its possibility, We do not stop at this formal possibility but consider its real possibility. This real possibility is itself immediate concrete existence, but no longer because possibility as such, as a formal moment, is immediately its opposite, a non-reflected actuality, but because this determination pertains to it by the very fact of being real possibility. The real possibility of a fact is therefore the immediately existent manifoldness of circumstances that refer to it. This manifoldness of existence is therefore indeed both possibility and actuality, but their identity is at first only the content which is indifferent to these form determinations. They therefore constitute the form, determined as against their identity. Or the immediate real actuality, because it is immediate, is determined as against its possibility as this determinate and hence reflected actuality. It is real possibility. This real possibility is now indeed the posited whole of the form, but of the form in the determinateness of actuality as formal or immediate and equally of possibility as the abstract in itself. This actuality, therefore, which constitutes the possibility of a fact, is not its own possibility but the in itself of another actual itself. It is the actuality that ought to be sublated, the possibility is only possibility. Real possibility thus constitutes the totality of conditions, a dispersed actuality which is not reflected into itself but is determined to be the in itself of another and intended in this determination to return to itself. What is really possible is, therefore, something formally identical according to its in itself, free of contradiction because of its simple content determination but, as self-identical, this something must also not contradict itself according to its developed and differentiated circumstances and all else connected with it. But, secondly, because it is manifold in itself and in manifold connection with others, and variety inherently passes over into opposition, it is contradictory. Whenever a possibility is in question, and the issue is to demonstrate its contradiction, one need only fasten onto the multiplicity that it contains as content or as its conditioned concrete existence, and from this the contradiction will easily be discovered. And this contradiction is not just a function of comparing. On the contrary, the manifold of concrete existence is in itself this, to sublate itself and to founder to the ground in this it explicitly has the determination of being only a possibility. Whenever all the conditions of a fact are completely present, the fact is actually there. The completeness of the conditions is the totality is in the content, and the fact is itself this content determined as being equally actual as possible. In the sphere of the conditioned ground, the conditions have the form, that is, the ground or the reflection that stands on its own, outside them, and it is this form that makes them moments of the fact and elicits concrete existence in them. Here, on the contrary, the immediate actuality is not determined to be conditioned by virtue of a presupposing reflection, but the supposition is rather that the immediate actuality is itself the possibility. In self-sublating real possibility, it is a twofold that is now sublated, for this possibility is itself the twofold of actuality and possibility. The actuality is formal, or is a concrete existence which appeared to subsist immediately, and through its sublating becomes reflected being, the moment of another, and thus comes in possession of the in itself. That concrete existence was also determined as possibility or as the in itself, but of another. As it sublates itself, this in itself of the other is also sublated and passes over into actuality. This movement of self-sublating real possibility thus produces the same moments that are already present, but each as it comes to be out of the other in this negation. Therefore, the possibility is also not a transition but a self-rejoining. In formal possibility, if something was possible, then another than it, not itself, was also possible. Real possibility no longer has such another over against it, for it is real in so far as it is itself also actuality. Therefore, as its immediate concrete existence, the circle of conditions, sublates itself, it makes itself into the in itselfness which it already is, namely the in itself of another. And conversely, since its moment of in itselfness thereby sublates itself at the same time, it becomes actuality, hence the moment which it likewise already is. What disappears is consequently this, that actuality was determined as the possibility or the in itself of another, and, conversely, the possibility is an actuality which is not that of which it is the possibility. The negation of real possibility is thus its self-identity, inasmuch as in its sublating it is thus within itself the recoiling of this sublating, it is real necessity. What is necessary cannot be otherwise but what is only possible can be, for possibility is the in itself which is only positedness and hence essentially otherness. Formal possibility is this identity as transition into the other as such, but real possibility, since it has the other moment of actuality within it, is already itself necessity. Hence what is really possible can no longer be otherwise under the given conditions and circumstances, nothing else can follow. Real possibility and necessity are, Therefore, only apparently distinguished theirs is an identity that does not first come to be but is already presupposed at their base. Real possibility is therefore a connection full of content, for the content is that identity, existing in itself, which is indifferent to form. But this necessity is at the same time relative. For it has a presupposition from which it begins. It takes its start from the contingent. For the real actual is as such the determinate actual, and first has its determinateness as immediate being in that it is a multiplicity of concretely existing circumstances, but this immediate being as determinateness is also the negative of itself, is an in itself or possibility, and so real possibility. As this unity of the two moments, it is the totality of form, but a totality which is still external to itself. It is the unity of possibility and actuality in such a way that, the manifold concrete existence is possibility immediately or positively it is a possible, something self-identical as such, because it is an actual, inasmuch as this possibility of concrete existence is posited, it is determined as only possibility, as the immediate conversion of actuality into its opposite, or as contingency. Hence this possibility which immediate actuality has within in so far as it is condition, is only the in itself or the possibility of another. Because this in itself, as shown, sublates itself and this positedness is itself posited, real possibility becomes indeed necessity, but this necessity thus begins from that unity of the possible and the actual which is not yet reflected into itself. This presupposing and the movement which turns back unto itself are still separate, or necessity has not yet determined itself out of itself into contingency. The relativity of real possibility is manifested in the content by the fact that the latter is at first only the identity indifferent to form, is therefore distinct from it and a determinate content in general. A necessary reality is for this reason any limited actuality which, because of its limitation, is in some other respect also only something contingent. In actual fact, therefore, real necessity is in itself also contingency. This first becomes apparent because real necessity, although something necessary according to form, is still something limited according to content, and derives its contingency through the latter. But this contingency is to be found also in the form of real necessity because, as shown, real possibility is the necessary only in itself, but as posited it is the mutual otherness of actuality and possibility. Real necessity thus contains contingency. It is the turning back into itself from the restless being the other of each other of actuality and possibility, but not the turning back from itself to itself. In itself, therefore, we have here the unity of necessity and contingency. This unity is to be called absolute actuality. See absolute necessity. Real necessity is determinate necessity. Formal necessity does not yet have any content and determinateness in it. The determinateness of necessity consists in its having its negation, contingency, within it. This is how it has shown itself to be. But in its first simplicity this determinateness is actuality. Determinate necessity is therefore immediate actual necessity. This actuality which is itself as such necessary, since it contains necessity as its in itself, is absolute actuality, an actuality which can no longer be otherwise, for its in itself is not possibility but necessity itself. But because this actuality is posited to be absolute, that is to say, to be itself the unity of itself and possibility, it is consequently only an empty determination, or it is contingency. This emptiness of its determination makes it into a mere possibility, one which can just as well be another and is determined as possibility. But this possibility is itself absolute possibility, for it is precisely the possibility of being equally determined as possibility and actuality. For this reason, because it is this indifference towards itself, it is posited as empty, contingent determination. Thus real necessity not only contains contingency implicitly, but the latter also becomes in it. But this becoming, as externality, is itself only the in itself of the necessity, because it is only an immediate determinateness. But it is not only this but the necessity's own becoming, or the presupposition which it had as its own positing. For as real necessity, it is the sublatedness of actuality into possibility and of possibility into actuality. Because it is this simple conversion of one of these moments into the other, it is also their positive unity, for in the other each rejoins itself. And so it is actuality, yet an actuality which is nothing but this rejoining of form with itself. Its negative positing of these moments is thereby itself the presupposing or the positing of itself as sublated, or the positing of immediacy. But it is precisely in this positing that this actuality is determined as the negative. It rejoins itself from the actuality which was real possibility. This new actuality thus comes to be only out of its in itself, out of the negation of itself. Consequently, it is at the same time immediately determined as possibility, as mediated by virtue of its negation. But accordingly, this possibility is immediately nothing but this mediating in which the in itself, namely the possibility itself and the mediating, both in the same manner, are positedness. Thus it is necessity which is equally the sublating of this positedness, or the positing of immediacy and of the in itself, just as in this very sublating it is the determining of it as positedness. It is necessity itself, therefore, that determines itself as contingency in its being. It repels itself from itself, in this very repelling has only returned to itself, and in this turning back which is its being has repelled itself from itself. Thus has form pervaded in its realization all its distinctions. It has made itself transparent and, as absolute necessity, is only this simple self-identity of being in its negation, or in essence. The distinction itself of content and form has thus equally vanished, for that unity of possibility and actuality and possibility is the form which in its determinateness or in positedness is indifferent towards itself. It is the fact full of content on which the form of necessity externally ran its course. But necessity is thus this reflected identity of the two determinations as indifferent to them, and hence the form determination of the in itself is against the positedness, and this possibility constitutes the limitation of the content which real necessity had. The resolution of this difference is however the absolute necessity, whose content is this difference which in this necessity penetrates itself. Absolute necessity is therefore the truth in which actuality and possibility in general as well as formal and real necessity return. As we have just seen, it is being which in its negation, in essence, refers itself to itself and as being. It is equally simple immediacy or pure being and simple immanent reflection or pure essence. It is this, that the two are one and the same. The absolutely necessary only is because it is, it otherwise has neither condition nor ground. But it equally is pure essence, its being the simple immanent reflection. It is because it is. As reflection, it has a ground and a condition but has only itself for this ground and condition. It is in itself, but its in itself is its immediacy, its possibility is its actuality. It is, therefore, because it is as the rejoining of being with itself, it is essence, but because this simple is equally immediate simplicity, it is being. Absolute necessity is thus the reflection or form of the absolute, the unity of being in essence, simple immediacy which is absolute negativity. On the one hand, therefore, its differences are not like the determinations of reflection but an existing manifoldness, a differentiated actuality in the shape of others independently subsisting over against each other. On the other hand, since its connection is that of absolute identity, it is the absolute conversion of its actuality into its possibility and its possibility into its actuality. Absolute necessity is therefore blind. On the one hand, the two different terms determined as actuality and possibility have the shape of immanent reflection as being. They are therefore free actualities, neither of which reflectively shines in the other, nor will either allow in it a trace of its reference to the other grounded in itself. Each is inherently necessary. Necessity as essence is concealed in this being. The reciprocal contact of these actualities appears, therefore, as an empty externality. The actuality of the one in the other is the possibility which is only possibility, contingency. For being is posited as absolutely necessary, as the self-mediation which is the absolute negation of mediation through other, or being which is identical only with being. Consequently, an other that has actuality and being, is therefore determined as something merely possible, as empty positedness. But this contingency is rather absolute necessity. It is the essence of those free, inherently necessary actualities. This essence is averse to light, because there is no reflective shining in these actualities, no reflex, because they are grounded purely in themselves, are shaped for themselves, manifest themselves only to themselves, because they are only being. But their essence will break forth in them and will reveal what it is and what they are. The simplicity of their being, their resting just on themselves, is absolute negativity. It is the freedom of their reflectionless immediacy. This negative breaks forth in them because being, through this same negativity which is its essence, is self-contradiction. It will break forth against this being in the form of being, hence as the negation of those actualities, a negation absolutely different from their being. It will break forth as their nothing, as an otherness which is just as free towards them as their being is free. Yet this negative was not to be missed in them. In their self-based shape they are indifferent to form, are a content and consequently different actualities and a determinate content. This content is the mark that necessity impressed upon them by letting them go free is absolutely actual, for in its determination it is an absolute turning back into itself. It is the mark to which necessity appeals as witness to its right, and, overcome by it, the actualities now perish. This manifestation of what determinateness is in its truth, that it is negative self-reference, is a blind collapse into otherness in the sphere of immediate existence. The shining or the reflection that breaks out in it is a becoming, a transition of being into nothing. But, conversely, being is equally essence, and becoming is reflection or a shining. Thus the externality is its inwardness. Their connection is one of absolute identity, and the transition of the actual into the possible, of being into nothing, is a self-rejoining contingency as absolute necessity. It is itself the presupposing of that first absolute actuality. This identity of being with itself in its negation is now substance. It is this unity as in its negation or as in contingency, and so, as relation to itself, it is substance. The blind transition of necessity is rather the Absolute's own exposition, its movement in itself which, in its externalization, reveals itself instead. Chapter The Absolute Relation. Absolute necessity is not so much the necessary, even less a necessary, but necessity, being simply as reflection. It is relation because it is a distinguishing whose moments are themselves the whole totality of necessity, and therefore subsist absolutely, but do so in such a way that their subsisting is one subsistence, and the difference only the reflective shine of the movement of exposition, and this reflective shine is the absolute itself. Essence as such is reflection or a shining as absolute relation. However, essence is the reflective shine posited as reflective shine, one which, as such self-referring, is absolute actuality. The absolute, first expounded by external reflection, as absolute form or as necessity, now expounds itself. This self-exposition is its self-positing, and is only this self-positing. Just as the light of nature is not a something, nor is it a thing, but its being is rather only its shining, so manifestation is self-identical absolute actuality. The sides of the absolute relation are not, therefore, attributes. In the attribute the absolute reflectively shines only in one of its moments, as in a presupposition that external reflection has simply assumed. But the expositor of the absolute is the absolute necessity which, as self-determining, is identical with itself. Since this necessity is the reflective shining posited as reflective shining, the sides of this relation, because they are a shine, are totalities for a shine. The differences are themselves and their opposite, that is, they are the whole and, conversely, they thus are only shine because they are totalities. Thus this distinguishing, this reflecting shining of the absolute, is only the identical positing of itself. This relation in its immediate concept is the relation of substance and accidents, the immediate internal disappearing and becoming of the absolute reflective shine. If substance determines itself as a being for itself over against another as absolute relation is something real, then we have the relation of causality. Finally, when this last relation passes over into reciprocal causality by referring itself to itself, we then have the absolute relation also posited in accordance with the determination it contains. This posited unity of itself and its determinations, which are posited as the whole itself and consequently equally as determinations, is then the concept. A. The relation of substantiality. Absolute necessity is absolute relation because it is not being as such but being that is because it is, being as the absolute mediation of itself with itself. This being is substance as the final unity of essence and being, it is the being in all being. It is neither the unreflected immediate, nor something abstract standing behind concrete existence and appearance, but the immediate actuality itself, and it is this actuality as being absolutely reflected into itself, as a subsisting that exists in and for itself. Substance, as this unity of being and reflection, is essentially the shining and the positedness of itself. The shining is a self-referring shining, thus it is this being as substance as such. Conversely, this being is only the self-identical positedness, and as such it is shining totality, accidentality. This shining is identity of form, the unity of possibility and actuality. It is becoming at first, contingency is the sphere of coming to be and passing away, for in the determination of immediacy the connection of possibility and actuality is the immediate conversion of the two into each other as existence, of each into its other as only another to it. But because being is shine, their relation is also one of identical terms or of terms shining in one another, that is, reflection. The movement of accidentality, therefore, exhibits in each of its moments the mutual reflective shine of the categories of being and of the reflective determinations of essence. The immediate something has a content. Its immediacy is at the same time reflected in difference towards the form. This content is determinate, and because this determinateness is one of being, the something passes over into another. But quality is also a determinateness of reflection as such, it is in different diversity. But this diversity is animated into opposition, and returns to the ground which is the nothing, but also immanent reflection. This reflection sublates itself, but it is itself also reflected in its selfness, so it is possibility, and this in itselfness, in its transition which is equally immanent reflection, is necessary actuality. This movement of accidentality is the actuosity of substance as the tranquil coming forth of itself. It is not active against something, but only against itself as a simple unresisting element. The sublating of a presupposition is the disappearing shine only in the act of sublating the immediate. Does this immediate itself come to be, or is that shining the beginning that begins from itself as first of all the positing of this itself from which the beginning is made? Substance, as this identity of the reflective shining, is the totality of the whole and embraces accidentality in itself, and accidentality is the whole substance itself. Its differentiation into the simple identity of being and the flux of accidents within it is one form of its shining. That simple being is the formless substance of the imagination for which the shine has not determined itself a shine, but which holds on, as on an absolute, to this indeterminate identity that has no truth but only is the determinateness of immediate actuality, or equally so of in itselfness or possibility, form determinations that fall into accidentality. The other determination, the flux of accidents, is the absolute form unity of accidentality. Substance has absolute power. The ceasing to be of the accident is its return as actuality into itself, as into its in itself or into its possibility. But this, its in itself, is itself only a positiveness and therefore also actuality, and because these form determinations are equally determinations of content, this possible as an actual differently determined also according to content. Substance manifests itself through the actuality, with the content of the latter into which it translates the possible, as creative power, and, through the possibility to which it reduces the actual, as destructive power. The creating is destructive and the destructing creative, for the negative and the positive, possibility and negativity are in substantial necessity absolutely united. The accidents as such, and there are several of them, because plurality is one of the determinations of being, have no power over each other. They are the immediately existent something, or the something that immediately exists for itself, concretely existing things of manifold properties or wholes consisting of parts, self-subsisting parts, forces in need of reciprocal solicitation and conditioning each other. Insofar as such an accidental being seems to exercise a power over another, that power is that of substance that encompasses them both within itself and, as negativity, posits an inequality of value. One it determines as ceasing to be and another as having a different content and as coming to be. The one is passing over into its possibility and the other into actuality accordingly, ever dividing itself into this difference of form and content and ever purifying itself of this one-sidedness, but in this purification ever falling back into determination and division. One accident thus drives out another only because its own subsisting is this very totality of form and content into which it, as well as its other, equally perishes. Because of this immediate identity and presence of substance in the accidents, there is still no real difference present. In this first determination, substance is not yet manifested according to its whole concept. When substance, as self-identical being in and for itself, is differentiated from itself as a totality of accidents, it is substance itself, as power, that mediates the difference. This power is necessity, the positive persistence of the accidents in their negativity and their mere positiveness in their subsistence. This middle is thus the unity of substantiality and accidentality themselves, a middle whose extremes have no subsistence of their own. Substantiality is, therefore, only the relation as immediately vanishing. It refers to itself not as a negative and, as the immediate unity of power with itself, is in the form only of its identity, not of its negative essence. Only one of its moments, that of negativity or of difference, vanishes altogether. The other moment of identity does not. Another way of considering the matter is this. The shine or the accidentality is indeed in itself substance by virtue of the power, but is not thus posited as this self-identical shine, and therefore substance has only the accidentality, not itself. For its shape or positiveness it is not substance as substance. The relation of substantiality is at first, therefore, only this, that substance manifests itself as a formal power whose differences are not substantial. In fact, substance only is as the inner of the accidents, and these only are in the substance. Or this relation is only the shining of totality as becoming, but it is equally reflection and, for this reason, the accidentality which substance is in itself is also posited as such. It is thus determined as self-referring negativity over against itself, determined as self-referring simple identity with itself, and it is substance that exists in and for itself, substance endowed with power. Thus the relation of substantiality passes over into the relation of causality. B. The relation of causality. Substance is power, power reflected into itself. Not transitive power but power that posits determinations and distinguishes them from itself. As self-referring in its determining, it is itself that which it posits as a negative or makes into a positiveness. This positiveness is, as such, sublated substantiality, the merely posited, the effect. The substance that exists for itself is, however, cause. This relation of causality is in the first place only this relation of cause and effect as such, it is the formal relation of causality. A. Formal causality. Cause is originative as against the effect. As power, substance is the reflective shining, or it has accidentality. But in this shining, as power, it equally is an immanent reflection. It thus expounds its transition, and this reflective shine is determined as reflective shine, or the accident is posited as being just this, something posited. But in its determining substance does not proceed from accidentality, as if the latter were another beforehand and were determined as determinateness only then, but the two are one actuosity. Substance as power determines itself, but this determining is immediately itself the sublation of the determining and a turning back. It determines itself. Substance, that which determines, is thus the immediate, and that which is itself already determined. In determining itself it therefore posits the already determined as determined, and thus it has sublated the positedness and has returned into itself. Conversely, because this turning back is the negative reference of substance to itself, it is itself a determining or the repelling of itself from itself. It is through this turning back that the determinate comes to be, from which substance seems to begin and now to posit as something which it has found already determined. Absolute actuosity is thus cause, the power of substance in its truth as the manifestation by which that which is in itself, the accident or the positedness, is immediately expounded in its becoming, is posited as positedness, as effect. This effect is, therefore, first the same as what the accidentality of the relation of substance is, namely substance as positedness, but, second, an accident is substantially such only by vanishing, only as transient, but as effect it is positedness as self-identical in the effect. The cause is manifested as the whole substance, that is to say, as reflected into itself in the positedness itself as such. Over against this positedness reflected into itself, this determined as determined, there stands substance as the non-posited original. Because substance is as absolute power a turning back into itself, yet this turning back is itself a determining, it is no longer the mirror in itself of its accident but is also posited as this in itself. Substance has actuality, therefore, only as cause. But this actuality in which it's in itself, its determinateness in the relation of substantiality, is now posited as determinateness, is effect. Therefore substance has the actuality which it has as cause only in its effect. This is the necessity which is cause. It is actual substance, because as power substance determines itself, but it is at the same time cause, because it expounds this determinateness or posits it as positedness and thus posits its actuality as positedness or effect. This is the other of cause, the positedness as against the original and as mediated through it. But cause, as necessity, equally sublates this mediating and, in determining itself as the originally self-referring term, as against the mediated, turns back to itself, for positedness is determined as positedness, and consequently as self-identical. Therefore, cause is truly actual and self-identical only in its effect. The effect is therefore necessary, because it is the manifestation of the cause, or is this necessity which the cause is. Only as this necessity is cause self-moving, self-initiating without being solicited by another, self-subsisting source of production out of itself, it must effect its originariness is this, that it is because its immanent reflection is a positing that determines, and conversely the two are one unity. Consequently, an effect contains nothing whatever that the cause does not contain. Conversely, a cause contains nothing that is not in its effect. A cause is cause only to the extent that it produces an effect. To be cause is nothing but this determination of having an effect, and to be effect is nothing but this determination of having a cause. Cause as such entails its effect, and the effect entails the cause. In so far as a cause has not acted yet or has ceased to act, it is not a cause in the effect, in so far as its cause is no longer present, is no longer an effect but an indifferent actuality. Now in this identity of cause and effect, the form distinguishing them respectively, as that which exists in itself and that which is posited, is sublated. The cause is extinguished in its effect, and the effect too is thereby extinguished, for it only is the determinateness of the cause. Hence this causality which has been extinguished in the effect is an immediacy which is indifferent to the relation of cause and effect and comes to it externally. B. The determinate relation of causality. The self-identity of cause in its effect is the sublation of its power and negativity, hence a unity which is indifferent to differences of form, that is to say, content. This content, therefore, refers to form, here causality, only implicitly. The two are thus posited as diverse, and with respect to content the form is itself a causality which is only immediately efficient, a contingent causality. Further, the content is as thus determined an internally diversified content, and the cause is determined in accordance with its content, and so is therefore also the effect. The content, since reflectedness here is also immediate actuality, is to this extent actual, but finite, substance. This is now the relation of causality in its reality and finitude. As formal, it is the infinite relation of absolute power, the content of which is pure manifestation or necessity. As finite causality, on the contrary, it has a given content and, as an external difference, it runs its course here and there over it, this identical content which in its determination is one and the same substance. Because of this identity of content, this causality is an analytic proposition. It is the same fact that comes up once as cause and then again as effect, in one case as something subsisting on its own and in the other as positiveness or determination. Since these determinations of form are an external reflection, it is up to the essentially tautological consideration of a subjective understanding to determine an appearance as effect and to rise from it to its cause in order to comprehend and explain it. The same content is being repeated. There is nothing else in the cause which is not in the effect. For instance, rain is the cause of wetness which is its effect. The rain makes wet. This is an analytical proposition. The same water which is rain is wetness as rain. This water is only in the form of a subject by itself as wetness or moisture. It is on the contrary in adjectival form, something posited no longer meant to have a subsistence on its own, and the one determination, just like the other, is external to water. Again, the cause of this color is a coloring agent, a pigment which is one and the same actuality, once in the form of an agent external to it, that is externally linked to an agent different from it, but again in the determination, equally external to it, of an effect. The cause of an act is the inner intention of the subject who is the agent, and this intention is the same in content and value as the existence which it attains through the action. If the movement of a body is considered as effect, the cause of this effect is then a propulsive force, but it is the same quantum of movement which is present before and after the propulsion, the same concrete existence which the propulsive body contained and which it communicated to the one propelled, and what it communicated, it lost in equal measure. The cause, say the painter or the propulsive body, does have yet another content then, in the case of the painter, the colors and the form combining these into a painting, and, in the other case, the movement of specific strength and direction. But this further content is a contingent side being which has nothing to do with the cause. Whatever other qualities the painter might possess besides being the painter of this painting, this does not enter into the painting. Only those of his properties which are displayed in the effect are present in him as cause. As for the rest, he is not a cause. Likewise, whether the propulsive body is of stone or wood, green, yellow, and so on, all this does not enter into its propulsion and, to this extent, is not a cause. It is worth noting in regard to this tautology of the relation of causality that the tautology does not seem to occur whenever it is not the proximate, but the remote cause which is at issue. The alteration of form which the basic fact undergoes as it passes through several middle terms hides the identity which it preserves across them. In this proliferation of causes introduced between it and the last effect, that fact is linked to other things and circumstances, so that it is not that first term, which is declared the cause, but all these several causes together, that contain the complete effect. For instance, if a man developed his talents in circumstances due to the loss of his father who was hit by a bullet in battle, then this shot, or still further back, the war or some cause of the war, and on to infinity, could be adduced as the cause of the man's skillfulness. But it is clear that the shot, for one, is not the cause by itself but only in conjunction with the other efficient determinations. Or more precisely, the shot is not the cause at all, but only a single moment that pertained to the circumstances of the possibility. But it is the inadmissible application of the relation of causality to the relations of physico-organic and spiritual life that must be noted above all. Here that which is called the cause does indeed show itself to be of a different content than the effect, but this is because anything that has an effect on a living thing is independently determined, altered, and transmuted by the latter, for the living thing will not let the cause come to its effect, that is, it sublates it as cause. Thus it is inadmissible to say that nourishment is the cause of blood, or that such and such a dish, or chill and humidity, are the causes of fever or of what have you. It is equally inadmissible to give the Ionic climate as the cause of Homer's works, or Caesar's ambition as the cause of the fall of Rome's republican constitution. In history in general there are indeed spiritual masses and individuals at play and influencing each other, but it is of the nature of spirit, in a much higher sense than it is of the character of living things, that it will not admit another originative principle within itself, or that it will not let a cause continue to work its causality in it undisturbed but will rather interrupt and transmute it. But these relations belong to the idea, and will come up for discussion then. This much can still be noted here, namely that insofar as the relation of cause and effect is admitted, albeit in an inappropriate sense, the effect cannot be greater than the cause. It has become a common witticism in history to let great effects arise from small causes and to cite as the first cause of an event of far-reaching and profound consequence an anecdote. Any such so-called first cause is to be regarded as no more than an occasion, an external stimulus, of which the inner spirit of the event had no need, or could have used a countless number of others, in order to make its first appearance, to give itself a first breath and announce itself. The converse is rather the case. It is by the spirit that any such triviality and contingency is determined in the first place to be the occasion of spirit. Historical arabesques that draw a full-blown figure out of a slender stalk are no doubt an ingenious, but highly superficial, practice. It is true that in the rise of the great out of the small we witness everywhere the conversion that spirit works on the external, but precisely for this reason the external is not the cause within spirit, rather, that conversion itself sublates the relation of causality. But this determinateness of the relation of causality, that content and form are different and indifferent to each other, extends further. The determination of form is also content. Determination, cause and effect, the two sides of the relation, are therefore also another content. Or the content, because it is only as the content of a form, has the difference of this form within it and is essentially different. But this form of the content is the relation of causality, which is a content identical in cause and the effect, and consequently the different content is externally connected, on the one hand with the cause and on the other with the effect. Hence the content itself does not enter into the effective action and into the relation. This external content is therefore relationless, an immediate concrete existence, or because it is as content the implicit identity of cause and effect, it is also immediate, existent identity. This content is, therefore, anything at all which has manifold determinations of its existence, among them also this, that it is in some respect or other cause or also effect. In it, the form determinations of cause and effect have their substrate, that is to say, their essential subsistence, and each has a particular subsistence, since their identity is their subsistence, but it is a subsistence which is at the same time immediate, not their subsistence as unity of form or as relation. But this thing is not only substrate but also substance, for it is identical subsistence only as subsistence of the relation. Moreover, the substance is finite substance, for it is determined as immediate over against its causality. But it has causality at the same time, for it is just as much an identity as this relation. Now this substrate is, as cause, negative reference to itself. But this itself to which it refers is, first, a positiveness because it is determined as immediately actual. This positiveness, as content, is any determination whatever. Second, causality is external to the substrate and itself constitutes, therefore, its positiveness. Now since it is causal substance, its causality consists in negatively referring itself to itself, hence to its positiveness and external causality. The effective action of this substance thus begins from something external, frees itself from this external determination, and its turning back into itself is the preservation of its immediate concrete existence and the sublation of the one which is posited, and consequently of its causality as such. Take a stone that moves. It is a cause. Its movement is a determination which it has. But, besides it, it contains yet many other determinations, color, shape, and so on, that do not enter into its causality. Because its immediate concrete existence is separated from its form connection, namely the form of causality, the latter is something external. The stone's movement and the causality attaching to it is in it only positiveness. But the causality of the stone is also the stone's own causality, as follows from the fact that its substantial subsistence is the stone's identical self-reference, but that this is now determined as positiveness and is therefore at the same time negative self-reference. Its causality, which is directed against itself as a positiveness or as an externality, consists therefore in sublating this and through its removal in returning to itself, to this extent, therefore, in not being self-identical in its positiveness but only in restoring its originariness. Or again, rain is the cause of wetness, which is the same water as the rain. This water has the determination of being rain and cause because this determination has been posited in it by another force, or what have you, has lifted it into the air and compressed it into a mass, the weight of which makes it fall. Its being removed from the earth is a determination alien to its original self-identity, to its gravity. Its causality consists in removing such determination and in restoring its original identity, but this means also sublating its causality. We now consider the second determinateness of causality which concerns form. This relation is causality external to itself, as the originariness which is within just as much positiveness or effect. This union of opposite determination in an existent substrate constitutes the infinite regress from cause to cause. We start from an effect, the latter has as effect a cause, but this cause has a cause in turn, and so on. Why does the cause have a cause in turn? That is to say, Why is the same side which was previously determined as cause now determined as effect and therefore demands a new cause? Because the cause is something finite, a determinate in general determined as one moment of the form as against the effect, so it has its determinateness or negation outside it, but for this very reason it is itself finite, has its determinateness within it and is thereby positedness or effect. Its identity as this positedness is also posited, but it is a third term. The immediate substrate causality is therefore external to itself, because its originariness is here in immediacy. The difference of form is therefore a first determinateness, not yet determinateness posited as determinateness, it is existent otherness. Finite reflection, on the one hand, stops short at this immediate, removes the unity of form from it and makes it be cause in one respect and effect in another. On the other hand, it transfers the unity of form into the infinite, and through the endless progression expresses its impotence in attaining and holding fast to this unity. Exactly the same is the case of the effect, or rather the endless progression from effect to effect is one and the same as the regression from cause to cause. Just as in the latter a cause becomes an effect which has another cause in turn, so too, conversely, the effect becomes a cause which has another effect in turn. The determinate cause under consideration begins from an externality and returns in its effect back to itself, but not as cause. On the contrary, it loses its causality in that process. But, conversely, the effect arrives at a substrate which is substance, an original self-referring subsistence in it, therefore, that positedness becomes a positedness, that is to say, this substance, as the effect is posited in it, behaves as cause. But that first effect, the positedness that accrues to the substance externally, is other than the second which the substance produces, for this second effect is determined as the immanent reflection of substance, whereas the first is in it as an externality. But because causality is here causality external to itself, it also equally fails to return in its effect back to itself but becomes therein external to itself. Its effect becomes again a positedness in a substrate, as in another substance, which however equally makes this positedness into a positedness, in other words, manifests itself as cause, again repels its effect from itself, and so on, into bad infinity. We now have to see what has resulted from the movement of determinate causality. Formal causality expires in the effect and the element of identity of these two moments emerges as a result, but it does so only as an implicit unity of cause and effect to which the form connection is external. For this reason, the element of identity is immediate also with respect to both of the two determinations of immediacy. First is in itself, as a content on which causality is deployed externally. Second, as a concrete existent substrate in which cause and effect inhere as different determinations of form. In this substrate, the two determinations are implicitly one, but, on account of this implicitness or of the externality of form, each is external to itself and hence, in its unity with the other, is also determined as other with respect to it. Consequently, the cause has indeed an effect and is at the same time itself effect, and the effect not only has a cause but is itself also cause. But the effect which the cause has, and the effect which it is, are different, as are also the cause which the effect has and the cause which it is. The outcome of the movement of the determinate relation of causality is then this, that the cause does not just expire in the effect, and thereby the effect as well, as in formal causality, but that by expiring in the effect the cause comes to be again, that the effect vanishes in the cause, but equally comes to be again in it. Each of these determinations sublates itself in its positing, and posits itself in its sublating. What we have is not an external transition of causality from one substrate to another, but its becoming other is at the same time its own positing. Causality thus presupposes itself or conditions itself. The previously only implicit identity, the substrate, is therefore now determined as presupposition or posited as against the efficient causality, and the reflection hitherto only external to the identity is now in relation to it. C. Action and reaction. Causality is a presupposing activity. The cause is conditioned. It is a negative reference to itself as a presupposed, as an external other which in itself, but only in itself, is causality itself. This other is, as we have seen, the substantial identity into which formal causality passes over, which now has determined itself as against this causality as its negative. Or it is the same as the substance of the causal relation, but a substance which is confronted by the power of accidentality as itself substantial activity. It is the passive substance. Passive is that which is immediate, or which exists in itself but is not also for itself, pure being or essence in just this determinateness of abstract self-identity. Confronting the passive substance is the negatively self-referring substance, the efficient substance. It is cause inasmuch as in determinate causality it has restored itself out of the effect through the negation of itself, a reflected being which in its otherness or as an immediate behaves essentially as a positing activity and through its negation mediates itself. Here, therefore, causality no longer has a substrate in which it inheres. It is not a determination of form as against this identity but is itself substance, or in other words, causality alone is at the origin. The substrate is the passive substance which causality has presupposed for itself. This cause now acts, for it is the negative power over itself at the same time it is its own presupposition, thus it acts upon itself as upon another, upon the passive substance. Hence, it first sublates the otherness of the substance and returns in it back to itself second. It determines this same substance, posits this sublation of its otherness or the substance is turning back into itself as a determinateness. This positedness, because it is at the same time the substance is turning back into itself, is at first its effect. But conversely, because as presupposing it determines itself as its other, it then posits the effect in this other, in the passive substance. Or again, because the passive substance is itself this double, namely a self-subsistent other, and at the same time something presupposed and already implicitly identical with the efficient cause, because of this, the action of the passive substance is therefore itself double. It is at once both the sublation of its determinateness, namely of its condition, or the sublation of the self-subsistence of the passive substance, and also, in sublating its identity as it sublates this substance, the presupposing of itself, that is, the positing or supposing of itself as other. Through this last moment, the passive substance is preserved. That first sublation of it appears in this respect at the same time also in this way, namely that only some determinations are sublated in it, and its identity in the effect with the efficient cause occurs in it externally. To this extent it suffers violence. Violence is the appearance of power, or power is external. But power is something external only insofar as in its action, that is, in the positing of itself, the causal substance is at the same time a presupposing, that is, posits itself as sublated. Conversely, the act of violence is therefore equally an act of power. The violent cause acts only on another which it presupposes its effect on it as its negative self-reference, or the manifestation of itself. The passive is the self-subsistent which is only a posited, something internally fractured, an actuality which is condition, though a condition that now is in its truth as an actuality that is only a possible, or, conversely, an in itself that is only the determinateness of the in itself, is only passive. To that which suffers violence, therefore, not only is it possible to do violence, but violence must be done to it that which has dominion over another, only has it because its power is that of the other, a power which in that dominion manifests both itself and the other. Through violence the passive substance is only posited as what it is in truth, namely, that because it is the simple positive or the immediate substance, for that very reason it is only something posited. The that it has as condition is the reflective shine of immediacy that the efficient causality strips off from it. Passive substance, therefore, is only given its due by the action on it of another power. What it loses is the immediacy it had, the substantiality alien to it. What comes to it is an alien something, namely that it is determined as a positedness, is its own determination. But now in being determined in its positedness, or in its own determination, the result is that it is not sublated but rather that it only rejoins itself and in its being determined is, therefore, an originariness. On the one hand, therefore, the passive substance is preserved or posited by the active, namely in so far as the latter sublates itself, but, on the other hand, it is the act of the passive substance itself to rejoin itself and thus to make itself into what is originary and a cause. The being posited by another and its own becoming are one and the same. Now, because the passive substance has been converted into a cause, it follows, first, that the effect is sublated in it. Therein consists its reaction in general. As passive substance, it is in itself as positedness also. Positedness has been posited in it by the other substance, namely in so far as it received its effect within it. Its reaction contains, therefore, a twofold aspect. For one, what it is in itself is posited. And two, what it is as posited displays itself as its in itself. It is positedness in itself, hence through the other substance it receives an effect within, but, conversely, this positedness is its own in itself, it is thus its own effect, it itself displays itself as a cause. Second, the reaction is directed at the first efficient cause. For the effect which the hitherto passive substance sublates within itself is precisely the effect of that other cause. But a cause has its substantial actuality only in its effect. Inasmuch as this effect is sublated, so is also the causal substantiality of the other cause. This happens first in itself through itself, in that the cause makes itself into an effect. Its negative determination disappears in this identity and the cause becomes passive, and, second, it happens through the hitherto passive, but now reacting substance, which sublates its effect. Now in determinate causality the substance acted upon becomes a cause, for it acts against the positing of an effect in it. But it did not react against the cause of that effect but posited its effect rather in another substance, and thus there rose the progression to infinity of effects, for here the cause is only implicitly identical with itself in the effect, and hence, on the one hand, it expires into an immediate identity as it comes to rest, but, on the other hand, it revives in another substance. In conditioned causality, on the contrary, the cause refers back to itself in the effect, for the latter is as a condition, as a presupposition, its other, and its act is therefore just as much a becoming as a positing and sublating of the other. Further, causality behaves in all this as passive substance but, as we have seen, the latter becomes causal through the effect it incurs. That first cause, the one which acts first and receives its effect back into itself as a reaction, thus comes up again as a cause, whereby the activity which in finite causality runs into the bad infinite progression is bent around and becomes an action that returns to itself, an infinite reciprocal action. See reciprocity of action. In finite causality it is substances that actively relate to each other. Mechanism consists in this externality of causality, where the cause's reflection in its effect into itself is at the same time a repelling being, or where, in the self-identity which the causal substance has in its effect, the substance is equally immediately external to itself and the effect is transposed into another substance. In reciprocity of action this mechanism is now sublated, for it contains first the disappearing of that original persistence of immediate substantiality, second, the coming to be of the cause, and hence originariness mediating itself with itself through its negation. At first, the reciprocity of action takes on the form of a reciprocal causality of substances that are presupposed and that condition each other, each is with respect to the other both active and passive substance. Since the two are thus passive and active at once, their difference is thereby already sublated. It is a totally transparent reflective shine. They are substances only in being the identity of the active and the passive. The reciprocity of action is itself, therefore, only a still empty way and manner, and all that is still needed is merely the external bringing together of what is already there, both in itself and as posited. First of all, it is no longer substrates that are referred to each other but substances in the movement of conditional causality. The still left-over presupposed immediacy has been sublated, and what conditions the causing activity is only an influence, or its own passivity. But this influence, moreover, does not come from another substance originating it but from precisely a causality which is conditioned by influence, or one which is mediated. This at first external factor that accrues to the cause and constitutes the side of its passivity is therefore mediated through the causality itself, is produced through its own activity and is, consequently, a passivity posited by its own very activity. Causality is conditioned and conditioning. As conditioning, it is passive but it is equally so as conditioned. This conditioning or passivity is the negation of the cause through itself in that it makes itself essentially into an effect and is cause precisely for that reason. Reciprocity of action is, therefore, only causality itself. The cause does not just have an effect but, in the effect, refers as cause back to itself. Causality has thereby returned to its absolute concept and has at the same time attained the concept itself. At first, it is real necessity, absolute self-identity in which the difference between it and the determinations referring to each other within it are substances, free actualities, over against one another. Necessity is in this way inner identity. Causality is the manifestation of it in which its reflective shine of substantial otherness has been sublated, and necessity is elevated to freedom. In the reciprocity of action, originative causality displays itself as arising from its negation, from passivity, and as passing away into it, as a becoming, but in such a way that this becoming is at the same time equally only shining. The transition into otherness is reflection into itself. Negation, which is the ground of the cause, is its positive rejoining with itself. In the reciprocity of action, therefore, necessity and causality have disappeared. They contain both the immediate identity as combination and reference and the absolute substantiality of the differences, consequently their contingency, the original unity of substantial difference and therefore the absolute contradiction. Necessity is being, because being as it is the unity of being with itself that has itself as ground, but, conversely, because this being has a ground, it is not being, it is simply and solely reflective shining, reference or mediation. Causality is this posited transition of original being, of cause, into totally transparent reflective shine. They are substances only in being the identity of the active and the passive. The reciprocity of action is itself, therefore, only a still empty way and manner, and all that is still needed is merely the external bringing together of what is already there, both in itself and as posited. First of all, It is no longer substrates that are referred to each other but substances in the movement of conditional causality. The still leftover presupposed immediacy has been sublated, and what conditions the causing activity is only an influence, or its own passivity. But this influence, moreover, does not come from another substance originating it but from precisely a causality which is conditioned by influence, or one which is mediated. This at first external factor that accrues to the cause and constitutes the side of its passivity is therefore mediated through the causality itself, is produced through its own activity and is, consequently, a passivity posited by its own very activity. Causality is conditioned and conditioning. As conditioning, it is passive but it is equally so as conditioned. This conditioning or passivity is the negation of the cause through itself in that it makes itself essentially into an effect and is cause precisely for that reason. Reciprocity of action is, therefore, only causality itself. The cause does not just have an effect but, in the effect, refers as cause back to itself. Causality has thereby returned to its absolute concept and has at the same time attained the concept itself. At first, it is real necessity, absolute self-identity in which the difference between it and the determinations referring to each other within it are substances, free actualities, over against one another. Necessity is in this way inner identity. Causality is the manifestation of it in which its reflective shine of substantial otherness has been sublated, and necessity is elevated to freedom. In the reciprocity of action, originative causality displays itself as arising from its negation, from passivity, and as passing away into it, as a becoming, but in such a way that this becoming is at the same time equally only shining. The transition into otherness is reflection into itself. Negation, which is the ground of the cause, is its positive rejoining with itself. In the reciprocity of action, therefore, necessity and causality have disappeared. They contain both the immediate identity as combination and reference and the absolute substantiality of the differences, consequently their contingency, the original unity of substantial difference and therefore the absolute contradiction. Necessity is being, because being as it is the unity of being with itself that has itself as ground, but, conversely, because this being has a ground, it is not being, it is simply and solely reflective shining, reference or mediation. Causality is this posited transition of original being, of cause, into under the particular title of system of subjective logic. This is for the convenience of those friends of this science who, of the materials covered by logic commonly so called, normally take a greater interest in those treated here than in the first two parts. For these earlier parts I could claim the indulgence of the fair critic because of the dearth of previous work that could have afforded me some support, the materials and a guide on how to proceed. In the case of the present part, I can rather claim this indulgence for the opposite reason, for there already exists for the logic of the concept a fully ready and well entrenched, one may even say ossified, material, and the task is to make it fluid again, to revive the concept in such a dead matter. To build a new city in a devastated land has its difficulties, even if there is no lack of material at hand, but even greater are the obstacles, of a different kind, when the task is to give a new layout to an ancient and solidly constructed city. With established rights of ownership and domicile, one must also decide, among other things, not to make use of much otherwise valued stock. But above all, it is the greatness of the subject matter itself that may be adduced as an excuse for the imperfection in execution. For what subject matter is there for cognition more sublime than truth itself? Yet there is no escaping the doubt that it is this very subject matter that needs excuse when the sense in which Pilate put the question, "What is truth?" comes to mind, uttering it as he did, in the words of the poet, with the courtier's mien that myopically yet smiling damns the cause of the earnest soul. Pilate's question then carries the meaning, which we may view as a moment of politeness, together with its reminder, that the goal of discovering the truth is, as everyone knows, something that has been given up, long since set aside with a shrug, that the unattainableness of truth is recognized also by philosophers and professional logicians. But if in our times the question raised in religion regarding the value of things, of insights and actions, a question that in content carries the same implication as Pilate's, is once more reclaiming its rightful meaning, then philosophy can well hope that it will no longer occur as so strange if it too once more begins to reassert its goal in its immediate domain, and that, after having lapsed into the ways of other sciences and renouncing truth, once more strives to rise up to that goal. There is no excuse needed for this attempt, but as for the execution of it, I may plead as excuse my official duties and other personal circumstances that have allowed me to work but interruptedly at a science that demands instead, and deserves, undistracted and undivided exertion.